Xue Yutong felt the excruciating pain for being torn apart by the rioters as she was reborn in a post-apocalyptic world. Looking at her blood-sucking family and the crumbling order around her, she activated the supermarket system that had never been unlocked in her previous life. When her parents once again demanded supplies, she smiled and activated the defensive electric grid. When the extreme cold swept through the city, her store lit up with warm yellow lights selling hot soup. Those who once bullied her now had to kneel and beg for shopping privileges, while the material team leader, who always maintained order, hid a wedding ring in a box of compressed biscuits. I'll use all my contribution points to exchange for a partnership. Chapter 1. 2 months before the end of the world, hand over all your salary. Your brother's girlfriend said that if our family can't pay the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, she will break up with him. As your older sister, you can earn money now, so you have to find a way to help him. He is the only heir of our Xue family. A sharp-nailed hand gripped Xue Yutong's arm, startling her awake. She opened her eyes to find her mother, Zhang Huilan, with a ferocious expression, grabbing her arm, her gaze turning cold. How could she still have the nerve to appear before her? Wait, wasn't she already killed by them? Looking around, she suddenly froze. This was not the southern base, but the small balcony where she lived before the apocalypse, back when she was with the Xue family. The calendar displayed the date April 18th, 2160. It was clearly the warm spring season, yet the window was covered with a thick layer of frost. Outside, it was snowing lightly, and she could vaguely hear the neighbor next door cursing. This is ridiculous. It's April, and the temperature is still minus 13 degrees. We can't even afford the heating and electricity bills. The company is on holiday. Xue Yutong was taken aback, a shocking guess flashing through her mind. Had she been reborn 2 months before the apocalypse, forced by her family to hand over the salary she had saved over the years as a betrothal gift for her brother, Xue Jinbao? Dead girl, did you hear what I said? At that moment, Zhang Huilan saw her in a daze and immediately lost her patience, reaching out to drag her out of bed. How did I raise such an ingrate? If you don't help your brother with the betrothal gift and delay his lifelong happiness, I'll act as if I never had you as a daughter and let you go fend for yourself. Familiar words made Xue Yutong clench her fists, twisting Zhang Huilan's wrist to pry her hand away. Fine, just as well I don't want to stay in this house any longer. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. Zhang Huilan was stunned. This eldest daughter had always been obedient and compliant, too afraid to go against her. Yet today, she dared to say such rebellious words? Xue Yutong, have you grown wings? You think you can survive out there as a girl? Zhang Huilan gritted her teeth and threatened her. Even the downstairs real estate agency is closed due to the continuous snow. If you leave home now, you might as well sleep in a bridge tunnel. Xue Yutong's lips curled into a cold smile. Sleeping in a bridge tunnel was better than being continually exploited by them. Before the apocalypse, they took all her savings, and when the end came, they forced her to sell blood for supplies to support the whole family. That'd be why the time her body was worn out and bedridden, the Xue family unhesitatingly threw her out. If it weren't for the people from the southern base who brought her back, she might have frozen to death. Later, when she arranged to work in the newly opened supermarket at the base, she encountered the Xue family members who nearly starved due to their idleness. They took advantage of her kindness to shelter themselves in the supermarket, stealing supplies and leading to her being beaten to death by the enraged base residents. I don't need and don't plan to support you bloodsuckers anymore. Xue Yutong looked at her coldly, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. That I end this rebirth. She would never let herself fall into the same situation as in her previous life. She had to survive well in the apocalypse and watch the Xue family get their comeuppance. Seeing Xue Yutong truly intending to leave with the money, Zhang Huilan clenched her fists tightly. Had this dead girl gone mad? Was she really going to go against the family? Feeling a bit flustered, she stepped forward to grab Xue Yutong's arm and softened her tone. Tong Tong, are you really going to throw a tantrum over this small matter? You watch your brother grow up. Can you bear to see him unable to find a wife? Be obedient and give the money to mom. Xue Yutong shrugged off her hand, a mocking smile on her face. Why should I care? What use is it for a good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on others to marry, to create more burdens for the country? Zhang Huilan couldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of her precious son, her chest heaving with anger. Fine, dead girl, remember what you said. Even if you kneel and beg me to let you back home in the future, I won't let you in. How did I give birth to such a worthless thing? You can't even help your own brother. Selfish ingrate. Xue Yutong completely ignored the vicious insults and turned to leave. As soon as she exited the hallway, the bone-chilling cold made her shiver. A few elderly women who had come out to buy vegetables were murmuring, "Why isn't this horrible weather warming up? It's too strange. We're in the south, and it's been snowing for 3 months." Exactly. I just want to buy something, and the supermarket raised prices again, claiming the factory is closed and can't get supplies. Who knows if that's true? We're lucky. At least we're still in the city center and can buy things. I heard there's been a riot in the suburbs over food supplies, and someone died. Could it really be the end of the world? Listening to their discussions, Xue Yutong's expression grew serious as she quietly sighed. It was now a week before the end of the world. The weather was just abnormally cold. But soon, it would plunge into extreme cold, with circuits and heating destroyed by blizzards, and supplies like daily necessities, food, and drinking water in supermarkets and malls would be looted, leading to a complete collapse of social order. What would follow would be relentless blizzards, ice disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, extreme cold, and endless days of light. That would be the complete breakdown of the apocalypse. She tightened her coat, calculating that she still secretly had some of bonus money from her previous company, which should be enough for her to rent a place and stock up on some supplies. Xue Yutong used her memory to head towards a real estate agency that was still open at this time. As she passed through a narrow alley, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Instinctively on alert, she turned to see several scruffy-looking homeless men closely following her into the alley. Having experienced the apocalypse once, just by looking at the greedy expressions of those men, Xue Yutong knew what they were after, and her heart tightened. These were likely disaster victims who could no longer afford food and were now wandering aimlessly. Now that she was trapped in the alley, who knew what might happen? Without hesitation, Xue Yutong ran towards the other end of the alley, gathering all her strength to shout, "Help! Shut up, you filthy woman!" The homeless man, surprised by Xue Yutong's high alertness, panicked and lunged at her, grabbing her hair and trying to pin her to the ground. Xue Yutong stumbled and fell, helplessly watching the group of homeless men pounce towards her. Take all the money from her. Strip off her thick clothes, too. Xue Yutong's heart raced. If she was robbed of her money and clothes, she might freeze to death on the street. What should she do? She struggled desperately, but the homeless man yanked her hair and slammed her head against the wall. As those men grinned and prepared to rob her, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. The surroundings grew warm, and the cold wind was blocked out. Xue Yutong forced her eyes open and was met with rows of shelves filled with various foods and daily necessities. It was actually a supermarket. It looked just like the one she managed and worked at in her previous life. Chapter 2. Supermarket Golden Finger, but at this time, the base had not yet been fully established. How could there be this supermarket? Still confused, Xue Yutong carefully got up and looked around when a series of information suddenly flooded her mind. After receiving the information, she felt her heart race and was momentarily incredulous. She unexpectedly owned a supermarket where goods would never expire, and she could earn points by shopping, continuously replenishing supplies. Was it because the heavens favored her after her difficult life in her previous life that they gave her such a golden finger after her rebirth? This supermarket could be built wherever she chose, and the money earned from selling items and contribution points could be exchanged for points, with a 1:1 exchange rate for RMB, and a 10:1 exchange rate for contribution points. Points could be used to stock up in a supermarket system or to upgrade the supermarket. After upgrading, the safety and size of the supermarket would increase, and she could buy many advanced items that had not yet been invented. As long as she used it wisely, she would have her own shelter in this apocalypse. Xue Yutong stared at the site selection map in front of her, lost in thought. Where should this supermarket be opened? Suddenly having a supermarket in the city center might seem too strange, and the suburbs were not very safe. After some consideration, she decided to open the supermarket at the end of a street in the old town. As soon as she opened the glass door, the scene outside changed, and Xue Yutong organized the goods in the supermarket. However, until it was completely dark, no one came to visit. The roads here were almost blocked by snow, and there were hardly any pedestrians, let alone customers shopping. Xue Yutong was not in a hurry. She busied herself counting the items in the supermarket and casually made herself a bowl of instant noodles. Just as the noodles were being soaked, A honking sound came from outside. She walked out of the supermarket in confusion and saw a truck with the gray word Southern printed on it driving over and stopping at the door. Xue Yutong was taken aback. Was this the supply procurement vehicle from the Southern base? So the Southern base had already been established at this time? The truck door opened, and a tall man in a blue jumpsuit jumped down from the driver's seat. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, and his waist was bulging, clearly carrying a sidearm. His cold brows and eyes, along with his handsome features, gave off an overwhelming aura just by standing there. He was actually the team leader of the supply team, Xue Yutong, who had taken her back to the Southern base in her previous life. It turned out he was already working for the base at this time, and she unexpectedly encountered him again after her rebirth. What a coincidence! When Xue Yutong saw the young female owner of the little supermarket staring at him, he inadvertently frowned and sized her up. The apocalypse had already arrived, but they hadn't informed the public for fear of causing panic. In fact, the country had already established refuge bases. He was ordered to procure supplies, but the items in the supermarkets in the city center had almost been cleared out. He didn't expect to see a small supermarket by the roadside when he returned. However, with such a small shop, it was hard to say how many items were left. Holding a stroke of luck, he asked, "Miss, do you still have supplies here? I need rice, instant noodles, and other food that can be stored easily, and preferably coal and daily necessities." Xue Yutong instantly snapped back to reality. A big deal was coming. The supplies needed by the base were purchased based on the number of people. And since Xue Yutong had come with such a large truck, he surely wouldn't buy little. Yes. We have everything. Come in and take your time choosing." She quickly put on a warm smile and pushed open the frosted glass door to welcome Xue Yutong in. Xue Yutong originally thought this owner was just casually agreeing with him, thinking that if there was a box of instant noodles inside, it would be good enough. However, when the supermarket door opened, he was surprised to see more than a dozen rows of fully stocked shelves in front of him. Instant noodles, luncheon meat, flour, rice, everything was available, and there were even rare snacks like chips and beef jerky. The cold weather had persisted for a long time, and the situation was not optimistic. Many large factories had shut down, and with roads blocked by snow, many supermarkets had already been cleared out. This small supermarket still had so many supplies, and if expiration was not considered, it was enough for a family to use for several years. After the shock, Xue Yutong came to his senses. He had passed this place more than once, but he didn't seem to have seen this shop before. Xue Yutong's eyes darkened. He seemed to casually ask, "Your supermarket seems to be quite well stocked? How come I hadn't seen this shop before?" Xue Yutong sensed a suspicion and maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "My family used to run a supermarket. It just happened that during the weather was too cold and my parents were unwell, so we closed it. I thought many items were going to expire, so I planned to sell them off." Xue Yutong narrowed his eyes slightly and casually glanced at the open package of instant noodles on the table, which indeed had a shelf life of about 6 months left. His doubts were somewhat dispelled as he surveyed the supermarket and estimated, "I need 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of mineral water, and 5 bags each of flour and charcoal." Seeing that he only wanted to buy this little, Xue Yutong felt a bit disappointed and couldn't help but promote, "Don't you want to take some snacks? After eating dry rations for so long, it's time to change the taste, right?" Xue Yutong lowered his gaze. "I don't have that much money." Xue Yutong frowned. "Aren't you here to procure? How can you procure without enough money? This store probably doesn't support my payment method for now." Xue Yutong said lightly, "Just these, please pack them up for me." Not supporting the payment method, could it be contribution points? Xue Yutong recalled her previous life. At this time, the economic order had not completely collapsed, and the contribution point system was just issued by the state, with various subordinate bases trialing it. Base members could exchange supplies in state-owned large supermarkets using contribution points, but transactions between the public still relied on currency. She remembered that the system could exchange items for contribution points, so actually collecting contribution points was much more cost-effective than collecting money. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the exchange rate for contribution points in RMB was 1:1. But the longer the apocalypse lasted, it became 10:1, 100:1 until currency turned into waste paper. However, the exchange ratio of contribution points to points was higher, and they would never depreciate. Since the contribution point system had not yet been implemented, could she take the opportunity to make a profit? She remembered that in the early stages of the announcement, supplies could be exchanged for high contribution points, and the prices would gradually stabilize but still remain. high. However, not as high as at the beginning. It was better to save points for stocking up and then use them to exchange for contribution points later on. Her eyes turned, pretending not to understand. Is there a payment method I don't know about? Can you elaborate? What if I can't accept it? Xie Hongyan contemplated for a moment, thinking that the contribution point system would soon be implemented, and patiently explained it to her. Once he finished, Xue Yutong put on a look of sudden realization. So you're working for the country? Then I have to support the country, so you can pay with that contribution points. Xie Hongyan's expression showed some surprise. Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you? Xue Yutong feigned a conflicted expression. You don't look like a bad person. You have that soldier spirit. And aren't you from the base? If you cheat me, I could just find the base. While she pretended to be conflicted, her hands were very nimble. Let me prepare supplies for you based on the number of people. How much do you need? Xie Hongyan slightly squinted, feeling that something was off about her. After pondering for a moment, he temporarily concealed his doubts. Then please pack the supplies for 50 people, enough for half a month. Indeed, a big customer. Xue Yutong was delighted and didn't realize the man was still doubting her. She quickly listed out the supplies, confirmed with Xie Hongyan, and began packing. The supermarket shelves were emptied by her, and the truck was filled to the brim. Only then did she smile at Xie Hongyan. Considering how much you bought, I'll charge you 50,000. Xie Hongyan promptly paid the contribution points with a crystal card, hesitating for a moment to remind her. This place is remote. You should close the store early and pay. Attention to safety. Okay, thank you. Xue Yutong sent him out of the supermarket, waved her hand to watch the truck slowly start, and was about to return to the supermarket when suddenly a shadow rushed over from the corner. Without waiting for Xue Yutong to regain her senses, the cold, hard gun barrel was already pressed against her waist. Don't move. Hand over the money and supplies. I won't kill you. Chapter 3. Robbery encounter. Xue Yutong's body instantly stiffened, and she tried to use her mind to control herself to return to the supermarket like before, but her body remained frozen in place. Is it because she was too close? Okay, I'll take you in to get it. Her voice trembled, and her heart sank to the bottom. If it were just the goods being robbed, it wouldn't be a big deal, but what if this person harmed her after taking her money? But now Xue Yutong had no other choice. She could only drag her weak legs towards the supermarket door. The man with the gun kicked open the glass door, and greed flashed in his eyes as he looked at the abundant supplies inside. Go, pack all these supplies into boxes for me. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, watch out for your life. He slammed the gun but hard against Xue Yutong's shoulder, making her gasp in pain. With such a desperate criminal, she was afraid that handing over the goods wouldn't guarantee her safety. Xue Yutong's mind raced as she obediently nodded and began to pack supplies for him while thinking of an escape route. Her gaze fell on the cardboard boxes, and suddenly she had an idea. She packed all the metal cans into one box, deliberately loosening the transparent tape at the bottom. After packing, Xue Yutong trembled as she looked at the man. I can't lift it. Waste. The criminal cursed, kicked her, and aimed the gun at her while squatting down to try to lift the box. As soon as the box was picked up, the metal cans tumbled out, crashing heavily onto the man's feet. Hiss! He was hit on the toes, his face instantly contorting in pain as he gasped. Taking advantage of this moment, Xue Yutong kicked him in the abdomen and turned to run outside for help. But as she lunged toward the store entrance, she collided with a warm chest. Xie Hongyan? Before she could regain her senses, Xie Hongyan suddenly pushed her to the ground. Her nose hit his solid chest, and Xue Yutong's mind went blank. Before she could figure out what was happening, a gunshot rang out behind her. The trash can behind where she had been standing was pierced by a bullet, and the criminal was aiming the gun at them, smoke still rising from the barrel. Seeing that he hadn't succeeded in hitting them, the criminal was about to pull the trigger again when Xie Hongyan rolled on the ground and flashed in front of him, kicking the man down. Xue Yutong was still in shock, but Xie Hongyan had already restrained the man's hands behind his back. Give me some rope. Ah, okay. Xue Yutong came to her senses and hurriedly found rope to hand to him. Xie Hongyan swiftly tied the man up and took out his phone to call the police. The police arrived quickly, and upon seeing Xie Hongyan, they were momentarily taken aback. Comrade Xie, did you report the crime? Xie Hongyan assessed them for a moment and nodded. Thank you for coming. This thug was robbing the supermarket, and I happened to see it. The police officer's attitude was overly serious as he nodded repeatedly. Understood, Comrade Xie. We will handle this properly. with the smell of gunpowder still lingering in the supermarket and the gun still present. And since the report came from a military leader, they certainly had to handle it appropriately. Seeing the police's attitude towards him, Xue Yutong couldn't help but wonder. Shouldn't Xie Hongyan just be a base procurement officer? Why were the police treating him so well? After the police took the criminal away, Xue Yutong hurriedly took a bottle of energy drink from the shelf and handed it to him. Thank you so much today. I thought you had left. I saw something was wrong when I turned the corner, so I came back to check. Xie Hongyan didn't take the drink. No need to be polite, just be careful next time. He turned to leave towards the supermarket entrance, intending to start his vehicle and leave. The truck's engine roared for a moment, but suddenly stalled. Xie Hongyan frowned, got out, and opened the hood to check, only to find that the radiator was frozen. The snow was falling heavier, and Xie Hongyan looked at Xue Yutong. Do you have any antifreeze? My car's radiator is frozen. Xue Yutong searched the supermarket and found antifreeze. But seeing Xie Hongyan changing the fluid in the heavy snow, she thought that driving in this weather didn't seem safe. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. Why don't you stay in the supermarket for the night? I have a cot here. We can leave when the snow is lighter tomorrow. Xie Hongyan looked at her with a frown, his eyes seeming to say she was foolish. Little girl, I'm a big man, and you want me to stay with you? Aren't you afraid? If it were someone else, Xue Yutong might have been afraid. But in her previous life, if Xie Hongyan hadn't brought her back to the base, she might have died long ago. She trusted his character. You're different from others. You look upright. Xue Yutong didn't say much more and simply pulled him into the supermarket. Besides, you saved me today. If you really had ulterior motives, it would be more like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of a yellow oriole behind. Xie Hongyan chuckled inexplicably. Xue Yutong locked the supermarket door, set up the cot, turned up the heat, and sighed at the overturned instant noodles. She reboiled 2 bowls of noodles, adding sausage to one and handing it to Xie Hongyan. This time, Xie Hongyan didn't refuse, thanked her, and quietly started eating. The snow outside was getting heavier, and it was pitch black outside the window. The tall buildings in the distance were blurred by the blizzard. The apocalypse hadn't started yet. Humanity was only facing the cold, unemployment, and food shortages. In a few days, the blizzard would arrive, almost completely destroying the government's functional departments. That would be the real apocalypse, with strong people breaking into the homes of the weak, elderly, and children to burn and loot. Those who were weak without the protection of a base would only be waiting to Yes, Xue Yutong pondered. She opened the system mall and found that her points were enough to level up. After upgrading to level 2, she could unlock many things, but after the upgrade, she would have less than 3 digits left in points. After some consideration, she decided to use her points to replenish the supermarket supplies tomorrow. After eating, Xue Yutong looked at Xie Hongyan. I'm going to sleep now? You can do as you please. Xie Hongyan nodded, moved a cot to the door, and consciously kept his distance, turning his back to lie down. Perhaps because she was particularly tired today, as soon as her head hit the pillow, she quickly fell asleep. This sleep was rare and peaceful. The heating in the supermarket was ample, much more comfortable than when she had to sleep on the unheated balcony at her home. When she woke up, it was already bright outside, but the cot at the door had been neatly put away, and there were several banknotes on the table. Chapter 4. The younger brother looks for trouble. When did Xie Hongyan leave? Xue Yutong yawned and didn't pay much attention, just hoping that this big financier would come to her supermarket again next time he needed supplies. Looking at the shelves that were already more than half empty, she opened the Points Mall to restock. The mall list displayed a dazzling array of products, and after browsing briefly, she quickly confirmed what she needed. Water and food were definitely necessary. She exchanged a large quantity of bottled water, energy drinks, and milk, mostly opting for instant noodles, canned goods, bread, and biscuits, convenient and filling dry food. After thinking for a moment, she added some beef jerky and dried fruits as snacks, along with vacuum-packed meat products. The severe cold would last for a long time, so she also prepared many warm clothes, down jackets, and windbreakers. She stocked up on basic medicines, gauze, band-aids, heating fuel, and plenty of consumables like seasonings and tissues, even purchasing about 10 sets of small appliances like gas stoves, heaters, and water filters. As daylight broke and pedestrians began to appear outside, Xue Yutong pulled open the supermarket's roll-up door and even found a sign to write abundant supplies. Heating inside to place at the entrance. The temperature outside was extremely cold, and the glass door instantly fogged up, making pedestrians quite rare. Every household had their heating devices on, hiding indoors. While the nearby community broadcasted, residents are advised to stagger their electricity usage to reduce the power load. Please use alternative heating methods. The community needs volunteers to shovel snow. Everyone is encouraged to sign up. From one of the buildings, a voice yelled, "This damn weather is going to freeze us to death. And we still have to shovel snow. Didn't they say they were going to send us supplies? It's been how many days without a delivery? We pay so much property fee and still have to shovel snow. Damn it. Now I can't even go to work and still have to support a house and a car. God damn it." Suddenly, Xue Yutong had a thought. Many people couldn't go out to buy supplies because of the extreme cold. Could she earn points and then get a vehicle to deliver goods to their doors? While she was pondering, a shivering woman suddenly pushed the door open. "Boss, is there really supplies here?" After seeing the products on the shelves, her eyes nearly popped out. Supermarkets in the city center were out of stock, yet this small supermarket had so many items. "Yes, what would you like?" Xue Yutong warmly poured her a cup of freshly boiled hot water in a paper cup. "Take your time. Warm yourself up first." Thank you." The woman seemed a bit awkward but relaxed after drinking the hot water and walked toward the shelves to select items. "You have such a wide variety of products here. I don't remember seeing your store before." Xue Yutong continued to use the same response she had for Xie Hongin yesterday. The woman didn't say much, and after selecting a lot of food and clothing, she checked out and left. It was 1,000 yuan in revenue, and her pricing wasn't high. She only earned about 300 points. If only she had more customers like Xie Hongin, or perhaps she should move her supermarket to a busier location. As Xue Yutong was still conflicted, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. "Isn't this the store that the Su family's daughter-in-law mentioned? Such a small shop. Does it really have supplies? Why not just go in and see?" Then, the supermarket door was pushed open by a crowd of elderly men and women. "There really is. They even have beef jerky and drinks. I need to buy more. My grandson hasn't had snacks in ages." As Xue Yutong stepped forward, she was nearly knocked off balance by the crowd. Seeing the customers acting so crazily, she quickly raised her voice. "Everyone, please line up. Our supermarket has plenty of supplies. We will do our best to meet everyone's needs. Think about what you need first and come up in order to check out." Finally encountering a store with supplies. The customers were worried about being kicked out if they didn't follow the rules, so they quickly formed a line. Xue Yutong went one by one to tally their needs. 3 bags of rice, 1 barrel of mineral water, 2 boxes of solid fuel, 2 bags of sausages, canned luncheon meat, a total of 693. Please take good care of it. Frozen buns? Yes, we have them. What filling do you want? Chive and pork, or 3 delicacies? Customers who got their goods left satisfied after paying, but the people behind them were a bit worried. With so many purchases in front, would there be enough left for them? The items on the shelves dwindled little by little. But this little boss seemed to be pulling things from behind the shelves like magic, as if she could never run out. Did this small supermarket have a lot of stock? Many people were already calculating in their hearts to go back and bring their family to stock up together. Meanwhile, Xue Yutong was secretly overjoyed. Rare items like meat and drinks were nearly cleared out. Food and clothing also sold a lot, and she had quietly restocked twice. Otherwise, the items on the shelves would definitely not be enough. After finally sending all the customers away, she started to count the earnings, only to find she already had over 30,000 points, enough to upgrade the supermarket. She hesitated about whether to upgrade, but then thought about the contribution value policy that allowed for high contribution value in exchange for supplies before the announcement. If she donated supplies then, using the contribution value to exchange for points would be much more cost-effective than now, right? Therefore, it was better to save those points for later stockpiling. It wasn't until dark that Xue Yutong closed the store and restocked the goods. The next day, her business was even more booming. Many of yesterday's customers came back with their families to stock up, and the small supermarket became packed. Xue Yutong had to direct the customers to enter in batches. Hearing people outside chattering with their teeth chattering from the cold, she prepared heating devices outside and provided hot water for everyone. Seeing her excellent service attitude, the customers didn't complain and waited patiently outside. After several days of continuous operation, the supermarket was bustling every day and business was thriving. The remaining supplies in the supermarket were running low, and just as Xue Yutong was about to close and restock, the lights in the supermarket suddenly went out. Why is there a power outage? The streetlights outside also went dark. Suddenly, a howling wind picked up outside the supermarket, making the glass door creak. And Xue Yutong stood at the entrance, feeling as if she might be blown away by the wind. Heavy snow fell like goose feathers and piled up to her calves in no time. Xue Yutong's heart sank. The blizzard she remembered had arrived. Inside the supermarket, the temperature quickly dropped due to the power outage, and the few heating stoves were useless. Gritting her teeth, she opened the system panel and glanced at the introduction. Upgrading the supermarket to level 2 would allow her to activate heating and power generation systems and the most basic security monitoring, but upgrading would cost half of her points. Without hesitation, Xue Yutong clicked to upgrade. Not to mention how tempting heating and electricity would be for the customers, she would freeze to death without heating. The supermarket regained its light, and the heating system began to operate, soon warming up the store. Xue Yutong breathed a sigh of relief, began to check the goods, and restock, but suddenly heard footsteps outside. This place has a store. Is this the small supermarket they said has a lot of supplies? There must be plenty of supplies inside. I heard the boss is just a woman. When the time comes, haha. Xue Yutong immediately became alert. Chapter 5. Hero saves beauty. She exchanged for an electric baton in the supermarket and quickly dialed 110 to explain the situation before they came in. At this moment, those outside had already started kicking the door. Xue Yutong tightly gripped the baseball bat, estimating from the sounds that there were at least 5 or 6 people outside. She cut off the power, leaving only the heating on, and quietly hid in a corner of the supermarket where the shelves blocked her from view. With so many people, she definitely couldn't fight them head-on. The supermarket needed to be upgraded to level 5 to have high-voltage security like electric fences, so she could only avoid confrontation for now. The rolling shutter door was quickly broken open, and Xue Yutong peeked over to find that those people were actually holding fire axes. What the hell was going on? Wasn't the light still on inside just now? But there were indeed quite a few things in here. Let's split the loot, guys. Ever since that loser from my family ran away, I haven't eaten meat for several days. Xue Yutong heard the voice and felt inexplicably familiar, quietly looking up, and suddenly clenched her fists. Among the group that had broken in was her good-for-nothing brother, Xue Jinbao. After a few days apart, he had actually grown some guts. Joining this group to rob? Xue Yutong sneered internally, but accidentally bumped the bat against the shelf, making a sharp scraping sound. Someone's there. A group of people turned to look in her direction. Xue Yutong's heart sank. Before she could react, she saw the group rushing towards her. The leader directly knocked over a shelf, pulling her out and pressing a small knife against her neck. You're good at hiding. Hand over the money. Xue Jinbao clearly recognized her. This store can't possibly be yours, you loser, right? Wow, you actually hid so many things from mom and dad. He tugged at Xue Yutong's hair and whispered, damn it. If it weren't for you, all this stuff would be mine. Xue Yutong felt pain, her brows furrowing, and she activated the electric baton, stabbing it fiercely into Xue Jinbao's thigh. A piercing scream rang out as Xue Jinbao collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes, and the fire axe fell from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Yutong broke free, confronting the group of thugs with the electric baton. She still has that thing? This bitch has some skills. The leader sneered at her. Everyone, get her. Let's see how many of us she can handle. Xue Yutong realized it was bad and ran directly behind the shelves. The group surged forward, and she barely used the terrain to take down a few people with the electric baton. However, as the shelves were pushed over one by one, the places where she could maneuver were becoming fewer and fewer. Just as she was about to have nowhere to hide, a police siren suddenly blared outside. A group of police officers kicked open the glass door, and the bright flashlights illuminated several thugs. Don't move. Hands on your heads. Let her go. There are police officers. The leader of the thugs reacted quickly, pulling out a dagger and lunging at Xue Yutong, trying to take her hostage. Xue Yutong wanted to grab the electric baton, but a long hand shot out faster, grabbing the dagger and pulling her behind, executing a clean shoulder throw that sent the attacker crashing to the ground. Xiahungan? Xue Yutong finally recognized the person and was momentarily stunned. The police rushed in, subduing the remaining thugs. It was only then that Xue Jinbao came to his senses. No, you can't arrest me. Xue Yutong, I'm your brother. Hurry up and tell them to let me go. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Xue Yutong sneered. Did she not tell you that I've severed ties with the family? You damn loser. Xue Jinbao continued to curse. But the police directly dragged them both to the police car. Comrade Xie, we owe you big time. The leading officer approached Xue Yutong to inquire about the situation, only to find that the one who acted was Xie Hongyan. Your hand is injured. Do you want to come back with us to get it treated? Xie Hongyan waved his hand. It's just a minor injury. It's fine. I came over for something and need to get back to the base soon. But Xue Yutong frowned, grabbing his hand to examine it carefully. The small knife had made quite a deep cut. Even though the blood had clotted, she could see the white muscle underneath. I'll help you treat it. I'm closer to your base, and there's no rush. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she pulled Xie Hongyan toward the store. Several police officers said nothing more and left with the others. Xie Hongyan thought about how he had originally come to talk to her and didn't refuse. Once inside, he noticed the store was brightly lit and still had heating on. He couldn't help but frown. You didn't lose power here? Just as Xue Yutong was about to grab the first aid kit, her hand froze and she forced a laugh. The store had a power outage earlier, so I went ahead and installed a power generation and heating system. I really didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Xie Hongyan looked around, his gaze falling on the electric wires in the corner. Last time he was here, there didn't seem to be these things. That brand of generator wasn't cheap. It was the same type used at the base. How would a small store owner install this? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. And just as he was about to ask, Xue Yutong pulled him to sit down. Let me bandage you first. Don't be fooled by how small the wound looks. In extremely cold weather, it can easily become necrotic. The girl carefully supported his hand, using alcohol to wipe away the blood and the frost that had somewhat coagulated. Her movements gentle, as if afraid of hurting him. Xie Hongyan's Adam's apple unconsciously rolled. Thank you. Xue Yutong replied with a soft quickly thinking about how to respond if he pressed her about the power generation system. But she heard him speak in a deep voice. Recently. You might as well not open your supermarket. The public will definitely riot due to the power outage. It's better to be cautious. Xue Yutong felt warmth in her heart. I understand. Thank you. By the way, do you still need to procure supplies? The power outage might last a long time. Should we buy more? I have a lot of stock. Xie Hongyan narrowed his eyes, looking around at the not-so-abundant supplies on the shelves. A lot? What else do you have? Can you fit that many things in here? Xue Yutong realized she had misspoken and suddenly choked. Meeting the man's eagle-like gaze, she felt inexplicably guilty. Just as she was about to find an excuse to cover up her slip, a commotion came from outside. Xue Yutong, you're not human. How dare you send your own brother to the police station? Get those officers to release Xiaobao immediately, or I will never let you go. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Ice Age. Hearing the curses from outside, Xue Yutong's eyes turned cold as she turned to the door and saw her vampire parents. As soon as Zhang Huilan saw her, she became even more agitated, crying and scolding. You wretched beast. May you die a terrible death. Sneaking around to open a supermarket behind our backs, and now trying to send your brother to prison. If you don't hurry to bail him out and kneel to apologize today, I will smash your store. Xue Shan, her father, rushed forward with a hoe in hand. You ungrateful girl. Go save your brother right now. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Looking at the ugly faces of these two, Xue Yutong felt nothing but cold laughter inside. He was committing robbery and was caught by the police. It was his own fault, and there was no way they could make her plead for mercy. You, Zhang Huilan trembled with anger. You little monster. You should have been strangled at birth. To prevent you from harming my son. Xue Yutong laughed in anger. What a pity you didn't strangle me back then. Who do you think has been squeezing out money for you all these years to buy houses and cars, allowing you to live comfortably now? They could say such shameless things. Zhang Huilan's eyes flickered, and in a fit of rage, she tried to charge her to tear her apart. I see you've grown wings and want to fly. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Xue Yutong narrowed her eyes slightly. She wasn't foolish enough to stand there and let them hit her. She immediately dodged aside and grabbed a broom nearby, hitting Zhang Huilan on the back of her knee. The latter fell to the ground, screaming in pain. You dare hit your mother? You've gone too far. I'll kill you. Xue Shan's eyes turned red with anger, swinging the hoe towards her. Zhang Huilan took the opportunity to tightly grab one of her feet. Since you refused to save your brother, then just die. Xue Yutong's heart sank in shock. There was no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the sharp hoe was already close to her head. In the chaos, a massive force surged toward her, accompanied by a sharp wind, knocking her down and rolling her several meters away. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the hoe struck the ground hard, shattering the concrete floor and sending countless fragments flying. Xue Yutong's back broke out in a cold sweat, only then noticing that it was Xie Hongyan who had saved her. He had taken a hit for her, his cold, handsome face showing a hint of restrained pain, his lips pale. Xue Yutong quickly scrambled to her feet. "Are you okay?" Xie Hongyan shook his head. "It's fine." However, Xue Yutong's keen eyes spotted blood seeping from his back, and her brows furrowed deeply. "You're injured. We need to bandage it immediately. I have first aid supplies in my store." Without waiting for a response, she pulled him toward the supermarket. "You ungrateful girl. You can't leave. Your brother's situation hasn't been resolved. And what about your supermarket? With so many good things, you should be filial to us." Looking at their greedy faces, Xue Yutong felt a wave of nausea. Her eyes had completely turned cold, no longer showing any mercy toward the two. She directly dialed the police in front of them. "Hello, someone is causing trouble in front of my store." "You crazy girl. You're actually calling the police on your own parents." Zhang Huilan jumped up in anger, reaching for her phone with red eyes. "You can't call the police." However, Xie Hongyan was faster, pulling Xue Yutong behind him, his gaze icy. "What? You attempted murder and now want to silence her?" Zhang Huilan was taken aback. "I didn't save that for the police." Xue Yutong mocked them. As her words fell, the sound of police sirens began to ring out behind them. The police that had just left had received another call, and with Xie Hongyan present, they took the matter seriously. Not knowing the full story, they directly took Zhang Huilan and her husband away. "Officer, you can't arrest me. I'm her mother. What is wrong with asking for some filial piety from my daughter? Let me go." Zhang Huilan screamed angrily. The police looked at Xue Yutong with a troubled expression. "I don't know them. They insisted on robbing my store and even tried to kill me." Xue Yutong said calmly. Xie Hongyan nodded in agreement. "I can testify." In this way, the police's expressions turned cold as they forcefully subdued the struggling Zhang Huilan. "Behave yourself. Do you want to assault an officer?" Zhang Huilan was frightened, repeatedly saying she wouldn't, shrinking her head and no longer daring to move, her previous arrogance completely gone. In the end, both of them were taken back to the police station. Xue Yutong let out a small sigh of relief and turned to Xie Hongyan, her brows knitting together as she hesitated. "Thank you so much for today. You saved me again. As a reward, I can give you an 85% discount on everything you bought today." An 85% discount would amount to 300 or 400. She thought about how long it would take to sell that much to earn it back. Xie Hongyan looked at her pained expression over money and couldn't help but chuckle. The corners of his lips unintentionally lifted into a smirk as he shook his head. "That's not necessary. But now, I need you to help me with another favor." He pointed to his back. "The wound I just bandaged this morning has opened up again." Right. Let me bandage your wound first." Xue Yutong quickly reacted and pulled him into the supermarket, retrieving the first aid kit. "Take off your clothes." For some reason, despite the ordinary tone, Xie Hongyan felt a bit uncomfortable. His face showed a hint of awkwardness, and he coughed lightly, only pulling his shirt halfway off. Xue Yutong removed the gauze and saw a deep gash on his back that was alarming, looking as if it could see the bone. It had just started to bleed again, making it quite shocking to look at. She couldn't help but gasp. Such a deep wound looked painful. Trying to soften her movements, she spoke gently. "This medicine works very well, but it might hurt a bit, so bear with it." "Okay," Xie Hongyan replied softly. The girl's gentle and sweet breath brushed against his skin, tickling him and bringing a strange sense of comfort. He surprisingly didn't feel the pain anymore. Time flowed silently. Through the supermarket's glass window, snowflakes began to fall outside. In just a moment, the heavy snowfall engulfed the entire city, and a thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the windowsill. Xie Hongyan's eyes grew serious. Just then, he received a phone call. Xue Yutong had just finished bandaging when she saw him suddenly stand up, startled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I have to leave." Xie Hongyan quickly put on his clothes and donned a mask and hat. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Xue Yutong, his voice serious. "The weather is bad lately, so don't wander around. You should close your supermarket early to avoid attracting attention and bringing in troublemakers. As his voice faded, he had already walked out of the small supermarket, his tall figure quickly disappearing into the heavy snow. Xue Yutong closed the supermarket door, rubbed her hands together, looked at the overwhelming wind and snow outside, and glanced at the time on the clock, a trace of deep thought crossing her eyes. The wind outside began to howl, and the snow seemed to turn terrifying in an instant. The Ice Age is about to arrive. Chapter 7. Door-to-door delivery that night. The temperature suddenly dropped to minus 30 degrees. Heavy snow had buried the entire city. The streets were no longer visible, and the snow had piled up over a person's height. Xue Yutong was hiding in a well-heated small supermarket, seemingly unaffected. However, the city residents who had lost water, electricity, and heating at home were clearly restless. The owners' group in the neighborhood was in an uproar. "Help! It's so cold, even wrapped in down jackets and blankets. It's of no use. My child had a high fever last night. We have no medicine at home, and we can't go out in this heavy snow. What should we do? We've run out of food at home. I cooked the last pack of instant noodles last night. My 2-year-old is crying from hunger. Does anyone have dry food to lend me? I promise I'll return it double after this snowstorm passes. Everyone is struggling to survive. Who has extra food to lend out? Sigh. We can only endure. By the way, does anyone have sanitary supplies? I'm willing to pay." Xue Yutong looked at these messages and turned to count her remaining points. Should she exchange for a supply transport vehicle? The snow was falling too heavily, and residents were trapped at home. Even if they wanted to buy something, they couldn't. Her small supermarket had a customer all day. No, she couldn't just sit and wait. She had to make a profit before the contribution value system was announced, so she could exchange for more contribution points later. Spending 800 points, she exchanged for a relatively lightweight pickup truck and posted a message in the group. For those with a supermarket at home, I have a small amount of supplies and a delivery vehicle. Residents in need can contact me. As soon as this message was sent, the group exploded with excitement. Is this for real? Door-to-door delivery? I want a box of instant noodles and 10 packs of sausages, 10 packs of chips as well. Is there any fresh meat and vegetables? I need some rice too. How much is it per pound? If it's too expensive, we can't afford it. Xue Yutong saw these messages, thought for a moment, and compiled a list of all the supplies currently available in the supermarket, marking the prices next to them, and posted it in the group. Delivery fees would depend on the distance, starting at 10 yuan per kilometer. Seeing that the prices were only 2 or 3 yuan higher than usual, the residents became even more excited, and they eagerly posted their lists of needed supplies in the group. Shop owner, can you help buy some medicine? I'm willing to pay double for delivery. My child is sick, and I can't go to the hospital. I just need to buy some medicine as an emergency. I also need emergency medicine. My elderly family member's heart disease medication has run out, and I really don't know what to do. Can you please help buy some? Xue Yutong replied, sure. She noted down everyone's needs and then planned a route based on their addresses. The first batch of goods was loaded onto the pickup truck. She changed into a down jacket, bundled herself up with a hat and scarf, locked the doors and windows, and drove to the nearest residential area. Jumping out of the car, she took out a loudspeaker. Warm-hearted small supermarket delivering supplies to your doorstep. Residents who made reservations, please come downstairs to collect your items. Before long, many men and women dressed in thick pajamas appeared downstairs. They lined up, announcing their names and purchase lists, exchanging money for goods. As Xue Yutong checked off the lists while handing out the supplies, those who received the items were filled with surprise. They had only wanted to try it out, but unexpectedly, they really got what they ordered. There were actually fresh vegetables. After being hungry for 2 days, I can finally cook a big meal. Oh my, there's actually beef. If I had known, I would have ordered some too. How careless of me. As everyone received their supplies, some were joyful, some were regretful, and others secretly calculated how to order more supplies from the small supermarket owner. The supplies brought by the pickup truck were almost all distributed, and Xue Yutong's small bag was bulging with money. Just as she was about to distribute the last few items and leave, she heard a harsh voice. Is this all? You want to charge me 200 yuan? That is much more expensive than usual. I'll only give you 100. Just give me the stuff. Xue Yutong frowned tightly, looked up, and saw an old lady with a perm staring at her with a hostile expression. The old lady's bony hand gripped the bag of supplies tightly, while the other hand pulled out a bill from her purse and threw it at Xue Yutong's face. She pressed her lips together, coldly unresponsive. I clearly stated in the group that the prices are marked and you buy according to your needs. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. She didn't let go. Instead, she used her strength to pry open the old lady's hand and took back the supplies. The old lady suddenly became displeased, her thin lips pulled down, angrily saying, "How can you talk like that? If I could buy these things elsewhere, when I need to buy your junk, be sensible and give me the goods, or I'll call the Market Supervision Bureau to report you for price gouging." Xue Yutong couldn't help but laugh in anger. She had seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless. You said it yourself, it's freezing cold outside, and supplies are scarce everywhere. The noodles that usually sell for 15 yuan a pack, I'm selling you for 17. And I'm delivering it to you in this harsh weather. And you say I'm price gouging? If that's the case, good riddance. I want to sell to you. She coldly urged her to leave. You. The old lady glared angrily, hands on her hips, ready to argue. But someone next to her rushed over and pushed her aside. If you're not buying, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste our time. Little girl, if she doesn't want it, I'll take everything. I'll buy it at the original price, and I want to haggle. The remaining few people also started to clamor. I want some too, and I'll take the chili and seasoning she ordered. And give me a couple of packs of noodles. In the blink of an eye, the old lady's ordered items were all snatched up, leaving nothing behind. The old lady was stunned, shaking with anger. You're not allowed to steal. You're not allowed to steal. Those were all my reservations. Didn't you say it was too expensive? Then don't buy it. We don't think it's expensive. We're willing to buy. Someone couldn't help but tease, proudly lifting the noodles they bought in front of her. The others looked at the old lady with mocking expressions. The old lady lost all face and dignity, her face burning with shame, and the key was she couldn't bring anything back. Her hungry son would definitely beat her to death. She glared at Xue Yutong fiercely. Clearly, those were the things we agreed on, but you sold them to others. And now I have nothing. You must compensate me. Xue Yutong looked at her as if she were crazy, completely ignoring her, directly getting into her pickup truck, starting the engine, and driving away, leaving the old lady in a cloud of exhaust. Little brat, you wait for me. I'll have my son deal with you. The old lady cursed angrily as she stormed back. The next day, when Xue Yutong came back to deliver supplies, the car hit a bump suddenly. And then there was a loud bang. The tire exploded. She quickly slammed on the brakes and got out to check. Is it you who didn't keep your word and share the things I bought with others? A sinister voice suddenly rang in her ear. A sharp knife pressed against her waist, and Xue Yutong's whole body tensed up. Chapter 8. Meeting the female war god, Xue Yutong turned around and saw a greasy, pockmarked face with a big head and big ears suddenly enlarged in front of her. The man's eyes widened when they landed on her delicate, fair face, and then a lewd smile flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this little girl is quite pretty, just the right match for me. Hand over your supplies and come home with me to sleep well for a few nights, and I'll let you go. What do you say? Xue Yutong looked at his oily face and felt nauseous. Get lost. She gritted her teeth and cursed, kicking his toes. Ah! The man screamed, covering his pained toes, instinctively loosening his grip. Taking the opportunity, Xue Yutong dodged and rushed towards the pickup truck. You little bitch, you dare to kick me. The man, furious and limping, charged at her. Just as Xue Yutong was about to get into the car, he yanked her hair and slammed her to the ground. The cold snow scraped against her skin, sending a wave of sharp pain through her body. The man took advantage of the situation, pressing his body against her, one hand gripping her neck tightly, the other hand eagerly trying to unbutton her clothes. You filthy woman. It's a blessing for you that I want to sleep with you. How dare you resist? Today, I'll make you call me brother in comfort. Xue Yutong cried out in humiliation, just as her mind was racing to return to the small supermarket. A slender figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and kicked the man hard. He was sent flying. What kind of man bullies women in chaotic times? Sorry. I was wrong, my lady. I won't dare again. Xue Yutong looked up in shock to see a slender woman mercilessly beating the man. Fists and kicks flying, until he vomited and one of his legs was left crippled before she finally threw him aside. The man fled for his life. Moments later. A delicate hand helped Xue Yutong up. "Are you okay?" Still shaken, Xue Yutong steadied herself and looked up to see the woman's exquisite, gentle face. Her pupils widened in shock. It was her, Su. Despite her delicate appearance, she possessed extraordinary strength and combat skills. In her previous life, she was a legendary figure in the southern base, known as the female war god. Unexpectedly, she encountered her in this life. "I'm fine, thank you." Xue Yutong glanced at Su's thin clothes and pale face, raising an eyebrow. "You're so skilled. Why not come help me at my supermarket? I'll provide food and lodging and a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. What do you think? If she could recruit this female war god, she would have to fear encountering villains in the future." Su's eyes flickered, seeming tempted, but after a moment, she shook her head. "Forget it." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait." Xue Yutong didn't want to give up, noticing Su looked troubled. "Your clothes are so thin. In this freezing weather, you might freeze to death here. Why don't you come back to my small supermarket to rest for a few days until the storm passes?" In her memories, this female war god had indeed struggled before entering the southern base, having been deceived by a scumbag who took her money and left her with nothing. Perhaps if she extended a helping hand, Su would wholeheartedly follow her. Su gritted her teeth, still insisting, "No, I have to go back. My child is at home." "You have a child?" Xue Yutong was taken aback, puzzled. She had never heard that this female war god had a child in her previous life. A shadow crossed Su's eyes as she nodded. "Yes, my child is already 8 years old. Recently, I found out my husband was cheating. When I confronted him, that beast showed no remorse and even brought the mistress home, forcing me out to find supplies, or else they would let my son starve." Xue Yutong was shocked. How could there be such a shameless man? Seeing the worry on Su's face, clearly unable to stop thinking about her child, Xue Yutong decided not to press further. She took out a box of instant noodles, some other supplies, a scarf, a hat, and a down jacket from her truck, and handed them all to Su. "Consider this your reward for saving me. Hurry back. It's freezing out here. Don't get sick." Su took the items, feeling somewhat at a loss. "I only helped you out of kindness. How can I take so much?" Xue Yutong wouldn't allow her to refuse and directly got into the pickup truck. "I have things to do, so I want to see you off." With that, she drove away, leaving Su standing there, holding a pile of supplies, visibly moved. Moments later, she trudged back through the snow. However, Xue Yutong didn't leave right away. Instead, she secretly followed Su to her home. Upon seeing Su return, a man snatched all her belongings away, including the down jacket, hat, and scarf, and put them on another woman. The little boy followed them, looking at Su with disdain, yelling, "Is this all you brought back? I don't want to eat that. It's not good at all. I want meat. Go find some meat." Su looked helpless. "There's so much snow outside. There's no fresh meat. Tao, be good." She tried to hug the little boy, but he pushed her away. "You're not my mom. I don't want you to be my mom. You can't even find meat. You're so useless. Did you hear that? Go find some meat. This is what your son wants to eat." The woman beside them sneered. The man next to her added insult to injury, blaming Su for being useless. Xue Yutong could no longer stand idly by. She stepped out of the pickup and charged at the man, pushing him away and pulling Su behind her for protection, her eyes cold and fierce. "You scumbag. What right do you have to yell at her? Relying on a woman to support you and your mistress is truly despicable." The man, filled with anger and shame, shouted, "Where did this bitch come from? You dare to insult me?" He reached out to hit Xue Yutong, but this time she was prepared. She pulled out her pepper spray and sprayed it directly into his face. The man was instantly choked, tears and snot streaming down his face. The woman beside them screamed and charged at Su, yelling, "Where did you bring this crazy woman from? How dare she attack strong brother? You lunatic! Don't hit my dad." The little boy rushed at Xue Yutong. Su instinctively tried to stop him. "Tao, be good." However, the little boy showed no signs of stopping. He charged at her and began punching and kicking. "Get away. You're not my mom. I don't want you to care." Tears streamed down Su's fair face. "Tao." She wanted to go forward to hug the child, but was pushed away again. The mistress beside them wore a smug expression, resembling the little boy in her derision. Xue Yutong narrowed her eyes, glancing at the mistress and then at Tao Tao. In a flash, memories from her previous life flooded her mind. She suddenly spoke up, Su, are you really sure this child is yours? Chapter 9. Heartless scumbag. Su was jolted by Xue Yutong's words and looked at her. What do you mean by that? Xue Yutong sighed. I can't help but notice that this child looks a lot like the mistress your husband cheated with. As soon as the words fell, the man who had been shouting immediately stopped, panicking as he retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Tao Tao is definitely Su's child. She carried him for 10 months. Su nodded. Miss Xue, you must be mistaken. How could I not recognize my own son? Xue Yutong pressed her lips together. What if this child was switched at birth? Su's expression changed dramatically. Don't talk nonsense. Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being rude. The man, feeling humiliated and angry, tried to drive Xue Yutong away. The mistress also looked a bit flustered, pulling the child close and forcing a smile. Sister Su, don't listen to this madwoman. Tao Tao is not your child. Who else could he be? Just look how much he resembles you. However, her words only drew Su's attention to Tao Tao's resemblance. The child had never been particularly close to her, and in the past, she hadn't thought much of it due to her love for him, but now, after Xue Yutong's statement, she sensed something was off. Images from several years ago flashed through Su's mind. Many things connected in her head, and she felt a buzzing in her brain as her face trembled from shock. The nurse had said her child had a mole on his bottom, but later the child didn't have one. She hadn't thought much of it at the time. She murmured to herself, and after a moment, her fierce gaze suddenly fixed on the man. Chun Chong, where's my child? Where have you hidden my child? Chun Chong, feeling guilty, stepped back. You crazy woman. What are you babbling about? The child is right here. No, that's not my child. Su broke down. She crazily grabbed Chun Chong by the collar and slammed him to the ground, kicking him fiercely, then stepping hard on his chest and pressing down. Tell me, where's my child? Her strength was immense, and her actions left Chun Chong half dead, spitting blood. The mistress and Tao Tao had already screamed in fright and hidden away, not caring about his life or death. At first, Chun Chong could withstand it, but eventually, Su lifted him up and grabbed him by the neck. Since you won't speak, then die. A strong, killing intent flickered in her eyes. Chun Chong was truly frightened. At that moment, he even felt the approach of death. I'll tell you, I threw the child into the wilderness right after he was born. Now, he is probably just a pile of bones, completely devoured by wild beasts. Su's face turned pale, as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood dead. How could this be? Xue Yutong also didn't expect this man to be so cruel. He could harm his own flesh and blood. Taking advantage of the moment, Chun Chong broke free from Su's grip and crawled back home. Xue Yutong stopped him, grabbing the scumbag by the collar. Still trying to run? The child is already dead. What else do you want from me? Chun Chong wiped the blood from his face, furious. Xue Yutong slammed him to the ground, coldly laughing. Of course, you'll pay for murder with your life. She turned to Su, her voice steady. Whether to call the police or personally deal with this beast, I'll help you. Su stared at Chun Chong with bloodshot eyes, and after a long pause, she spoke through gritted teeth, each word dripping with sorrow. Death is too easy for him. Call the police. I want him to pay for his crimes in prison for the rest of his life. Xue Yutong gently tugged at her lips. Perfect. I know people in prison too. Don't worry. He will never have an easy life. With that, she quickly dialed the police. Chun Chong, shocked, sat on the ground, pale-faced, and not long after, was taken away by the police. Chun Chong was sentenced to life in prison for intentional homicide, while the mistress was an accomplice and received a 10-year sentence. As for their child, Su, of course, did not want to raise him anymore and sent him directly to an orphanage. Because Tao Tao had been spoiled by Chun Chong since childhood, his unruly character led to him being bullied and ostracized in the orphanage. And he ultimately did not survive the winter. Of course, that is another story. Su dealt with the property, and Xue Yutong took her back to her small supermarket to help. Half a month later, the snow had not stopped and was worsening. The temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, and official relief supplies had yet to arrive. The city's water and electricity systems were basically paralyzed, and people began to realize that this might not just be a simple snow disaster, starting to hoard supplies. Food prices in the black market had skyrocketed. Many people risked going out to find supplies, forming groups to rob others, with cases of theft and robbery occurring frequently. Listening to the tedious official announcements on the radio urging residents to wait for rescue, Xue Yutong sighed. At that moment, the door of the small supermarket opened, and the tall Xie Hengyan walked in. Outside, it was a freezing 0-degree weather, but inside the supermarket, it was warm like spring, with shelves still brimming with goods. Xie Hengyan raised an eyebrow, a dark look crossing his eyes as he casually remarked, "Your supplies are quite sufficient." Xue Yutong's eyes flickered, smiling brightly. "Yes. I got these goods through a friend recently. How about it? Do you want to order another batch?" Xie Hengyan was considered one of her major customers, and Xue Yutong was very enthusiastic, pouring him a cup of warm water. As the warm water went down, a hint of softness appeared in Xie Hengyan's stern expression as he nodded. "Yes, the same goods as last time, but this time, increase the quantity tenfold." He looked at Xue Yutong. "Can you manage that?" Xue Yutong nodded. "Sure, but it will take some time. Come back in 3 days." She needed to avoid suspicion by not exchanging goods from the system immediately. Xie Hengyan understood, paid a deposit, and they agreed on a pickup time. He returned the cup to Xue Yutong, his expression serious. "I've heard you've been delivering supplies to help nearby residents. Starting today, it's better if you don't go out anymore." Xue Yutong's expression turned grave, understanding the weight of his words. Outside, things had completely spiraled out of control. As the snow disaster worsened, the extreme cold made people anxious, and violent incidents were rampant. Even the authorities were struggling to maintain order. Many people even formed grassroots organizations to try to save themselves. And the method of self-rescue, of course, was to form their own power and rob others of their supplies. Chapter 10. Settling into the base following Xie Hengyan's advice, Xue Yutong did not plan to give up the opportunity to go out and deliver goods for money. As days passed, she needed to earn more money to exchange for contribution points. She continued her deliveries, driving her pickup truck through the streets and alleys. The only difference being that she now had a strong helper, Xue, by her side. On the streets, thugs were everywhere, brandishing knives to rob passersby or forming groups to chase and block residents of the neighborhoods. Halfway through a delivery, the front 2 tires of the truck suddenly exploded, forcing her to stop. Dozens of rioters rushed out from the side, wielding various weapons, banging on the pickup. Some acted quickly and had already climbed onto the truck bed to seize supplies. "This is bad. We need to go." Xue's face was serious as she grabbed Xue Yutong's hand and pulled her jump out of the window. Xue Yutong understood the urgency of the situation and didn't dare look back. She quickly got up from the ground and ran for her life, completely forgetting about the pickup behind her. Fortunately, those people were only after the supplies and did not pursue them further. However, Xue Yutong was still shaken. She didn't expect the outside world to be in such chaos. She and Xue returned to the small supermarket with heavy hearts, just in time to meet Xie Hengyan, who was there to pick up supplies. He was wearing a thick windbreaker and black leather boots, his deep-set brows hidden in the snowstorm, giving off an air of sternness. His gaze fell on Xue Yutong's face, and he frowned slightly. "You went out to deliver again?" Xue Yutong nodded and recounted the recent danger, ending with a sigh. It seems this source of income might be cut off. After a moment of silence, Xie Hengyan followed her into the small supermarket and said, "The authorities have decided to establish a base here. They will soon announce a contribution point system. Residents with more contributions will have the opportunity to settle in the base first, which may help restore public order." Xue Yutong's eyes lit up. "That's great. The first batch of people settling in the base would be like the founding figures, gaining more voice and priority in the future." She took a deep breath and calculated her accumulated points. She had already earned over 1 million. She needed to work harder. Xue Yutong exchanged for a better-performing military pickup and a powerful weapon. In the following days, she took Xue out several times to sell supplies, earning a substantial amount. On the day the official contribution points were announced, she immediately exchanged for 2 heavy-duty trucks, emptying all the supplies from the small supermarket and heading to the base established by the authorities with Xue. The 2 trucks of supplies even attracted the attention of the base's higher-ups, who waived the queue process and used the green channel. The special commander from the southern base personally came to meet them. To her surprise, it was Xie Hengyan. Seeing the 2 trucks of supplies, Xie Hongyan couldn't hide his shock. Where did you get so many things? He squinted slightly and asked cautiously. This might be enough to empty the entire small supermarket. Xue Yutong did not miss the evident doubt in his eyes. She cleared her throat and calmly replied, I took your advice and spent a lot of money asking friends to help find them. Xie Hongyan looked at her deeply, hiding his suspicion, and processed the handover procedures for her. This time, Xue Yutong earned a whopping 5 million contribution points and successfully obtained the qualification to settle in the base. Holding the freshly stamped settlement certificate, Xue Yutong walked out of Xie Hongyan's office feeling satisfied. To avoid drawing attention, she specifically requested that the base not announce her contribution points for donating supplies. She understood the principle of not attracting too much notice. However, just as she exited the office, she suddenly heard a woman's sharp voice. Why does this woman get to meet the commander without queuing? And she did nothing. She just went into the office and got a settlement certificate. I suspect there's something fishy about this. Xue Yutong looked toward the source of the voice and saw a young woman dressed elegantly in a pink mink coat, staring at her with a displeased expression. In such frigid weather, she was dressed so flamboyantly, clearly a wealthy heiress. The woman beside her, wearing a fox fur coat, had a harsh expression and immediately chimed in. Exactly. Our Ling Xue is so wealthy. Since the snow disaster began, she has donated countless supplies, worth at least several million, to gain the qualification for the base review. She still has to queue here, so why does this woman get special treatment? She doesn't have to contribute anything and just gets the settlement qualification. Is this contribution point system just a trick to get us to donate supplies? At the beginning of the base's construction, many people came with a skeptical attitude to try it out. Donating their supplies was already a risky move. Hearing their incitement, people began to feel anxious. Yeah, if we can get the settlement qualification without doing anything, why are we donating supplies here? We might as well go find someone from the authorities to help us, right? We want an explanation. Either revoke this woman's qualification or give us free settlement certificates too. Ling Xue raised her eyebrows smugly, slightly lifting her chin, and looked at Xue Yutong with mockery in her eyes. A lowly little vendor dares to covet what doesn't belong to her. How unreasonable. Her gaze fell on Xie Hongyan's office door not far away, a deep jealousy and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. Xue Yutong frowned, realizing the situation. So this young lady was targeting Xie Hongyan. However, she was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed by anyone. Her voice turned cold. Miss, which eye of yours saw that I didn't contribute? Spreading rumors and slandering others here without evidence. This is how your wealthy family raises you? Ling Xue narrowed her eyes slightly. The woman beside her immediately spoke up for her. Shut up, you lowly woman. How dare you talk to Ling Xue like that? Do you know her identity? What contributions do you have? Huh, taking off your clothes to sleep with men counts as a contribution? That's too ridiculous. Just then, a leader from the base happened to pass by, and the woman immediately said, Leader, you came at the right time. We have made so many contributions, donated so many supplies, and can only wait in line here for review. This woman went into the commander's office and came out with a settlement certificate. We are very suspicious of the fairness and justice of this. The leader's face immediately turned serious. Is that so? His suspicious gaze first landed on Ling Xue, and his attitude was somewhat respectful. Is this true, Miss Ling Xue? Ling Xue glanced at Xue Yutong and nodded. We will definitely handle this matter seriously. The leader turned to Xue Yutong. Detain her first and conduct a strict interrogation. Xue Yutong's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 11. Asking the leader for demands, the leader immediately waved his hand to call over some staff members not far away. After exchanging a few words, two men dressed in camouflage uniforms approached with serious expressions. Miss, please come with us. Beside her, Ling Xue laughed and linked arms with her best friend, saying, This vixen is probably about to reveal her true colors. Xue Yutong frowned, conflicted about what to do. Her fingers instinctively reached into the pocket of her down jacket, where she felt the stamped donation list and proof. Unless absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to expose the fact that she had donated so many supplies in front of so many people. Although it would be satisfying to slap them in the face now, she valued long-term survival more. Xue Yutong decided to wait until there were fewer people to explain. She was invited into an office, and as soon as she entered, she felt a chill, completely different from the warm office of Xue Yutong. The leader rubbed his hands together and complained, "Why haven't you turned on the heating yet? Honestly, you guys are slacking off just because I came to inspect today." Xue also wrapped her clothes tighter and seemed to reproach, "Exactly, you don't even treat Commander Wang properly, and allow such disgraceful transactions of power and sex to occur in the base." Their disdainful glances occasionally swept over Xue Yutong. Hearing the content of their conversation, Xue Yutong's heart jolted. Looking at the leader's face with small upturned eyes and a figure that seemed to be losing shape, plus a bit of a receding hairline, she suddenly recalled that this leader should be the one sent by the authorities, named Wang Deshang. Wang Deshang was sent by the authorities to inspect the base, and he was not an easy character. It wasn't because of his capabilities, but because it concerned the base's confrontation with the authorities. The base where Xue Yutong was currently located had a military background and had been developing well as the apocalypse progressed. It seemed the authorities also wanted to gain control over the base. However, in her previous life, Xue Yutong was killed by her family shortly after arriving at the base, and this was all she knew. Noticing Xue Yutong's gaze, Wang Deshang cleared his throat and said with a feigned authority, "The base is still in trial operation, and such scandals arise. What do you expect the public to think? To set an example, I must punish you and revoke your right to stay at the base." Xue Yutong retorted, "Leader, you believe them when they say I've made no contributions? I earned my qualification through genuine donations." Xue scoffed, "Donations? Don't pretend. Did you donate supplies straight to the leader's office?" She seemed very familiar with Wang Deshang, whose fawning gaze was barely contained, even smiling maliciously. Suddenly, the door behind them opened, and a gust of cold air rushed in. Xue Yutong instinctively turned to look and found another dignified middle-aged man, with Xue Yutong striding in behind him. In an instant, Xue changed her expression and whispered, "Hung in," but Xue Yutong seemed not to hear, standing firm beside the leader while glancing at Xue Yutong out of the corner of his eye. Just that one glance made Xue Yutong feel as if she had taken a calming pill. She secretly clutched the proof in her hand. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Deshang knew they must have heard the news and immediately pretended to be authoritative, saying, "Director Zhou, with such incidents occurring at the base, how do you expect me to report to the higher-ups?" "Commander Wang, this is all a misunderstanding." Director Zhou Jianjun, with a kind expression, proactively introduced Xue Yutong, saying, "This young lady didn't come in through the back door. She truly earned her qualification through donated supplies." The straightforward explanation left Wang Deshang momentarily stunned. Then Director Zhou quietly said something to the young girl, handing her proof right in front of him. "Commander Wang, look at this. This is the list of supplies she donated." Wang Deshang took the long list with skepticism and glanced at it, his expression suddenly changing. "This? 5 million worth of supplies?" Director Zhou added, "If Commander Wang doesn't believe it, we can take you to the warehouse to see." This young lady's supplies were brought in by heavy trucks, personally handled by Captain Xie of the supply team. Xie Yutong slightly nodded. Now Wang Deshang was left speechless. Director Zhou said meaningfully, "The base has always adhered to the official program, and we strictly investigate those kinds of under-the-table transactions, absolutely not condoning them." With that said, what else could he say? Wang Deshang could only awkwardly say, "That was indeed a misunderstanding. After all, we saw this young lady coming out of that office." He was filled with resentment. He originally planned to take out his frustrations on the military personnel, but who knew this girl named Xue Yutong truly had some skills. This huge turn of events also left Xue in shock, her mouth agape. "Impossible. The Xun family is wealthy, yet we can't directly obtain residency qualifications. We still have to queue. Why does this Xue Yutong get to bypass it?" Her friend, who came with her, also frowned and said, "Is the system really fair? Xue has contributed a lot of supplies, worth at least 1 million. Can't she also skip the queue?" Xue Yutong wanted to laugh. Today, she had observed those wealthy merchants in line, and the most they donated was just a small truckload that definitely kept their best stuff hidden. How could they use everything to contribute to the base? But in front of the base leaders, Xue Yutong simply stood quietly and obediently, not arguing with anyone. The base leaders remained silent, and it was Xie Hongyan who spoke up to defend her. I have been responsible for the base's supply procurement. Let me explain this. He looked at Shun Lingxue, his voice devoid of any emotion. The million you mentioned is calculated based on the inflated prices after the snowstorm, right? Realizing her thoughts were exposed, Shun Lingxue bit her lip and said coyly, "Now many goods have prices but no market. Isn't everyone estimating prices this way?" Xie Hongyan's tone seemed to grow colder. The supplies donated by Ms. Xue are valued at 5 million based on stable market prices. After finishing, he looked at the leader. Indeed, Director Zhou, we should calculate her contribution value at a 1-to-1 ratio. She is at a loss. Director Zhou also frowned slightly. In the current base, only important figures could provide large quantities of supplies, and today, this incident would likely leave some lingering feelings of discomfort. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Xue Yutong and said kindly, "Miss Xue, you made a significant contribution but nearly had your residency rights revoked. I apologize to you. How about this? Do you have any requests? You can make one." After a pause, he deliberately added, "The base's trial operation system is strict, so we cannot arrange residency qualifications for your family members. Other than that, we will try to accommodate your request." Wang Desheng, who was beside them, sensed the implication and frowned in dissatisfaction, casting an unhappy glance at Shun Lingxue. He had climbed to his current position thanks to the Shun family's support, but today, Shun Lingxue had caused him great trouble. However, Xue Yutong waved her hand without any concern. "You worry too much. I have no family. But I do dare to make a request. Please go ahead." Xue Yutong's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she said, "Commander Wang, if possible, I would like to apply to open a supermarket in the base." Chapter 12. Opening a supermarket at the base. Zhou Jianjun pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing his brows, but soon smiled. "How did I not think of this? I heard from Captain Xie that Miss Xue used to run a supermarket. He had also heard about the procurement of supplies, but today was the first time he met Xue Yutong in person. Xue Yutong knew it was nearly certain to succeed, and immediately nodded. "Yes, and I noticed that there are no facilities like a supermarket in the base. I have ample supplies. Why not let me give it a try?" This wasn't really making a request. It was a win-win situation. Zhou Jianjun smiled. He was a very amiable middle-aged man, and his tone was approachable. Xue Yutong felt a stronger sense of belonging to the base and quickly nodded. "Thank you for the trust." This matter was settled, but Wang Desheng's face looked as if he had eaten a fly. However, this was ultimately the base's business, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to meddle. He could still keep his wits about him at this moment. Then it's settled. As for how the operating income will be converted and how it will be linked to the base's contribution, I'll have Captain Xie discuss it with you. But rest assured, you won't suffer any losses. Xue Yutong nodded. She was certainly at ease, leaving it to Xie Hongyan, as he had saved her several times. Afterward, Xie Hongyan led Xue Yutong and the others out of the office, while the two remaining leaders seemed to have more to say. Xue Yutong couldn't help but curiously glance back, just in time to see the office door closing, and behind her, Shun Lingxue was actually holding something in her hand, touching her own face. She didn't notice Xue Yutong's gaze and muttered softly, "If I had known, I would have brought that lipstick." With the apocalypse approaching, who had the leisure to check their makeup? However, recalling the shy demeanor this young lady displayed in front of Xie Hongyan earlier, Xue Yutong shrugged and turned her gaze back. "Hongyan, where are we going now?" Shun Lingxue finally took 2 steps forward, addressing Xie Hongyan in a delicate tone. Her friend chimed in, "Captain Xie, Lingxue is also worried that something might happen that could affect the base's reputation, so she followed to help resolve it. She cares about you." Now, they had to go back and continue queuing. "Could you arrange something?" The two of them were playing a duet, which made Xue Yutong feel annoyed. She secretly perked up her ears, wanting to know how Xie Hongyan planned to handle it. Xie Hongyan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at them. Shun Lingxue bit her lip, looking expectant yet shy, saying, "Ting Ting, you shouldn't say that. We're all going to move into the base in the future. It's our duty to protect it from those with ulterior motives. Besides, Hongyan is already very busy. We shouldn't add to his troubles." Unexpectedly, Xie Hongyan said, "Good, now hurry up and queue. The qualification review ends in an hour." After saying that, without waiting for their reaction, he looked at Xue Yutong. "Come with me." The two of them had slandered her in public, and she had been holding her breath in. So now that they were facing setbacks, she felt a bit lighter on her feet. Noticing the girl beside her was in a better mood. A hint of a smile appeared in Xue Hungen's eyes, but quickly faded. Xue Yutong was brought to an open space and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the place?" Xue Hungen looked momentarily taken aback. Yes. Xue Yutong was genuinely excited, jogging a few steps forward to look at the building in front of her. The supermarket she worked at in her previous life wasn't large, but it had been doing well at the base, and she could clearly remember the layout of the shelves, which areas were for rice, flour, and oil, and which were for snacks and drinks. Yet now this was just an empty room. Xue Hungen had followed her, and, seeing the fondness in Xue Yutong's eyes, casually asked, "Thinking of your own supermarket?" Xue Yutong's thoughts were interrupted, and she shyly nodded, "A little." "This will be your little supermarket from now on," Xue Hungen said, looking at the empty room, and explained lightly. Actually, the base had plans to open a supermarket before, but the focus was still on collecting supplies for storage, so it was never prioritized. Plus, everyone wanted to hoard supplies for survival or profit at high prices, so a suitable person to run it was never found. Xue Yutong listened intently and said without hesitation, "I'm different. I will run the supermarket well." She was joking. The supermarket system was her treasure now. As she walked here, she could feel the previously listless system was a bit excited. Xue Hungen slightly curved his lips, his resolute expression softening a bit, saying, "As for the revenue sharing between the supermarket and the base, and the rent issue, I'll come to discuss it with you tomorrow. It will definitely be reasonable, so don't worry." Xue Yutong nodded. "Okay. By the way, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to." Xue Hungen walked toward another side, and Xue Yutong followed, turning a corner to see another door of the supermarket. This door was special, opening towards the road outside the base, with tall walls on either side connecting to the base. Xue Yutong remembered this door in her previous life. Some people always tried to sneak into the base through the supermarket, and that was how those 3 family members discovered her. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong secretly clenched her fists. Xue Hungen's voice pulled her back to reality. Since the base is in trial operation, the residents may not necessarily have a need to stock up, plus there's a system for distributing supplies, so the supermarket was also designed to be open to the outside. You still need to pay attention to safety. This young girl was working hard to make money. In this world, she still dared to deliver goods. Seeing Xue Hungen's concern, Xue Yutong smiled and said, "No need to worry. I will protect myself. Besides, doesn't the base have strict entry and exit regulations? We will set up checkpoints at that door to verify residency qualifications." Sure enough, it was largely the same as in her previous life. After a while, Xue Hungen was called away, and Xue Yutong turned to look at the door in front of her, taking a deep breath and gripping the doorknob to push it open. The base had been established for some time, and there wasn't much of a renovation smell here. Xue Yutong asked the system in her mind, "Can I directly open a supermarket here?" The system beeped for a while, seemingly evaluating, and soon gave a positive answer. "A new suitable location has been detected. Please build the supermarket as soon as possible." She smiled with her eyes squinted. "I know you're eager. I'm even more eager. But I have to wait until tomorrow to sign the documents. After all, this is a collaboration with the base." Xue Yutong walked around the place a couple more times, very satisfied with the supermarket location, and, according to the system's estimate, it could accommodate at least a level 4 supermarket. It could be said that before the supermarket upgrade, she could settle here and earn points with peace of mind. She clapped her hands and left, planning to go to the dormitory first. But unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, she saw Shunling Xue and her friend Tingting again. Chapter 13. Reuniting with the female warrior Shunling Xue, and he Fongting were taken aback, then looked at Xue Yutong with disdain. Deep down, they were still unwilling to admit that Xue Yutong had donated supplies, and they felt uncomfortable being slapped in the face. Some people just take shortcuts, enjoying privileges without having to queue, living such a good life. Hearing their sarcastic taunts, Xue Yutong retorted without hesitation. "You 2 young ladies have lived a good life before, enjoying privileges. Now that you don't have privileges, you're looking for trouble everywhere? Good life? Huh." Mentioning the painful experiences from her previous life, Xue Yutong felt that if her life could still be called good, then no one had it worse. Shunling Xue didn't expect Xue Yutong to fire back at this moment, you. Acting obedient in front of Hungin, but now you've been exposed. Xue Yutong rolled her eyes, better than you randomly biting people without knowing the occasion. The first to react was He Fangting, her eyes widening as she pulled Shen Lingxue. Lingxue, she actually called us dogs. Not wanting to argue with them any longer, Xue Yutong wrapped her down jacket tighter and left, leaving their shouting behind. She walked towards the base's accommodation area. The housing area was located to the north of the supermarket, covering more than half of the base. The single-person living rooms were in a separate building, decorated similarly to a hotel apartment. In the apocalypse, such conditions were already considered quite good. Due to the blizzard, the sky was not very bright. Even though it was only afternoon, many windows in the building were lit. Following the instructions on her accommodation certificate, Xue Yutong arrived at her room. In her previous life, she had worked hard to get a job at the supermarket to stay at the base, living in a small room on the second floor of the supermarket. Now, seeing the spacious and comfortable single room, she felt a bit dazed. Xue Yutong took out her accommodation certificate and the donation list, suddenly feeling both teary and amused. Although she had the supermarket system after her rebirth, her heart had remained tense. Now that she had entered the base, that anxiety finally dissipated completely. She slept extremely soundly, and the next morning, she energetically went to find Xie Hongin. You seem particularly enthusiastic about opening the supermarket. As soon as Xie Hongin arrived at the office, he saw Xue Yutong waiting at the door, her delicate little face reddened by the cold. Xue Yutong smiled and nodded. What can I do? I need to eat. I don't have any other skills. How can I earn contribution points if I don't open a supermarket? Looking at her face, Xie Hongin felt suspicious inside. The supplies from those 2 trucks earned her 5 million contribution points. According to the base's exchange system, she could live well even if she did nothing. However, Xie Hongin didn't question Xue Yutong's private matters, just saying, I've already considered the rent, profit sharing, and contribution points. Here are the detailed regulations for the base as cooperation with you. Take a look and let me know if you have any opinions. He pulled a sheet of paper from the drawer and handed it to Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong took a glance at it. The conditions offered by the base were quite sincere. During the period when RMB and contribution points were still at a 1:1 ratio, the rent could be paid in RMB initially, but as RMB devalued, the rent would change accordingly. However, it could also be paid with equivalent supplies on a quarterly basis. The base would not take extra cuts from the supermarket's income. The supermarket could not trade contribution points privately. Additionally, as a support personnel for the base's facility development, Xue Yutong would receive bonuses when exchanging supplies for contribution points. After reading through it, Xue Yutong nodded in satisfaction. I have no objections. Let's sign the agreement. Xie Hongin's prepared speech went unused, and the two quickly signed the agreement. This marked a formal partnership with the base, and Xue Yutong was thrilled as she tucked the agreement away and eagerly headed towards the supermarket. What pleased her the most was the bonus on contribution points. The cost for restocking the supermarket and upgrading it had not increased, but the contribution points she earned had increased. According to the ratio of contribution points to points, she was guaranteed to profit. To prevent others from becoming suspicious, Xue Yutong first covered the supermarket's windows with blackout curtains and pulled down the rolling shutter on the glass door. Turning on the lights, Xue Yutong clapped her hands and sat down like a lord, indicating that the system could start building the supermarket. As before, the system acted quickly. In the blink of an eye, the supermarket was filled to the brim. Brand new shelves were neatly arranged, and each section was already designated by Xue Yutong. Even with the doors and windows closed, she had let the system directly arrange the goods. Not needing to lift a finger, she happily opened a bag of chips to eat. Host, when are you upgrading the supermarket? The system began to worry about her, slacking off. Xue Yutong slapped her forehead. Almost forgot. Previously, she had upgraded the supermarket to level 2, which only had basic security. Later, when there was a sudden power outage, she had used a large amount of points to upgrade the power generation system. After suffering a loss with Xue Jinbao, this time Xue Yutong quickly took out 1 million contribution points to exchange for points, confidently saying, upgrade the supermarket to level 3. Thanks to the exchange rate of 1 contribution point for 10 points. With that 1 million contribution points, the supermarket quickly upgraded. As for the other contribution points, Xue Yutong did not plan to convert all of them into points. After all, as time passed in the apocalypse, the RMB would gradually devalue, and the importance of contribution points would increase. Fortunately, a level 3 supermarket was already quite complete. The variety of goods was not to mention, and internal surveillance covered every corner. The supermarket had no dead spots. Moreover, the doors and windows were equipped with alarms, and a high-voltage electric fence was also set up. As long as Xue Yutong pressed a button, it would be activated. She glanced at the high-voltage electric fence and checked online about the effects of electric shocks, feeling a chill run down her spine. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use that thing. Inside the supermarket, Xue Yutong also discovered that 1/3 of the second floor was empty, and she decided to turn it into a lounge. Since she lived alone, she could stay with the supermarket and didn't need to return to that small room every day. After silently planning how to arrange it, Xue Yutong went out through the door facing the base and thought about adding some physical security measures at the entrance when she heard a cheerful voice. Yutong. She turned around and found Su running up to her. You've already moved into the base. Is this your supermarket? Su looked surprised as she glanced behind her. The female warrior was quick-witted, able to react so fast. Xue Yutong nodded. Yes, Su, what about you? Have you entered the base? Do you want to come work at the supermarket again? Currently, there were not many residents in the base, and just relying on earning money within the base was not enough. Xue Yutong still planned to send another round of goods. However, without the powerful combat ability of the female warrior, she was hesitant to continue recklessly. Su shrugged, looking a bit helpless. No, I really want to continue working for you, but I can't come up with that much supplies to donate, so I can't move in for now. Xue Yutong thought for a moment and said, You can come directly to the supermarket to apply. I'll see if I can help you ask. She remembered that the base had a recruitment system, and in her previous life, she had entered the supermarket through an application. Chapter 14. Thinking there, a couple, Su looked half-convinced and hesitated, saying, The base is so strict, can it really work? Xue Yutong hurriedly comforted her. Whether it works or not, let's ask first. If it really doesn't work, I can lend you some supplies. You should try to get the residency qualification. Xue Yutong felt a kindred spirit towards the female warrior. They had both suffered in their families and could still warm each other in the cold end times. Su's delicate little face wrinkled, and she said emotionally, Tong, you are really the best person to me during this time. Xue Yutong waved her hand, of course. It's because you did such a great job in the supermarket, and I still want to continue delivering goods. Let's not talk about that. Come in and take a look. In a world where everyone is only concerned about themselves, where kindness is rare, Xue Yutong understood the dynamics. She had a limit to how much she would try to win over the female warrior. Now that she could see that the other party was genuinely willing to follow her, Xue Yutong decided not to overdo it. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she secretly led Su inside. The supermarket in the base hadn't officially opened yet, so they couldn't let others see. As soon as Su entered, she felt a warmth like spring. The supermarket was brightly lit with warm air blowing, making it feel like a completely different world from the icy snow outside. Looking at the neatly arranged shelves, Su couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, Boss, you are amazing. How do you have so many supplies? Her fingers skimmed over various flavors of instant noodles, and she swallowed hard. Seeing this, Xue Yutong quickly called out, What flavor do you want? Grab 2 or 3 packs, and let's eat something. Having gone to find Xie hung in early in the morning to handle contracts and then tirelessly tidying up the supermarket, Xue Yutong was also feeling very hungry. Although she could let the system help when no one was around to save some energy, replenishing supplies with points was still a tiring task. To fill this supermarket, she had spent nearly 2 million points today. Su heard this and chose a spicy hot pot flavor instant noodle to cook for herself. Boss, is it okay for me to be here now? Xue Yutong replied, It's fine. It's actually allowed for people from outside to come and buy things, but you can't enter the base from another door. Since the supermarket hadn't officially opened yet, it was actually no big deal. However, Xue Yutong didn't want to cause trouble for the base. Once the base gets busier, the controls over entrance and exit to the supermarket would likely become stricter. She casually picked a box of luncheon meat, sliced it thick, and cooked it over low heat. Before long, The supermarket was filled with a mouth-watering aroma of meat. Xue held a small bowl of noodles and sighed. In this kind of weather, being able to eat hot instant noodles feels quite happy. Xue Yutong laughed. We used to eat like this when we were rushed with deliveries. In fact, ever since the supermarket system was established, her quality of life hadn't changed much. After all, she didn't have to worry about food and drink. Moreover, Xue Yutong was focused on earning points and didn't care much about it. Now, hearing Xue say this, she suddenly felt very happy. The blizzard had not stopped, and looking out from the supermarket's window, the world outside was blanketed in white. Almost no one was on the streets now, and when Xue Yutong checked her phone, she noticed that the owner group from her previous residence had stopped organizing any snow removal activities. She sighed and heard Xue say, "You said you wanted to move into the base. The supermarket has been closed for a few days, and I was planning to find another job, but it turns out the city has almost come to a standstill." Xue Yutong was not surprised at all and asked, with such heavy snow and power outages, going to work would really be excessive. It was no longer a matter of whether or not to go to work. Outside, the power was still being repaired, but it was intermittent. Those with money had generally hoarded supplies, while those without had to endure these days, and it was uncertain how they would manage after that. She had also heard that in some areas with severe snow accumulation, people had become homeless, almost like refugees. As Xue spoke, she thought of her previous situation and suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be honest, if I hadn't met you, I might have already been kicked out by them. After all, she had no money, and at this point, she probably couldn't bring supplies back for those unscrupulous people. Xue Yutong tore open a pack of crab sticks and placed half into Xue's bowl, softly saying, "Don't think about the past. It's all over now. You're now the main workforce of the supermarket, and things will get better." As for the situation outside, no one understood it better than her. This was just the beginning, and the city's standstill would only worsen. "After we finish eating, we will work together. I will settle your payment with supplies as usual. You can also stay in the supermarket tonight. I believe we will get a response today." Xue Yutong had already sent a message to Xie Hongin. Speaking of which, their contact information was added after signing the agreement, using the app developed by the base called Southern Communication. It even had an electronic version of the residency qualification certificate, and Xue Yutong's information had already been entered, which always made her feel at ease. Xue was also curious about the situation at the base. Xue Yutong flipped through the app and briefly explained the situation to her. "You see, you can also find out about the base's news from the app homepage. The qualification review is still proceeding in an orderly manner, which means the base is gradually opening up. Since the news had already been released, people came daily to donate supplies, and everything was orderly without the chaos of the first day. The first batch of residents mostly consisted of wealthy merchants or those with supply connections. At this juncture, ordinary people wanted to hoard supplies at home and were watching the situation regarding the base. Just as they were talking, a message from Xie Hongin popped up at the top of the screen. "I'm at the supermarket entrance. You two come out." Xue Yutong took Xue outside and indeed saw Xie Hongin in a black uniform. She quickly greeted him. Xue also recognized Xie Hongin and exclaimed in surprise, "You're also at the base?" She had been helping in the supermarket for several days and had seen Xie Hongin a few times while delivering goods. Xue Yutong hurriedly introduced, "This is Captain Xie, the person in charge of procuring supplies for the base." Xue showed a suddenly enlightened expression. "So that's it. I thought you two were a couple." After all, this man came to find the boss every day, and Xue was unaware of the transaction details. Xue Yutong suddenly felt a bit awkward and quickly looked at Xie Hongin, only to meet his deep gaze. She hurriedly averted her eyes, noticing that a few other people in the same uniform were following not far behind, seemingly preparing to go out. Xue Yutong quickly changed the topic and asked, "Are you going to procure supplies again?" Xie Hongin replied, as usual, "Yes. The base's storage is still insufficient. Whenever your supermarket opens, we might need to come again." After saying that, he added, "I will calculate your contribution value at a high ratio." Chapter 15. The refugee siege base procurement has always been a major source of points for the supermarket, so Xue Yutong naturally welcomed it with applause. Then she thought of something and hurriedly called over Xue, saying, "This is the employee I mentioned from our supermarket. Can she?" "Yes." Xie Hongin replied without hesitation. "The base will also be recruiting soon, so it's not considered privilege. He had already decided when he received the message from Xue Yutong. The supermarket indeed needed employees, and since the people moving into the base didn't have immediate work needs, Su actually solved the problem. After briefly mentioning some precautions to Xue Yutong, Xie Hongyan hurriedly left. Xue Yutong watched as he seemed to say something to the team members in the distance, and they all walked towards the base gate. She turned back to Su, finally relieved. All right, now we don't have to worry anymore. You can work here with peace of mind, and we'll apply for your formal qualifications later. The base is opening up step by step, and there won't be as many material needs for future residents. Su's smile was somewhat bitter, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tong, you know, when I first heard the rumors about the base, I fantasized that if the blizzard never stopped, I would take my partner and child and live happily in the base. She looked frail, her oval face somewhat haggard, and it was evident that the situation with the scumbag had greatly affected her. Xue Yutong was momentarily speechless. Su's eyes still held a longing for a warm family, reminding Xue Yutong of her past self, who once believed her family still loved her, which made her willing to give so much. But now, she felt a strong sense of belonging to the base. In her previous life, it was Xie Hongyan who brought her back to the base, and later she found a job in the supermarket to make a living, settling down in the base. However, thinking of her blood-sucking relatives, Xue Yutong's expression darkened. Su called to her from a distance, interrupting her thoughts. Tong, is this the high-voltage electric fence you set up? The female warrior adapted quickly to her surroundings. Xue Yutong didn't want to dwell on sadness anymore, so she walked over. Yes, the world is getting more chaotic, and our supermarket needs to upgrade its security. After we organize the goods, I also want to buy some barbed wire with blades to wrap around the high-voltage electric fence. Xue Yutong gestured. The lethality of the high-voltage electric fence is too great. It's one of those 10,000 volts. I really don't want to use it unless necessary. However, Su saw through Xue Yutong's hesitation and firmly said, don't think too much. If someone really forces us to the point of using the high-voltage electric fence, then they deserve to die. The two measured the area around the supermarket and planned how long of barbed wire to buy. During this time, Su sighed. Tong, you've put so much effort into this. If the blizzard passes, will you still stay in the base? Xue Yutong paused, turned to look at her, and said seriously, actually, I've heard news that this might not be so simple. And looking at the situation, we don't know when the blizzard will end. Otherwise, why would the military make such a big deal about setting up this base? In her previous life, there was first a protracted blizzard, and the city came to a standstill mainly due to road conditions. But this was just the beginning. The end of the blizzard would lead to extreme cold. It seemed spring would never come. Later, it even began to hail, and the temperature dropped further. The most widely circulated theory in the southern base was that due to humanity's endless abuse of resources and destruction of the ecological environment, the planet humans lived on finally faced collapse, leading to extreme weather. After extreme cold, there might be high temperatures or even severe acid rain and large-scale epidemics. Because of these factors, there had long been related predictions, which is why the southern base started to be established so early. In Xue Yutong's view, once the apocalypse began, it would almost never end. Su thought for a moment. That's true. Well, there's no use thinking too much. We can only take it one step at a time. She didn't dwell on the topic anymore and helped Xue Yutong move goods from the warehouse. Xue Yutong followed her into the warehouse, bringing up the system mall in her mind. After the supermarket upgraded to level 3, she first checked the security aspect and realized that level 3 supermarkets had unlocked even more products. Not only were there more existing categories, but they could even unlock live chickens, ducks, and fish. However, these required extra points to unlock new areas of the supermarket for raising them, which Xue Yutong decided to postpone for now. In the apocalypse, making the supermarket too comprehensive was like writing the words, "I am very rich" on her forehead. And since the current supply could still be explained, if so many living creatures were to be released, the base would likely become suspicious. It would be better to wait until the base develops for a while and the supermarket scale increases before considering it. She checked her point balance. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 required 5 million points. The contribution value she had spent last time converted to 10 million points. After frantically restocking the supermarket, she now had about 3 million points left. The goods in the supermarket were basically filled, but after expanding the scale, some space was left open. And neither Xue Yutong nor Su had decided what to sell. Xue Yutong took out her phone to check the overall planning map of the base sent by Xie Hongen, staring at the entertainment area in it, and thinking that the current residents of the base were mostly wealthy businessmen. Xue Yutong had a flash of inspiration and decided to use some points to procure outdoor supplies for sale in the supermarket, mainly sleds, skis, cold-resistant clothing, and protective pads. Taking advantage of the current blizzard to make a hefty profit from those wealthy businessmen was a good idea. After extravagantly spending points to stock up, the next morning, Xue Yutong planned to open the store with Su, but suddenly heard a commotion outside. Why isn't the door open yet? It's freezing. Didn't they say they would open today? At first glance, it sounded like urging, but Xue Yutong felt something was off. She grabbed Su's hand, signaling her not to open the door yet, and the two quietly approached the entrance. At the same time, she took out her tablet and opened the supermarket's all-around monitoring system, enlarging the surveillance image at the supermarket door. There was a group of people standing at the supermarket entrance, both men and women, looking disheveled as if they were fleeing. Most of them were unkempt. Su frowned and whispered, "Why do they look like the refugees they talked about?" Xue Yutong's heart skipped a beat as she listened carefully to the noises outside. Didn't that woman say there was a lot of food here? Why isn't this supermarket open? Is the information correct? I heard the supermarket owner donated 5 million in supplies, and now they can still operate the supermarket. What a rich person. Who cares? We finally found this place. If they don't take us in, I'll leave. Xue Yutong caught a key phrase. That woman? Who? While she was pondering, she heard a loud bang at the door, as if someone had kicked it, even though it was a high-security iron door. Su was startled and quickly pulled Xue Yutong back. Chapter 16. Smasher Supermarket. Xue Yutong was still frowning while watching the surveillance footage when Su pulled her back to reality. She glanced at Su gratefully. The female warrior always instinctively protected her, which had become a tacit understanding over the past period. Don't worry, the door outside is sturdy. The side of the base facing the outside was almost entirely made of large floor-to-ceiling glass, with a supermarket entrance in the middle third, currently protected by a roll-up security door that covered the entire wall. As long as the door was not opened, outsiders definitely could not enter. But Xue Yutong was puzzled. It was only 7 in the morning. Had this group come specifically to cause trouble before most people in the base had started working? This kick seemed to signal something. And seeing that there was still no movement inside the supermarket, the refugees outside visibly began to stir. Open the door. Give us something to eat. I know the supermarket owner has a lot of supplies. Yeah, hurry up and open the door. It's too inhumane to hoard supplies in this cold weather. Why is there no response? Isn't there a light shining through the crack in the door? Some began to doubt, and there was a hint of unease. Xue Yutong could even hear whispers from outside, but they were not clear. From the surveillance footage, it was evident that these people had not left, and the man who had kicked the door did so again with force. This security door was brand new. There must be plenty of supplies inside. Otherwise, why would the owner go to such lengths? The visitors did not come with good intentions, and judging by their appearance, it was likely they were indeed those refugees. Su asked quietly, "What are you planning to do? Should we call someone from the base for help? Some of them have sticks, and there might be knives. You can't reason with these people. If it weren't for the large number of them and the risk of damaging the supermarket by opening the door recklessly, Su would have wanted to rush out and drive them away." Xue Yutong furrowed her brows tightly, thinking about what to do. Hiding inside the supermarket didn't seem like a solution. This group looked vicious, and they had clearly calculated that the supermarket would be open for business. If the door remained closed, they wouldn't leave. Moreover, if they were indeed those refugees, they likely had nowhere else to go and might be waiting here indefinitely. Let's see what they plan to do. Xue Yutong made up her mind, pressed the button to raise the roll-up door, and simultaneously checked the switch for the high-voltage electric fence. Just like when the supermarket opened in the old city, in the apocalypse. A supermarket with abundant supplies was like a fat sheep to others. But Xue Yutong needed to rely on her supermarket system to make money and upgrade. So she couldn't be soft-hearted. She wouldn't go looking for trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. As the refugees outside murmured, some even considering leaving, the door suddenly began to make noise. Some people jumped back in surprise and soon realized that as the automatic roll-up door rose, the original glass door was revealed, allowing a direct view of the supermarket inside through the transparent glass. Rows of shelves left people stunned. The shelves were neatly stocked with all kinds of food, with snacks like soft candies hanging on the sides, and not far from the entrance, there were various flavors of bread. Instant hot pots were piled up high, and there were even instant coffee and milk tea. Next to the cash register was a transparent glass cabinet filled with common convenience store meats like chicken skewers and fried chicken pieces. The most mouth-watering sight was a 3-tiered steamer emitting steam, with signs listing several flavors of buns, corn, and oat. The crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. And the leading man cursed softly, "This supermarket really has a lot of goods." Noticing the two women standing at the door, he grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. "You two are the owners of the supermarket? Open the door and let everyone have something to eat. We've been starving for days." These two looked weak and timid. Surely easy to talk to. Xue Yutong could tell what the man was up to just by looking at him, so she put away her tablet and smiled warmly. "So many people came to buy things on the first day we opened? Our prices are not high. You can buy at the previous original prices. If you've gone days without food, we can even give you a 5% discount." Original price? And a discount? Xue Yutong's words left the crowd dumbfounded, and someone murmured, "Wasn't it said that this store overcharges and takes advantage of people? How come it's still the original price?" Susu chimed in, "Yes, our supermarket is fair in pricing. If you're ready to buy, please come in and select your items, and check out in an orderly manner." The leading man didn't expect that just a few words from the two women would catch them off guard. However, if they had money, they wouldn't have been starving for days. They were here to eat for free, so why would they talk about money? Impatiently, he stepped forward and knocked on the door, saying, "We have no money, and some of us came here from neighboring cities. Everyone has no place to live. With so many things in your store, can't you share a bit with us?" Xue Yutong smiled slightly, but her eyes flashed coldly. "Big brother, it's not that I'm hard to talk to, but our supermarket needs to do business too. If you really just want a meal, I can give you some food for free, but where will you go next? Will you find someone as kind-hearted as me again?" Her words retreated while advancing, and the leading man blurted out, "The supermarket is backed by the base. With so many things, of course, you should take us in." The refugees behind him began to cheer. "Yes, with so much stuff, it can last everyone for months. Do something good." This kind of moral coercion was what Xue Yutong hated the most. In her past life, her family used this logic to exploit her, and her end was tragic. With so many people asking to take them in, it was clear they wouldn't contribute any labor, even if they wanted to. Xue Yutong wouldn't dare to use them. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong said coldly, "Impossible. We may be backed by the base, but I'm not running a charity." As soon as she said this, the man seemed to have been prepared, grabbing a baseball bat from someone else's hand. "If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Heartless boss, leaving us to die. You're simply not leaving us a way to live. Smash the store and share everything with the brothers." He swung the bat at the glass door in front of him. However, the door did not budge. Not even a crack appeared. Even Su, who had seen many villains while delivering goods, was taken aback by this scene. "You're breaking the law. Aren't you afraid the base will send someone? We're about to die. Why will we care about that? Brothers, smash it." They joked. Previously, a woman had approached them, saying the base had a supermarket with ample supplies, and as long as they could take it down, each person would get 10,000 yuan. In the apocalypse, 10,000 yuan couldn't buy much, but it was better than nothing. And with someone supporting them to seize supplies, it wasn't surprising that they had grown bold. Chapter 17. The high-voltage power grid doesn't discriminate. That group of people clearly came prepared. Encouraged by the man, he actually pulled out sticks and other objects, and someone even picked up a stone from the ground. Susu had already positioned herself in front of Xue Yutong, anxiously asking, Tong, what are you planning to do?" There are too many of them. It was impossible to open the door. This group clearly intended to cause trouble, and Xue Yutong didn't think they would back down easily. She hadn't held out much hope when she said those words earlier, and sure enough, even the offer of a free meal couldn't sway them. Xue Yutong had basically confirmed that someone must have instigated these people. The world had become a bit chaotic, but it wasn't to the extent of causing havoc right next to the base. Generally, Refugees would not come armed to smash a place when they encountered a location with supplies. How long can this glass door hold? Susuguerith. Her skills were decent, but there were too many people in front of her, and some were even waving knives nearby. Xue Yutong waved her hand, took out the supermarket's main remote control, and pressed a button. You're joking. I spent a huge amount of points to upgrade my little supermarket just to prevent this. If you don't want what I'm offering, then I won't do business with you. The rolling shutter door descended steadily, wrapping the supermarket securely, and the shouts from outside became somewhat muffled. Xue Yutong monitored the situation and noticed that a few people who had been banging on the door seemed to hesitate for a moment, but quickly dodged to avoid getting caught by the rolling shutter. They continued to curse at the door and, undeterred, began to smash the rolling shutter, while some refugees who had been watching also rushed forward, recklessly attacking it. Heartless boss, utterly devoid of conscience. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brothers, why don't we climb over the wall from the corner of the supermarket and smash in through another window?" Xue Yutong had anticipated this and sneered as she pressed the switch for the high-voltage power grid. She spoke through a loudspeaker. "I advise you not to court death. Do you see the net on the adjacent wall? That is a high-voltage power grid. I've warned you. High voltage doesn't discriminate." The layout of the supermarket was indeed not very rational. It seemed the supermarket was only open to the outside world after the base facilities were planned, and the surrounding wall had been temporarily removed, leaving about 3 meters of space between the supermarket and the wall. Initially, they had simply installed an iron mesh, and at the beginning of the base's opening, no one had thought of exploiting this area. However, after Xue Yutong upgraded the supermarket, she quickly checked the security here. Fortunately, the supermarket security system was very intelligent, directly connecting the high-voltage power grid to the base's surrounding wall. The people outside seemed to fall silent for a moment, but then became even more agitated. "This is too much, treating our own people like thieves. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to try it now." The leader, Wang Chong, was the first to charge forward, still muttering about the promise made by the woman who had approached them. If he succeeded, he could earn an extra 10,000. The others temporarily paused their actions. Watching Wang Chong approach the net, still boasting, "This net has holes. It's best to climb over it. The high-voltage power grid is definitely just a scare tactic. The supermarket just opened. How could it?" But before he finished speaking, he saw the brand-new net flicker. What was that? Electrical current? Is it really a high-voltage power grid? Damn, this boss really doesn't have a conscience. Wang Chong stopped in his tracks, swallowing hard. His brain momentarily calmed down, and he thought if this truly was a high-voltage power grid then. Xue Yutong watched everything unfold and used the loudspeaker again. Final warning. The high-voltage power grid is energized. If anything happens, it has nothing to do with me. If you still want to court death, then I can only say that good words can't persuade a dead ghost. Although people like this, living, were nothing but scum. Susu noticed that the hand holding the loudspeaker was trembling slightly, stepped forward to hug her, and whispered, "Don't be afraid. You've done your best to warn them. In the apocalypse, being too soft-hearted won't end well, just like I did before." Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, then turned around. "Should we try again?" Just as he turned, he heard a commotion behind him. A sparrow, seemingly frozen and confused, flew headlong into the net, and without making a sound, it was instantly fried. The small corpse fell from the sky, creating a hole in the snow, and wisps of black smoke were quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. The high-voltage power grid had a power of 10,000 volts. Final warning. Susu took the loudspeaker from Xue Yutong's hand and spoke for her. Meanwhile, Xue Yutong focused on the surveillance. The group witnessed the sparrow's tragic fate and, for a moment, dared not advance. The leading man continued to curse but was still fearful, loudly proclaiming, "This boss will die a miserable death. I don't believe the supermarket won't open next time we come back." After saying that, he really led the group of refugees away. Xue Yutong sneered. When they returned next time, the supermarket's defenses would only be stronger. Once she confirmed they had left, Xue Yutong exchanged a glance with Susu and raised the rolling shutter door. She went to find a few signs, writing danger, high-voltage power grid, and hanging them on the net. This incident also served as a wake-up call for Xue Yutong. Opening the door to the outside world was indeed risky, and she needed to make some upgrades quickly. She instructed Susu to organize the stock in the warehouse and prepare for today's business, while she secretly opened the system mall. She selected front door security. With the high-voltage power grid directly placed in front of the door, also protecting the nearby glass walls. She spent another 100,000 points to install security check equipment at the main entrance, prohibiting dangerous items from being brought into the supermarket. Xie Hongyan, who rushed over with a group of people, was taken aback by the fully armed supermarket. Miss Xue Yutong was testing the effectiveness of the security check gate when she heard her name and turned around to see Xie Hongyan looking anxious. His gaze scanned her, seemingly surprised as he asked, "Are you okay?" He had just arrived at the base and heard news that someone had been warning people with a loudspeaker at the supermarket, thinking something had happened to Xue Yutong. Subsequently, someone mentioned seeing a group of refugees leaving the supermarket, likely from the recent band of looters who had already robbed a small supermarket. Those refugees were notorious for their crimes, and Xie Hongyan was somewhat surprised that Xue Yutong appeared completely unharmed. This supermarket and the little boss were becoming increasingly mysterious to him. Xue Yutong noticed his suspicion and quickly explained, "It's okay. My friend reminded me to protect myself while running the supermarket, and I had already prepared these things in advance." Xie Hongyan frowned, but, trusting Xue Yutong, he didn't ask any further questions. Chapter 18. Supply transport vehicle as he gazed at the various facilities in the supermarket. Xie Hongyan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "It's good that everything is fine. Is your supermarket about to officially open?" Just in time. The base here will also start patrolling, and there will be people at the supermarket, so you can rest assured. Xue Yutong smiled gratefully upon hearing this. "Thank you." Although the supermarket security system is relatively comprehensive at the moment, having the base as a backup is certainly better. Today, she saw in the surveillance that a sparrow made those people retreat, but as the environment becomes increasingly harsh and the order outside further collapses, some people will fear nothing. Not even electric fences. The number of people trying to take advantage of the situation and approach the supermarket will only increase. Xie Hongyan added, "If a bloody incident were to occur in the supermarket under these circumstances, it wouldn't be your fault." During this time, he had led a team to procure supplies and had witnessed many violent incidents. He just didn't know if Xue Yutong was psychologically prepared, as previously. Strangers and even her family members had caused trouble in the supermarket, and she had just happened to help out. Xue Yutong smiled a bit shyly. "I know. I am indeed a bit nervous today, but since I'm going to open a supermarket in the apocalypse, I won't let my soft heart harm myself." The apocalypse? Hearing her say this term so naturally, Xie Hongyan felt even more worried. Xue Yutong, however, didn't he notice and suddenly thought of something important, hurriedly asking, "By the way, Captain Xie, do you know what those refugees are all about today? I heard from Su that there are a lot of homeless people, and some of them are escapees from neighboring cities. Is it the same group? The base should have more accurate information." Upon hearing this, Xie Hongyan nodded gravely. Based on the current information, it should be that group. They are at their wits' end and pose a significant threat. After all, the southern base is located here, and it is expected that more refugees will pour in from other cities in the future. The base is relatively safe at the moment and is also preparing to take in refugees and provide them with job opportunities. After a pause, he added, "Of course, for some extremely dangerous individuals, the base will handle them without hesitation." Xue Yutong was startled and gestured with her hand at her neck, whispering, "Are they going to be killed?" "No, they will be sent to the base prison." Xie Hongyan was amused by her gesture, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Xue Yutong pondered for a moment. After all, it is a large base with a military background, and they value the rule of law. However, that is the case within the base, but what about outside? The snowstorm was intermittent, failing to meet even basic survival needs. What would people care about then? Xue Yutong could only prepare for the worst, taking a deep breath and turning to say, "Captain Xie, now that the supermarket is open, do you still need to procure supplies? Each upgrade of the supermarket requires more and more points, and she couldn't miss any opportunity." Xie Hongyan nodded slightly. "You really don't forget about business. However, our focus on procurement these days is on cold weather supplies. Do you have those?" "Of course." Xue Yutong led him to the second floor section. Looking at the cold weather supplies that occupied most of the second floor space, Xie Hongyan was even more surprised. The walls were neatly lined with down jackets, thick cold-proof clothing, and small items like hats, ear protectors, and gloves were all available. Next to them were neatly stacked down quilts and pillows. Just looking at them made one think of a warm bed. In addition, there were classic heating supplies, such as small heaters and electric blankets. When this supermarket was in the old city, it didn't have so many items. It seems to be getting richer and richer. Xie Hongyan casually asked, "Are these also sourced from your friends?" Xue Yutong just smiled and nodded, saying, "You caught me. If the base has a high demand, I can give you a discount. No need. If the leaders know you donated supplies, plus your supermarket is cooperating with the base, they've specially approved a contribution value quota for you." Previously, Xiangyan was responsible for procuring supplies, paying the contribution value up front, and later getting reimbursed by the base. The discount was to consider the base's interests. Now that Xue Yutong brought the supermarket in, it meant a direct connection with the official. With so many benefits from settling in, the base is indeed good. Without hesitation, Xie Hongyan ordered 500 sets of cold-proof clothing and also procured 1,000 sets of bedding, gloves, and hats, according to the supermarket's listed prices. Adding 10% contribution value, Xue Yutong earned another 1 million contribution points this time. When Xie Hongyan left the supermarket, he hesitated for a moment but still said, "The base isn't fully open yet, and that group of refugees hasn't even reached the base gate. Instead, they came directly to the supermarket. Their target is clear, and they might be eyeing you, so you still need to be careful." Xue Yutong nodded gravely in agreement. Xie Hongyan glanced at her again and walked towards his team, who had just loaded a pile of purchased goods onto the transport vehicle and closed the cargo door. One team member glanced at the supermarket, then at Xie Hongyan, jokingly said, "Captain Xie, the owner looks like a fairy from the sky, and she seems to be able to conjure so many supplies. Why don't you just give in? Then we won't need to go out to procure anymore." The other team members joined in the teasing, and Xie Hongyan's expression was serious. "Still have energy? Then go out with me again." "Captain Xie, you can't be serious. Not even joking?" From a distance, Xue Yutong couldn't hear what they were saying, but saw several uniformed people looking this way, some even waving. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed some steamed hot food and sealed soy milk and ran out to give it to Xie Hongyan. "You all have worked hard. Take this to eat." After today's commotion, she didn't have the heart to open the supermarket, and before Xie Hongyan could refuse, she quickly said, "Let us close the door for today. It would be too wasteful for these to go unsold." Saying that, she ran back into the supermarket. Xue Yutong watched their vehicle leave and suddenly came up with an idea. She opened the system mall and found the supply transport vehicle. This is a more specialized vehicle. Unlike ordinary trucks with just one cargo area, it has many sections and shelves, and the cargo area even has an automatic mechanical arm, making loading and unloading much easier. The driver's cabin is made of bulletproof glass and equipped with an alarm system, making it very safe. Previously, she and Su had to load and unload manually, and after running out every day, they were exhausted and had to be wary of bad people at all times. She had been eyeing this supply transport vehicle for a long time, but it costs 50,000 points, making it one of the most expensive items in the mall. Xue Yutong gritted her teeth and decided to exchange for one. Before the order of the apocalypse completely collapsed and the number of people at the base was still low, she planned to go out more with Su to deliver goods and earn points. Chapter 19. Double Protection. Xie Hongyan's procurement this time nearly emptied the cold-resistant goods section on the second floor. Therefore, Su hurriedly replenished the stock as Xue Yutong instructed. Feeling a bit puzzled during the restocking, where did all these items come from? However, after working with Xue Yutong for so long, she had become accustomed to it. Just as Su was saying that the goods were all set and heading downstairs, she came out to see a brand new car parked by the supermarket, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Tong, can you really perform magic?" Su ran over to Xue Yutong to take a look. Xue Yutong smiled and said, "I told you my friend is quite powerful. You're still not used to it?" Although buying a car directly from the mall was a bit risky, the supermarket surveillance was mostly under Xue Yutong's control, and the base didn't have the authority to access it yet. Xue Yutong had already signed an agreement with the base, granting her full autonomy over the supermarket area. Moreover, the base personnel patrolling this area had not yet arrived. That's why she was so eager to exchange for the car. Today's events had already attracted the base's attention. If she wanted to conjure another car out of thin air, her secret would likely be exposed. Su circled the car and jumped into the driver's seat touching the steering wheel and exclaiming, "This car is so much better than the one we used for deliveries before, and it's very safe." Her slender, oval face looked less haggard and even had a bit of glow. Xue Yutong watched her, thinking that the personality of the female warrior was actually quite innocent. She didn't really want much. As long as she had a goal to fill her days, the female warrior could keep working hard. Initially, Xue Yutong was a bit wary of the female warrior, but now she was completely at ease. She climbed into the driver's seat as well and said, "Yes. So I plan to go deliver goods next." "You?" "Of course I'm going to," Su said repeatedly. Xue Yutong nodded. "Then let's stick to our previous division of labor. Tomorrow I'll start sending messages in the surrounding groups to wait for orders. The day after tomorrow, we'll begin deliveries." Su touched her nose and asked, "Aren't we starting today?" Besides being highly skilled in combat, she was actually very good at driving too. During their previous deliveries, Su had often driven them out of danger. She was eager to get her hands on the brand new transport vehicle. "Today we'll send out messages, and we can work overtime tonight to organize the orders. Tomorrow we can go deliver," Su said. Xue Yutong waved her hand. "Not today. We have things to do tomorrow." The attack by the refugees, although it didn't result in any casualties among the students, still left Xue Yutong feeling apprehensive. She wanted to be fully prepared, so after exchanging for the car, she called the hardware store owner she had noted down earlier. This owner had a bit of a network and resources. Xue Yutong ordered barbed wire from him, planning to add another layer of protection to the high-voltage electric fence. Although the danger sign for the electric fence had already been put up, keeping it powered all day could still lead to accidental injuries. Moreover, in the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to fathom. If someone were to take measures to insulate or find ways to cut off the supermarket's power, all the electric security systems would fail. Xue Yutong briefly explained her thoughts to Su, who nodded repeatedly. "I hadn't thought of that. You're right. So we need to hurry and get this done tomorrow. It's all physical work, and we need to pay attention to safety, so it's quite a heavy task." That evening, Xue Yutong specially prepared 3 different flavors of self-heating hot pot and made a whole plate of fried chicken using the air fryer, enjoying dinner with Su along with some fizzy drinks. "Eat more. We have work to do tomorrow." Xue Yutong felt that the female warrior was too thin. Her arms and legs were even thinner than her own, yet she was so good at fighting that Xue Yutong could only marvel at her extraordinary talent. Su took a bite of meat and suddenly sniffed. Through the window, they could see the swirling snow outside. The blizzard seemed to be getting worse, with each snowflake as big as goose feathers. What should have been a dreamy, beautiful scene now only filled their eyes with worry. "I've never seen such heavy snow in my life. Now they have to use machines to shovel it outside. I wonder how cold it will be when the snow melts." They say snow isn't cold, but melting snow is cold. That's something we've heard since childhood. Xue Yutong paused with her chopsticks and looked outside with her. Su's concern was valid because the extreme cold in the apocalypse often began with melting snow. In extreme cold, blizzards rarely occurred, but the temperature dropped day by day. Remembering her past life, Xue Yutong just smiled. "Don't think too much. Focus on the present." Early the next morning, the owner actually delivered the goods. Looking at Xue Yutong's supermarket, the owner widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Boss Xue, you said my store was impressive. I think it's the real deal." He gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Xue Yutong waved her hand. "Thank you for delivering the goods personally. Come and shop here too. I'll give you a 10% discount." The owner initially wanted to refuse, saying he had enough supplies at home, but suddenly thought of something and asked, "Let's put that aside for now, Boss Xue. I want to ask about the situation at the base." He was considering moving into the base, but was unsure if it was a trap. Xue Yutong thought the hardware store owner was quite decent. They had met when he came to buy things at the supermarket, where he bought a lot of snacks for his kids without looking at the prices. To kind-hearted people, Xue Yutong would certainly sincerely suggest, "Boss Wong, I say, if you can move into the base quickly, don't hesitate. This blizzard could end at any time, and those coming to the base are all wealthy. You understand?" Boss Wong pondered. Indeed, if something really happened, those wealthy people would definitely get the news first and rush to move into the base, indicating that there was definitely something wrong with the weather. Thinking of this, the hardware store owner waved his hand decisively. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go back to organize my supplies, and if necessary, I'll come here to shop. The 10 discount still counts, right? Xue Yutong nodded, of course. But I guess the base will also need hardware store supplies. Your family should be able to get qualified soon. After all, several days had passed, and the base had opened up many qualifications. After thanking him, Boss Wang left. Xue Yutong and Su worked tirelessly to set up the barbed wire. The high-voltage electric fence was wrapped with it, every spike sharp, and made from high-quality materials, ensuring it wouldn't rust quickly even under the blizzard's onslaught. Su said seriously, now, anyone trying to climb over won't have a foothold. After finishing all this, Xue Yutong felt a little more at ease. She clapped her hands and said coldly, what we need is to make sure no one dares to climb this supermarket. She was determined to get it up and running. Chapter 20. It was indeed her doing after tying up the steel spike rope. Xue Yutong took Su to inspect the supermarket inside and out. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, a few people appeared at the supermarket entrance. Xue Yutong noticed that they were dressed well, likely the wealthy individuals who had checked into the base in recent days. More and more people were coming to the base, and they began to stroll around. The supermarket wasn't located in the center of the base and was a bit far from the residential buildings. Yet people still came over. This gave Xue Yutong a bit more confidence in doing business. She opened the door and called out to potential customers, asking if they wanted to buy something at the supermarket. Su glanced at her and said softly, Tong, you really have endless enthusiasm for opening a supermarket. The petite and pretty girl seemed to be becoming more resilient day by day, even actively attracting customers from outside. Some of the people standing outside were wavering. Should they go in and take a look? They hadn't visited a supermarket since coming to the base. They weren't out of food. They had come to the base for safety, and the base's supermarket should be expensive, right? But they could take a look. There weren't many snacks at home. After whispering among themselves, some eventually entered the supermarket, and soon the number of customers inside began to grow. Seeing the rows of shelves in the supermarket, everyone was quite shocked. Most ordinary people outside were still unaware of the significant impact brought by the recent snowstorm. But this group of people had received some news before checking into the base and were well aware of the extent of the standstill outside. The warmth inside this small supermarket was even more comforting than that in the base, and the shelves were stocked with a complete range of food and supplies. Isn't this just 2 yuan more than the original price? A young woman exclaimed as she stared at the price tag, and immediately, everyone in the supermarket focused on the prices. Instant noodles that used to sell for 3 yuan a bag were now only 4 yuan. Soda that used to be 5 yuan a bottle was selling for 6 yuan in the supermarket. A box of small cakes that cost 12 yuan was selling for 15 yuan in the supermarket. Everyone had the same thought. Why didn't they notice this supermarket when they donated supplies to the base? They had spent several times the price to buy so many supplies to qualify for residency. Had they known there were such good and inexpensive items here, they would have saved money. Is this price real? It won't multiply several times at checkout, will it? Someone raised a doubt, and their gaze gradually focused on Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong smiled and pointed to a rolling LED screen at the checkout, which displayed a line of large text. Prices are real. What you see is what you get. No deception for young or old. All the customers were taken aback, and then they consciously picked up small baskets placed at the entrance and started shopping. Watching the bustling scene in the supermarket, Xue Yutong suddenly felt a sense of emotion. When she had her supermarket in the old city, there were many customers every day, and she had become accustomed to a busy life. After all, making money was about exchanging points to upgrade the supermarket as quickly as possible. But now, she suddenly felt that in this cold and indifferent apocalypse, the lively atmosphere of the supermarket had a touch of warmth. Su diligently restocked the shelves, worked at the checkout, and briefly explained how to use the self-checkout machines. Xue Yutong placed snacks, small hot pot meals suitable for winter, hot milk tea, as well as some cold-proof items and outdoor supplies at the front counter. Sure enough, the sales were good. After a wave of customers happily checked out and confirmed that the prices were indeed as labeled, they expressed their amazement and stated they would return to the supermarket. Su quietly asked Xue Yutong, "Why did you place these items at the front?" "I thought they wouldn't sell well." She saw many customers taking away a full set of skiing equipment and thought she was mistaken. Xue Yutong mysteriously waved her hand and leaned into Su's ear, saying, There's a flat area in the base that hasn't been developed yet, and it has accumulated a thick layer of snow during this time. Isn't that a natural ski resort? Susu's eyes lit up, giving her boss a thumbs up. You really are something. As for the snacks, it was because in the current apocalypse, everyone focused on stocking up on staple foods like grains and oils, and very few people would hoard snacks. Even if they did, they were just randomly bought during shopping. Certainly not as comprehensive as my supermarket, where they could choose what they wanted. Xue Yutong smiled even more as she explained. In fact, it wasn't that she had a golden finger after being reborn. She had experience working in a supermarket in her previous life and understood the general situation in the base. Soon, another batch of customers arrived, and the two stopped chatting. As night fell, there was hardly any sunlight due to the snowstorm, and the base's streetlights soon lit up, watching as the number of people gradually decreased. Xue Yutong planned to clean up and close the store when she noticed someone familiar outside. She focused and recognized the woman as Yifangting, the friend who had been following Shun Lingxue that day. Yifangting seemed to be observing the supermarket, while Xue Yutong pretended not to see her and continued moving items from the entrance, retrieving the small sign. After a while, Yifangting seemed to take out her phone to check something and then decisively walked towards the supermarket. Xue Yutong whispered something to Su, and once Yifangting entered the store and browsed for a while, she suddenly realized she was the only one left in the supermarket. Let me out. She walked toward the door, and Xue Yutong was already standing at the entrance. Su also came over from the side, looking at Yifangting with a hostile gaze. You've walked around the supermarket and didn't buy anything. What are you doing? Can't your supermarket allow browsing without buying? Yifangting retorted defiantly. Xue Yutong signaled Su. Su picked up a baseball bat from the side. I have something to ask you. Seeing the fierce expressions on their faces, Yifangting clearly panicked. Not waiting for Su to come closer, she loudly said, It was Shun Lingxue who asked me to contact those people. It wasn't my idea. If you want to take revenge, don't find me. She was genuinely nervous and spoke loudly with her eyes closed. After a while, she cautiously opened her eyes and found Xue Yutong standing with her hands on her hips. Shun Lingxue, she asked you to find those people? Are those the refugees looking for trouble? Xue Yutong knew that those refugees didn't look like they were fleeing. They seemed to be incited by someone. Xie Hengyan had also said that those people had a clear purpose and had found the supermarket before even entering the base. Yifangting trembled in fear. Her family background was not as prominent as Shun Lingxue's, so she had always played the role of a follower. Moreover, she had realized from day one that the owner of this supermarket seemed to have some background, and she felt she couldn't afford to provoke her. Su wanted to intimidate her further, but Xue Yutong said, What else? How did you know about these refugees? Just relying on them. The news wouldn't be so well informed, Xue Yutong pressed. Yifangting nervously swallowed and said, I've told you everything I know, and you want to hit me. That's illegal. This is the base. Su shouted. At this point, who still cares about your life or death? No one cares if those refugees leave. Under their pressure, Yifangting quietly said, I don't know, but it seems Lingxue is quite familiar with that Wang leader. Xue Yutong narrowed her eyes. She said, Got it, you can go. Yifangting ran out of the supermarket, not forgetting to turn back and glare hatefully. Chapter 21. Their way of survival after the supermarket closed down completely. Xue Yutong and Su quickly tidied up and sat down in the break room on the second floor. I'll go send out the delivery message, Xue Yutong said, not forgetting to take out her phone and log into the Southern Base app. She noticed that the app was improving every day, especially in the forum, where more people were joining and engaging in discussions. Contacts could also be organized into group chats, but for now, the only contacts she had were the official service number and Xie Hengyan. After thinking for a moment, she opened the forum interface, intending to post about the delivery situation, hoping they could spread the word. At the same time, she asked Su to look for resident groups in nearby communities to summarize the information. Just as Xue Yutong opened the forum, she discovered a new hot post mentioning her supermarket. Everyone can really go check out the base supermarket. Great quality and low prices, I'm not a shill. The poster was likely a customer who had shopped there today, and they attached a few photos. They claimed that the prices at the supermarket were genuinely reasonable, and since the blizzard hit, she hadn't seen such prices. Moreover, The products were not close to expiry and were not counterfeit. The post praised Xue Yutong's supermarket to the skies. The comments below were mixed. I went today too. Although I didn't buy much, I took a good look, and it was indeed quite good. What kind of background does the base supermarket have? How can they have so much stock at this time? Isn't that supermarket owner rumored to be involved with Captain Xie? Didn't you all hear about the huge fuss on the first day of the base's qualification review? Is there gossip? I'm all ears. Stop talking nonsense here. My family member is a base staff, and it's already been clarified. The supermarket owner got in by hoarding goods and opened the supermarket by hoarding goods. There are no scandalous news at all. With an insider's comment, the subsequent discussions became much more normal. Xue Yutong sighed in relief. Overall, it was good that everyone had a positive review of the supermarket. As for how they viewed her as a person, that was not something she was concerned about. As she continued her conversation with the system and looked at the system mall panel, Xue Yutong realized that the supermarket could keep upgrading, its area continuously expanding. She could hardly imagine what the supermarket would develop into in the future. But there was no doubt that she had to work hard to earn money to upgrade the supermarket. Susu was also scrolling through her phone, and after adding Xue Yutong as a contact, she saw the same post. Suddenly turning to look at her, she asked, "Boss, do you really have that kind of relationship with Captain Xie?" Xue Yutong patted her back. "Get some sleep. We have deliveries to make tomorrow." As for the gossip, she didn't know how to clarify it or even how to face it. Soon after turning off the lights, Susu lay down on another bed not far away, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Xue Yutong thought about what those people had said in the post and suddenly felt her ears getting warm. Her and Xie Hongyan? She thought Xie Hongyan was a serious and responsible person regarding work, but he seemed uninterested in romantic relationships. After all, Shunling Xue had openly shown her affection, while Xie Hongyan remained so cold. As for her, it seemed she wasn't planning to consider these things for now. After all, the fears from her past life were deeply engraved in her mind. Now that she was given a second chance, Xue Yutong just wanted to live well. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. In the old city, an abandoned storefront, a group of ragged people surrounded a small fire, greedily soaking in its warmth, quickly tossing in anything they could find to keep it burning. "Boss, you clearly said we could pull off a big score. What we do now?" "Yeah, that woman was directly in contact with you. We don't know the situation. Do we still have money? Hiding here every day isn't a solution. My kids are almost starving." After failing to secure work at the supermarket that day, they had been squatting here for 2 days. Wang Jun impatiently pulled out a cigarette, lit it with the fire on the ground, and took a deep drag. How was I supposed to know that woman at the supermarket would be so hard to deal with? As soon as she opened the supermarket, she set up a high-voltage electric fence. You can't blame me for that. The crowd exchanged glances, but someone still asked, "Even so, if this path doesn't work, we need to think of another way." "No, I think we still need to go to the supermarket. The food we have now was given to us by that owner." Wang Jun thought of the elegantly dressed woman and couldn't help but swallow hard. He felt that when she spoke to him, there was a clear hint. If he did this well, perhaps he could leverage that woman to successfully settle in the base. However, he didn't share this with the others, only saying, "Let's not talk about rewards for now. You all saw the supermarket. There's so many things in there. While we are starving, the supermarket owner can just sit there and do nothing. Is that fair?" The gathering consisted of refugees. Some had been homeless before the apocalypse, while others had come from neighboring cities to escape. The flicker of morality was already weak and had been extinguished by the blizzard. They were stirred up. It really isn't fair. And that woman only says she'll give us one meal. It's just like giving alms to beggars. We're not unwilling to work. We just want to eat our fill before looking for work. Wang Jun wanted this effect, immediately standing up and saying loudly, "So even if it's not for the money Missy gives us, we need to show that supermarket a thing or two. If we can take down that supermarket, at least we won't have to worry about food and drink for half a year. By then, the blizzard will have stopped, winter will pass, and we won't have to worry about having no way to survive in the future." Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Jun continued, "But last time they already remembered us. So we definitely can't go directly to the supermarket this time. Fortunately, I still have Miss He's contact information, and I've been secretly reaching out these past 2 days, looking for the next opportunity to make a move. Missy told us that the supermarket's small owner seems to be going out for deliveries soon. There might be protective measures in the base, but not outside. Wang Jun said meaningfully. A group of people with both thieving hearts and the guts to act began to brainstorm. Wang Jun cheerfully dialed Missy's number, discussing what to do next. Don't contact me so openly anymore. I can only give you messages secretly. The voice on the other end seemed a bit flustered. Wang Jun hurriedly asked, when is that small supermarket owner going out for deliveries, and approximately where? Do you have a way to get that information? How would I know? Aren't you all from different places? Go find out. She should be delivering nearby first. Be smart about it. Come back to me once you get things done. The line abruptly hung up. Chapter 22. Requisitioned by the base after hanging up the phone, Yifanting cautiously glanced at Shun Lingxue beside her. They were sitting in Shun Lingxue's residence at the base, with Yifanting nervously perched on the sofa. Ever since Xue Yutong caught her revealing the truth that day, Yifanting had been feeling anxious, especially when Shun Lingxue texted her that night asking about the refugees. Today, Shun Lingxue insisted that she contact those people in front of her. Are you done? Shun Lingxue asked impatiently, staring at her manicured nails. Yifanting replied meekly. I've already spoken to them. You heard it too. Being next to Shun Lingxue filled her with a strong sense of pressure. Shun Lingxue turned to glare at her and exclaimed, what do you want me to say about you? I entrusted you with this task, and you messed it up. You even let that little boss at the supermarket find out. She wanted to scold her, but her trust in Yifanting was waning, so she refrained from saying anything too harsh. Yifanting quickly apologized, but there was no one at the supermarket that day. I went to check the situation like you said, and I just happened to get caught by them. How was I to know they were so sharp? Are you blaming me for sending you to observe the situation? Shun Lingxue was even more annoyed. She poked Yifanting's arm with her manicured finger, causing her to wince in pain, but not daring to speak up. What could she do? After all, the supplies she used to gain entry into the base were all arranged by Shun Lingxue. Her family situation was not as good as the Shun family's, and since they were merely wealthy, they had no connections to stock up on supplies and couldn't buy things even if they had money. Yifanting understood that Shun Lingxue was being bossy with her, but she still had to listen. Shun Lingxue muttered a few more words before saying, I need to contact Leader Wang quickly. It would be great if we could get the delivery information from the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Yifanting quickly replied, yes. Let's hurry and ask. We need to teach that Xue Yutong a lesson. The two continued to whisper for a long time until they noticed a post from Xue Yutong in the Southern Base app. Go add the groups from the nearby communities. According to the post, Xue Yutong should start from those places. At this moment, Xue Yutong was still unaware that someone was watching her. After posting, she, along with Su, sent messages in several nearby residence groups and quickly received many orders. There weren't many orders in the base. Most people came to shop at the supermarket after seeing the posts praising it. Seeing the increase in foot traffic, Xue Yutong redeemed a self-checkout machine. Although these people appeared to be high-quality residents and the supermarket prices weren't high, she still kept the surveillance cameras running around the clock just in case. The supermarket's opening hours were tentatively set from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., after which it was time for Xue Yutong and Su to go out for deliveries. Most people coming to the supermarket were either making up for leaks or buying snacks, while the real big customers were those who hadn't moved into the base. They had a huge demand for supplies. The brand-new supply transport vehicle wasn't deterred by the shallow snow on the ground and moved swiftly through the storm. Finally, we've been waiting for you. A heavily bundled woman greeted Xue Yutong loudly. She introduced herself as Aunt Zhao, saying that when Xue Yutong previously ran a supermarket in the old city, she had brought her family specifically to shop there, but later, when they wanted to return, they found the supermarket had moved. We thought you had closed down. A supermarket like yours, with such a conscience, cannot be gone. Aunt Zhao handed supplies to her son, urging him to take them home quickly, while she stood by the car chatting with Xue Yutong. In this apocalypse, it's rare to see any warmth among people, so Xue Yutong was happy to chat with her. During their conversation, she unexpectedly learned some news. Aunt Zhao, are you saying that the neighboring city also has a base now? Xue Yutong asked curiously, while Su, who was delivering supplies to another household, glanced over upon hearing this. Aunt Zhao nodded. Yes, my son heard it from an old classmate. The blizzard has been going on for half a month now. After the southern base was built, it seems other cities have also heard the news and are setting up bases. She sighed again. Sigh, boss. Do you think entering the base is a good thing? We always feel that if we just hold on a bit longer, the weather will improve. And we don't need to spend so much money buying supplies to get into the base. This is also the true sentiment of many ordinary citizens. Xue Yutong understood very well, because her family was like that in her past life. When the news about the base first came out, no one believed it. Some even urged her family to sell their house to exchange for supplies and enter the base. But her parents wanted to keep the house for her brother's marriage and stubbornly refused. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong didn't dare to reveal too much, only saying, "Aunt Zhao, I think entering the base isn't a loss. Just say if this blizzard doesn't stop, everyone will definitely be better off entering the base." She continued, "Moreover, your community isn't far from the base. Even if the blizzard stops and work resumes, your child won't be far from their workplace." Although Xue Yutong's voice was not loud, there were still some residents nearby who heard and exchanged complex glances. Clearly, her words struck a chord with their inner worries. Xue Yutong quickly added, "Of course, I'm currently running a supermarket in the base, so I'm definitely promoting the base's benefits. This is just my personal opinion. You should decide for yourselves." Aunt Zhao remained silent for a while before finally waving her hand. "Forget it. I'll go back and discuss it with my family." Xue Yutong didn't say anything more and cleared the remaining orders on the list. So far, the deliveries had gone quite smoothly. So smoothly that Xue Yutong was a bit surprised. On the way back, she said to Su, who was driving, "I feel like something's not right. Did those refugees just let us go? As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who has you in their sights." Those refugees who were driven to a dead end and were incited to act would definitely not give up easily after seeing the supplies in the supermarket. But it had been 3 or 4 days, and there was still no movement from them. Su chuckled and advised, Tong, don't worry too much. Maybe they didn't want to take risks again since their plan didn't work out. Let's just take it one step at a time." Xue Yutong thought for a moment, looking at the swirling snow outside, and said, "That's true." Upon returning to the base, Xie Hongyan was waiting at the supermarket entrance. Seeing Xue Yutong's supply transport vehicle return, he was somewhat surprised. "Your vehicle. We're starting deliveries again. How about it?" Xue Yutong didn't shy away. Xie Hongyan pressed his lips together and said, "Just right. I came to find you to discuss the vehicle situation. What's wrong? The base is currently acquiring large items, and the original heavy trucks aren't enough. The supplies you donated." Before Xie Hongyan could finish, Xue Yutong nodded, "Sure, take it for the base's use." Chapter 23. Shi's connection. Xue Yutong's straightforwardness left Xie Hongyan at a loss for words. He subtly raised an eyebrow, and his expression was not as stern as usual. He was surprisingly easy to talk to. Sometimes he even doubted why Xue Yutong always agreed to his requests, and even seemed a bit proactive. Whether it was the previous procurement of supplies or now requisitioning her heavy truck, Xue Yutong didn't even ask about the returns or conditions first. During this time of procuring supplies, as the person in charge, Xie Hongyan understood the treacherous nature of people's hearts in the apocalypse. Sometimes, even a previously agreed price could be suddenly changed. Xue Yutong noticed Xie Hongyan's probing and waved her hand. "The base you represent is an important client of the supermarket. Of course, it's easy to talk to." She could see that Xie Hongyan was somewhat puzzled by her, and could only say this. She couldn't possibly tell him that it was because he saved her in her previous life, which made her always feel grateful towards him. This reasoning seemed fine at first glance, but Xie Hongyan still found it hard to believe. "You are clearly in business, but your heart is too kind." Xie Hongyan didn't know if what he said was impolite. He just instinctively wanted to remind Xue Yutong of something. "Perhaps this sounds a bit strange to you, but compared to others, you seem to have realized this is the apocalypse earlier, so you should have some mental preparation for the wickedness of people as hearts. This includes the base, and you are no exception." Thinking of how his team members teased him daily, saying he and Xue Yutong were connections for each other, Xie Hongyan felt a bit embarrassed. Xue Yutong listened, and her expression became more serious. She waved to Su, signaling her to go back to sorting goods while she put her hands in her pockets. Taking a deep breath, she met Xie Hongyan's gaze and suddenly tilted her head, asking, "Captain Xie, are you saying these things to make me become profit-driven towards the base too?" Xie Hongyan was momentarily taken aback by this question and fell silent. "You saw how I acted when my family came to find me at the supermarket. I'm not a saint who is nice to everyone. It's just that the base holds significant meaning for me, allowing me to continue doing business here, so I feel it's right to give back. As Xue Yutong spoke, she suddenly smiled again. And I never said I wouldn't accept compensation. If you need to requisition the heavy truck, you should also give me contribution points. You can just buy it directly. Listening to her words, Xie Hungin's expression gradually relaxed, and he slightly pursed his lips, saying, "Sorry. I took the liberty to preach to you. No, you make a lot of sense. Just don't worry too much. I have it all in mind." Xue Yutong thought to herself, if she were just a profit-driven boss, she wouldn't give discounts when procuring supplies for the base. The two looked at each other in silence. Xue Yutong suddenly looked up and saw Xie Hungin's deep, dark eyes. This man was excessively good-looking, dressed in the base's black uniform, exuding an extraordinary aura. She suddenly felt a bit dazed, thinking no wonder Shenling Xue turns all delicate when she sees Xie Hungin. Snapping back to reality, Xue Yutong shivered and suddenly remembered the rumors she heard while delivering goods. So she asked, "Captain Xie, I heard that other cities have started building bases too. Is that true?" After entering the southern base in her previous life, she hadn't paid much attention to the outside world. However, if this news was true, it meant that the base was not the only one, and it might also be related to military and official powers. In fact, this was originally unrelated to Xue Yutong. But recently she had been researching supermarket upgrades and unexpectedly learned from the system that upgrading the supermarket could unlock other functional areas, such as residential areas. Following this development path, her small supermarket might one day become a base. Xue Yutong suddenly became uneasy, anxiously waiting for Xie Hungin's answer. Xie Hungin nodded. "The information you heard is correct. The southern base is not the only base. It was just established earlier. The southern base has military backing and possesses many advanced facilities, having long detected that the weather data was abnormal. In fact, the apocalypse was a result that was anticipated long ago. With technological development, the ecosystem has been severely damaged, leading to various extreme weather conditions in past years, although they didn't last long. However, the military had already prepared and began quietly planning bases. It's just that the alarming fluctuations in weather data have accelerated the construction schedule of the bases." Xue Yutong pouted, seemingly deep in thought, then asked, "We are already considered a relatively underdeveloped city. Did the leaders of the southern base establish such a large base here because of this? And with surrounding cities starting to build bases, they also began to stockpile supplies like you guys, making it harder for you to procure later?" A series of questions came pouring out as Xue Yutong observed Xie Hungin's expression. For her, this was actually a good thing, as it meant that when the southern base needed to procure supplies in the future, they would most likely come to her small supermarket. However, she wanted to hear Xie Hungin's perspective. Xie Hungin nodded. "Indeed, there is this consideration because it's relatively remote and transportation logistics are well developed. However, areas with relatively slow overall economic development are naturally the preferred choice for manufacturing, e-commerce, and large warehouses. In such areas, constructing a base in a large zone faces less resistance. Those developed areas are expensive, making it difficult to establish bases, and there's no supply reserve. Supplies rely on transportation." After speaking, he seemed to hesitate for a moment, looked around to ensure no one was listening, and lowered his voice. "The struggles of various cities are evident since the officials do not have unified management of the bases. However, the southern base currently has ample reserves, so there's no need to worry for now. Of course, this is also thanks to your supermarket. As for the officials already planning to seize management rights, Xie Hungin did not mention it. It was dangerous for an ordinary person to know too much." Xue Yutong listened to his explanation, nodded, and felt a bit embarrassed at his last sentence. "I'm glad to help. If the base lacks supplies in the future, you can still come to me for procurement. I have plenty of goods here." Just as Xie Hungin was about to nod, he suddenly realized that from the initial surprise to now, he seemed unfazed by the reserves of the supermarket. Although he was curious about where Xue Yutong got her supplies, the procured supplies were tangible and would help quickly establish the southern base, so he didn't ask further. "What about you? Have you encountered any trouble while delivering goods recently?" Xie Hungin asked as he was leaving. Xue Yutong shook her head. "No, everything is going smoothly, so there's no need to worry." just as she was considering whether her supermarket could develop into a base in the future. She saw Xue Yutong return with a serious expression, reminding her, "There's one more thing. If other cities come to procure supplies from you, don't sell to them. If the base finds out, it will be troublesome." Xue Yutong immediately nodded in understanding. Chapter 24. The returning refugees after Xue Yutong left the supermarket. Xue Yutong stood in place for a while, lost in thought. A snowflake landed on her eyelashes, and after it melted, she felt a slight chill, prompting her to hurry back to the supermarket. Xue had just finished sorting out the delivery orders from today when she saw Xue Yutong shaking off the snowflakes and taking off her coat. In a low voice, she gossiped, "Tong, is there really nothing going on between you and Captain Xie? He specifically waited for you here at the supermarket just to deliver goods." Xue Yutong shook her head. "What are you thinking every day? I told you many times not to pay attention to those strange comments on the forum." Her relationship with Xue Yutong? Impossible. They were just pure comrades in arms. Xue blinked her eyes and said, "No, I'm not trying to stir things up. I just think Captain Xie is a really good man, both in his profession and character. Tong, if you find a good man, you should cherish him. Don't end up like me." As she spoke, her expression became a bit dazed, as if she was recalling past events. Xue Yutong quickly patted her arm and said loudly, "Xue, get a grip. You're doing much better than them now. You're at a base where you don't have to worry about food and clothing, and you can work in a supermarket with so many supplies. Aren't I treating you well?" The female warrior was great in every aspect, but unfortunately, she was a bit too love-struck. Although it seemed that her love-struck phase had been cured for now, Xue Yutong still wanted to remind her a few more times. Xue came back to her senses, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful. Tong, you don't know." Her lips trembled slightly. "When we went to deliver goods, I heard that child is the child that the scumbag used to deceive me. He was spoiled, and didn't he live long after losing his parents? I don't pity this child. I just think of my own son, and it must have hurt so much when he died." Xue Yutong felt a pang in her heart when she heard this. Xue quietly sobbed for a while, wiped her tears with a tissue, and said to Xue Yutong, "I'm sorry. I know you don't like me always crying and reminiscing. But after becoming a mother, my mindset really is different. It's okay if you want to cry, just cry. I'll get you some hot water. And later you could take a good shower and get some sleep." Other than that, Xue Yutong didn't know how to comfort Xue. She had never felt her parents' love, but seeing Xue's nostalgia for that child, Xue Yutong vaguely understood that family should be like this. Thinking of her useless brother Xue Jinbao, Xue Yutong frowned slightly. It had been half a month since their family of 3 went to the police station. In the apocalypse, such things were too common. There wasn't enough space in the police station, and with the further breakdown of order, it was uncertain how long these agencies could hold out. Besides, Zhang Huilan would definitely be making a big deal about the fact that Xue Yutong was her daughter, and she might come out early. If they came to the supermarket like in her past life and found her, what would she do? Xue Yutong organized her heavy thoughts and lay down on the bed. Drowsiness gradually swept over her, and she fuzzily made a decision. If the events of her past life were to repeat themselves, and those 3 people came to morally blackmail her again, she would not hesitate to take action. Early the next morning, Xue had already sorted out her mood, and the 2 opened the supermarket door. In the afternoon, they went out to deliver goods, as usual. Tong, don't you think something feels off? While the remaining residents were queuing to collect supplies, Xue walked over with the order list and whispered in Xue Yutong's ear. Xue Yutong frowned and lowered her voice. "These people are leaving really quickly after taking their things. It's like there's some disaster. They're just grabbing their bags and rushing off." The 2 exchanged glances, quickly resolved the last 2 or 3 orders, and after watching the last person run off with their bag, Xue Yutong said softly, "Hurry, get in the car." That uneasy premonition grew stronger, and the 2 quickly closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. Just as they closed the door, a circle of people appeared in front of the car. Xue Yutong and Xue looked closely and realized that it was the group of refugees who had come to cause trouble at the supermarket not long ago. They looked even more disheveled and haggard than before, staring at Xue Yutong's car with greedy eyes. "Supermarket owner, what a coincidence." Wang Jun swaggered over with a stick, casually knocking on the windshield. He didn't use much force. He was just feeling the rebound and the texture, thinking that the car's glass seemed quite sturdy. Xue Yutong pressed her lips together and said to Su, "Just drive." Su looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the supply transport vehicle was surrounded. There were even more refugees than last time, nearly 20 people. She suddenly felt grateful that they had gotten into the car quickly. Otherwise, even with her combat skills, dealing with these people would be somewhat tricky. Su started the car, the engine roared loudly, and the car moved slightly. The refugees surrounding the car changed their expressions and shouted, "Boss, isn't it a bit rude to leave so quickly? You came out to deliver goods. And we are customers too. Come down and talk to everyone. Next time when you deliver goods, bring us some too. In this cold weather. Are you just enjoying your winter in the supermarket while leaving us to die?" It was the familiar rhetoric again. Seeing the car stationary, they grew bolder and started to shrink the encirclement, with some daring individuals preparing to smash the driver's window. Xue Yutong made a decisive call. Just drive. These people did not come with good intentions, and she had no need to give them any warnings. Su didn't waste any words either. She directly drove the car forward. Wang Jun and several others stood in front of the car, seemingly certain that Xue Yutong and Su, two weak women, wouldn't dare to hit anyone. But he quickly realized his judgment was wrong. The car didn't stop at all, charging straight ahead. Wang Jun cursed under his breath and quickly dodged to the side. One person failed to react in time and was knocked into the snow by the side of the car, crying out in pain. "You damn woman. You really dared to hit someone." Seeing the car move forward, Wang Jun was furious. The others hurried to help the fallen person, and someone anxiously asked, "Boss, this person isn't easy to deal with." "It's fine. We'll have another chance. She loves making money so much, she'll definitely come out again." Wang Jun spat on the ground, looking resentfully at the car. The supply transport vehicle sped away, gradually disappearing into the wind and snow. However, Xue Yutong's sense of foreboding had not subsided. She always felt that something was off. These people didn't even chase them, clearly. Su and stepped on the gas just now. They weren't afraid of dying, so why did they give up so easily? While she was pondering, Xue Yutong suddenly keenly heard some rustling sounds coming from the back of the car. Chapter 25. She can also represent the bass. The sound made Xue Yutong's heart tighten, and she immediately looked at Su. The two exchanged a silent glance. The cockpit was relatively safe and soundproof, which had always been a significant advantage, but now it had turned into a double-edged sword. If someone had indeed sneaked in as they suspected, they hadn't noticed it in time. Xue Yutong instinctively lowered her voice. "It seems like there are people behind us." Su's expression became serious as well, her lips pressed tightly together. Her hands on the steering wheel remained steady as she focused on the road ahead. Let's return to the base first. The cockpit was a relatively enclosed space with bulletproof glass, providing a high level of safety for Xue Yutong and Su, given the weather and road conditions. The people behind wouldn't jump out of the car directly, and there was nothing valuable in the vehicle. The two of them went out every day to deliver goods, and the food and drinks they brought were in the cockpit. The cargo area only contained supplies for others' orders. Since it wasn't about those, it must be that they wanted to follow them to the supermarket. It was still that persistent group of refugees. Their goal should still be the supermarket. Xue Yutong muttered. She just didn't understand how the leading man could be so confident. There were only a few of them, and from the looks of it, their numbers hadn't decreased much. Moreover, the people who snuck into the cargo area should have been few. However, Xue Yutong was still pondering how to resolve the situation. After a while, she took out her phone and opened the Southern Base app to send a message to Xia Hongyan. "Captain Xia, are you at the base now?" The man didn't reply, and Xue Yutong couldn't wait any longer, so she sent another message. "I went out to deliver goods today and seem to have encountered those refugees again. If you're at the base, could you come and take a look? It seems like they are in our cargo area." She sent everything at once and then turned to Su. "Aren't there people patrolling at the entrance of her supermarket?" Su thought for a moment and nodded. "Don't worry too much, Tong. When we get to the supermarket entrance, you stay here and don't move. I'll deal with them." They were blocking the road, but only had clubs, so Su speculated that they didn't have any proper weapons. The two didn't dare to stop along the way, keeping the cockpit sealed until the vehicle entered the base, when they finally relaxed a bit. The gate guards recognized Xue Yutong and Su, greeted them, and let them pass. Xue Yutong felt anxious. Why didn't they check anything? Xue, however, said, "It's better this way. Let us pretend we don't know. Just do as I say later. Stay in the cockpit and protect yourself." Recently, there hadn't been many people moving into the base, and the management wasn't too strict. Xue added, "It's better than hurting someone from the base." After making up their minds, the vehicle sped towards the supermarket entrance, and Xue Yutong was so nervous that her palms began to sweat. Her phone buzzed. Before she had a chance to check it, the car had already stopped, and Xue quickly got out. Xue Yutong was supposed to stay in the cockpit and lock the car door as agreed, but seeing people from the base patrolling nearby, she gritted her teeth and followed Xue out. There was no movement in the cargo area. The two tiptoed around to the back of the vehicle. Just as Xue was about to open the door, the cargo door swung open by itself. A hand holding a kitchen knife extended out. With a flash of cold light, Xue pulled Xue Yutong back, saying coldly, "Who's in there?" However, the people in the cargo area seemed undeterred and charged out, swinging at Xue and Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong quickly noticed that there seemed to be 2 or 3 more shadows inside. It looked like there were 3 or 4 people on the vehicle. That man shouted, "We all know your supermarket has plenty of supplies. As long as you obediently give us the supplies, we'll leave this car to you." He stood at the entrance of the cargo area, glaring fiercely at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong sneered, "If you were outside, your numbers might matter, but open your eyes and see where this is." The man looked around and suddenly realized that patrolling personnel were closing in, and he panicked. Wang Jun only said to let a few agile ones climb into the car to show the supermarket owner a lesson, but he hadn't said what to do next. He swallowed hard, thinking of the double reward promised by Wang Jun, and shouted, "I don't care where this is, but if you don't agree to our terms, don't blame us." Just as Xue Yutong was about to say something more, the man unexpectedly jumped down from the car and charged straight at her. Xue reacted quickly to block him, kicking the man's knife away, but when she turned back, she saw a cut on the back of Xue Yutong's hand. The man's knife had still grazed her. It was too cold, and the chilly wind blew past, making the wound on the back of her hand feel as if it were about to freeze, with even the warm blood quickly beginning to congeal. The patrolling personnel and a few others in black uniforms rushed over and quickly subdued the 4 men, tying them up on the side. Hiss! Xue Yutong took a deep breath. After being reborn, this was the first time she had sustained such a serious injury. It made her feel the reality of being reborn once again. Footsteps approached from not far away, and Xie Hongyan hurriedly arrived. Seeing several people squatting with their heads down beside him, he looked at Xue Yutong with concern. Injured? Xie Hongyan's heart tightened, and he quickly took her to the base clinic. As the nurse bandaged Xue Yutong, she secretly observed Xie Hongyan, casually saying, "This is the first time I've seen Captain Xie so anxious. Is your girlfriend injured?" Upon hearing this, both felt a bit awkward. Xue Yutong shook her head. "We are not a couple." She could tell that the little nurse even seemed relieved. Xue Yutong silently thought, what is it about Xie Hongyan that makes him so appealing? First it was Shun Ling Xue, and now it was the little nurse in the clinic. With rumors about her and Xie Hongyan circulating in the base forum, would she become a public enemy? Xie Hongyan didn't say anything else. He only explained to Xue Yutong, "I was busy outside and didn't see your message. Afterward, I quickly had my subordinates come help, but it seems I was late." "No, you were very quick. Thank you." Xue Yutong quickly waved with her uninjured hand. Those 4 were so vicious that they wouldn't even relent when they found themselves in the base. If it hadn't been for Xie Hongyan's people coming to help, Xue would probably still be entangled with them. She added, "I also want to apologize. We actually noticed someone in the car, but still drove it back to the base." Xie Hongyan said, "What you did was right. It was best to bring it back to the base. It would have been too dangerous outside." After saying that, he thought of something else. "Right? I'll have someone come and put a Southern Base insignia on your vehicle later. That way it's a bit safer." "Put an insignia? You mean our vehicle can represent the base?" Xue Yutong asked in disbelief. Xie Hongyan nodded. The base's supermarket has that qualification. Chapter 26. News from the official shelter. The little nurse gently and patiently disinfected and bandaged Xue Yutong while listening to their conversation. Suddenly, she interjected, asking, "So, from what you're saying, this young lady is the owner of the supermarket in the base. People in the base all use the base's app. so they naturally know about the rumors circulating in the forum. With this thought, the little nurse's gaze toward the two became ambiguous. She quickly finished her work, picked up a tray with medical tools, and said, "I won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, she winked at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't because she could finally be alone with Xie Hongyan, but because this little nurse was kind-hearted, unlike Shunling Xue. The refugees were likely trouble caused by Shunling Xue, and Xue Yutong didn't want to have enemies in the base because of Xie Hongyan. Xie Hongyan said, "In that case, I'll arrange it later. This way, it will be safer for you when you deliver goods next." After all, it was two young women going to deliver goods, and the supermarket was located in the base. If something happened to them, the base would also be affected. As for his concern for Xue Yutong, even Xie Hongyan himself hadn't noticed it. Xue Yutong looked around to ensure no one was listening and quietly asked, "Captain Xie, are there any surveillance cameras here?" Seeing her cautious and alert demeanor, Xie Hongyan observed the surroundings and said, "No, go ahead." Xue Yutong licked her lips, and Xie Hongyan made a gesture, proactively bringing her a cup of water. After drinking half a cup to moisten her throat, Xue Yutong finally said, "Last time you asked me about the news on these refugees, I said I wasn't sure. Actually, I later secretly asked someone. She hadn't planned to tell Xie Hongyan this. But that group of refugees had now threatened her. They originally couldn't enter the base, but they couldn't avoid going out with Su to deliver goods. And it wasn't safe outside now either. Do you remember those two women? The ones who came with the leader when they wanted to punish me on the first day. One of them seems quite familiar with you," Xue Yutong asked. Xie Hongyan nodded. "I have some impression. What's the matter? Is it related to them?" He hadn't investigated the refugee situation in detail because the information he received showed that many people had fled from other cities, coupled with the additional tasks assigned to him by the base leaders recently. Xue Yutong whispered. "I pulled Fangding aside last time and asked her. She said those refugees were contacted by her, but it was Shunling Xue who instructed them." At this point, Xie Hongyan maintained a calm expression, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Also, Fangting said that Shunling Xue and that leader surnamed Wang seemed very familiar. As she said this, Xue Yutong swallowed and drank another half cup of water. Holding the empty, disposable cup with one hand, she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. She wasn't sure about Xie Hongyan's attitude towards Shunling Xue, but did she understand Wang Daisheng's influence in the base? However, she had a good impression of Xie Hongyan from her past life, and since he had helped her when she was troubled on her first day in the base, she impulsively shared so much with him. Xie Hongyan remained silent for a long time, and Xue Yutong suddenly felt a bit dejected and shrank her neck, saying, "Do I seem like someone who reports on others? But what I said is true. There's surveillance footage from that day when Fangting came to the supermarket." She looked down, staring at the cup in her hand. Xie Hongyan glanced down and saw that Xue Yutong, dressed in a thick down jacket, still seemed small and fragile. "I didn't say you were reporting on others, just thinking about the connections in this matter," Xie Hongyan said gently. Xue Yutong looked up. "You believe me? Will you investigate this matter?" "Of course. But it might be a bit tricky," Xie Hongyan answered honestly. He certainly knew about Shun Lingshue's background because the city they were in was relatively remote, and the Shun family was one of the local wealthy families and a major taxpayer. There were some negative rumors about Wang Desheng before he was assigned to the base. It seemed that his wife was a relative of the Shun family. There was no need to tell Xue Yutong these details, so Xie Hongyan merely said, "But you can rest assured, the base will do its best to ensure your safety. If you continue to deliver goods, adding markings to the vehicle is one measure, and the base will also strictly control and inspect it. Like today, if the supply transport vehicle enters the base without a proper greeting again, it would be considered negligence. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Xue Yutong still felt a bit down. To earn points, she had to deliver goods, and indeed, it was more profitable than the supermarket in the base. Xie Hongyan said, "Don't blame yourself. You have your goals. The base isn't blaming you." Their conversation was interrupted by Su, who hurried over. Upon seeing Xie Hongyan, she greeted him, "Captain Xie." "Then take her back." "I'll leave first," Xie Hongyan politely nodded. "Take me back." Xue Yutong chuckled bitterly. "I just have a scratch on my hand. It sounds like I can't take care of myself." As they walked back to the supermarket, passing the apartment building, Xue Yutong remembered something and said to Su, My room is over there. If you want to stay after a while, you can apply for contribution points. Based on the salary she gave Su, it could be converted into quite a bit of supplies, and the base's accommodation qualifications were gradually opening up, with the required supplies correspondingly decreasing. Su shook her head. No rush. I don't have any particular requirements for where to live. However, Tong, I have an idea. Just as Xue Yutong asked what it was. The female warrior said, seriously, from today on, you'll work out with me every day and learn some self-defense. Although she had a talent for this, it was also her discipline that made her so capable. Even when she was bullied by scumbags in the past, she would secretly train every day. Xue Yutong initially felt overwhelmed by the idea of exercising, but memories of her past life suddenly flashed in her mind, and she nodded. I think that sounds good. Su's expression softened slightly. Then after your hand heals, work out with me every day. Seeing that Su genuinely treated her like family, Xue Yutong couldn't help but link arms with her. The blizzard continued intermittently, and just after it had snowed in the evening, the two made their way back to the supermarket through the accumulated snow. Due to her hand injury, Xue Yutong was ordered to rest by Su. While Su was sorting goods, she curled up beside her, looking at her phone. Today's forum was bustling as well, and Xue Yutong discovered a new post. I heard the officials are going to build a base too. Clicking in, the people in the thread expressed shock. Aren't we the official one? Is it possible that our southern base has military backing? The official base is a shelter throughout, but right now it's just news, not officially operational yet. Seeing this, Xue Yutong frowned in thought. Chapter 27. Secretly targeting the supermarket Su. Xue Yutong looked over at the female warrior who was stocking shelves. Have you heard anything about the official plans to establish a base while we've been out delivering goods these past few days? Su was bent over moving items. Her voice muffled. I don't know. I don't recall anything like that. She clapped her hands and moved closer to see. What's going on? Xue Yutong told her about the posts on the forum. Su's eyes widened. That's not right. They previously said that bases would be built in other cities too. Ours is among the earliest batch. Now the officials want to build bases as well. Doesn't that mean the competition for resources will become even more intense? Su frowned. I really don't understand what those people are thinking. If every city builds a base, won't they just be competing against each other? I think it's inevitable. After all, once the apocalypse began, it was hard to go back to how things were before. Xue Yutong couldn't help but say. Previously, she might have agreed when others expressed optimism about the apocalypse, but now the truth was laid bare. Su wanted to ask something, but then thought about how Xue Yutong had so many supplies, and it wasn't surprising she had reliable sources of information. She pouted and finally said, forget it. Anyway, these things aren't for us to worry about. Since the supermarket has opened in the southern base, you don't plan to move out, do you? Xue Yutong nodded. Of course not, setting aside the risks and obstacles that might come with moving to other bases. She felt that leaving the southern base and leaving Xie would be an act of ingratitude. Su patted her shoulder. Then we have nothing to worry about. Let's just do what we need to do. While that sounded reasonable, Xue Yutong always felt something was off. If the officials were going to build a base, shouldn't they be prepared before announcing it? Moreover, just a few days ago, the official announcement suggested residents stockpile supplies, and there hadn't been much activity until now with news of the base. Xue Yutong felt confused and couldn't help but message Xie for clarification. Captain Xie, how much do you know about the official base? Can you tell me? She and Xie were somewhat familiar, and she never beat around the bush when messaging. At that moment, Xie seemed to have some free time and replied quickly. What I can tell you is quite limited, but there are a few points you might want to pay attention to. Xue Yutong waited patiently. The leader who wanted to disqualify you came from the officials. After this snowstorm, the situation is not optimistic, and the officials are considering taking over the management of the bases. Similar to her previous life, Xue Yutong thought. However, the bases will definitely not be handed over to the officials. We will still have our own system later, and the same goes for the bases in other cities. Lastly, I hope your friend who provides the supplies can continue collaborating with the southern base. In other words, it meant that Xie hoped Xue Yutong would keep working with the southern base. Xue Yutong immediately replied, Don't worry, Captain Xie. The southern base is my only major client. I won't collaborate with other bases. Putting down her phone, She carefully recalled her previous life. She vaguely remembered that someone had come to the supermarket where she worked, asking to purchase a large quantity of supplies. But she had refused according to the store manager's instructions. Could it be that those were people from other bases looking to procure supplies? Thinking of this, Xue Yutong opened the system mall to take a look. Currently, the supermarket had upgraded to level 3, and there were no worries about electricity, heating, or security. The requirements for upgrading to the next level were greater, and it could unlock more types of supplies and expand the supermarket scale. Xue Yutong currently had 3.5 million contribution points, and the supermarket system's points balance was around 1 to 2 million. So she wasn't short on points at the moment. She had originally planned to upgrade early because she was still eager to open a section to sell fresh produce. Currently, the supermarket had only a small selection of fresh products, and after moving to the base to operate the supermarket, she hadn't sold fresh meat or similar items. The reason was that there were many people in the base, and while other supplies were manageable and the base hadn't imposed many restrictions temporarily, no one cared about her supply times. However, if the supermarket continuously had fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat, the transportation and slaughtering would raise suspicions. Thinking of this, she decided to wait a bit longer, at least until more people moved into the base and the systems were further improved before upgrading the supermarket. Lost in thought, Xue Yutong eventually fell asleep. Miss Ling Xue, it's not that I don't want to help you, but things are also tough for me lately. Wang Deshang brought a cup of hot tea to Shun Ling Xue and walked to the window to look around, then pulled the curtains tightly shut. Shun Ling Xue anxiously said, "Leader, you promised to provide me with information. The refugees have been arranged. Is that it? Don't you want to take revenge on that supermarket? After all, that woman embarrassed you on the first day of moving in." Thinking of this, Wang Deshang felt angry, but he was even more irritated with Shun Ling Xue. However, he didn't dare to show it and simply said, "Of course I want to, but you have to understand that I have official tasks right now. A small sacrifice can lead to a bigger plan." "What task?" Shun Ling Xue asked. Wang Deshang mysteriously replied, "The southern base was established early, and the supplies are abundant. The location of this city is also good. The officials sent me here to inspect and see if I can take over the management rights of the base. By then, I will have achievements and can show off in the base. Unlike now, when no one respects him in the base because it has a military background, and he is just an official sent here." Shun Ling Xue didn't care about any of this and simply said, "Taking over management rights takes time. Why not start with the supermarket? That woman donated 5 million in supplies and can continue running the supermarket. If you can get a hold of this stable supply source, it would be more convincing soon." She was too eager to deal with Xue Yutong. Yesterday, she heard that the refugees had managed to sneak into Xue Yutong's supply transport vehicle, but were caught upon returning to the base. Moreover, it was even Xie Hong'an's team that took action. Shun Ling Xue feared that this matter would threaten her if it were investigated further, and said, "I don't care about this. You have to handle the refugee issue for me. You can't let Xie Hong'an find out about me. Otherwise, I will expose what you know." They were in the same boat, and she didn't believe Wang Deshang would stand by idly. Although he knew Shun Ling Xue was spoiled, her straightforward threat still shocked Wang Deshang. He nodded and bowed on the surface, but inside he felt even more disgusted. "I understand. Although many people in the base are watching me, I can still handle this small matter. Just a few refugees. He could deal with it quietly, and Xie Hong'an wouldn't need to confront him." Having received his assurance, Shun Ling Xue left satisfied. Chapter 28. Being a little boss at ease after the incident with the refugees. The next day, Xue Yutong and Su Su had no mood to deliver goods. Fortunately, they had always arranged orders for 2 days in advance, so they wouldn't blindly take on a lot of orders. Today's workload was not heavy. After finishing today's deliveries, they would take a 2-day break and focus on running the supermarket at the base, waiting for Yutong to recover before discussing further. "Let us deliver goods by the roadside and let them come out to pick them up." Su Su nagged as she parked the supply transport vehicle by the roadside. The refugee situation left them feeling uneasy. So Xue Yutong and Su Su had to change their strategy and decided to park near residential areas on the main road in the future, ensuring easy access in and out. Yesterday, they could only drive straight ahead. If that group of people tried anything again, it would be hard to say what would happen. Thus, They prefer to let the customers walk a few more steps to ensure their own safety, while waiting for the buyers to pick up their goods. Xue Yutong sat in the car to warm up and observe the situation outside. In the cold weather, she felt that her wound was healing more slowly. There were noticeably fewer cars on the street. The city's power supply was unstable, with traffic lights flickering as if they had a bad connection. And then they simply went out completely. The snow on the road was almost up to her calves. Previously, there had been discussions about clearing the snow, and the municipal services would come out to clean the roads, but that was no longer the case. On the street, there was only a small path for people to walk, and occasionally a passerby would go by, their black down jackets standing out against the white snow. Su was handling orders at the back, while Xue Yutong was responsible for watching the rearview mirror and the cabin surveillance. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window. Xue Yutong jumped a little and looked over, thinking it was that group of refugees again, only to find it was Captain Xie. Captain Xie? Xue Yutong was somewhat surprised as she looked over, only to notice that a vehicle was parked not far behind him. It was the heavy truck she had requested the base to use, now modified, with the word Southern Base prominently displayed on the side, marked as military in the lower right corner. It was identical to the markings that had been added to her supply transport vehicle early on. Xue Yutong opened the car door, and Xie felt a rush of warm air. The heating system in this supply transport vehicle seemed even better than in the supermarket. Xue Yutong handed him a cup of hot cocoa, which warmed him up. Xie accepted it without hesitation. He had come to understand Xue Yutong's character over the time they had known each other. Don't worry about the deliveries. We're nearby. If anything happens, call me immediately. Xie gestured to her with a phone call motion. Xue Yutong blinked. Are you here to purchase supplies today? But the residents around here all place orders with me. Where else can they buy things? Xie shook his head. We're not here to purchase, but rather to wait and see. After reporting the incident with the refugees and the possibility of them infiltrating the base leader, Zhou Jianjun, took it seriously and asked Xie to investigate. He briefly explained the situation to Xue Yutong. She frowned, but without concrete evidence. It's not easy for you to arrest anyone, right? She had long realized that this matter was hard to clarify. Otherwise, the base should have taken action when the refugees first caused trouble at the supermarket. Xie honestly replied, yes, this matter is quite difficult to handle. Moreover, there are refugees coming from other cities. If they really gather together, we will need cooperation from the police departments in those cities. Xue Yutong expressed her understanding. It's tough for the base to manage. It's okay. If there's any way we can help, like providing evidence, I will do my best. The group's attempt to invade the supermarket surveillance footage was still there. Xie told her to close the car door and rest well. He went back to the heavy truck. With Xie encouragement, Xue Yutong sat for a while longer before getting out to help Su. Let us quickly finish the orders and go back to rest. Xue Yutong recorded the list, marking off each order as it was picked up. Although technology was advanced and using software was convenient and quick, Xue Yutong still preferred to write by hand. Boss, can you keep delivering goods? A resident, not in a hurry to leave, chatted with Xue Yutong. We heard that the officials also have a base. What's the situation? Will everyone have to go to the base in the future? Is it true? We worked so hard to buy our house, and we haven't finished paying the mortgage, yet will the blizzards really not stop? Xue Yutong initially planned to respond with a smile, but suddenly thought of the information she had seen about the supermarket upgrading. In the future, as the supermarket expands, it might also have other functional areas. It was clearly developing in the direction of a base. In this case, the more residents from the southern base, the more beneficial it would be for her. So, Xue Yutong said, to be honest, if you can, you'd better hurry to the base. The blizzards won't stop anytime soon. Besides, the base has relaxed its restrictions. You don't need to provide so many supplies. She only said this much and didn't elaborate further, so it wouldn't seem like she was pushing them. In fact, she considered the supermarket upgrade a long-term plan, thinking of what Xie had said. Cities operate independently, and the officials want to control the southern base. In that case, having more people would also mean having more say. Soon, they finished processing the orders, and the supply transport vehicle returned to the base. Unexpectedly, not long after returning, residents began to arrive at the supermarket's door facing the base. They were precisely those who had just picked up supplies today. Our family discussed it and decided to come to the base. There's always a power outage at home, and the elderly and children can't stand it. We heard the heating at the base is very good. They chattered among themselves while shopping in Xue Yutong's supermarket. Xue Yutong also checked the amount of supplies needed for admission through the base app to help them select items. Some people kept praising Xue Yutong, saying that it was a blessing to have such a good boss in today's society. Xue Yutong stuck out her tongue. It's fine. I'm just a little boss. It's best if I can help you. In this apocalypse, although order was nearly collapsing, most people still maintained kindness in places where they gathered. Xue Yutong watched a family walk towards the base gate and caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye. It was a ragged boy, looking to be under 20. His delicate face was reddened by the cold, and he was constantly breathing into his hands at the supermarket entrance, gazing hopefully into the supermarket. When their eyes met, the boy panicked and looked away. But Xue Yutong felt as if a lightning bolt had struck her mind. She recognized that face. Xue Yutong immediately walked out, but the boy turned and ran. Stop! The boy halted, turned his head back, seemingly in disbelief, staring at her with wide eyes, nervously licking his lips. Xue Yutong said, "Come in and warm up for a while." Chapter 29. Extreme cold weather. This wasn't Lu Wei's first time at the supermarket. For the past 3 days, he had been wandering outside the supermarket in the evening, but he had never dared to go inside. He looked at the dazzling array of goods inside the supermarket and could vaguely smell the aroma of food, but he had nothing on him. Today, the door to the supermarket suddenly opened, and many people from outside the base came in to shop, which gave Lu Wei the courage to take a look from the outside. He didn't expect the supermarket owner to invite him in. The entire supermarket was warm as spring. As soon as he entered, Lu Wei sneezed, a reaction to being suddenly warmed after being frozen for so long. He covered his face and cautiously turned to look at the supermarket owner. The fair and beautiful girl showed no sign of disgust, but instead handed him a cup of hot soy milk, saying, "Warm yourself up first. What do you want to eat?" As Xue Yutong finished speaking, she noticed the glimmer of tears in the boy's eyes. She sighed lightly in her heart. She knew this boy was named Lu Wei and that he was only 18 years old, just an adult. In her past life, not long after she started working at the supermarket, Lu Wei was brought back by the supermarket owner, claiming he had found him on the roadside. At that time, Lu Wei had fainted from hunger, and after waking up, he ate several large buns and knelt down to the supermarket owner, saying he wanted to stay and work. Just like now, while Lu Wei was eating the buns, he silently shed tears but didn't want to be discovered, so he could only try to shrink himself down. Xue Yutong handed him a few tissues and asked knowingly, "What's your name?" "Lu Wei." The boy struggled to swallow the food in his mouth and introduced himself seriously. The Wei with the fire radical. It was just like in his past life. Xue Yutong's heart softened. She always remembered that there were few people who treated her well in her past life, and this boy was one of them. When her parents came looking for her with Xue Jinbao, Lu Wei sensed something was wrong and protected Xue Yutong, saying to them, "I believe all parents love their children. Why are you treating Sister Tong Tong like this?" Later, when she was framed by her family and kicked out of the supermarket, Lu Wei even pleaded with the supermarket owner for her. The boy's words interrupted Xue Yutong's thoughts. "Are you the owner here?" Xue Yutong came back to her senses and nodded. "Do you have any plans to find a job?" Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and he stood up to kneel before Xue Yutong, but she stopped him. "Our supermarket needs employees. If you can endure hardship, you can stay and work." Lu Wei nodded vigorously, promising, "Boss, I will work hard." But he felt a bit strange, wondering why the boss was willing to let him stay without asking anything about him. However, he couldn't think too much about it. The boss was beautiful and kind-hearted, surely a fairy from the heavens. Susu was still busy at the checkout counter, finally finding a moment to come over and ask, "Who is this?" Xue Yutong briefly explained, omitting the details she knew, such as Lu Wei's parents working in a coastal city, and how he lived with his grandmother. The sudden blizzard had led to an accident for his grandmother, who was out collecting scrap. When he heard the news, Lu Wei cried out and went to look for his grandmother, but their belongings were taken by unscrupulous neighbors who even wouldn't let him go home. Soon, communication was cut off, and he had no news of his parents, wandering around like a homeless person at such a young age. After chatting a bit with Lu Wei, Susu's face was filled with sympathy. This child was really unfortunate. Xue Yutong reacted calmly, saying, "He will work in the supermarket from now on." Treat him like a younger brother. She knew that after the incident with the scumbag, Sue's yearning for family had not diminished but had grown stronger, as could be seen from how much she cared for Xue Yutong. Su patted Lu Wei's head, saying, "From now on, stick with me and your sister Tong Tong. At least you won't starve." Xue Yutong said nothing and went upstairs to tidy up a bit, preparing a room for Lu Wei. The second floor already had many bedding supplies, so she directly opened a set and laid out warm-down bedding. She didn't trust many people. Xie Hongyan, the female warrior, and now Lu Wei were all people she remembered from her past life. Since they could reunite, she would do her best to extend a helping hand. Suddenly, a commotion came from downstairs, and Xue Yutong thought something had happened, rushing down. But she found that it was Xie Hongyan who had come, accompanied by the leader from a base. Young lady, Zhou Jianjun still had a kind demeanor, but there was an aura of authority about him. Xue Yutong nodded. Leader Zhou. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand, speaking kindly. I heard about the heavy truck incident and wanted to come express my gratitude. You've helped the base quite a bit. This is a win-win situation. I've earned a lot of contribution points, Xue Yutong replied. Her neither humble nor haughty attitude made Zhou Jianjun feel quite favorably towards her. And he continued, I also heard about that group of refugees, but it's somewhat difficult to detain them now. I hope you 1T blame the base. Xue Yutong quickly said, I 1T. I know this matter is challenging, and I'm worried that I may have brought trouble to the base. Under the social order of the apocalypse, her supermarket was almost a case of having a gem, but being accused of a crime. Zhou Jianjun could already see that this girl was smart and easy to talk to, so he relaxed further. That's why I'm here today. We wanted to ask if your supermarket would be willing to bear the name of the base. Bear a name? You mean Southern Base? Xue Yutong recalled that the sign of the supermarket in her past life seemed to have those 4 characters. Zhou Jianjun nodded, yes. I heard your supply transport vehicles have already been marked. If the supermarket can also change its sign for formal registration, the base can better protect you. Xie Hongyan stood aside, looking at Xue Yutong. When faced with uncertainty, Xue Yutong instinctively looked at him. From his gaze, she understood something and replied, Leader Zhou, I think it's feasible. Thank you in advance for the base's care. You're welcome. Zhou Jianjun also breathed a sigh of relief. He wandered around the supermarket, bought some snacks out of his own pocket, and said, These are for my kids. They've been craving them these days. Before leaving, he turned back to Xue Yutong and said, By the way, young lady, an announcement will be made in a few days. It's no longer a blizzard. It's extreme cold weather now. If you need any help with heating in the supermarket, just apply directly to Captain Xie. Xue Yutong nodded, watching them leave, but she was secretly alarmed. So soon, it had changed from a blizzard to extreme cold? No wonder delivering goods these past few days felt colder than the day before. Su sighed beside her. I said, with the outdoor temperature like this, it wouldn't just be a simple blizzard. After saying that, she looked at Lu Wei. You really came at the right time. If you come a few days later, you probably. Perhaps feeling that the words she was about to say were too cruel, she didn't continue. Chapter 30. The new system of the base. The conversation between the two people caught Xue Yutong's attention. The continuous snowstorm was likely to develop into extreme cold weather, which was predictable, especially since the snow outside was already so thick that people would shiver in the outdoors. However, the actual extreme cold that would follow was far more terrifying than people imagined. At first, it was just the normal winter temperature, a few degrees below zero. Then gradually, it dropped to below 10 degrees. But this was not the end. The temperature would continue to fall, even reaching below 20 or 30 degrees. Their city was originally in the south, where winter cold was damp and penetrated the body. In extreme cold weather, the chill made survival impossible. A person staying outdoors for a few hours could freeze to death. Xue Yutong had died during an extreme cold period in her previous life. Thinking of this, she shivered and immediately told them, the temperature will get lower and lower, so you should pay attention to keeping warm. As she spoke, feeling that just a reminder wasn't enough, she pulled Su and Lu Wei upstairs and let them each choose a set of warm clothing. High-quality down jackets could withstand temperatures as low as 20 degrees below zero. Thick thermal underwear, equipped with advanced heating technology, would feel warm after a short while of wearing. Once they finished picking out the big items, Xue Yutong had them each take a hat, gloves, a mask, and cotton socks. Tong Tong, is it really necessary to be so well prepared? Su asked while holding the clothes up against herself. Although she obediently tried them on, she couldn't help but ask. She felt that the current temperature was already low enough, and with such a rare snowstorm, could it really get lower? After all, people couldn't just stay indoors all the time, right? Xue Yutong replied seriously. The extreme cold is colder than it is now. Right now, it's only snowing, and the temperature is just barely below 0, but the extreme cold will drop to below 10 degrees. Su widened her eyes and asked Tong, how do you know so much? For some reason, Xue Yutong often gave her a feeling of foresight. To this question, Xue Yutong quickly came up with an answer. Don't forget, I have a good relationship with Captain Xie, so I get this information before ordinary people do. Facing Su's ambiguous gaze, she could only cough lightly. However, this wasn't entirely untrue. Xie Hongyan did provide her with some advanced information, but it was still limited to what could be disclosed, and the key was her experience from her previous life. However, Xue Yutong knew that if it went further, she wouldn't know as much, and she might really have to rely on Xie Hongyan. Lu Wei was quite obedient. After getting his clothes, he said, Sister Tong, I will work hard. You don't need to pay me for now. Just consider it my meal money, and for these. He held up the clothes in his hands for Xue Yutong to see. Xue Yutong looked at him and said, Don't worry. Your wages won't be less. Just work hard. This child was so sensible it made her heart ache. Su patted Lu Wei's shoulder and said, With your small frame, you probably don't have more strength than I do. For the next few days, you should work out with Tong. Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly agreed. After a while, he quietly said, I also want to become strong. I will find a neighbor for revenge sooner or later. Xue Yutong then remembered that their house and supplies had been taken over by the neighbor. Don't worry, let's focus on living well for now. Revenge can wait. Su hurriedly comforted him. The next day, Xue Yutong didn't go out to deliver goods, but wandered around the supermarket. Currently, the supermarket was well heated, with the outside temperature being -5 degrees, while the inside felt like over 20 degrees. It wasn't cold, nor too hot, which was meant to make the customers shopping at the supermarket more comfortable. She checked the heating, wanting to know how warm the supermarket could get during extreme cold weather. It could still reach 25 degrees, which was enough, Su said loudly while holding a thermometer. Xue Yutong nodded, then we don't need to trouble the base. In the afternoon, the base sent workers to change the large sign for the supermarket. The word Southern Base hung brightly on the outside wall of the supermarket, adorned with warm-colored lights, making it look particularly cozy and solid. Unexpectedly, the system even gave a small reward of 10,000 points, stating it was a reward for the supermarket being officially incorporated. Xue Yutong thought, a system that can't be explained by modern technology, actually consider incorporation? That's a bit ridiculous. The next moment, she thought, now that it's incorporated, you only reward 10,000 points? So stingy. Xue Yutong looked up and saw Lu Wei diligently organizing the shelves and suddenly thought of something. Lu Wei, don't you have a phone yet? Lu Wei turned around and nodded, saying, Sister Tong, I don't need a phone for now. It's fine. I just stay in the supermarket every day. Su, overhearing, said, No, from now on, Tong will apply for us to settle in the base, and having a phone will be more convenient. You can also see the base's news in a timely manner. So, Xue Yutong took Lu Wei to the base's digital shop and bought him a phone. Taking this opportunity, Xue Yutong casually observed the shops in the base. To her surprise, she saw Boss Wong from the hardware store. He had really settled in the base and even reopened his shop. Upon seeing Xue Yutong, Boss Wong waved happily. Little Xue, Boss Wong, congratulations. Xue Yutong was also happy for him. Boss Wong waved his hand, saying it was thanks to little Xue's reminder, and added that he didn't have to donate food and drinks. He just brought in some goods and could open a shop here. Now, his family no longer had to worry. A gentle voice came from inside. Old Wong. Who is it? Oh, it's the supermarket owner, little Xue. The one who reminded us to move into the base. Boss Wong replied. In a moment, a woman holding a child walked out. She smiled at Xue Yutong. Thank you, little Xue. I had advised old Wong to ask about the base's news before, but he never agreed. It was after you said it that he finally made up his mind. Xue Yutong waved her hand. You're welcome. Her gaze fell on a little child in the woman's arms, and she exclaimed, Your baby is so cute. The baby of Tong in the future will definitely be very cute, the woman said, and then asked, by the way, have you seen the new system that the base issued? They say we should treat the base as home. If old Wang and I see a suitable young man, how about we introduce him to you? A series of combinations caught Xue Yutong off guard, and she waved her hand. Sister-in-law, I'm not considering this for now. Boss Wang chuckled. All right, little Xue is busy with business every day. The woman playfully chided him, then went to feed the baby. Xue Yutong took Lu Wei back and also took out her phone to check the new announcement from the base. It stated that due to the increase in the number of residents in the base, some regulations have been made to maintain order. Lu Wei was guided by Su to download the base's app, and the three of them studied the new system together. Chapter 31. Barbecue in the supermarket. Posting an announcement on the forum doesn't sound very serious, but considering the background of the base and the construction of the app, it is quite persuasive. Soon, this base announcement became the hottest post. Xue Yutong said while reading, actually, it's just a consolidation of some recent events, right? For example, the base is further opening up, the standards for material donations have decreased, and there are also changes in the base management system. These are things she understands, and most people in the base can also speculate about. After all, the base cannot always only accommodate the rich. The opening standards will definitely be lowered again. If the apocalypse continues, the base will gradually become a survival place for humanity, and social order will be rebuilt within the base. As for the specific division of labor, Xue Yutong is still unclear, and the current announcement doesn't provide detailed explanations. Su also read carefully for a while. It doesn't seem to be directly related to us. But wait, is this about the refugee incident last time? She pointed to the second to last item. Strengthen the base's security management. Set up more checkpoints at the entrance. And both people and vehicles must undergo security checks. Upon seeing this, Xue Yutong thought of the day when the supply transport vehicle was mixed with refugees returning to the base. That day, Xie Hengan said that security checks at the entrance would definitely become stricter, and if a similar incident occurred again, it would be a dereliction of duty. She nodded. It should be. This is a good thing. Any problems can be directly solved at the entrance without waiting to enter the base. Su thought for a moment and said, but speaking of this, it seems the base hasn't caught any news about them yet. What about the remaining refugees? Are they just going to be ignored? It was a terrifying thought. She remembered the people who tried to stop the vehicle that day. Their eyes and demeanor were fierce, fearing they wouldn't give up and would probe again and again. Xue Yutong, of course, knew what Su was worried about but smiled. I also worry they might still be thinking about it, but right now we can only trust the base. Neither of them had suffered serious injuries, and the 4 people who mixed into the base had already been captured. It was unlikely to catch the remaining people in one net based on this incident. Didn't Captain Xie patrol with us yesterday? It seems there hasn't been any news. Su also felt that this matter was not simple. Moreover, she learned from the forum that those 4 people seemed to be locked up in the base's jail, but no one knew about other news. Sometimes, the base can feel strict and terrifying. Xue Yutong helplessly touched her nose. Staying in the base was definitely the safest. But so many people hadn't come to the base yet, which was actually a good opportunity for them to make money by delivering goods. She didn't want to give up this avenue for the supermarket. Lu Wei curiously asked, Sister Tong, does the supermarket have a lot of stock? It opens every day in the base and still needs to deliver goods. Before Xue Yutong could explain, Su had already mysteriously beckoned Lu Wei, wanting to know where so much stock came from. Lu Wei nodded, but a bit timidly looked at Xue Yutong, wondering if this could be said. If it really was some business secret that could threaten his life, he didn't want to satisfy his curiosity at the risk of danger. There was a kind of naive clarity in Lu Wei's eyes. Xue Yutong laughed and said, you can ask Sister Su to tell you. Only then did Lu Wei lean in, and he heard Su lower her voice. It really is a secret. To be honest, I don't know either. The 3 of them were gathered around a table, and even if Su wanted to tease Lu Wei, Xue Yutong still heard it. She couldn't help but laugh heartily. Nearly dropping her phone, Lu Wei reacted, his face turning red. You 2 are bullying the newcomer. Thinking of how he had just acted all mysterious. He couldn't help but laugh as well. After they finished laughing, Xue Yutong became serious. Don't worry, our supermarket can at least support 10 of you. Just kidding. Actually, 100 would be enough. After all, as long as there are contribution points to exchange for credits, and using credits to stock goods. The small supermarket's system mall is a very stable source of supply. Moreover, the goods stocked are all within a valid date. Even if a batch of goods doesn't sell out, they won't expire. The supermarket is like magic. And goods that are nearing expiration can be stored for a day and will turn into non-expired goods. The specific mechanism Xue Yutong was not clear about. She simply understood it as the system's magical ability. Su waved her hand and said, "Don't worry so much. Your sister Tong has friends and capabilities. So our supermarket will get better and better." Just as she was saying this, Xue Yutong suddenly had an idea. Lu Wei hasn't had a big meal since he came. Let's have a barbecue together. She had just purchased a batch of barbecue equipment from the system mall yesterday, and they hadn't officially gone on sale yet. Su followed Xue Yutong's suggestion and went to move a barbecue grill. "Are we eating here? Won't the supermarket smell like smoke?" Xue Yutong shook her head. "No. There's a small range hood." While Su and Lu Wei went to set up the barbecue grill and preheat the charcoal, Xue Yutong checked the windows, opened them for ventilation to ensure air circulation. She adjusted the heating temperature in the supermarket so it wouldn't be cold. Then she purchased some barbecue ingredients from the system mall. There were meats that didn't need defrosting and were already marinated. Pork belly skewers, lamb chops, fatty beef with enoki mushrooms, bacon rolls, Orleans chicken wings, chicken thighs, pig trotters, and a bunch of fresh vegetables, eggplant, green peppers, tofu skin, king oyster mushrooms, broccoli. Xue Yutong selected some according to her preferences, along with the essential garlic scallop vermicelli for barbecue. When everything was arranged on a table, both Su and Lu Wei were wide-eyed. "Sister Tong, are you really a fairy?" Lu Wei swallowed hard. He had originally thought that finding a place to stay in the apocalypse and having warm meals every day was already very lucky. He didn't expect that these two sisters from the supermarket could give him even more surprises. He could have a warm barbecue meal in this kind of weather. Although Su was also a bit puzzled, she politely didn't ask too many questions and casually helped Xue Yutong with the barbecue. The pork belly sizzled on the grill, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Xue Yutong also said, "These barbecue tools are quite useful. Let's take them out to sell tomorrow." A gust of wind and snow came in through the open window, but melted in the warmth of the supermarket. The words Southern Supermarket were outlined with small lights, along with a circle of lights that changed rhythm around, making it particularly bright on a cold winter night. Xue Yutong ate a slice of green pepper, took a sip of soda, and suddenly saw her phone screen light up. It was the official announcement. The outdoor temperature has reached -10 degrees and will continue to drop. An extreme cold period is approaching. We hope the public prepares for warmth and can go to the base for shelter. Letting the screen turn off by itself, Xue Yutong continued to eat meat. On the night when the official announcement of the extreme cold arrived, the three of them did not feel anxious. Chapter 32. White Snow, Red Blood after finishing the barbecue. Su and Lu Wei cleaned up together, not allowing Xue Yutong to help. They said it was because Xue Yutong's hand injury hadn't healed yet, so there was no need for her to do anything. "You two have worked hard," Xue Yutong said. After the meal, feeling full and lazy, she yawned and planned to wash up and rest. When she went upstairs, she specifically looked down at the first floor, feeling that the supermarket was getting larger and larger. In the apocalypse, seeing such a well-stocked supermarket would make anyone feel incredibly reassured. The second floor, too, had been arranged comfortably by Xue Yutong and the others. The winter clothing and bedding only occupied half of the space. Further in was a hall, separated by a floor-to-ceiling glass door. It looked like a proper living room, complete with a sofa and a TV. Beyond that was their resting area. After Lu Wei arrived, Xue Yutong decided to tidy up the rooms, assigning one to each person. The small supermarket's second floor had been transformed into a suite, looking more and more like home. There was even a vase on the coffee table with a branch of plum blossom that Lu Wei had picked nearby, saying he found it by chance. That night, some were starving and nearly fainting. Some were counting the little food they had left at home, and many others gritted their teeth and decided to head to the base. The snow reflected the morning light as two people hunched forward. Upon closer inspection, a woman was holding a small child wrapped in thick swaddling. "What should we do? It's getting colder. Is the base really here?" The woman stuttered, her teeth chattering. The man beside her stopped, looked at his wife's pale face, and quickly checked the child in her arms. Fortunately, The baby's cheeks were still rosy, but as soon as the swaddling was opened, the cold wind rushed in, causing the infant to cry out immediately. Their family had trekked through the wind and snow for a day to reach the base, packing an entire suitcase of supplies for this journey. The woman took out a warmed bottle from the pocket of her vest, trembling as she tried to feed her child. What if the base doesn't take us in? Or what if they take all our supplies away? They had seen the announcement. Although the base had lowered the standards for donated supplies, the corresponding allocation of resources would also be less based on the donation levels. The man was also worried but still said, "It's fine. As long as we get into the base, we'll have a place to stay. I can find a job there. At least we won't have to worry about warmth." However, just as they paused to continue, the man suddenly heard a commotion behind them. He turned alertly and saw a figure lunging toward them. "Hand over your supplies, and I'll let your family go." The assailant was incredibly strong, trying to push the man aside to snatch his suitcase. But the man stumbled and firmly gripped the suitcase, refusing to let go. "No way." The woman screamed in fright, holding her child tightly and instinctively wanting to help her husband when she saw him being shoved. "Stay back, protect the baby," the man shouted, standing tall. The assailant, seeing this, was even more convinced that the suitcase contained supplies, approaching with a fierce glare. "Don't be foolish. I've been wandering around for days, and I heard many people are heading to the base, so I've been keeping an eye out here." The small path was thick with snow, with few people passing by, and not far ahead was a supermarket that was not very open to the public, creating a convenient environment for him. Previously, he had indeed ambushed a single man and robbed him of his supplies, scaring that man away. The man pulled hard on the suitcase's handle, saying, "Let us go. You see, I have a wife and child. We're relying on this to enter the base. Otherwise, it's 3 lives." The assailant spat on the ground and lunged at the man, landing a punch on his cheekbone. "Stop talking nonsense. It's the apocalypse. Who cares about your life?" The man, still trying to protect his suitcase, couldn't spare a hand to defend himself and was hit until stars danced in his vision. The assailant swung again, and blood flowed from the man's nose, his voice turning desperate. "I'm begging you. Let us go. We're just a family of 3 trying to survive." The assailant was exceptionally brutal, cursing, "I told you not to mess with me. I want to live too." The man collapsed into the snow, the suitcase tumbling down and creating a large dent in the snow. The surrounding snow was in disarray, and the woman's cries came through, "Big brother, we'll share our things with you. Can you let us go?" The assailant kicked the man hard, and he finally let go of the suitcase. The assailant grabbed it and was about to leave when footsteps approached from behind. "What are you doing?" Just as the assailant turned back, his knee was kicked hard. Xue watched as the man fell to his knees, pulling the suitcase back and rushing to the woman's side. "Are you okay?" The woman shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Please check on my husband." Lu Wei, who had caught up, knelt down to check the man's injuries. Noticing that the blood from his nose and mouth had stained the snow beside his face deep red, he was badly hurt and seemed about to faint. "Can we take him back?" Earlier, Lu Wei had suddenly knocked on the door, saying he heard some commotion outside, which made Xue uneasy, prompting her to come out. They had seen someone attacking not far away. Xue gritted her teeth. Saving him is the priority. Seeing the woman still holding a small child made her even more anxious. She handed the suitcase to the woman to hold onto the handle, planning to help Lu Wei carry the man back. At that moment, Xue Yutong rushed over and saw the assailant staggering to get up, immediately shouting, "Watch out." She dashed forward to protect Xue but saw that Lu Wei was quicker, standing in front of Xue and taking a punch from the assailant. Lu Wei winced in pain, stepping back and feeling warm blood flowing from his nose. He immediately covered his face. Xue swiftly turned, this time delivering a hard kick to the assailant's waist. "Don't move if you want to live." The assailant fell into the snow and couldn't get up again, continuously groaning, let me go, I won't dare again." Xue Yutong took out her phone to call Xie Hong'an, briefly explaining the situation before turning to Lu Wei. "Can you hold on?" Seeing the boy nod, she and Xue helped the man up, leading them back to the supermarket. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the supermarket, which was why Lu Wei had heard the commotion. With his slender arms and legs, and now injured, Lu Wei knew he couldn't be of much help, so he stayed back with the shaken woman, following behind. Soon, people from the base rushed out and took the assailant away from the snowy ground. Chapter 33. The real apocalypse, Xue quickly arrived and arranged for his men to take the injured man to the clinic at the base. The woman panicked and asked, "Where are you taking my husband?" She was holding her child and shaking uncontrollably, while the baby in her arms seemed to sense something and started crying loudly. Xue Yutong hurriedly said, "Don't worry, this is the base. They are taking your husband for treatment." Xue nodded slightly, his expression serious. "Are you injured? If necessary, we can go together." The woman shook her head. "I'm not." She didn't want to trouble anyone with the child, so she could only stay at the supermarket. After confirming multiple times that her husband would be okay, she finally sighed in relief and cried, "Thank you. I thought we were doomed." When she saw that thug harm her husband, she really thought she and her child would also be beaten. Xue then gestured to his subordinates to take the stretcher away first, and turned to Xue Yutong, saying, "Don't deliver goods for the next few days." Xue Yutong instinctively asked why. Xue glanced at the still shaken woman and signaled Xue Yutong to step aside to talk. The two stood in a corner of the supermarket, and Xue Yutong had already understood something, asking, "Is it like this outside? Is it all this kind of thing?" When she was awakened by Lu Wei in the morning, Xue Yutong hadn't reacted yet, but now the scene she had just witnessed flashed through her mind. The glaring red in the snow turned into a dark color, congealing into filthy ice. Xue sighed imperceptibly, tacitly agreeing. Xue Yutong whispered, "Is it because of the news released by the authorities?" Just after the extreme cold announcement was made, urging everyone to protect themselves, so many violent incidents occurred. When that man was taken away, they even heard him shouting loudly, "There are people killing outside. I just want to grab some food. The authorities don't care. So why do you dare to manage me?" Thinking of this, Xue Yutong shivered in the warm supermarket. Xue expression was grim. "The cause is currently uncertain, but the base speculates it's about the same as what you said. The continuous blizzards had already caused many people to lose faith, but most chose to obey official news, holding on and waiting for the storm to end. But who would have thought that the blizzard would evolve into extreme cold? And everything had not ended. Now many people outside were spreading some rhetoric, claiming that the apocalypse was coming and no one would care about ordinary people. Under the influence of panic, many began to commit evil acts. Xue description was already quite euphemistic, but Xue Yutong could imagine what was happening outside. No, rather than imagining, it was more like recalling. Xue Yutong collected her thoughts and asked again, "So we should try not to deliver goods these days?" But just after the announcement, there would actually be many orders, and those who previously dared not stock up would also start buying things. It felt a bit unfortunate to think about. Xue seemed to know what Xue Yutong was thinking, saying, "Safety is the most important. Business can wait." Their gazes met, and Xue Yutong saw the concern in his eyes. Her heart trembled fiercely. She averted her gaze awkwardly and nodded obediently. "Okay, I understand." Xue quickly left. Xue Yutong turned around and saw Su had already treated Lu Wei's nose injury. He had 2 pieces of tissue stuffed in his nostrils to stop the bleeding. Seeing he was still planning to work at the breakfast area next to the cash register, Xue Yutong hurriedly called out to him, "Don't move." If others saw him like this, who would dare buy breakfast? She busied herself, steaming some instant buns and cleaning corn, purple sweet potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Su was conversing with a woman, and the baby in her arms gradually stopped crying, blinking its big eyes curiously and observing the surroundings. "We saw the announcement last night and heard someone calling downstairs. The owner's group said there was a home invasion robbery," the woman recounted, her voice breaking again. From her narration, Xue Yutong and the others could roughly imagine everything outside. Su clenched her fists. These people, once something happens, they wield knives at the weaker ones. She thought Lu Wei had it bad enough, but she didn't expect such incidents to be so common after the extreme cold began. Xue Yutong sighed. "Fortunately, you're very close to the base now. If Lu Wei hadn't heard your commotion, it would have been hard to say." The woman thanked them again. But Lu Wei looked at the child in her arms and said, "My parents also had a younger brother, but I only saw him once. His parents worked outside, and when they had the younger brother, they came home to take a look, but my grandmother was too old to take care of a toddler. So they had to take the younger brother back to work." He gestured, feeling a bit embarrassed as he smiled. The woman, hearing about Lu Wei's family situation, felt some sympathy. Poor child. Xue Yutong listened to their conversation and smiled wryly. If anyone was to be pitied, she felt she was quite pitiful too. But now everything was fine, and what people should do is look forward, not dwell on the painful past. So what are you planning to do now? Xue Yutong brought each of them a cup of hot soy milk and a plate of buns. The woman quietly said, "Can we stay here with the baby until my husband wakes up?" She sat there, only caring about her family and not paying attention to the supplies in the supermarket. Xue Yutong nodded. "Sure. But is this suitcase something you're going to donate?" Everyone's gaze fell on the suitcase, but they saw blood on it, likely from when the man was beaten by the thug. The woman nodded and said, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Xue picked up a piece of alcohol wipe and wiped the bloodstains off the suitcase, saying, "Then when he comes back, I'll take you to the inspection area." Xue Yutong said, "Let's focus on running the store today. We can't go out to deliver goods." Since team leader Xie had spoken, she didn't dare disobey. It was just a pity about the transport vehicle she had exchanged for supplies, which also had a temperature control system. Delivering goods in the icy weather would be no problem at all. Seeing Xue Yutong looking a bit down, Xue came over to comfort her. Tong, don't frown. More people are entering the base these days, and our supermarket business is doing well. Not delivering won't cause much loss. But Xue Yutong sighed. She said, "I just feel that if it continues like this, delivering goods will definitely become harder. If we don't take the opportunity to deliver in the first few days, we won't have a chance later." The outside world was getting more chaotic, and they hadn't even caught the refugees who were fixated on the supermarket. Now more and more people were entering the base, and the base was busy formulating new regulations, definitely too preoccupied to care about anything else. But there was nothing to be done. Xie Hongyan was right. Safety was the most important. Xue Yutong set up the barbecue equipment and hoped that the supermarket's business would continue to improve. Chapter 34. Complete roadblock. Fortunately, by the end of the day, the supermarket was doing great business. Soon, a person in a black uniform came over and asked, "Is anyone here a relative of Zhang Liang?" Xue Yutong recognized him as one of Xie Hongyan's subordinates, who had just taken the injured man to the clinic with another team member. She glanced at the woman in the supermarket. The woman holding a baby immediately stood up and asked nervously, "Is it my husband? Is he okay?" The man smiled and said, "He has woken up and wants to see his child." Noticing the woman's worried expression, he quickly added, "Don't worry, he only has external injuries. We've disinfected and bandaged him, and there are no other symptoms at the moment." The woman repeatedly expressed her gratitude and then followed the man, still holding her baby. Xue wiped her hands and said, "I'll go with you and bring your supplies. I can help you with the check-in as well." It wasn't a good idea to keep them waiting in the supermarket. The woman thanked her repeatedly. Xue waved her hand, continuously glancing at the child in the woman's arms. The woman then said, "If this child grows up in the base, I'll have to bring him here every day to recognize you all. Each of you is my little Bao's lifesaver." Xue Yutong smiled, but caught a fleeting look of disappointment in Xue's eyes. She knew that the female warrior was reminded of her deceased child. Xue Yutong shook her head and didn't say anything more. If the female warrior didn't bring up her past herself, others should best not touch on it. Before long, Xie Hongyan personally brought back some news. "You mean the roads outside are completely blocked?" Xue Yutong's eyes widened. Xie Hongyan nodded, explaining that due to the extreme cold, outdoor temperatures had dropped to over -20 degrees. Regular vehicles were unable to cope with such conditions, and no one was going out in the icy weather. Public transport had also stopped long ago. Moreover, the blizzard had not ceased, leading to the roadblock. I was still wondering what measures the city would take, but I didn't expect them to just stop everything, Xue Yutong said, somewhat surprised. Xie Hongyan noticed a hint of surprise in her eyes and said, "I thought you had already accepted the fact that this is the apocalypse. I didn't expect you to still have some hopes for official measures. I understand that in an apocalyptic situation, everyone has to be self-reliant, but I still hope. At least the decline doesn't happen so quickly." Hearing this, Xie Hongyan fell silent. Just around the base today, nearly 10 violent incidents had occurred. Some people even attempted to break into the base to steal supplies and were caught at the gate. In the end, he only said, "As the situation worsens day by day, such incidents will only increase. I understand, safety first. Don't worry, the supermarket won't be delivering goods for the next few days." Xue Yutong quickly assured him. The supermarket now bore the name of the southern base. While it was much safer and more convenient, the chances of being targeted had also increased. However, remembering something, Xue Yutong secretly asked, "So, Captain Xie, regarding the refugees I mentioned before, what is the base plan to do about them?" Xie Hongyan instinctively thought she was referring to the 4 refugees who broke into the base and replied, "They are currently detained in the base and will be assigned some tasks to contribute." Seeing the seriousness on Xue Yutong's face, he realized something. Xie Hongyan apologetically replied, "I'm sorry. We haven't found direct evidence to prove that the leaders are colluding with Shun Lingxue, so there's nothing we can do." Upon hearing the first half of his sentence, Xue Yutong understood and shook her head. It's okay. This was an expected outcome. Wang Desheng has become an official leader, and Shun Lingxue has connections. They certainly strive for perfection in their dealings. How could they easily expose themselves? It was just that the evil could not be punished, which left Xue Yutong somewhat disappointed. Not wanting to see her disappointed expression, Xie Hongyan continued, "However, the base has been taking this matter seriously and is still investigating. We will look into any signs of movement from them. We have almost located the remaining refugees. If they attempt to target the supermarket again, I can notify you in time." This matter was not without some gains. Xue Yutong's eyes lit up. "Really? This is fantastic news for me. Punishing the leaders and Shun Lingxue would be too difficult. But the fact that the refugees dared not act against her was already a tangible benefit." In Wang Desheng's office, looking at the arrogant Shun Lingxue sitting across from him, Wang Desheng felt displeased internally but maintained a respectful demeanor on the surface. "Miss Lingxue, why are you here in such cold weather instead of staying warm at your residence?" "What do you mean by what? Don't you know why I came?" Shun Lingxue glared at him. She had asked Wang Desheng for help dealing with Xue Yutong, and so much time had passed without any results. Shun Lingxue even had her friend actively contact the refugees for addresses, but they were later caught by the base personnel. Wang Desheng took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Miss Lingxue, you brought this up to me several times. I've told you before that it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just inconvenient." After saying that, he indeed saw Shun Lingxue's face darken. She asked, "Leader Wang, are you saying you don't intend to help me? Over the years, my family has supported you quite a bit. Is this how you repay us?" Wang Desheng smiled, his voice somewhat dry. "Miss Lingxue, you can't say that. We are also considered relatives. You've helped me, and I've helped you. When you didn't do well in school, you were able to attend thanks to my connections. Have you forgotten that?" Shun Lingxue bit her lip. Regarding this matter, the base personnel have caught the 4 refugees, and they were about to uncover the mastermind. Wang Desheng changed the subject. "Wasn't me who secretly informed them, allowing this matter to be suppressed and shifted onto your friend?" Shun Lingxue fell silent. In fact, she had come today for her friend He Fangting. He Fangting had suddenly been notified of a punishment, and from today onward, her daily supply would be reduced by 1/3. She hurriedly sought out Shun Lingxue, and neither of them could figure out the reason. In the end, it was Shun Lingxue's quick thinking that led her to ask Wang Desheng, "I've already handled this matter for you. The guy you like won't be able to trace it back to you. If you're smart, we can work together in the future." Wang Desheng said calmly. Shun Lingxue dared not refuse anymore. Her arrogant demeanor weakened. "All right, I understand." She couldn't let her friend know that she had stepped on her to get ahead. Chapter 35. Orders from the base. The snowstorm stopped in the evening. However, the temperature did not rise with the cessation of the storm. Instead, it only felt more piercingly cold. Customers continued to flock to the supermarket, all of them from the base who had no worries about food, clothing, or shelter. Xue Yutong watched them select goods and casually asked at the checkout, "Have many people come to the base recently?" Everyone was somewhat familiar with the supermarket, and upon hearing Xue Yutong's question, they answered enthusiastically. "Not much feeling on my part, but there have indeed been many people queuing at the base gate these days. Maybe the newcomers don't live in your building. Many people have moved into my building, and it feels much livelier at night." The first speaker smiled awkwardly. "I live alone in the single apartment building. Do you guys live in the family building?" "Yes, our family lives in the suite building." With that said, it seems the recent arrivals are mostly families. From her conversation, Xue Yutong could gather some information. It appears that after the temperature dropped, many people could no longer stay at home and brought their families to the base. She continued to check out, also promoting the barbecue equipment and cold-resistant clothing sold in her store. New stock had arrived. You could barbecue at home, so if you need one, feel free to take it. Those who have money will buy if they need it, while those who don't have money just look around. Everyone wants to enjoy a warm meal in the cold weather, like hot pot or barbecue. But with survival issues at hand, everyone could only be cautious. Someone lamented, "Your supermarket can't use contribution points. If we could, I would definitely buy a set." Xue Yutong blinked. "ISNT contribution points also exchange for supplies?" A woman looked around to see that no one was listening and lowered her voice mysteriously. "Boss, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Actually, when the base first opened, it wasn't just about donating supplies. The base also needed a lot of money to purchase supplies. My family is at the base, and we exchanged money for contribution points back then." "I see." Xue Yutong suddenly understood. She winked at the woman and waited until the supermarket was less crowded to browse the base forum, trying to find related information. Indeed, she found a few pieces of information. It turns out that donations can be made in cash to enter the base, but the allocation of supplies later differs from those who directly donated supplies, and the exchange rate for contribution points is also different. Originally, there was some regret, but thinking that donating supplies is a more direct way, given that everything needs to be purchased through the supermarket, Xue Yutong felt relieved again. For her, points are the most important. She doesn't lack supplies at all. "Let us have dinner. There aren't many people now." Xue Yutong called to her 2 employees. At dusk, the distant sunset seemed to be shrouded in a layer of cold mist. The 3 gathered around a small table to eat, reheating last night's leftover barbecue and adding a pot of soft seafood porridge. Susu took a sip and praised, "You kid, your cooking skills are pretty good." Lu Wei scratched the back of his head and said, "I used to live with my grandma. She was very tired going out to collect waste, so I cooked for myself." Thinking of his grandma, Lu Wei choked up. "Grandma said the porridge I cook is the best. For her, an elderly person, it's easy to digest." As he spoke, his hand holding the spoon froze. He self-reproached, "If only I had stopped her from going out that day. How could it suddenly snow so heavily?" After saying this, he rubbed his eyes, pretending to be affected by the steam. Xue Yutong's eyes glistened with tears as she comforted, "It's all in the past. Don't think about it. Your grandma in heaven wants to see you live well." Susu also felt a lump in her throat, thinking of the family they had helped today. It's already hard enough to survive in the apocalypse, let alone for an entire family to live well. She said to Lu Wei, "I know you are very sad and angry right now, but you need to remember this emotion, so when peace returns, you can seek revenge on those who bullied you. Also, we both have to thank Tong Tong. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't necessarily be here now." Lu Wei sniffed and asked Susu, "Did Tong Tong help you before?" He had only been at the supermarket for 2 days and didn't know what had happened to them before. Susu smiled and briefly recounted their previous experiences. Lu Wei's eyes widened. "Your husband and child are too much." He blurted out a curse, and Xue Yutong tapped him on the head. "You're just a kid. Don't talk like that." Although anyone who heard the story of the female warrior would inevitably curse. The 2 then began asking about Xue Yutong, but she only smiled. She was too lazy to mention that pair of parents and that useless brother again. Just then, Xie Hong'an arrived, diverting the attention of the 3. "Having dinner?" Xie Hong'an glanced over. Xue Yutong greeted him warmly. "Captain Xie, if you don't mind, come eat with us." Xie Hong'an sat down next to Xue Yutong, but he didn't touch his chopsticks much. "I'm here on behalf of the base. I want to discuss something with you." Susu immediately asked, "What is the big deal? Can we 2 listen? If not, we will leave." Xie Hong'an shook his head, indicating it was fine. "You 2 can eat well here." After saying that, he turned to Xue Yutong. "It's like this. You might have heard that after the official announcement was made, a large number of people came to the base. Xue Yutong took a sip of porridge. Xie Hong'an continued, "Because some people exchanged money for contribution points and residency qualifications, the number of people is increasing. Based on the allocation plan, the base's supply storage may not be enough." Xue Yutong paused. "Here comes the work," Xie Hong'an said. "So what I mentioned before about potentially cooperating with the supermarket is now officially on the agenda." This was exactly what Xue Yutong was hoping for. She immediately nodded happily. "I've been waiting for the base to do business with me." Seeing her so excited, Xie Hong'an breathed a sigh of relief and added, "I knew you would agree, but I still applied for some additional benefits for you." "What?" "This time, cooperating with the supermarket is different from donating supplies on your first day of residence. This time, You'll receive a higher amount of contribution points. Xue Yutong's eyes lit up even more. Great. But Xie Hongyan then said, however, I need to explain one thing to you in advance. This time it's a long-term cooperation, not just a one-time donation. No problem. I've said it before, I have plenty of supplies. But if that's the case, can I also make a request? Xie Hongyan said, feel free to say it. I'll help you apply. Xue Yutong looked at the two who were quietly eating beside her. They still didn't have the official residency certificate for the base. Is it possible for them? Of course, that's fine. Xie Hongyan confirmed without issue. Chapter 36. New exchange rate. Su and Lu Wei both looked up at the same time and quickly met each other's gaze. Thank you, Tong Tong. Thank you, Captain. Xie Hongyan waved his hand. You two have made a great contribution to the supermarket, and today's actions can be considered as acts of bravery. It's the least I can do, although Zhang Liang's family was robbed outside the base. Such incidents happening just a few steps away from the base wouldn't be well received if it got out. Now the patrol teams of the base will also patrol the surrounding areas to prevent such malicious incidents, and many people trust the base more. I'll come back tomorrow to discuss the specifics with you. After finishing the bowl of porridge that Xue Yutong brought, Xie Hongyan proactively washed his bowl before leaving. Seeing his hurried demeanor, Xue Yutong couldn't help but say, Captain Xie is not that old, but he always gives off a vibe of an old cadre when handling base affairs. Su chuckled and said, Yes, I think so too. Just looking at his appearance, he seems like a steady and handsome guy, and when he speaks, he really is steady. Only Lu Wei still wore a face of admiration, saying, I want to be as reliable as Captain Xie in the future. Xue Yutong silently sketched an image of Xie Hongyan in her mind, tall and handsome, with a serious and stern demeanor, always in that black uniform, of course, the cold-resistant version. He exuded an aura of abstinence. The three finished dinner in a lively atmosphere, then organized the supermarket shelves, restocked, cleaned up, and went to bed. Lying in the soft and warm blanket, Xue Yutong sighed comfortably and opened the supermarket system. It was good that there were no deliveries these days. She could take some time to plan the direction of the supermarket's development. When selling barbecue equipment today, she heard many people say, it would be great if we could sell fresh ingredients. The supermarket now has a large freezer, but it only sells vacuum-packaged frozen products. Frozen dumplings, buns, and so on, not to mention some hot pot meatballs and shrimp paste. However, this was still not enough to meet people's needs. Last night, while eating barbecue, Xue Yutong checked the system mall and saw so many products that could be sold, which would also be very profitable. But she was indeed afraid of being suspected. The supermarket needed to be upgraded quickly and then expanded to rightfully start selling a wider variety of goods. With more and more people at the base, there should be a system for assigning work soon, right? At that time, it would be good to apply for some people to help expand the supermarket. As she thought about this, Xue Yutong fell asleep. The next morning, to her surprise, it did not snow today. Only the biting cold wind made the temperature drop further. Zhang Liang's family arrived at the supermarket early, saying, I'm here to thank you. He pulled his wife along. If you hadn't helped yesterday, our family might. His voice trembled a bit. Xue Yutong quickly waved her hand, inviting them to have some breakfast and asking, have you completed the process for your accommodation? Zhang Liang took out his phone to show Xue Yutong their accommodation certificates, smiling and saying, it's all done. Thank you, Miss Su. The woman beside him smiled awkwardly and said, honey, you got it wrong. This is Boss Xue. Miss Su is over there. Hearing this, Su walked over and said, it's okay. We're almost family now. Zhang Liang quickly apologized and thanked Su again. Thanks to you. If you need any help, feel free to come to us. Su stared at the baby in their arms for a long time. The woman seemed to notice that Su liked children and proactively said, do you think my baby is cute? Would you like to hold him? Saying this, she carefully handed the baby over to Su. Su's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Can I? After receiving the woman's confirmation, she solemnly held the baby in her arms and gently rocked him. How adorable. The little one didn't cry and even smiled at Su. Su felt even more like crying and quickly returned the baby to the woman, her hands trembling. No, if I hold him, I will think of my son. Zhang Liang was a bit curious and wanted to ask something, but was stopped by his wife pulling on his arm. The woman gave him a knowing look. They didn't ask Su what was wrong, but instead said, "It's okay. If you want to hold our little treasure, you can come find us." Then they asked, "By the way, let me add your contact information. We can chat in the base app later." Su nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xue Yutong watched all of this silently and turned to the warehouse, secretly buying some toys for toddlers from the system mall. She chose ones that adults could use to entertain children, ensuring there were no safety hazards like choking. Hurrying out, she saw the family about to leave and walked over to hand the toys to Su, signaling her to give them to the family. "This is for the little treasure to play with." Su quickly understood and handed over a small bag of toys to them. The woman repeatedly thanked them. "Thank you." After they left, Su secretly wiped her tears at the door before returning. Her gentle eyes reddened. Lu Wei spoke up to change the subject. "Did you hear that? That uncle just said the base adjusted the donation ratio." "Really?" Xue Yutong quickly took out her phone to check. Sure enough, the base had announced the news on the forum. The main point was that the exchange rate between RMB and contribution points was adjusted from 1 to 10. 1. This meant that money was becoming less valuable. It was a clear signal, indicating that the base had acknowledged the grim reality and would implement many new regulations. In the apocalypse, resources are the most important, and contribution points are also vital, signifying survival. It also mentioned that a work system would start soon, allowing people to work in shops within the base in exchange for wages. Currently, shop income is using RMB, but would gradually transition to contribution points for consumption and rent. It was confirmed that the proportion of RMB to contribution points earned from shop income would remain unchanged, and in the future, pricing would be based on the conversion rate to contribution points. All shops would be surveyed and transitioned within a week. After Lu Wei finished reading, Xue Yutong quickly reacted. "So, at the latest, within a week, our supermarket can also directly accept contribution points. But what about the money that others haven't spent?" Lu Wei was still trying to process it. "If they pay in cash, won't we lose out?" Xue Yutong explained. "The income during this period will still be at a 1:1 ratio, so we won't lose out. Moreover, if the new ratio is implemented in the future, it should not allow cash payments. RMB can only be kept for personal use or exchange for contribution points. The specifics would likely be challenging to implement, so the base conservatively estimated that it would take about a week. However, for Xue Yutong, this was good news. Once the new ratio stabilized, her income would be entirely in contribution points, and 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 points, which was much more valuable than directly receiving RMB. Chapter 37. Material Transportation Plan. With this in mind, Xue Yutong energetically went to the warehouse. She had a feeling that during this phase when RMB could still be used for consumption in these shops, many people would want to spend some of their money, which would be more suitable than exchanging for contribution points. Grain, oil, rice noodles, snacks, and these warm little items. As Xue Yutong murmured to herself, she restocked the items. Next, she just needed to wait for Su and Lu Wei to take the goods out. However, when Xue Yutong walked out of the warehouse, she unexpectedly saw Xie Hongyan. She remembered what he had said yesterday and immediately broke into a smile. Here to discuss cooperation? At this point, Xue Yutong had completely adopted the brisk demeanor of a supermarket owner. They had already roughly discussed everything yesterday, and today was just about some specific details. When Xue Yutong first moved in with the donated supplies, the contribution points were directly calculated based on the value of the supplies. This time, however, the base didn't use the proportional exchange. Xie Hongyan said, "This time, the base leadership is very focused on cooperating with the supermarket, planning to allocate 3 million contribution points each month to place orders with the supermarket. Your supplies will be calculated at 20 times the original price for contribution points. If the monthly orders exceed 3 million contribution points, then will be calculated at 30 times, with no upper limit, but just one tier." Xue Yutong expressed her acceptance and asked, "Is the 3 million contribution points calculated based on the current needs of the base?" Xie Hongyan nodded. Previously, the supplies purchased and stored were actually quite abundant, but the problem was that more and more people were entering the base, leading to significant consumption of supplies. To sustain a base of people and ensure everyone could survive in the apocalypse, it was essential to be proactive. He added, "Also, if you can acquire some farming supplies, such as seeds and farming tools, the price ratio will be higher. Xie Hongyan handed Xue Yutong a detailed list and thoughtfully said, "I've also sent you the electronic version, so you can check it anytime." The Southern Bases app is really useful, Xue Yutong couldn't help but say. Xie Hongyan smiled slightly, his lips curving into a pleasant arc. In fact, he had participated in the design of the Bases app, and he was very happy to receive Xue Yutong's affirmation. However, he didn't mention this, as it would seem too much like showing off. After Xue Yutong reviewed all the regulations and confirmed there were no issues, she even looked forward to the Base's orders exceeding 3 million contribution points. A quick calculation revealed that she would have a guaranteed 3 million contribution points each month, which, if fully exchanged for points, would amount to 30 million points. This was a very stable exchange, but conversely, the value of RMB would continue to decline. It was still 1 now, but later it could be 100, and eventually might even become worthless. What about the people outside the base? I saw in the group from the old district where I used to live that some people said they really wanted to come to the base, but it's too far away and the roads are blocked, Xue Yutong casually asked after finishing the agreement. In truth, she couldn't manage this either. When she delivered goods previously, she couldn't go to the old district either. It was too far, the road conditions were poor, and moreover, after being targeted by refugees, she was even less inclined to go. Xie Hongyan hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, the base is also arguing about this matter. Some say that since everyone will have to enter the base sooner or later, it would be better to arrange special vehicles to pick them up. Some families still have supplies and the ability to enter the base. Yes, some people are not lacking in food and drink. The main issue is that it's too cold," Xue Yutong acknowledged. In fact, shortly after the blizzard began, there was once an extreme cold phenomenon where the outdoor temperature dropped to minus 30 degrees for 2 or 3 days. However, it warmed up afterward, and some people thought it was just a brief cold snap. Little did they know, it was actually nature's reminder to humanity, and another period of blizzards and extreme cold was about to arrive. Even now, while Xue Yutong was talking to Xie Hongyan, her phone kept sending out red alerts. She smiled wryly and said, "The authorities keep sending these alerts, but it seems to have no effect." Xie Hongyan didn't speak further, seemingly exhausted by the situation. Suddenly, Xue Yutong thought of something and said, "If we really need to pick people up or deliver goods, it seems like it wouldn't be impossible." The man in front of her moved slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his dark eyes. "What?" Xue Yutong pointed outside and said, "Our supermarket's transportation vehicle can be used by the base. They can't deliver goods now, so it's a pity to let the vehicle sit unused. Come with me and take a look." She unceremoniously pulled Xie Hongyan outside, not forgetting to put on her thick coat. Opening the door of the transportation vehicle, Xue Yutong explained the vehicle's facilities to Xie Hongyan. The vehicle could automatically adjust its temperature, which was why she had previously gone to deliver goods with Su Su. Xie Hongyan gazed at her thoughtfully. "Your supermarket really has everything. However, this vehicle could indeed solve some problems, even if it couldn't bring those people over. It could transport supplies for the time being. How about it? If you need it, just let me know," Xue Yutong said, a bit smugly. Thanks to her golden finger after her rebirth, she wouldn't have so many good things otherwise. "Sure, if you want to rent it, do you want RMB or contribution points?" Xie Hongyan asked cautiously. Xue Yutong smiled and said, "Of course, contribution points. I don't want RMB since it has depreciated." She clapped her hands and jumped down from the vehicle. The vehicle's chassis was high, and she needed to use a small ladder to get up. However, she forgot that her hand injury hadn't healed yet. In a moment of distraction, her hand bumped against the car door, causing her to gasp in pain and sway as she fell, thinking she would add a new injury. Xue Yutong closed her eyes in despair, but felt herself being securely caught. When she opened her eyes, it was indeed Xie Hongyan. "Be careful," Xie Hongyan said, his tone unchanged. Confirming she was okay, he gently set her down. Once Xue Yutong stood firm, she immediately thanked him. "Thank you." The atmosphere became a bit awkward, with a hint of ambiguity. From Xie Hongyan's perspective, he noticed the girl's delicate ears quickly turning red. Xue Yutong suddenly stomped her foot and said, "It's too cold outside. Let's go back. You can come find me for anything." Xie Hongyan nodded, watching her return to the brightly lit supermarket. After the extreme cold, the sky was always dark and gloomy. The base was still okay, with power generation equipment running and streetlights bright. However, outside the base, a city seemed to have been extinguished. He hurried back to the office and happened to see the leader, Zhou Jianjun, arriving. So, Xue Yutong reported seriously. We have reached a cooperation agreement with the supermarket. Miss Xue has agreed to the contribution points conditions we proposed. Good. We discussed it and planned to conduct material transportation. Can your team handle that? Thinking of the transportation vehicle, Xue Yutong nodded immediately. After getting to know her, it seemed like many things had become simpler. Chapter 38, Strict Control at Night. The three of them sat together again in the supermarket for dinner, still discussing the events of the day. With more people in the base, it seemed that more customers were coming to the supermarket. Even Su, who usually didn't remember customers, could noticeably feel that many new faces had arrived. Xue Yutong said, "There will be even more in the future." "How can you be so sure, Tong Tong? Do you really think everyone will come to the base?" Lu Wei, still unfamiliar with the complexities, asked. In his view, the apocalypse would eventually end, and the blizzards and extreme cold were only temporary. Many people still lived in the city, so they wouldn't all come to the base. Xue Yutong shook her head and said, "You're thinking too naively. Just think about it. Even the authorities are only issuing red alerts without any real measures. Don't they want to? It's because they can't." The situation outside was worsening day by day. Hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "So, does that mean my bad neighbors might come to the base too?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three fell silent. Su quickly reacted and said, "Don't worry, little brother. If those oppressive neighbors really come and dare to trouble you again, I will help you get revenge. Of course, if they came to the base just to survive, then they could coexist peacefully." Lu Wei nodded. "Thank you, Sister Su, but I don't want the supermarket to get into any trouble because of me." He was already very grateful that these two were willing to take him in, give him a job, and ensure he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Seeing the understanding in the child's eyes, Su reached out with one hand to pat his head and said, "Don't think about these things anymore. Just eat." With the apocalypse upon them, it felt like everyone had grown up overnight. Those who were already grown up had also been tempered by disaster and appeared older. "It's definitely safe in the base. You can rest assured," Xue Yutong said. "But sooner or later, the base will develop into a large-scale place where almost everyone will live. So we can't distinguish between good and bad people. In any place, once there are more people, all kinds of things will happen. All we can do is protect ourselves. If we have the energy, we could try to do something for others." The expressions of the three were somewhat heavy, and Xue Yutong added, "But you don't need to worry too much. The base has now partnered with our supermarket, and their protection has definitely increased. Although this partnership also brought great risks. The base sought collaboration with Xue Yutong's supermarket due to a lack of supplies. Since the base didn't lack living space, it was initially planned as a large base. Moreover, to ensure the base operates normally, they also need many workers. So it was only a matter of time before a large number of people moved into the base. The only difficulty lay in the reserve of supplies. Now that this difficulty had been resolved, the base would definitely feel more secure in opening and operating, but not everyone coming to the supermarket will be good people. While the three were chatting, their phones suddenly buzzed with numerous notifications. Upon checking, it was new regulations posted in the forum. Starting today, the base will implement a stricter control system. Everyone in the base should be friendly and help each other. No fighting for resources or causing injury will be tolerated. Violators will be severely punished. The base is opening a recruitment system. Those who need to exchange work for contribution points, please submit materials. There is an urgent need for specialized workers. Currently, jobs are only open in base institutions and some shops. Further updates will be notified promptly. A series of regulations made it clear that the base was indeed developing better, with all rules becoming more refined. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. "I am an electrician. Just entered the base and am ready to submit my materials. Everyone who is capable should work in the base, so that our base can operate even better. How can ordinary people find jobs? Which shops are hiring? I'll go check tomorrow. I don't plan to work for now. The contribution points I got from the supplies I donated during my move-in are enough. I want to enjoy a comfortable few months. Is anyone preparing for exams together? It seems there's a lounge on the first floor of our apartment. Why not use it as a study room?" At this time, There were still people studying hard, and Xue Yutong felt deeply impressed. She didn't have any grand ambitions, for now. All she wanted to do was run the supermarket well and upgrade step by step. The next day, Xie Hongyan came to the supermarket again and said to Xue Yutong, "Today we need to confirm the hiring situation of the shops. Would you like to come and take a look?" Xue Yutong nodded, then thought of something and asked, "How do they determine which shops are hiring? Do we need to sign up? Does your supermarket also need staff?" Xue Yutong felt a bit embarrassed as she nodded and shook her head. "I have this plan for now, but I need quite a few people. For the time being, the supermarket didn't need stock clerks, and they could manage just fine with the 3 of them." However, Xue Yutong was considering the expansion of the supermarket. As they talked, they walked forward. The temperature outside was higher than in the previous days, so they decided not to take a vehicle. Xie Hongyan explained further to Xue Yutong. He brought her along mainly to show her the facilities within the base. It would also help her better understand where the resources needed by the base were being spent. Previously, the primary consideration for resource reserves was the residents of the base. If natural disasters lasted for only a year or so while no one was working, it would still be able to operate normally and ensure everyone has survival. Xie Hongyan's voice was steady and didn't tremble due to the cold air. It was even deep and pleasant, and Xue Yutong listened very intently. But now the weather forecast was not optimistic, so it was necessary to consider building the base into a large place that could achieve a perfect survival cycle. While speaking, Xie Hongyan brought Xue Yutong to an artificial greenhouse. Here, agriculture would be developed to ensure that food could be produced and harvested within the base. Xue Yutong was somewhat surprised, pulling her hand out of her pocket to point at the greenhouse. Are they planning to start farming so early? The weather forecast must really be very pessimistic. Xie Hongyan explained, all facilities were considered when the base was designed. But whether they operate or not depends on the specific situation. I see. Xue Yutong once again felt that the entire base was very reliable, making her feel at ease. In this life, as long as nothing unexpected happened, she should be able to live well. After taking a tour around the base, Xue Yutong saw many zones and even specialized troops. Xie Hongyan said seriously, "Too many people have entered the base. Safety is a very important consideration." The two strolled around for a whole circle, and Xue Yutong gained a more comprehensive understanding of the base. When Xie Hongyan returned Xue Yutong to the supermarket, he noticed a few sneaky people gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Chapter 39. Neighbors come knocking. Xie Hongyan signaled Xue Yutong to stay behind him. "Do you know these people?" Xue Yutong was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking it was the group of relentless refugees. However, upon closer inspection, she found these people quite familiar. While observing them, one person suddenly turned around and their eyes met. Xue Yutong immediately recognized her former neighbor. The woman was Luo Sulan, who had previously lived across from Xue Yutong's family. "Ah, it really is Tong Tong," Luo Sulan exclaimed as she approached Xue Yutong. Her face filled with excitement as she looked her over. Xue Yutong took a couple of steps forward, standing beside Xie Hongyan, and calmly replied, "Aunt Luo, your family has come to the base too?" Before Luo Sulan could speak, the man behind her pulled 2 children forward and said, "Yes, Tong Tong. We just moved into the base as well. We heard that there's a supermarket here with plenty of supplies. The owner is a young girl, and her last name seems to be Xue." Luo Sulan's family immediately remembered that after Xue Yutong was kicked out of her home, she had opened a supermarket outside, and they had even gone to buy supplies from her, noticing she had a lot of stock. When they later tried to go back, they found that the supermarket had closed. "We thought you had stopped running it. We didn't expect you to come to the base to open a supermarket," Luo Sulan said with a smile, tilting her head to look at her 2 children. "Jingjing, Xiaoping, say hello to your sister Tong Tong." The 2 children looked reluctant. The older one, Jingjing, did greet her, but Xiaoping clung to Luo Sulan's hand and whined, "I don't want to. Isn't she the worthless one who got kicked out of her house? Why should I call her?" As soon as Xiaoping's words fell, Luo Sulan hurriedly covered his mouth, saying, "Xiaoping, what nonsense are you talking?" Xue Yutong let out a cold laugh. It was clear that they were trying hard to get close to her, but now they had messed it up. She never expected that while discussing whether Lu Wei's neighbors would come to the base, her own neighbors arrived first. "Tong Tong," the child spoke out of turn. "Please don't mind," Luo Sulan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her husband, Xue Yue, added, "Look at what you're saying. Tong Tong is already grown up and sensible. She certainly won't hold a grudge against the child." What a flattering remark. Xue Yutong secretly scoffed, then spoke up, "Sorry, uncle and aunt. I'm still young, and I really do hold grudges like child." Luo Sulan and Xue Yue's expressions instantly soured. "What is wrong with you, child?" Xue Yutong didn't want to argue with them, so she directly asked, "Do you need something here? If you want to buy supplies, just go inside. The prices are clearly marked." The couple exchanged glances, awkwardly saying, "Tong Tong, the thing is, we donated all our supplies to the base, and it wasn't enough. We barely managed to move in after adding some money." Upon hearing this, Xue Yutong understood what they were getting at. With a smile that didn't reach her eyes, she stared at them. "So? Well, since you're an acquaintance, your aunt even held you when you were little. We wanted to take you in when you were kicked out, but you left without looking back." Luo Sulan continued to ramble on, not getting to the point. Xue Yue hurriedly interjected, "Tong Tong, can you give us some supplies? It's not realistic for our family of 4 to gather more money now. You have so many things in your supermarket. Just give us a little." Xue Yutong thought to herself how transparent they were. On the day she left home, she heard some commotion from across the door, and it seemed Luo Sulan had looked out. However, no one called out to her. Now they came here pretending to be good people. Wasn't that a bit too fake? She replied calmly, "Sorry. I run the supermarket to make a living. The profits aren't much. You'll see that the prices are not much higher than before the apocalypse. If you want to buy, I can offer you a 2 discount as a neighbor, but I can't give it to you for free." Luo Sulan grew anxious. "We won't ask for much. Just enough for a few days of food. Once the base distributes supplies, we won't need any more." That said, the supplies needed for a family of 4 for a few days would still amount to a lot. They were clearly pretending to be confused, and even Xie Hongyan could see through it. As she listened to her parents beg Xue Yutong, Xiaoping's eyes rolled mischievously. He broke free from Luo Sulan's hand, jumped aside, and started throwing a tantrum. "Mom and Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat the grilled sausages from the supermarket, and I want that toy car from the supermarket." Xue Yutong suddenly squinted her eyes and looked at him. "You want so many things. How about that big electric robot in the supermarket? Do you want that?" Xiaoping nodded vigorously, shouting, "I want them all. You can give them all to me." Luo Sulan and Xue Yue exchanged glances, initially thinking Xue Yutong was ignoring them. But they felt sorry for the child. Just as they were about to use their kids to leverage the situation, they saw Xue Yutong grab Xiaoping by the collar and toss him into the snow beside them. With a thud, Luo Sulan was stunned. Xue Yutong smiled, but her gaze was sharp. "It's the apocalypse. Who would spoil you?" It didn't hurt from the fall, but Xiaoping was stunned for a second before starting to cry loudly. "You worthless piece of trash. Why did you throw me?" Xue Yutong clapped her hands. "If you keep crying, I'll hit you. Hurry up and shut up." Xiaoping refused to back down. "Mom and Dad, look. This worthless piece of trash is bullying me. You have to beat her to death. If you kill her, you won't even go to jail, and we can take over the supermarket." Seeing Xue Yutong really step forward to hit Xiaoping, Luo Sulan and Xue Yue quickly pulled their child back behind them. But since it was their own child who said it, they exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to explain. Soon, Luo Sulan came up with a scheme and began to dredge up old grievances. "Tong Tong, the child isn't entirely wrong. You're an ungrateful wolf. Your family raised you for so many years, and you just left like this to open a supermarket. Your parents and brother are looking for you. What you're doing is immoral. You even threw our child just now." Hearing them continue to morally blackmail her, Xue Yutong impatiently raised her hand to signal them to stop. Then she turned to Xie Hongyan, "Captain Xie, as someone from the base. Do you think there's anything wrong with what I'm doing?" Seeing her expression, it was clear she expected him to side with her. Xie Hongyan's heart softened, and he cooperatively said, "There's nothing wrong." He then looked at the family of 4. "Fair trade. No free rides. Miss Xue has contributed a lot to the base. You all have hands and feet. Find a job at the base as soon as possible." With a cold demeanor and wearing the base's insignia, Xue Yue and the others didn't dare to provoke him. The family left in embarrassment, and Luo Sulan didn't forget to spit on the ground. "You wait, Xue Yutong. I'll inform your family that you're running a supermarket here." Xue Yutong coldly replied, "Suit yourself. Chapter 40. Expanding the small supermarket after this incident. Xue Yutong felt quite unlucky and walked into the supermarket with heavy steps. Remembering something, she turned back to call out to Xie Hongyan. Captain Xie, come sit for a while. Although it was a rare warm day, it was still very cold outside. The two of them had walked a long way around the base and were both tired. Xie Hongyan did not refuse and followed her in. But Xue Yutong suddenly said softly, I'm sorry, I made you witness that. Although she had just asked Xie Hongyan in front of that family, and he had spoken in her favor, Xue Yutong still felt a bit uneasy. First, it was her brother Xue Jinbao who was sent to the police station by her, then her parents, and now the neighbors. Would Xie Hongyan think she was really a heartless person, cold towards everyone? However, Xie Hongyan seemed to see through Xue Yutong's thoughts and said seriously, they are morally blackmailing you, and what that child said was indeed excessive. I think you did nothing wrong. When he said this again, it felt much more credible. Xue Yutong finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, although I am indeed someone who only thinks of myself, I wouldn't treat them that way. By this time, they had entered the supermarket and saw Su Su and Lu Wei busy not far away. He said gently, don't belittle yourself. You are a very kind person. Just look at how you took in those two. Xue Yutong was taken aback. All her doubts and unease were resolved. Xie Hongyan continued, but I still want to remind you, next time you encounter such a situation, don't act impulsively, or you might leave yourself open to criticism. There was nothing in that pile of snow, and the child wouldn't have been hurt much. But if someone really got injured, it would be seen as your fault for acting first. He pointed to the surveillance camera overhead, saying there are cameras everywhere. Unless you can prove they provoke you first, you won't have any grounds to argue. Realizing that Xie Hongyan had thought about this too, Xue Yutong couldn't help but look at him gratefully and said, I understand now. I will be more careful next time. Seeing the sausage grill next to the checkout, Xue Yutong suddenly remembered the unfortunate child who had been crying for a sausage. In a fit of irritation, she grabbed one for herself and poked one for Xie Hongyan with a skewer. Eat, she said with a somewhat domineering tone. Xie Hongyan chuckled and replied, I won't have any. I still need to go to the office to discuss some matters. He handed the sausage to Lu Wei, saying, you're still young. You should eat to help with your growth. After giving Xue Yutong another glance, Xie Hongyan left the supermarket. Lu Wei stood there, unsure whether to eat the sausage or not, looking to Xue Yutong for help. She glanced at him while eating her sausage, saying, just eat it. Even Captain Xie thinks you're too weak. With tears in his eyes, Lu Wei took a bite and vowed to exercise more. Hearing the commotion, Su Su came over and curiously asked, Tong Tong, you're back. How was the base? Xue Yutong briefly talked about the facilities at the base, and both of them listened with amazement. With such a well-developed base, they felt an increased sense of belonging. Xue Yutong added, so, the base is quite large, and I have an unexpected discovery. Su Su eagerly asked what it was. There's actually a lot of usable space around our supermarket. I'm thinking of how to apply to the base to expand the supermarket. Expand? Su Su and Lu Wei exchanged glances. Aren't you satisfied with the current size of our supermarket? It's already enough for us to sell many things, and we spend more time restocking every day. You want to expand? This was also a point of hesitation for Xue Yutong. Having the experience from her previous life, she believed that having too many people in the supermarket would not be a good thing. Therefore, she didn't want to hastily accept more workers from the base. But if they were to expand, the three of them would not be enough. Xue Yutong sighed, I just have this idea, but I'm not sure. However, she had always wanted to upgrade the supermarket. With more and more people living in the base and a greater demand for supplies, the existing categories in the supermarket could no longer meet their needs. It was imperative to expand quickly and set up the fresh produce section that Xue Yutong had been thinking about. Noticing Xue Yutong's hesitation, Su Su thought for a moment and said, upon careful consideration, it's not impossible. Those people outside have started spreading doomsday theories. I think the base will really develop long-term. While the three were still discussing this issue, an opportunity presented itself right in front of Xue Yutong. The next morning, there was a commotion at the entrance of the base. A large group of refugees had arrived. It turned out that in the past few days, supply trucks from a southern base had been delivering supplies to some remote neighborhoods while promoting the base. Unexpectedly, This move attracted a large number of refugees. They regarded the base as their last hope for survival. Even if they had no money or supplies, they still insisted on squeezing into the base. We're all human. Why can't we enter the base? We just want a place to settle down. We can work if we get in. We're all human. You can't just watch us die. The tactics of moral blackmail were employed skillfully by them. While it might not work on someone like Xue Yutong, it became effective against a large base, especially with official leaders present. Wang Deshang, as an official leader, quickly came out to calm the public's emotions. We will definitely address your issues. Please be patient. He represented the authorities, and the authorities could never abandon the public. The base leader, Zhou Jianjun, also hurriedly arrived, first stating that the base had its own operational system and could not blindly accept them. However, they could be temporarily housed in a large room. Although it was a dormitory-style arrangement, most refugees agreed. Xue Yutong watched them from a distance and suddenly had an idea. After returning, she messaged Xie Hongyan, asking if she could talk to the base leaders. Soon, Xie Hongyan came to pick her up and took her to Zhou Jianjun's office. Zhou Jianjun was already overwhelmed with the refugee situation and noticed that Xue Yutong was not smiling. Miss Xue, what brings you here? Leader, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Xue Yutong took out a hand-drawn map and outlined the empty land around the supermarket. I want to buy this piece of land around the supermarket. What do you think? Hearing that Xue Yutong wanted to buy land, both Zhou Jianjun and Xie Hongyan were taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Xue Yutong calmly explained, I want to expand the supermarket. The current area of the supermarket is no longer sufficient. Before they could speak, Xue Yutong continued, this could also relieve the base's worries, as I could hire these refugees if we expand the supermarket. As long as the refugees have jobs, it would be reasonable to provide them with supplies. This way, the base wouldn't seem inhumane, and it would make everyone understand that even in a doomsday scenario, labor is necessary for rewards. Chapter 41. System Alert. Xue Yutong's suggestion was indeed reasonable and could solve a major problem for the base at this moment. After listening, Zhou Jianjun had already made a decision in his heart but still said to Xue Yutong, we need to consider this. We will give you a response by tomorrow morning at the latest. How does that sound? After all, as the manager of the base, he had to consider various aspects. He couldn't agree to anything too directly. At this time, Xie Hongyan glanced at Xue Yutong. That gaze still held a reassuring power. Just by making eye contact, Xue Yutong understood that this matter was mostly settled. She wasn't in a hurry to push for an answer and said, okay, I hope the base can consider my proposal. Although she was currently cooperating with the base, it was still a two-way choice. Moreover, she always remembered the principle that a large tree attracts the wind. She never intended to influence the base with her own will. Zhou Jianjun still smiled kindly. All right, Captain Xie, you can take Miss Xue back. Xie Hongyan escorted Xue Yutong out, and from his perspective, he saw her jet black hair. Then there was a delicate little face filled with determination. Xue Yutong was still thinking about the base's expansion when she suddenly heard Xie Hongyan say in a deep voice, you really like doing business. This topic wasn't the first time Xie Hongyan brought it up. Xue Yutong understood that such a perceptive person like him must have many questions about her. Unfortunately, she couldn't explain to him and could only respond vaguely along the topic. After thinking for a moment, Xue Yutong mischievously smiled. If you say that, I guess it can be considered so, but right now I'm just running a supermarket at the base, and I don't really need a business mindset. As for saying she liked doing business, it wasn't exactly true. It was just that having lived another life, she had a bit of ambition regarding her golden finger. Coupled with the grievances from her previous life, she wanted to see what she could gain from her efforts to live now. Additionally, having seen the treacherous nature of many people in the apocalypse, she wanted to use her abilities to protect herself and those around her, such as the female warrior and the child Lu Wei. However, she didn't express these thoughts and just shrugged nonchalantly. If it's for survival, who wouldn't want to take it easy? Hearing Xue Yutong joke with him, Xie Hongyan also unconsciously relaxed, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. But in my opinion, you could already take it easy, just from the 5 million contribution points she obtained on her first day in the base. It was enough for Xue Yutong to live carefree for a long time. Moreover, from what he knew of Xue Yutong, she had very low material desires. At least since he met her, she didn't seem to have any consumption habits. Not to mention this was the apocalypse. even if she wanted to spend. It didn't seem like there were many conditions for it. However, Xue Yutong shook her head. It's still not enough. I always prepare for the worst. If the apocalypse continues indefinitely, I will keep earning money. Plus, right now, I can also contribute to the base, which I think is pretty good. Xie Hongyan smiled non-committally. Xue Yutong added, and running the supermarket is also helping you, right? If it weren't for my supermarket, it wouldn't have been so easy for you to stock up on supplies earlier. As their relationship grew closer, she spoke more freely than before. Xie Hongyan didn't say anything further, but the corners of his lips slightly curled up, and his gaze remained fixed on Xue Yutong. He was already handsome, and even without speaking, he was captivating. Xue Yutong suddenly came to her senses, realizing she had been distracted by his charm. She swallowed hard and said softly, Captain Xie, I'll head back first. Please contact me as soon as there is a result from the base. After receiving a positive response, Xue Yutong quickly jogged back to the supermarket. The extreme cold was no exaggeration. Just a short walk back made her feel as if her bones were freezing solid. Upon entering the supermarket, she immediately felt the warmth enveloping her, and her body gradually warmed up again. Xue Yutong sighed. The supermarket is still warm. Why did you take so long? What were you discussing with the base? Su asked curiously. Xue Yutong mysteriously replied, I can't tell you for now. You'll know soon. Lu Wei and Su exchanged glances, and the former lamented, Sister Tong Tong, you've changed too. You never used to keep secrets. Xue Yutong playfully scolded him, and the three of them prepared to have a meal. How could she easily tell others about cooperating with the base? The next day, the base indeed agreed to Xue Yutong's proposal and hoped the supermarket expansion plan could start as soon as possible. After all, if it was confirmed that the supermarket could help the base alleviate some of the refugee problems, this plan would be feasible, and the base could be more at ease in opening up to accept more refugees. After receiving a positive answer, Xue Yutong immediately got to work. While the two were managing the supermarket, she opened her system panel in the lounge. With the supermarket as her golden finger, it was at level 1. The sudden blizzard had caused a drop in temperature and a power outage in the city, so she decided to upgrade it to level 2, which included power generation and heating equipment. However, level 2 only had basic security, so after opening the supermarket at the base, Xue Yutong hurriedly upgraded it to level 3. At the same time, under the level 3 supermarket branch, she allocated some points for specific upgrades. Now, the supermarket had sufficient power, heating, and security. Upgrading to level 4 would also upgrade everything overall, including a significant enhancement of the security system. As Xue Yutong watched the upgrade situation, she murmured, Of course. The points required to upgrade to level 4 had also increased. This time, just for the upgrade, it would require a full 8 million points. Not to mention the modules that would be needed after the overall upgrade. Xue Yutong silently complained, Since I have this golden finger, why do you still need my points? She knew one shouldn't be so greedy, but to her surprise, the system actually responded to her. Host, upgrading the supermarket not only requires points. In the future upgrade process, if the corresponding goals for the level are not completed, there will also be penalties. The system's cold tone made Xue Yutong feel scared. What goals? What penalties? But no matter how she asked, the system was unwilling to reveal anything in advance. Xue Yutong sighed. Fortunately, after her rebirth, her mindset had improved. There is give and take. At least she was gradually working hard. As for the goals after the upgrade, she would wait until then to deal with it. She invested another 1 million contribution points to exchange for 10 million points. The points balance was 12 million, leaving only 4 million to upgrade the supermarket to level 4. Since she had decided to use refugees to work, Xue Yutong specifically did not select the option for the system to complete it automatically. The expansion of the supermarket was a big project, and it would be good if others noticed something unusual. Chapter 42. Assigning tasks to refugees. Once the supermarket reaches level 4 and the expansion is completed, Xue Yutong can implement the zoning she had previously thought of, such as fresh vegetables and meat and fresh seafood. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong suddenly remembered that she had promised Xie Hongyan to help the base find some seeds, so she checked the system mall again. With the apocalypse approaching, the food reserves in the city were also threatened. The blizzard had already destroyed a large number of crops, and with the extreme cold setting in, even the hardiest crops couldn't survive. They could only implement new farming within the base. After deciding to upgrade the supermarket and checking the remaining points, Xue Yutong went out. The supermarket has a weekly restocking and cleaning time, and it was currently closed to the public. Su and Lu Wei were restocking when they saw Xue Yutong come out and hurriedly said to her, "Tong Tong, the supermarket's business has been getting better and better these days. There's a huge demand for cold weather supplies." They discovered this while restocking. Lu Wei sounded quite surprised. "Even the barbecue grills we thought Wunti sell have actually sold a few." Xue Yutong nodded, looking out at the icy world outside. Then turned back and asked, "Do you know what the current temperature outside is?" The two exchanged glances and shook their heads at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong held up 3 fingers and then made a sign for 10. "Minus 13 degrees? Lu Wei asked. Although it looked like 30, he couldn't believe it. Su's expression turned serious. "It's already minus 30 degrees outside. How cold is it?" Since the official announcement of the extreme cold's arrival, they had hardly stepped outside. After all, the second floor of the supermarket was their resting place, and they spent their daily lives in the supermarket. So they had no perception of the temperature outside. Lu Wei scratched the back of his head, shocked. "What does minus 30 degrees even feel like? I've never experienced such a cold winter in my life." Su looked at him and said, "Don't say you. I'm almost 30 and have never experienced anything like this either." Lu Wei then looked at Xue Yutong, somewhat confused, and asked, "But why do I feel like it's not that cold?" Xue Yutong explained, "That's because the supermarket's heating is automatically adjusted. It keeps us in a warm state based on the outside temperature." After saying that, she added, "If you don't believe me, you can go outside and try it." Lu Wei took a deep breath and actually dashed outside. Su and Xue Yutong exchanged glances, put on their coats, scarves, and hats, and followed him out of the supermarket. Cold. This was their first intuitive feeling upon stepping outside. The cold in the air seemed to invade their limbs. And even though they were wearing the most advanced cold-proof clothing, they couldn't stand outside in such weather for more than a few minutes. After walking a short distance, both of them instinctively stepped back, standing at the supermarket entrance. This way, at least they could still feel the warmth from the supermarket on their backs. No wonder the posts on the base forum these days kept talking about how terrible conditions were outside. Su took a deep breath. The blizzard hadn't fallen for the past few days, and it seemed the whole world had frozen. Only for a couple of hours around noon did the temperature rise slightly. During this time, the supermarket's foot traffic was the highest. Xue Yutong squinted her eyes. She and browsed the forum much in the past few days. With more people in the base, the number of users on the app was also increasing. The messages being posted had different motivations, and after looking for a while a few days ago, Xue Yutong felt quite disheartened. Although there were moderators reviewing posts and urging everyone not to spread overly pessimistic emotions, there were always a few that slipped through the cracks. Su understood what Xue Yutong meant and patted her shoulder, saying, "It's a good idea to avoid looking at these messages during this time." I felt terrible after reading them. The base was still relatively peaceful. They were about to implement a system of using contribution points as currency. An RMB could still be used for purchases. Even if it came down to it, there were supplies already allocated upon entering the base. Although it was just barely enough to get by, most people had downgraded their consumption in such an apocalypse. However, the outside world was visibly getting worse. Su added, "Since the roads were completely closed off a while ago, the entire city is now experiencing power outages. It's too cold outside, and it seems there's been an issue at the Power Bureau. Recently, no one has been maintaining the equipment. Because of this, more and more people are frantically rushing into the base." Xue Yutong was not surprised. Actually, it was inevitable that it would come to this. It was just a matter of time. After a while, Xue Yutong really couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Su back, not forgetting to call Lu Wei to come back for dinner. In the afternoon, while the temperature outside was still not particularly low, Xue Yutong found Xie Hungin on the app and sent him a message. Regarding the selection of workers for the supermarket expansion, will the base arrange this? After a while, Xie Hungin replied, "Are you planning to go over now? I can take you to see the refugees, and you can decide on the candidates yourself." Xue Yutong frowned and thought. She had originally thought the base would arrange this directly, but unexpectedly, she still had the right to choose. Xie Hungin happened to be free at the moment and came to pick up Xue Yutong in a few minutes. The supermarket's supply transport vehicle was parked at the entrance, and Xie Hongyan indicated for Xue Yutong to get in, as he was just going to deliver some supplies to the refugee living area. Xue Yutong nodded, got in the car, closed the door, and asked, "Is the refugee section also under your responsibility?" Xie Hongyan calmly looked ahead, skillfully driving the supply transport vehicle. "Anything related to supplies in the base should be my responsibility." Xue Yutong stuck out her tongue. So impressive. Xie Hongyan looked only a few years older than her, but in a place like the base, he already held an important position. If there were no apocalypse, he would surely be someone significant in the military, right? A few minutes later, the two got out of the car. After distributing the supplies, Xie Hongyan explained his purpose for coming. Upon hearing that he still had to work in the base, a refugee raised an objection. Shouldn't the base take care of ordinary people? We can hardly survive outside. Why do we have to work after entering the base? Many people supported this individual, but no one spoke up. Xie Hongyan said sternly, "It was clearly stated when entering the base that according to the residency standards, one must donate supplies or money. Those here have not met either of these conditions, so it's best to follow the base's arrangements. The base can provide you with shelter, but it cannot continuously guarantee your food and drink for free. To survive in the base, you will eventually have to rely on your own strength." Standing next to Xie Hongyan, Xue Yutong secretly observed him. His serious demeanor matched her impression from her previous life. During this time, the two had become too familiar, and sometimes Xue Yutong would forget that Xie Hongyan was someone who looked very stern. Chapter 43. Placing workers after a few words were exchanged. The refugees looked at each other, but did not dare to raise any objections. Xie Hongyan looked at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong knew that he had subdued the crowd, and it was now her turn to present her demands. Clearing her throat, Xue Yutong spoke confidently. "Hello, everyone. I'm the owner of the supermarket at the southern base. I came here with Captain Xie today to invite you to work for the supermarket." The refugees watched her nervously. She continued, "As the number of people in the base increases, the supermarket plans to expand. But we lack manpower and would like to invite you to join the expansion work." Seeing that no one reacted, Xue Yutong added, "You want to be working for free. During your time working at the supermarket, I will provide supplies and contribution points as wages." She had already confirmed this with Xie Hongyan. This recruitment of refugees as workers would not only alleviate the base's problems, but also serve as a collaboration between the supermarket and the base. Upon hearing Xue Yutong's words, some refugees' eyes lit up. "If we can earn contribution points, can we use them to live in the base later?" Xie Hongyan spoke up at the right moment. "Yes. Contribution points are the currency in the base and can completely replace money." In a corner, a man suddenly raised his hand. "Can I apply?" Both Xue Yutong and Xie Hongyan looked over to see the man standing up shyly. "Our family has come a long way. My mother is old, and my wife just gave birth. We are in desperate need of supplies, and I am willing to work. The daily allocation of supplies from the base can barely sustain basic needs. But for a family, it is not enough." Xue Yutong smiled and said, "Of course you can. You can be the first. Come over here to register." With the first person stepping forward, other refugees who wanted to work also came toward Xue Yutong. Xie Hongyan stood by, keeping a watchful eye on Xue Yutong's safety. Not far away, several men who had rushed over whispered to each other while looking at Xie Hongyan. "Do you think our captain is serious about this supermarket owner?" "No way, brother. We were just joking before." "Do you really believe it?" "How can you not believe it? Look at how our captain looks at that girl Xue. His eyes are almost glued to her. Our captain is not that kind of person. He doesn't care about romantic feelings." The few of them began to argue quietly, but were interrupted by Xie Hongyan as he approached. "Stop dawdling here. Help Miss Xue with the registration and maintain order." Xue Yutong quickly organized the list and noted 10 people who had signed up. She marked these 10 individuals, ensuring they would not be shortchanged in future supply distributions. After all, in the apocalypse, when there are free rations, they voluntarily stepped forward to work out of a sense of responsibility. Xue Yutong felt that their hearts still retained goodness. However, based on the plans for expanding the supermarket, 10 people seemed insufficient. Glancing at the dense crowd, Xue Yutong frowned slightly and heard the man beside her ask, "What's wrong? Not enough people?" Xue Yutong lowered her voice to reply, "Yes, but my concern is not that. The number of people here is more than I expected. and it's impossible for everyone to work at the supermarket. How does the base plan to accommodate them? Currently, the expansion plan only includes a vacant house next to the supermarket and a surrounding area. The piece of land requested from the base is just this one, and the project is not particularly large. Xue Yutong frowned as well, thought for a moment, and said, "You can choose according to the supermarket's expansion plan. If it's not enough, I will arrange it. As for how to accommodate the others, that's up to the base." Xue Yutong nodded. In fact, she wanted to say that if the base really planned to provide work for all these refugees, the area around the supermarket could accommodate them. Following the idea of upgrading the supermarket, she might need to purchase a large area of vacant land near the supermarket. However, having just negotiated a collaboration with the base, it would probably be unrealistic to directly request more land. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong estimated the number of people and said to Xue Yutong, "Then please help me arrange 5 or 6 more people." She had already recorded those who volunteered. If she tried to draft 5 or 6 people on the spot, she would definitely become the target of resentment. It would be better for the base to attract them. By evening, Xue Yutong brought the confirmed 16 individuals to the supermarket. He told Xue Yutong, "I have to go discuss something with the leaders, but my team members will keep an eye on things here. If you encounter any issues, you can call them directly." After all, these are refugees taken in by the base, and Xue Yutong still felt uneasy. They hadn't forgotten the incident where Xue Yutong was almost in danger due to being followed. Xue Yutong opened her mouth, just realizing that Xue Yutong seemed to care about her, but then he added, "After all, this is a collaboration with the base. If anything happens to you, we want to be able to explain it." It turned out she was overthinking it. Xue Yutong touched her nose, smiling sheepishly. "Okay, but it's fine. I have Sister Sue. She is very capable." On this point, Xue Yutong did not argue, but reminded her a couple more times before leaving. Xue Yutong watched his tall figure. He lingered not far away, talking to a few team members. When Xue Yutong saw that a few of them turned to look at her, she felt a bit uncomfortable and hurried over to the waiting refugees. She called Su and handed each of them a cup of hot sweet water, saying that it was too cold and they should warm themselves up first. The group held the sweet water, their expressions easing a little, no longer so anxious. "Since you will be working for the supermarket, you will live nearby," Xue Yutong kindly explained to them as she led them to the vacant house on the south side of the supermarket. Then she smiled apologetically. "Because this is a temporary arrangement for you. It's not particularly perfect, but we will do our best to meet your needs moving forward." When the workers entered the vacant house, they were all astonished with wide eyes. The conditions here were much better than the accommodations provided for refugees by the base. Though it was called a vacant house, it was actually a suite divided into 5 rooms. Each room had 2 bunk beds, a table in the middle, and storage cabinets beside the beds. For these refugees, this was already a very comfortable environment, and they looked at Xue Yutong with gratitude. Xue Yutong briefly arranged things for them, saying, "4 of you will live in 1 room. The list has already been arranged, so it's best not to change it privately, as it relates to the distribution of supplies. Each person has a new set of daily toiletries, which are stored in the cabinets. Basic items have already been prepared for you. If you need anything else, you will have to purchase it at the supermarket." Chapter 44. The thief in the supermarket. As the refugees listened, one couldn't help but say, "I'm so glad I volunteered to work here. The conditions are really good. Boss, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. I have a question. After the supermarket expansion is completed, will we have to go back there to live?" Upon hearing this, Xue Yutong pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not very sure about this. If you want to stay here, I can apply with the base." The refugees' expressions couldn't hide their disappointment. After all, the accommodations over there are large dormitories with dozens of people, while here it's a comfortable 4-person room, like an employee dormitory. Seeing their disappointed faces, Xue Yutong quickly said, "Don't be discouraged. The base has its own way of doing things. If you can find work, you can also apply to live in the residential area of the base." These people had come to the base to survive and knew nothing about the facilities there. After briefly explaining some precautions, Xue Yutong pulled Su back to the supermarket. However, Su seemed distracted and was not fully engaged in the conversation. She was also thinking about whether these people could continue to live around the base after completing their work. If there were residents near the supermarket, gradually developing into a residential area, It seemed to align with the supermarket's upgrade path. After all, with each upgrade of the supermarket, the number of employees needed would definitely increase. Lu Wei's voice interrupted her thoughts. You child, how can you steal things? Xue Yutong and Su Su looked over and found Lu Wei blocking a child at the cash register. They hurried over, and the child was struggling desperately. Some customers in the supermarket also curiously looked over. What's going on? Xue Yutong asked. The child suddenly turned around, and it was actually Luo Sulan's son, Xiaoping. Xiaoping was holding a toy box in his arms, and his pockets were bulging. Lu Wei was gripping his shoulder tightly and refused to let go, saying to Xue Yutong, Sister Tong Tong, this kid stole something and won't admit it. Xiaoping just struggled and did not speak, but his eyes were fixed on Xue Yutong. In those eyes that should have been pure, there was only hatred and contempt. Xue Yutong frowned and said to Su Su, Sister Su Su, go check the cash register over there. I'll handle this. Su Su then withdrew her gaze, nodded, and walked somewhat absent-mindedly toward the cash register. Seeing her like this, Xue Yutong sighed. Lu Wei was puzzled. Sister Tong Tong, why don't you let me go to the cash register? If it's about skills, shouldn't Su Su be the one who can easily control this child? Is it because you're afraid Sister Su Su is too strong and might hurt him? Lu Wei muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to relax his grip and shouted down at Xiaoping, Don't move. Our boss is here. Xue Yutong withdrew her gaze from Su Su. Ever since going through those events, every time Su Su saw children of a similar age, she would think of her own son. Even knowing that Xiaoping was the type of mischievous child, she would still feel soft-hearted. However, Xue Yutong was not in a hurry to explain this to Lu Wei. Instead, she looked at Xiaoping and asked, Did you steal something? Where are your parents? At first, Xiaoping remained silent. Xue Yutong took a couple of steps closer and saw that he was holding an electric toy car. It was the same toy car he had mentioned wanting when he was throwing a tantrum in the supermarket. Xue Yutong sneered. You came to the supermarket to steal something that your parents wouldn't buy for you? At such a young age, you're already learning bad habits? She had originally thought that if Xiaoping called her names or said something rude, it was just a child's lack of understanding and mimicking adults. But now it seemed that this child was beyond saving. Xue Yutong took the toy from Xiaoping's arms. Xiaoping tried to protect it with all his might, but Xue Yutong was equally strong. After the toy was taken away, Xiaoping's hands were free, and he began to hit wildly, shouting, Give it back. That's my thing. Hold him down, Xue Yutong said coldly. Lu Wei hurriedly restrained Xiaoping, while Xue Yutong reached into Xiaoping's pockets and pulled out 2 large handfuls of candy. She placed them on the counter beside her. Seeing that the things he had secretly taken were being taken away, Xiaoping threw his head back and started to cry loudly. I'm going to tell others that your supermarket bullies children and has no love at all. His cries quickly attracted other customers. Many people were just curious about the commotion and did not come over to see what was happening, but as Xiaoping cried out, it drew them in. Seeing people approach, Xiaoping shouted even louder, Clearly my dad and mom said everyone should be friendly and help each other, yet your supermarket is so cruel. Xue Yutong was amazed by his ability to turn the situation around. She sneered. Did your dad and mom not teach you that you have to pay for things when you buy them outside? Upon hearing this, the surrounding customers began to understand and started discussing among themselves. Such a small child stealing things? The increasing number of people at the base isn't a good thing. There will always be those who misbehave. Where are the child's parents? How did he get to the supermarket alone? As Xue Yutong saw more and more people gathering, some just there to watch, she raised her voice to explain, This child is stealing things in the supermarket, and we are educating him. Everyone need not worry. But Xiaoping was not listening and continued to scream, I didn't steal anything. That thing was originally mine. Xue Yutong felt a throbbing in her temples. Were some people just born bad? Lu Wei, holding Xiaoping back, looked at Xue Yutong and asked, Sister Tong Tong, what should we do now? Xue Yutong remained silent and brought up the supermarket surveillance footage. The footage clearly showed Xiaoping sneaking into the supermarket behind 2 people when it was crowded. Then he wandered around for a while, and seeing no one paying attention to him, he ran to the toy section. He was clever and had a clear goal. Lu Wei had not seen the footage before, but he remembered that everyone who entered the supermarket had nothing in their hands, while Xiaoping had a toy box, which was definitely suspicious. Now seeing the footage, he shouted, Your thing? Why did you take it from the supermarket? Xiaoping, realizing he couldn't deny it, started yelling. I just took a toy from this store of cheap goods. Why should I be treated like this? His words made Lu Wei's heart tighten. How can you say such things about others? But when he looked at Xue Yutong, he relaxed his grip. Xiaoping was already struggling hard, and now he suddenly ran towards the door while shouting, Your family said that this cheap stuff is just for contributing to the family. Brother Jinbao said the same before. You gave Brother Jinbao money, and he bought me a lot of food. Jinbao? Hearing this name, Xue Yutong's anger surged to her head. Chapter 45. Moral coercion is useless. Xue Yutong coldly stared at Xiaoping, her eyes filled with frost. This was the first time Lu Wei had seen such a side of Xue Yutong, and he was so frightened that he stumbled, quickly trying to grab Xiaoping back, but was stopped by several customers. What are you doing? The child doesn't understand. So what if he stole something? Didn't he already return it to you? Exactly. Everyone is scared right now, and children are definitely more frightened. It's not like he did it on purpose. They all spoke up in unison. Just as Xiaoping was about to run out, perhaps feeling that someone was helping him, he paused slightly at the door and shouted triumphantly, Serves you right, you money grubber. That's what you get for making me fall last time. Xue Yutong's eyes turned even colder as she prepared to step forward, but Su was quicker, already rushing from the cash register to grab Xiaoping. At the same time, Xue Yutong took out a remote control for the security system from her pocket. This remote was given after the supermarket's upgrade, and Xue Yutong had been looking for an opportunity to test it. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xue Yutong pressed a button, and all the doors and windows of the supermarket immediately closed automatically. What is this? Is the boss not allowing us to leave? I just came to buy something. Why am I being locked in here? Is it to catch this little thief? He's just a child and doesn't know better. Can't we just let it go? The customers immediately began to complain, saying that Xue Yutong's actions were wasting their time. Xue Yutong sneered and pressed another button, causing a piercing alarm to sound throughout the supermarket. Seeing that Xue Yutong was genuinely not to be trifled with, the customers gradually quieted down and turned their attention to her. Only then did Xue Yutong turn off the alarm and said loudly, Sorry, I can only delay you for a moment. After all, when you were stopping me from catching the thief just now, you all seemed quite leisurely. She was indeed a kind-hearted person. The supermarket's prices were not much higher than before the apocalypse, but she was not someone to be bullied. Taking advantage of the fact that the supermarket was crowded, it was not inappropriate to make an example of this situation. Moreover, since the Luo Salon family had previously encountered setbacks here, they must be unwilling to accept it. If Xiaoping dared to steal now, they would surely come swaggering in another day. Xue Yutong's gaze grew colder. Operating a supermarket in the base naturally came with rules, and we strictly punish theft. Perhaps not expecting the supermarket owner to have such a temper, the customers who had been shouting earlier dared not make a sound. However, a woman crossed her arms and said, Boss, don't go too far. There are so many people here. How can a child understand? Can't we just let it go since the item has been returned? Don't be unreasonable. I'm a mother too. Children sometimes really don't know better. Xue Yutong recognized this voice as belonging to the woman who had been the most vocal moments ago. She directly retorted, You're protecting the thief so much. Are you planning to raise your child to be like him? The woman's face turned bright red, and just as she was about to say something, Xue Yutong looked at Lu Wei and said, Lu Wei, remember her face and put her on the supermarket blacklist. She is not allowed to shop here in the future. Facial recognition will apply, and if she tries to come in, she will be charged 100 times the usual fee. Lu Wei reflexively replied, Okay. The woman's expression changed, and she shouted for others to stand with her, but seeing the woman being blacklisted and the boss's stance, who would dare to side with her? It's worth noting that although the southern base is quite large with many shops, only Xue Yutong's supermarket has a complete variety of goods at fair prices. Seeing that she had managed to intimidate them, Xue Yutong then turned her attention to Xiaoping. At this point, Su had dragged the shouting and struggling Xiaoping to Xue Yutong's side, her eyes also filled with coldness. You remind me of that ungrateful little brat. Do you know how he ended up? With that one sentence, Xiaoping immediately fell silent, looking at Su in terror. Then his eyes darted around, and seeing so many people in the supermarket, he shouted, Murder is illegal. I'm in the base. How dare you treat me like this? I'm just a child. It's okay if I did something wrong. Listen to this logic. If he claims he was not instigated by an adult, Xue Yutong wouldn't he believe it? She narrowed her eyes and said, "We're not going to harm you, but if you do something wrong, there will be consequences. Su, tie him up at the door, keeping the supermarket door open so he can get some fresh air and clear his head." Before long, Xiaoping was tied to a small chair right at the entrance of the supermarket. His body was warm inside the supermarket, but facing the biting cold wind. He soon felt his face stinging painfully. He cried out, but after a moment of howling, his tongue felt as if it was frozen. Those who couldn't stand the sight were about to say something, but thinking about the woman being blacklisted, they could only leave in silence. Xue Yutong even set up a small sign at the door, writing in bold letters with a marker, "This supermarket punishes thieves with reflection. Anyone who helps will be blacklisted." Xiaoping, at the door, could no longer cry out. After a while, Xue Yutong went to take a look at Xiaoping to see if he was still alive. However, just after standing at the door for about half an hour, the Luo Sulan family heard the news and rushed over. "Oh my God, what happened to my Xiaoping?" She rushed over and hugged her son, her eyes wide in shock when she saw him tied to the chair, shooting an angry glare at Xue Yutong. "Xue Yutong, do you have any heart? You're tying such a small child here. Are you trying to freeze our only child to death?" "Only child?" The term made Xue Yutong scoff, thinking about how her family also referred to Xue Jinbao in such a manner. These useless pieces of mud. Xue Yutong watched as Luo Sulan and the others fumbled to untie Xiaoping, cursing at her, and calmly said, "Your only child came to steal. Since your family doesn't teach him properly, our supermarket will lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Luo Sulan took a step forward to hit her. But just as her hand was raised, Su blocked her, saying, "I advise you to leave quickly. You are all blacklisted from the supermarket." This panicked Luo Sulan. She had originally been thinking of coming to Xue Yutong's supermarket to snag some things in the future. When Xiaoping said he wanted to go to the supermarket by himself today, she didn't mind, thinking that at least Xue Yutong should turn a blind eye since they used to be neighbors. "Yutong, we used to be neighbors. You are being too unreasonable. If you freeze my child, Xue Yutong suddenly raised her voice. "If he gets frozen, so what? He might grow up to be a thief anyway. You should thank me for teaching him a lesson." The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. This incident was even posted on the base forum by some people. But Xue Yutong didn't care. She just wanted to stand on her own ground, making it impossible for others to use moral coercion against her. Seeing the unfriendly gazes around her, the Luo Sulan family could only hurriedly take Xiaoping away to check at the base clinic. Chapter 46. Favoritism from the base. Watching the family's figures disappear from view, Xue Yutong sneered again and turned back to the supermarket. The people in the supermarket didn't mention the incident again. Instead, they talked about the extreme cold, and new customers rushed in, sighing, "This weather is freezing to death." Xue Yutong looked outside again. Although the blizzard had stopped, the temperature outside continued to drop. The base had cleared a clean path, but thick snow still lined the sides of the road. A few days ago, it was only -20 degrees. Today, it was nearing -30 degrees. The temperature inside the base was bearable since the heating was on, making it warmer than outside. Shoppers hurried a few steps indoors, so they didn't feel the cold too much. However, outside the base, countless people had frozen to death due to the extreme cold. Perhaps because she hadn't heard the name Xue Jinbao for a long time, combined with the extremely low temperature, Xue Yutong recalled her tragic death in her past life. She shuddered and glanced at the busy Su. Su saw Xue Yutong walk in with a serious expression and thought something was wrong with Xiaopeng. So she hurriedly asked, Tong, did they make things difficult for you?" "Fortunately, they are in the wrong," Xue Yutong shrugged. As long as they knew that she, Xue Yutong, wouldn't be morally coerced, they naturally wouldn't have any leverage over her. Su nodded, initially wanting to ask if the incident would negatively impact the supermarket. But seeing Xue Yutong's nonchalant demeanor, she swallowed her concerns. After all, everything was up to Xue Yutong, and both Su and Lu Wei trusted the boss's judgment. After a while, Xue Yutong called Lu Wei to take the supplies for the workers to the building next to the base. 16 workers had already been temporarily settled. Upon seeing Xue Yutong and Lu Wei arrive, they orderly received their supplies. Xue Yutong cleared her throat and said seriously, "The temperature is too low these days. So outdoor work cannot commence for now. Starting tomorrow, you will need to help me tidy up a few rooms. She had contracted the open space around the supermarket from the base, and the amount of work for the expansion wasn't too large. Is there any objection? If not, we will officially start work tomorrow. I'll assign your tasks, Xue Yutong said as she took out her phone. For convenience, she had already organized her notes. Just then, a worker raised his hand and said, "Boss Xue, it's so cold. Are you anxious for us to work? Can't we rest for a few more days?" Xue Yutong checked the list and knew this person had been selected by Xie Hongyan and the others, not someone who volunteered. Having made a judgment in her heart, she replied coldly, "Indoor work isn't complicated, and heating has been installed, so it won't be cold for you. The supermarket has expansion plans, which is why you are here. Of course, we need to start work once you are settled. Otherwise, you can go back to the dormitory to rest." Her words left the man speechless, and he only muttered a few words under his breath. Xue Yutong emotionlessly finished assigning the work and finally said, "I know some of you didn't come voluntarily, but I can understand. I will deliver the promised treatment. Wages will be paid, and supplies will be provided. However, I also have a reward and punishment system in place. Since they were now workers at her supermarket, they naturally had to follow her requirements. It's simple. I want to supervise your work closely, and the tasks have already been assigned. Those who complete their tasks on time and in full will receive additional rewards, while those who fail to do so will receive a warning. If they continue to neglect their duties, they will be replaced by someone else from the base. Most of those who volunteer to work did so because they had family to take care of, so they would naturally work seriously. Now, with the prospect of rewards, who would be motivated?" Without waiting for their reactions, Xue Yutong left with Lu Wei. Lu Wei quietly said, "Sister Tong Tong, I've only heard one term from others before, but seeing you today, I finally understand what it means." "What are you talking about?" Xue Yutong looked at Lu Wei in confusion. Lu Wei swallowed and quietly said, "Evil capitalist." Xue Yutong paused and suddenly laughed. "It does seem like that. In the eyes of those workers, she should seem like an unfeeling boss who only cares about profits." But there was no other choice. Xue Yutong knew that as a young girl managing a supermarket, she would inevitably attract the attention of many ill-intentioned people. She could only ensure that every decision was ruthless enough to survive. After thinking for a moment, Xue Yutong asked Lu Wei, "About that kid who stole something today. You probably think I'm cold-hearted, right? After all, that kid had been left out in the cold for half an hour, and it was his father's who carried him away, as if he could hardly walk anymore." But Lu Wei shook his head. "Sister Tong Tong, don't worry about what they say. I think what you did was fine." Although he initially felt some sympathy for the child, after seeing the child's unrepentant attitude and how he spoke ill of Xue Yutong, Lu Wei felt nothing but disgust. "I don't know what happened in your family, but I think if my neighbors came to find me, I would definitely be harsher than you." Lu Wei then thought of his grandmother, and his tone carried a hint of choked emotion. Through thick gloves and a hat, Xue Yutong reached out to pat his head and said, "In this apocalypse, we all have our own sorrows. Speaking of which, don't ask Su too many questions when you go back. If there's anything you want to know, she will tell you later." Lu Wei nodded immediately. The two returned to the supermarket, and Su waved urgently. "Lu Wei, come over and help quickly. This customer wants a cotton jacket from upstairs." Lu Wei responded and jogged over. Xue Yutong took a round in the supermarket, checking what needed restocking and quietly made a note. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at it and saw a message from Xie Hongyan. "How are the refugees? If anything unexpected happens, contact me at any time." Xue Yutong replied, "So far, everything is good." Xie Hongyan seemed to be looking at his phone as well, as he replied almost instantly, "Starting the expansion tomorrow? The leader asked me to take a team to support, so you can rest assured." Xue Yutong almost blurted out, "So good." Although she could keep an eye on those workers, she felt a bit uneasy. It would be much better if Xie Hongyan were there to oversee things. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong quickly sent a cat bowing emoji to express her thanks. The other party didn't reply, but not long after, the official response to the supermarket theft incident was released. It merely stated that the boss's actions might have been a bit excessive, but people need to follow rules in the apocalypse, etc. Overall, it was just shy of directly mentioning Xue Yutong's name. After glancing at the post, Xue Yutong smiled with satisfaction. Although she didn't care how others evaluated her, having the base backing her felt good. Chapter 47. Delivery list. The next day, the supermarket expansion officially began. Xue Yutong brought the workers to the empty building. And today the main task was to tidy up the space and install the shelves. The heating had already been set up and tested in advance, so the house was warm and cozy. The workers, who had initially been a bit reluctant, had no objections at this point. Xie Hong'an arrived at the supermarket entrance with 4 team members, where Xue Yutong was already waiting. She warmly handed out breakfast to each of them. However, she keenly observed that, apart from the usually expressionless Xie Hong'an and a team member who smiled at her, the other 3 looked at her with strange eyes. There was a hint of disdain that made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Xie Hong'an didn't notice this. He simply accepted the bread and milk from Xue Yutong and said naturally, "We can help out too. Just let me know what needs to be done." His 4 team members turned to look at him and nodded in agreement. For the moment, there wasn't much work, so they could just supervise from the side. Xue Yutong had already assigned tasks to the workers, and a dozen of them were more than enough. Xie Hong'an instructed his team members to patrol the area and occasionally check on the progress of the work. Just as Xue Yutong was about to leave, she suddenly heard a conversation behind her. "Captain, you really know the supermarket owner well. Huh? You two aren't actually involved, are you? The supermarket owner doesn't deserve you." Xie Hong'an heard this and immediately turned cold. "Don't talk nonsense. Miss Xue is a great person, and we are not what you think. Such talk affects her reputation, especially since she is a young lady." As he said this, Xie Hong'an instinctively looked in her direction, but he saw that Xue Yutong had already walked far away. She probably didn't hear that, he thought, letting out a sigh of relief before turning back and admonishing, "Get to work. Stop talking nonsense every day." The team members exchanged glances, not quite convinced. However, when they met Xie Hong'an's probing gaze, they quickly lowered their heads. Xue Yutong walked quite a distance, but could still feel eyes on her, causing her heart to skip a beat. However, she didn't think much of it and returned to call Lu Wei and Su Su. "Let's close early today, do some cleaning, and reorganize the sections. Isn't the division fine as it is?" Su Su looked at her in confusion. Lu Wei also didn't understand what Xue Yutong wanted to do, blinking in bewilderment. Xue Yutong put her hands on her hips and surveyed the area, her gaze landing on the dairy section. "No, it's freezing outside. These big cabinets need to be moved in a bit." The dairy section used upright freezers that weren't fully enclosed and only served to keep things cold, but it was right next to the snack area. The extreme cold would last for a while, and as you can see, the sales of these items weren't high. Xue Yutong's eyes scanned the rows of milk, yogurt, and other products, and she noticed several large bags of cheese sticks. She picked up a few bags and checked the expiration dates and storage instructions. Then she gestured, saying, "For the next few days, let's sort out what's needed for low temperatures and move them inside, while those that can be stored at room temperature can stay here. If people want to eat well, dairy products are essential, but in extreme cold, everyone has an unconscious aversion to low temperatures. Even though the supermarket is warm, many people would just glance at the freezer section and leave. Only occasionally would a child shout wanting an ice cream." Thinking of this, Xue Yutong suddenly sighed. "In the past, I always rebelled in winter, wanting to eat ice cream. Now, winter is so long, and I'm increasingly afraid of ice. The environment really does affect people's moods and habits. Even recently, when eating hot pot, they wouldn't choose cold cola anymore." Lu Wei murmured, "Yeah. When will this extreme cold era end?" Su Su patted his shoulder and said, "Stop thinking about that. Remember the sectioning that Sister Tong Tong said. We'll adjust it after work." Xue Yutong planned for a while longer and instructed the two to watch the store while she returned to the second-floor lounge. She calculated her contribution points and credits to restock the supermarket, in addition to counting the supplies to be delivered to the base each month. The most sold items were still cold-proof supplies. Xue Yutong looked at the supermarket reports and restocked through the system all. With the extreme cold weather, the cold-proof gear that was originally placed on the second floor was also moved downstairs, creating a designated area on the first floor. Xue Yutong felt this was inconvenient and planned to wait until the area next to the southern side of the supermarket was cleared out to specifically turn it into a cold-proof clothing store. Other items included warm and convenient foods, such as instant noodles, various instant powder noodles, and self-heating hot pots. These items have been in high demand since the beginning of the apocalypse and remain popular to this day. Also, warm packs sold very well, especially when placed next to the checkout counter. Customers who had enough cash would generally pick up a pack. Families with elderly or children had an even greater demand for these items, so Xue Yutong specifically ordered versions that wouldn't burn the skin. After restocking the supermarket, Xue Yutong calculated her contribution points again. According to the base's standards, the first monthly procurement of 3 million contribution points had already been credited to her, and she currently had 6 million contribution points on hand. Actually, she could have had more, but the supermarket business was booming, and Xue Yutong had exchanged several million contribution points for credits to restock and upgrade. The small supermarket's basic modules at level 3 had all been upgraded, and the power generation equipment had also been replaced with better and more concealed ones. Otherwise, if Xie Hongyan saw it, he would surely ask her about it. Xue Yutong murmured to herself, "Captain Xie has sharp eyes. My supermarket will eventually be exposed." "Tong Tong, what are you talking about?" A voice came from behind, startling Xue Yutong. She turned around. "How did you come up here?" "Captain Xie said the base would come this afternoon to collect the orders we discussed, so I came to let you know." Xue Yutong responded, "Oh, I was just about to go count the preparations." "Where is he?" She glanced behind Su but didn't see Xie Hongyan. Su waved her hand. He said he was downstairs, looking for some tools. He'll just record it in the accounts later. Xue Yutong didn't find this odd. All right, there are plenty of tools in the supermarket anyway. She guessed he needed wrenches or something for sorting the room and installing the shelves. However, Su didn't leave after saying that. Instead, she looked at Xue Yutong and opened her mouth, seeming to hesitate. Xue Yutong came back to her senses. Her system was definitely not visible to outsiders. At most, they would think she was talking to the air. Moreover, she hadn't taken anything from the system mall just now, so Su's doubts shouldn't be about that. What is it? Chapter 48. Snobbish and shrewd Xue Yutong couldn't help but think about the time spent together recently. If Su had any ulterior motives with her skills, she would have dealt with her long ago. But if she really had doubts about the supermarket, Xue Yutong would eventually have to find an excuse to brush it off. While her brain was working at high speed, Xue Yutong decided to probe a bit, casually asking, "Sister Su, is there something you want to say? Don't hold back." Su bit her lip and finally spoke up. Tong, here's the thing. I overheard Captain Xie and a few of his team members discussing you, and it wasn't very pleasant." "A few team members?" Xue Yutong narrowed her eyes and asked, "What did they say about me?" Recalling the looks of those people she saw in the morning, she felt a bit of malice at the time, but she was still puzzled. She didn't know where she had offended them, especially since every time Xie Hongyan brought his team over, Xue Yutong would enthusiastically prepare meals for them. Was that also a mistake? But to her, Xie Hongyan and the team members were part of the base, and given her cooperative relationship with the base, it wasn't a big deal to take care of them. Su was taken aback for a moment and said with a strange expression, "You don't seem surprised at all?" Seeing Xue Yutong nod, Su finally relaxed and recounted what she had just heard. It turned out that while she was tidying up the shelves nearby, those team members were selecting tools not far away and chatting casually. Because they were separated by the shelves, they didn't see Su, and with no one around, they spoke more boldly. "I still think that Captain and this Xue Yutong are impossible. They are too different." "Huh." Xue Yutong looks so shrewd, obviously a mercenary type, even taking the initiative to buy land from the base and applying for workers just to get more benefits. Totally different from our Captain Xie. Let's wait and see. I think Miss Xue is quite nice to us. You're helping her speak up. Have you fallen for Xue Yutong? Go pursue her, and tell her not to harm our Captain Xie." Hearing them getting more outrageous, Su made a little noise from the side, pretending to have just arrived, and greeted them. "Then I left, just in time for Captain Xie to ask me to talk to you about supplies." Su looked at Xue Yutong with concern. Su had also gossiped about Xue Yutong and Xie Hongyan before. Even at that time, some people on the base forum were spreading rumors about them, but Xue Yutong appeared very calm. However, after spending some time together, Su wasn't sure how Xue Yutong felt anymore. Seeing that Xue Yutong was silent, Su continued, Tong, I know Captain Xie looks talented and reliable, but he has seen many people and things. You can't predict such a man. I've suffered because of not recognizing the wrong person, so I don't want you to suffer too. If Captain Xie's team members say this, doesn't he have any self-reflection? because of those team members. Susu's impression of Xie Hongyan had also worsened, but she didn't directly tell Xue Yutong. After chatting a bit more, seeing that Xue Yutong didn't plan to respond, Susu patted her arm and intended to leave. Xue Yutong touched her face and couldn't help but smirk. So it turned out they disliked her for being too shrewd in running the supermarket. Susu turned around in surprise. Huh? Did something stimulate you? Xue Yutong smiled at her and said, Sister Susu, you're overthinking it. There's nothing between me and Captain Xie. The reason we are close is due to my cooperation with the base. As for his team members, they just love to talk. What does it matter if she works hard for the supermarket? If those team members had been reborn like her, they would probably work even harder. She chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of cunning. I don't want to take the blame for nothing. From now on, if they come for free breakfast, that's over. Everything will be charged. Aren't they saying she is shrewd and profit-driven? Then she wouldn't give them any benefits. As for what Xie Hongyan thought, Xue Yutong was somewhat concerned, but quickly brushed it aside. Xie Hongyan was her savior in her previous life, but she hadn't harmed him at all. She actually owed him nothing. Now that she was cooperating with the base for mutual benefit and had helped him resolve supply issues, even if she owed him, it had long been repaid. Just thinking about this, there was a subtle blockage in her heart. When the two went downstairs, they saw Xie Hongyan chatting with a few team members. Xue Yutong called out, Captain Xie, your supplies have been checked. Come pick them up in the afternoon. Xie Hongyan responded as usual, nodding and bringing up the expansion work. He mentioned that the workers performed well in the morning, and, at this rate, the supermarket expansion should go smoothly. Xue Yutong nodded and went to prepare lunch for herself, then asked, Are you going to eat with us? Xie Hongyan waved his hand. No need, I'll just eat something with them. And the team members, hearing Xue Yutong's question, exchanged glances, although they looked down on Xue Yutong. The food at the supermarket was indeed good. The buns and soy milk they received were delicious, so lunch should also be quite sumptuous. They thought Xue Yutong would cling to them, preparing a pile of food, but unexpectedly, Xue Yutong remained silent. At noon, there weren't many customers in the supermarket, and Xue Yutong, Susu, and Lu Wei were at the cash register area eating honey-glazed pork chop rice. The aroma wafted over to Xie Hongyan's team. Feeling the frequent glances and restlessness from the team members, Xie Hongyan frowned slightly. What is going on? Nothing. One person pouted and couldn't help but say, Captain, why didn't Team Miss Xue prepare lunch for us? They were eating self-heating rice that Xie Hongyan bought from the supermarket. Xie Hongyan was taken aback. You want to eat with them? The expansion workers provide meals, and our team is here to supervise, so we don't have a share. I'll take you over for dinner later, and it will be deducted from the allowance. The team members didn't dare to speak up again. How is this different from what they had expected? One person muttered, Seriously, we came here to help, and they want to even give us food. Are they just after the money? Just as Xue Yutong was about to bring over a few bottles of drinks, she paused and said with a smile that was not quite a smile. After all, I run a supermarket. I keep track of things clearly. They talked behind her back. But would they dare to show her a face in front of Xie Hongyan? She had the backing of the base. Understanding this made Xue Yutong particularly assertive. As expected, that team member didn't dare to say another word. Xue Yutong didn't forget to mention that there would be no more free breakfast in the future. But Xie Hongyan didn't have any thoughts about it. He just assumed Xue Yutong still needed to consider the workers and kept agreeing. The team members, hearing that breakfast wouldn't be provided directly, were all angry but dared not speak out. Returning to her position, Xue Yutong smiled and took another bite of her warm rice. Chapter 49. Distributing winter clothing compared to Xue Yutong and Su Subi. Lu Wei's eating manner was not elegant at all. As a newly adult young man, he ate a lot, finishing 2 bowls of rice. Seeing him enjoy his meal so much, Susu intentionally glanced at Xie Hongyan and said softly, You're wolfing down your food. You're going to make the people over there envious. She lowered her voice on purpose, and Xue Yutong laughed when she understood, lightly tapping the table with her finger. Sister Susu, you've learned to be sarcastic. She knew that Susu was on her side and couldn't stand to hear anyone speak that way about Xue Yutong. Susu shook her head. That's just my personality. If it weren't for them being Captain Xie's people, I would have gone straight to fighting. Xue Yutong, however, smiled and said, If they get worse in the future, I wouldn't mind you helping me take revenge. But they are part of the base's small team, and their skills aren't bad, so be careful, Sister Su. Speaking of which, Su's personality was becoming more like her original self. Xue Yutong remembered that in her previous life, the female warrior was originally a generous and straightforward person, but she had changed after suffering many setbacks. Now that Su had experienced those things early, she was becoming more carefree. Lu Wei, sitting nearby, had no idea what they were talking about. Just as he was about to ask, he burped loudly. He quickly covered his mouth, embarrassed. Xue Yutong glanced at him and couldn't help but say, "Eat slowly. There's more if you want." The way this kid ate made it seem like someone was competing with him. Lu Wei smiled sheepishly. "I'm used to it. I always wanted to finish eating quickly to go play games." Xue Yutong hadn't realized Lu Wei had this hobby and asked, "I've never seen you play mobile games. What is up?" To her surprise, Lu Wei immediately patted his chest and said, "That's because I'm working with Sister Tong Tong. I don't slack off." Su laughed and said, "Tong Tong, I think your supermarket boss persona has already been established. Look at how scared this kid is of you." Xue Yutong couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. It's so cold. After I clean tonight, I'll wash another set of thermal underwear to alternate wearing." Su shivered and put on her coat. Actually, the supermarket's heating was quite sufficient, and they weren't wearing thick clothing. But they had been busy tidying the shelves and had taken off their jackets. Xue Yutong frowned and said, "Maybe the temperature outside has dropped even lower. In extreme cold, even the supermarket's heating could only be adjusted so much. It had already been almost 2 months, sigh." Su suddenly lost her appetite. "I used to think that after the new year, things would go back to normal. Now, I'm afraid we won't even celebrate the new year properly." Xue Yutong calculated the lunar calendar and realized it was indeed not far from the Lunar New Year. Reflecting back, the blizzard arrived in December. With rapid technological development, the natural environment had long been out of balance. The city where Xue Yutong lived used to have distinct seasons, but in recent years, it had changed significantly, with winter being colder than before. However, people had gotten used to such winters, and work and classes never stopped. The city never really came to a halt. Therefore, in the past 2 months, people thought it was just another ordinary winter, and once the harsh cold passed, spring would come. Who knew that now? After more than a month, the temperature had plummeted dramatically, and hopes for spring were gradually fading. However, looking at the clothes they were wearing, Xue Yutong thought of something else. After some contemplation, she made a decision. "After we close in the afternoon, let us sort out 16 sets of winter clothing to distribute to those workers tomorrow." 16 sets? Lu Wei was shocked. Having been in the supermarket for a while, he could remember the prices of the goods, and he knew that the winter clothing in the supermarket was branded, using advanced thermal technology, costing over 1,000 each. Moreover, that was the price before the apocalypse. Now, during the apocalypse, clothes on the market had been snatched up, and no manufacturers could start production. These items could be said to be priceless. Yet, Xue Yutong said she would directly give out more than a dozen sets. Lu Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Tong Tong is indeed becoming more like a boss, so generous." Xue Yutong shot him a glance and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You come to help with the moving tomorrow. With all that food you've eaten, you should gain some strength." Lu Wei shrank back and said softly, "We still have a small cart, so I won't need to use my strength." Hearing this, Xue Yutong lightly tapped Lu Wei on the head. "You just know how to save effort, don't you?" The lively banter sounded quite cheerful. During the meal, Xie Hongyan noticed their lively atmosphere and smiled, shaking his head. The next day, Xue Yutong selected the clothes to be distributed and had Lu Wei push the cart with her. As soon as they stepped out of the supermarket, she shivered. She could feel snowflakes landing on her eyelashes, slowly melting. A wave of cold dampness seeped into her eyes. The extreme cold had indeed escalated, and the blizzard that had stalled for several days was returning. The combination of 2 extreme weathers was nearly unbearable. This makes it really difficult to work outdoors. Xue Yutong muttered softly. There wasn't much to do indoors, and they had almost finished tidying up for the day. The key to employing these workers was to utilize the surrounding open space. In the open area, there were unfinished houses and just a marked-out plot of land. So Xue Yutong planned to convert it into a place for farming and breeding. The materials were already prepared, although the system mall was powerful. It wasn't comprehensive enough for this, So most of the building materials, like steel bars and concrete, were purchased through contacts at the base. As Xue Yutong entered the workers' dormitory, her previously furrowed brows relaxed, and she smiled. Everyone worked hard yesterday. With this demeanor, just a few days ago, the workers might have thought the young girl was weak and easy to bully, but now they felt Xue Yutong resembled a smiling tiger. She assigned tasks with a smile, but managed strictly. Yesterday, someone had slacked off while working, and their lunch was indeed different from others. Seeing the wary looks directed at her, Xue Yutong was quite satisfied. The indoor work was nearly done, and they needed to tackle the outdoor tasks. She pointed to the open area directly outside. It had already been fenced off, so it could be considered a construction site. Some workers quickly expressed their dissatisfaction. "How can we work in this cold weather?" Xue Yutong dropped her smile and said, "I didn't say we start from today. The construction site has a shed to shield from wind and rain. If it's really impossible to work, I'll one team make you work." After saying that, she had Lu Wei distribute the supplies. Seeing each person receive a set of winter clothing, some workers showed expressions of disbelief. "These are all for us." They looked at each other, holding the fluffy down jackets, as if they were in a daze. Xue Yutong nodded. "Take them. Wait until the blizzard stops to start working. This is to keep you warm." Chapter 50. The kind-hearted boss Xue. In fact, Xue Yutong was somewhat anxious. However, making these people work in the blizzard mixed with extreme cold was indeed too exploitative, especially since it was outdoors. What she didn't expect was that after looking at each other, the group of workers all had a very touched expression as they looked at her. Especially the first few people who signed up, they whispered, "It seems there are blankets in this. Can I take one back for my family?" Xue Yutong thought for a moment and said, "Of course you can, but it's best to keep the cold-proof clothes for yourself. Otherwise, if you get frostbite and it affects your work, your wages will be deducted." There is no need to say much more. They surely understood the principle of weighing costs and benefits. The person who inquired repeatedly thanked her, saying, "Thank you, Boss Xue. I will definitely work hard." With such good benefits working at the supermarket and the daily work not particularly difficult, it was truly a good deal for them, especially since these refugees didn't have much education or skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up needing to gather and cause a ruckus just to enter the base after the extreme cold. A series of people expressed their thanks to Xue Yutong. The others, who did not come forward, looked a bit strange, glancing at Xue Yutong and then shifting their gaze away, seemingly awkwardly thanking her. Facing the blizzard, Xue Yutong and Lu Wei returned to the supermarket. "Sister Tong Tong, did you hear them complimenting you just now? Beautiful and kind-hearted, and so on." Lu Wei deliberately brought up what those refugees had said. Xue Yutong glanced at him. "What? You don't agree?" Actively cooperating with the base, although it was for the sake of upgrading her supermarket, after handling a series of matters. Xue Yutong felt she had done quite well. Anyway, Xia Hongyan had shown his approval. Lu Wei immediately shook his head. "No, I think so too. However, I also feel that those who didn't come voluntarily don't seem that bad." They awkwardly thanked Xue Yutong, and their earlier claims of not wanting to work were just idle chatter. They didn't really make things difficult for her. Everyone completed their work well yesterday. Xue Yutong nodded, but said, "I give them such good benefits, and they know that it won't be as good if they go back to the big dormitory. Anyone would weigh the pros and cons. Although they have to work, compared to the benefits they get, that little bit of effort is negligible." However, the real challenge was outdoor work, and Xue Yutong was currently doing her best to help these workers feel at ease. But she didn't expect that a large portion of those workers had returned to the base where the refugees were housed and shared their supplies with their families. This incident sparked heated discussions after being posted on the forum. It was said that someone bought a few things at the supermarket, went to visit their former neighbors, and then found them all praising Xue Yutong. To be honest, I took a look at the clothes the supermarket owner distributed, and the fabric is really good. I've seen the owner outside the supermarket, and she seems to wear the same style. She is really working hard to take care of these employees. After the news spread, there were many replies below. "I've seen those clothes, priced over 1,000, and compared to before the apocalypse, they really are quite conscientious. What you all said makes me want to work for Boss Xue." Upstairs, looking for a team. "Aren't those refugees thrilled? This is practically free labor. Where can you find such a good job, especially with breaks in bad weather? Many companies didn't do this before the apocalypse." Too many messages. Xue Yutong scrolled through them and couldn't help but smile a little. Although she didn't care much about how others evaluated her, and she didn't distribute supplies to win praise, the impact of this incident clearly overshadowed the matter regarding Xiao Peng, and some even mentioned Xiao Peng starting to turn against him, saying that the child stealing needed education. Exactly, Xue Yutong said softly. No one dislikes being recognized and praised, but she also wouldn't place too much importance on it. Just as she was about to put away her phone, a voice came from beside her. What exactly? Xue Yutong looked up in surprise and saw a tall figure standing in front of her, his broad shoulders almost occupying her entire line of sight. Although he was asking, Xia Hongyan's gaze did not overstep to look at Xue Yutong's phone. Xue Yutong shook her head. It's nothing. Why did you come over? The supplies requested for this month had already been taken by Xia Hongyan and his team yesterday afternoon. Could it be that they were not enough? Thinking about how she could earn contribution points again, Xue Yutong's eyes lit up. What else did the base need? Seeing her sparkling eyes, Xia Hongyan was momentarily taken aback. But just for a second, his expression returned to normal as he said, It's not about the supplies. Then what is it? Xue Yutong felt a little disappointed and did not hide it. Xia Hongyan paused, pretending he couldn't hear Xue Yutong's inner thoughts. After all, the matter of supplies was primarily decided by the base. Having cooperated with Xue Yutong for so long, the necessary supplies were already sufficient, and he had no reason to make decisions on procurement unilaterally. He simply said, The base leaders asked about the situation of your workers. How are they working? Xue Yutong briefly explained. So far, there hadn't been any major issues. Xia Hongyan hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, the base is also observing. The leaders think your approach seems feasible, especially since news of your supply distribution has spread. Many refugees want to work now. Upon hearing this, Xue Yutong understood what was happening, hesitated for 2 seconds, then bit her lip and said, Captain Xia, is the base trying to ask if I have any recruitment needs? Xia Hongyan knew Xue Yutong was smart, and the exchange at this moment was effortless, so he quickly nodded. Xue Yutong rubbed the tip of her shoe on the ground and said, But I don't have any at the moment. The land I acquired is only this big, and I need to ensure the benefits to allow these workers to complete their work on time and in quantity. If there are too many people, I might not be able to manage. Then what do you think? If the base opens up a large number of job positions to quickly realize production operations within the base, would it be useful? Xia Hongyan finally asked, intending to discuss it with Xue Yutong. It turned out that the base had been considering absorbing more refugees to see the effects of Xue Yutong utilizing refugee labor. Xue Yutong first expressed her approval, then said, But wouldn't that pose a risk? The first batch of refugees had quite a few with grievances when arranging work. If we let in a large number, Xue Yutong couldn't bear to imagine. Based on her experience, she didn't have too optimistic expectations of human nature. Xia Hongyan was surprised that Xue Yutong had thought of this. He lowered his gaze and pondered for a moment before formally answering. As individuals, we can be less optimistic for the sake of self-protection. However, as a base, we should maintain goodwill towards people. Moreover, everything is currently within a controllable range. Chapter 51. She is a difficult one to feed. Xia Hongyan represents the base, so his responses often come across as formal and official. Even though Xue Yutong and the base have become close partners, she is still considered an outsider to them. Xue Yutong immediately nodded and said, Okay, the base must have its own plans. I'm just expressing my thoughts. She didn't want to seem like she was overstepping her boundaries. Xia Hongyan glanced at her, his tone softening slightly. No need to be nervous. I'm not the one making the decisions. The leader surnamed Zhou, whom you've met, likes to consult others' opinions. I'm just here to ask. Of course, he was also curious about Xue Yutong's attitude, but he wouldn't show it. After a while, it seems Xia Hongyan received some notification and hurriedly left. Xue Yutong stood in place, shrugged, and turned back to the supermarket. Just then, Su walked over. Giving Xue Yutong a knowing look, what did Captain Xia want to talk to you about again? Although Xia Hongyan's team did not seem friendly, Su still admired Captain Xia. Xue Yutong shook her head, just asking about the situation with the workers. However, she also took the opportunity to sort through the information she learned from Xia Hongyan. It was clear that the current recruitment and distribution of supplies at the small supermarket had received positive feedback, and the base felt they could emulate it. However, the base Being newly established was still in its early stages, focusing primarily on resettling refugees and ensuring survival. The small business owners running shops were mostly family-operated, like Boss Wong from the hardware store, who managed the shop while his wife and children stayed in the back. There simply weren't enough idle positions available within the base. Achieving the goal of normal social operation within the base would be difficult in the short term. She had also been considering whether to propose to the base to acquire more land, but she dismissed the thought. The supermarket upgrade needed to be done step by step to avoid raising suspicions. Moreover, the 16 workers currently employed were also a trial for Xue Yutong. She needed to gain management experience before proceeding further. All right, time to restock. Several people came in today and bought a lot of things, saying it was colder outside. She wondered if it would continue to drop. The shelves of items like heating pads and hot water bottles have been completely sold out, so they could only move items from the warehouse. Xue Yutong was surprised. It's going to get colder? Susu handed her the supermarket tablet. Take a look. It showed that the outdoor temperature had already dropped to minus 40 degrees, and unlike the previous days, it was snowing outside now. The tablet allowed them to monitor the supermarket security, heating, and other conditions. Xue Yutong had given Susu some management permissions. They no longer needed thermometers since the rapidly dropping temperatures had already broken several of them. Who could she complain to about being frozen out by such extreme temperatures? Frowning, Xue Yutong thought this temperature. The expansion work would have to be postponed for a while. She remembered that the extreme cold had started at minus 30 degrees. But this temperature was a frightening threshold. Every additional degree would be even more alarming. Would the extreme cold persist? Would it continue to drop? Xue Yutong tried to recall her past life. The transition from blizzard to extreme cold seemed to take only a month. But she died shortly after the extreme cold set in, so she couldn't make any predictions. As she reflected on this, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She had to spare no effort in upgrading the supermarket and facing the tasks and challenges that might lie ahead. With that thought, she raised the heating temperature of the supermarket and checked the generator status. From now on, they needed to observe the weather more diligently every day. Heating was crucial. If it fell behind for even a moment, the temperature could freeze people to death. As dusk fell, the sky remained foggy. The Luo family sat at a small table, preparing to eat. Today's supplies from the base included a bag of rice, 2 packs of noodles, freeze-dried vegetables, and canned luncheon meat. Luo Sulan muttered, complaining that the base was stingy, only allowing them to make a pot of meat soup. Xue Yu complained, "Why does this soup only taste salty?" But he was met with a fierce glare from his wife. "Were we supposed to get seasoning? When we hurried to the base, we only brought a few items for donation. We didn't bring anything else." Xue Yu fell silent. Their daughter, Jingjing, quietly ate on the side, but Xiaoping was different. He stirred the soup with his spoon, taking all the meat out, then shouted, "Mom, this food doesn't taste good. I want roasted chicken. I want sausages." Luo Sulan quickly coaxed Xiaoping, "Be good, just bear with it for a few days. Besides, didn't the whole family let you have the meat? When the weather gets better, I'll go out and buy you some." Xiaoping persisted, slamming his spoon into the bowl and crying loudly. Xue Yu impatiently said, "Hurry up and calm him down. Can't you sit still for a meal? It's your fault. You didn't get any benefits from that girl from the Xue family. I had you build relationships with the neighbors before." Luo Sulan was displeased, immediately retorting, "Haven't I been building relationships? I'm quite familiar with Xue Yutong's mother, who knew that Xue Yutong was so difficult to deal with, sending her family in instead." But at this point, she began to feel regret for making the wrong connections. Initially, they tried to build relationships with the Xue family because they were quite impressive when they moved in. And Zhang Huilan and Xue Qingshan always boasted about how capable their son was, having bought a new house. As they spent more time together, they began to question why Xue Jinbao was so idle. It wasn't until the day Xue Yutong was driven out that the neighbors realized it wasn't that the son was capable, but rather the daughter was being exploited. But talking about this was pointless. "You should go to the supermarket tomorrow and buy some things. Try to get her to give you a discount." They still had some money, but they didn't want to spend it. What if the apocalypse ended and they had no money left? However, according to the standards set by the base for distributing supplies, their quality of life had indeed declined significantly, and hearing their child cry every day was distressing. After Zhu Yu finished speaking, his daughter Jingjing, who had been quietly eating, suddenly spoke up timidly. Dad, didn't T Tong Tong say last time that our family isn't allowed to go to the supermarket anymore? Before she could finish, Luo Sulan sharply pressed down on her head. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? We're all neighbors, and we're paying money to buy things. How could she stop us? Jingjing, unprepared, had her head pressed down, causing her mouth to hit the rim of the bowl, breaking her lip and making it bleed. Luo Sulan was taken aback, then quickly grabbed a piece of paper and pressed it against Jingjing's mouth. After raising you this long, you can't even earn money, and you're so delicate. Jingjing pressed her little hand against her bleeding lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare to cry. Looking at her aggrieved expression, Luo Sulan's eyes turned, and she suddenly became much more attentive. Oh, Jingjing, I remember you and Tong Tong seem to have a decent relationship, right? She used to give you little snacks when she saw you. Why don't you go help the family buy some things tomorrow? She knew very well that after these two encounters, Xue Yutong was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Jingjing wanted to refuse, but the pain in her lip reminded her of something, so she could only mumble a reluctant hom. Chapter 52. The sudden downpour in the middle of the night. Xue Yutong, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a loud knocking at the door. Su anxiously called from outside. Tong Tong, are you asleep? Xue Yutong instantly became alert, thinking something must have happened, and hurriedly sat up to respond, then put on her clothes and opened the door. Even though the supermarket had sufficient heating, getting out of the warm bed felt like torture. Su stood at the door, saw Xue Yutong in her pajamas, and quickly said, hurry and change your clothes. It suddenly started pouring outside. Before Xue Yutong could finish her words, she saw Su rushing away. Su's hurried demeanor set off alarm bells in Xue Yutong's mind. She turned around, quickly changed her clothes, and rushed downstairs, where she heard the thunder and the sound of heavy rain outside. The soundproofing of her resting room was too good. Xue Yutong's heart sank as she ran to the first floor, discovering that Su and Lu Wei were already busy at the entrance, and water was seeping in under the roller shutter. Su was wielding a mop, cleaning up the water that came in, wringing it out into a nearby bucket, which was already half full of water. Lu Wei was laying towels and paper towels on both sides of the entrance, seemingly trying to prevent water from flowing into the supermarket. Xue Yutong frowned and asked, have you two been awake for a long time? Why didn't you call me? No, we were just awakened 10 minutes ago. The rain outside is too heavy, Su replied, followed by another round of mopping. With no time to dwell on, when the rain had started, Xue Yutong stood by the window, looking outside. The rain screen almost isolated the supermarket from the outside, leaving only a hazy white, the unmelted snow. Just yesterday, she had been lamenting how the extreme cold had lasted so long, mixed with blizzards, and now the weather had changed. But this downpour was fierce, seemingly not much better than a blizzard. While searching on her phone for ways to prevent water leakage, Xue Yutong went to the warehouse to grab supplies. She vaguely remembered seeing absorbent towels and fabric in bulk at the system mall. So she quickly made a purchase and called Lu Wei to help her move things to block the entrance thoroughly. This was all they could do in this emergency. After finishing the cleanup, Su placed the mop aside, wiped her forehead, and said, I'm exhausted. But why is it raining so heavily? Is the apocalypse making us go through all these weather extremes? Xue Yutong felt a stir in her heart and said, I've actually suspected that for a while, but I didn't expect the weather to change so strangely. Lu Wei, checking the absorbent items blocking the door seam, confirmed that there was no water on the floor. He went around to check the windows and sighed in relief, saying, the windows are not leaking for now. That's good. Su yawned, suggesting, should we arrange for shifts? We can't just keep an eye on this all night. Although a bit scared of the heavy rain, Su's mindset had quickly adjusted during their time living in the apocalypse. Xue Yutong replied, you two go rest. I'll stay here for now. It should be fine. It was the middle of the night, and dawn would come soon. The base would likely take some action. Moreover, such heavy rain would undoubtedly affect more than just Xue Yutong's supermarket. When it got light, it would be easier to think of solutions with more people around. However, looking out at the rain curtain, Xue Yutong again thought of her and Su's speculation about whether the apocalypse would experience all extreme weather. With the supermarket at her disposal, could she prepare for other weather conditions? It was extreme cold now. It might be high temperatures later. Xue Yutong took out her phone and wrote in her notes. Collect more information and response measures for extreme weather and prepare more. The base indeed acted quickly. Xue Yutong monitored the situation in the supermarket from the cash register when her phone vibrated. It was a message from Xie Hongin, sudden heavy rain. How's the supermarket? Xue Yutong sent a photo of the entrance, where a pile of towels and fabric blocked the door tightly, the bottom layer already darkened, having clearly absorbed water. Not great, but fortunately we woke up in time. Xie Hongin replied, as long as we can stabilize things, the base is already repairing the drainage system and checking the low-lying areas. They will handle it as soon as possible. After sending the message, he turned to his superior and said, I checked. The supermarket is okay. They have things to block the door. Zhou Jianzhu nodded, his expression noticeably easing. That's good. Then let's head to the lower-lying areas. As the main storage depot for the southern base, the supermarket must not suffer any losses. However, since the rain had come unexpectedly, they needed to prioritize their emergency response. Zhou Jianjun suddenly said, the weather changes are getting stranger. Have the meteorology team pay more attention and arrange more night shifts in the future. Xie Hongin remained expressionless, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Okay, I'll notify them. Zhou Jianjun took a sip of tea and suddenly spoke earnestly. Xie, you've performed well during this time. I've arranged it. You don't need to worry about those trivial matters anymore. Let your team members handle the handovers. You have many core tasks. With the weather changing so rapidly, the base is facing significant challenges. You have the capability. You can't just be a cog in a machine. Things like the residence windows being frozen and needing repairs. You don't need to handle those. He had mentioned this to Xie Hongin a few times before, but Xie Hongin had reacted indifferently. Considering Xie Hongin's family background and the abilities he had displayed, Zhou Jianjun initially thought he was hiding his ambition and deliberately feigning indifference. Later, he realized that Xie Hongin seemed to be genuinely responsible and had no intention of seizing power. His appreciation for this young man grew even more. Xie Hongin slightly nodded, I understand. The incident with the window was an accident. That day, while checking the resident list, he noticed that Xue Yutong had a studio apartment in the base, but the apartment staff claimed they hadn't seen her living there, so he went to check it out. As a result, the glass in that apartment happened to be frozen and cracked, and shards mixed with the blizzard fell down. Concerned about injuring someone and that Xue Yutong would face inconveniences if she returned to live there, he arranged for repairs. He hadn't expected Zhou Jianjun to witness that incident. However, at this moment, he didn't explain, maintaining his cold and indifferent demeanor. I just think the base isn't stable yet, so we can hold off on those considerations. Sigh. We'll talk about that later, Zhou Jianjun said, putting on a raincoat. Let's hurry and take a look. Outside the door, others were waiting, equipped in similar raincoats. The vehicle drove towards the southern part of the base. Zhou Jianjun said again, with the abnormal weather, we need to stock up on even more supplies. I've already considered that. I'll find time today to discuss it with the supermarket, Xie Hongin replied quickly. The heavy rain seemed like a warning. Ordinary people would be flustered, only resolving issues once they arose, but the base needed to think long-term. Emergency plans had already been prepared in several variations. Chapter 53. Warmth remains inside the supermarket. The cash register lights were on, and Xue Yutong occasionally glanced at the door. The sound of thunder and rain outside made her slightly uneasy. She took out the supermarket's control tablet. The temperature and other data inside the supermarket were still normal as she hurriedly browsed, trying to find a solution to the accumulating water. However, the control system did not show any options. After thinking for a moment, Xue Yutong called out to the system in her mind, System, can the supermarket's drainage facilities be improved? She was sure that after upgrading the supermarket, she had checked for any issues in the past few days, but recalling it seemed there really wasn't a module for drainage exchange. The system responded after a while. Feedback from the host has been received, and the system mall will be updated. Please be patient. As expected, Xue Yutong replied to her mind, I told you, I've already spent points to upgrade so many modules. How could I miss drainage? Host. The supermarket's drainage system is sufficient. The accumulation of water at the entrance is mainly due to the sudden heavy rain. Normally, there are no issues with drainage during regular rain, but the rain is too heavy and the water treatment speed cannot keep up with the accumulation. Xue Yutong understood and said, Please update it as soon as possible. I can't just keep the door closed. I have plenty of points. I need to solve the problem quickly. The system did not speak again, presumably busy updating them all. Xue Yutong pondered for a while. Originally curious about how the system worked, but this kind of multidimensional issue couldn't be explained by reason. She didn't ask further. Browsing the base's forum while keeping an eye on the door. The heavy rain had startled many people, and the forum was suddenly filled with posts discussing the storm. Xue Yutong saw someone mention that repairs were being rushed in the low-lying areas south of the base, and clicked to take a look. It was only a little past 6, and not long ago, Xue Yutong sent a message mentioning going to the low-lying areas, which was precisely the south of base. I'm in the shop on the south side, and the water has reached the window. It's terrifying. Thankfully, the base staff seems to be here too. The big leaders have come over. They are really responsible. There were a few accompanying photos, but the angles weren't great, probably taken in a rush. Xue Yutong immediately spotted the familiar figure in the photo. It was Xue Yutong. The black cold-proof suit he wore gave off an impression of high fashion. And even the base's southern logo looked exquisite and dazzling. This post sparked much discussion, with many people praising Xue Yutong's looks. Xue Yutong smiled slightly, but felt a twinge of sadness in her heart as she put away her phone. She and Xue Yutong were from entirely different worlds, as shown by the attitudes of his teammates. Xue Yutong reminded herself that it was just because all the cooperation between the supermarket and the base was handled by him that she had grown accustomed to his help. In this apocalypse, who had the time to think about such things? Therefore, she decisively shook her head to dispel the thoughts in her mind, got up to press the water-absorbing towels at the door, and replace several of them. The heavy rain seemed relentless, the sky was dark, and even at 7 or 8 in the morning, there was no hint of brightness. Lu Wei came downstairs, yawning and complaining. This gloomy weather is perfect for sleeping. I thought it was still night. Su poked him in the back, saying, You Haven T had enough sleep. Last night, Tong Tong kept watch for the second half of the night, and didn't T have the heart to wake you? Lu Wei's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he quietly said, Actually, it would have been fine to wake me. You just turned 18. You can still grow taller. There will be plenty of work for you in the future. Xue Yutong didn't care much about who worked more or less. She regarded Lu Wei as her younger brother. Moreover, she could see that both Lu Wei and Su had worked hard for the shop before she woke up last night. They were genuinely concerned about the store's well-being. Is the rain still not stopping? Su walked to the window to take a look, only seeing a layer of mist on the glass from the temperature difference, with water vapor constantly sliding down. It turned out that the blizzard had stopped, but it was just a trick to catch us off guard. They were somewhat mentally prepared for extreme weather. Xue Yutong sighed, I'd rather have a blizzard. At least with snow, there's only accumulation. And the base's snow removal work has always been good. Every day when the supermarket opens, there's a clear path to walk on. But heavy rain. The pouring rain will turn the roads muddy, making it nearly impossible to move without raincoats or umbrellas. And the accumulated water outside must be at least a layer deep now. The system mall hadn't shown any signs of activity, but someone had arrived at the base. The three of them heard someone talking outside, their voices slightly muffled by the rain. After a while, someone shouted, Boss, please open the door. The water outside has been temporarily dealt with. The rain will ease up significantly next, so don't worry. Xue Yutong felt uneasy and looked at the door's monitor again. The accumulated water at the entrance had been pumped away by the base, and there was only a shallow layer of rainwater left on the ground, but it wouldn't seep into the supermarket anymore. Xue Yutong breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door, saying, Thank you. The worker smiled and said, You're welcome. The base is like one family. Besides, the supermarket is very important to us. His sincere demeanor moved Xue Yutong a little. Su quickly handed over a bag, saying, Master, there are buns and other things here. Please take them to eat. Looking at the worker's tired appearance, he must have been busy since the night before. No wonder the base had been recruiting skilled workers. It was to cope with these situations. However, thinking of this made Xue Yutong furrow her brows again. The base had a military background, with advanced technology and solutions to problems came quickly. But despite this strong background, they had started base construction early, which indicated that the apocalypse might have shown signs long ago. Yet, from the perspective of ordinary citizens, accessing this information was too difficult. The worker didn't refuse. took the bag with thanks, and said, "I have other work to do, so I must go." The three of them stood at the door, ready to go back and clean up the towels they had put away when they heard another call. She turned around and saw Boss Wong from the hardware store. "Xue girl, I came to see how things are going in your shop." Boss Wong didn't enter, but looked at the entrance and said, "I still have some sawdust over there. I'll bring you some later, but the warehouse isn't organized yet." His initiative to offer sawdust warmed Xue Yutong's heart. While Boss Wong casually turned to look, he suddenly said in confusion, "Is there something moving in the rain?" Hearing this, everyone looked forward. There really was something moving in the rain, a yellow bundle. At first, everyone thought it was trash blown by the wind and rain. Lu Wei had already grabbed an umbrella and jogged over, only to discover it was a child in a raincoat. The small figure walked quietly in the rain, already exhausted. And as soon as she saw Lu Wei, she softly called out, "Brother." The next second, she collapsed. Xue Yutong sensed something was wrong and ran out, recognizing Jingjing and exclaimed, "Jingjing?" Chapter 54. Third time's the charm, as Xue Yutong let out a gasp. Boss Wong from the hardware store had already picked Jingjing up and put her directly into the car. "Let's go. Hurry to the clinic." Xue Yutong quickly followed and got into the car. Boss Wong started the engine, still puzzled, and asked, "Why is this kid out in the heavy rain? All alone at the supermarket?" Xue Yutong didn't know either, but her gaze fell on Jingjing's pale little face, and she felt an ominous premonition. Last time it was Xiaoping, and this time it was Jingjing. Were Luo Sulan and Xue Yue planning to make things difficult for her? She took out her phone and sent a message to Su Su, asking her and Lu Wei to keep an eye on the supermarket. However, after a night of heavy rain, the rain hadn't stopped. So there shouldn't be too many people at the supermarket today, and the two of them could handle it. As for Boss Wong, he sighed in relief after hearing from the doctor that Jingjing was fine, greeted them, and left, saying he would deliver the sawdust to the supermarket later. Xue Yutong stayed at the clinic with Jingjing. When Jingjing opened her eyes, what she saw was an unfamiliar environment. She trembled and sat up, crying out, "Mom, don't hit me." Her startled shout made Xue Yutong turn around. "Jingjing, it's okay." Seeing the familiar face, Jingjing finally relaxed but still struggled to get out of bed, only to find a needle in her hand and dare not move. The little girl looked timidly at Xue Yutong and stammered, "Sister, I don't have money. I can't see a doctor. I only brought money to buy a little food." As she spoke, her voice was already tinged with obvious sobs. Listening to Jingjing, Xue Yutong's expression darkened. She patiently walked over to comfort her. "It's okay. You don't need to pay. You caught a cold from the rain and have a fever now, so you need to cooperate and get in for." Upon hearing this, Jingjing shrank back and lay down obediently, staring at her wide-eyed. "Sister Tong Tong, it's my fault. I troubled you." Xue Yutong asked, "In such heavy rain, why did you go out? Were you going to buy something?" She didn't think Jingjing had actively asked to go out to buy things. It was more likely that Luo Sulan and Xue Yue wanted Jingjing to test the waters, since Xue Yutong had been relatively kind to Jingjing before. However, what she didn't understand was that it had been raining heavily since the night before and hadn't stopped during the day. The couple should have known how severe the rain was but still let a child go out. Jingjing shivered and said softly, "My mom told me to come out, saying there's no food at home." After saying this, she suddenly remembered something, and her face turned pale. "Sister Tong Tong, what time is it now?" Xue Yutong showed her the time on her phone. It was 10 a.m. Jingjing hadn't been unconscious for long. She had been processing some orders on her phone while waiting by the bedside. Every time there was bad weather, residents of the base would place orders to the southern supermarket through the base app. "Then I have to hurry back." Jingjing started to cry, taking out the bills from her pocket and opening her palm to show Xue Yutong. "Sister Tong Tong, my mom asked me to buy rice and meat. If I don't go back, she will be angry." Listening to Jingjing's words, Xue Yutong took a deep breath and asked, "Which building and unit do you live in? I'll have someone deliver it." Jingjing timidly reported her address and cautiously asked, "When can I go back?" Xue Yutong thought for a moment and said, "I'll take you back later." At 11 a.m., Xue Yutong took Jingjing to Building 3 of the residential area. As they went upstairs, she suppressed an unnamed anger inside her. She placed the bag she was carrying at the door and hadn't even knocked when the door was opened. Luo Sulan was turning to say something to Xue Yue. "Why hasn't this dead girl come back yet? It's already mealtime. It's all your fault for insisting she go buy things." in such heavy rain? What if something happens to her? Who are we going to rely on in the future? Xue was also mumbling in dissatisfaction, and when he saw the big and small figures at the door, his eyes widened. Jingjing. Luo Sulan turned around and was startled, then saw the bag on the ground and immediately smiled greedily. Oh, Tong Tong, you even delivered it to our door? Her gaze swept over the shivering Jingjing, and she frowned slightly before pulling Jingjing over. Why did you take so long? Throughout, she hadn't noticed how pale her daughter's face was, nor did she realize that Jingjing had taken off her raincoat. Xue Yutong had driven Jingjing back. Although she had long suspected that Luo Sulan's family was intentionally making things difficult for Jingjing, the confirmation of her guess still ignited her anger. She blocked the door and said slowly, Luo Sulan, since we both carried our children for 10 months, why should Jingjing have to work for your family? How could you have the face to let her go out in the rain to buy things? Last time, Xiaoping had sneaked to the supermarket, and Luo Sulan and Xue had panicked and rushed him to the clinic. This time, Jingjing was out in the rain alone, and not a single adult accompanied her. Luo Sulan instinctively wanted to retort when she heard Xue Yutong's accusations. Tong Tong, you can't speak like that. Our family's matters are none of your business, and besides, Xiaoping is afraid in the rain, and Jingjing is already 9 years old. What is wrong with her going to buy something? Xue Yutong scoffed coldly. She replied bluntly, what is wrong? I see it as your family being too embarrassed to come after being blacklisted, so you sent Jingjing to test the waters. With her thoughts exposed, Luo Sulan simply stopped pretending and put her hands on her hips. If you hadn't blacklisted us, would this have happened? Right now, your family is the only supermarket in the base, and we're not refusing to pay. Jingjing is a bit closer to you, so it's not wrong to let her go buy things. She was secretly calculating that since Xue Yutong cared for Jingjing, it meant their strategy was working. Xue was still trying to mediate. Tong Tong, what are you doing? We're neighbors after all. When your family comes, we can still interact. But unexpectedly, Xue Yutong coldly scanned the room and said, Luo Sulan, my parents and younger brother have all been taken to the police station by me. Do you really think someone like me would casually feel sorry for others? Saying this, she pushed Jingjing and urged her to go inside. Today, Jingjing fainted at the door. I'm afraid of bad luck. It was someone else who brought her to the clinic. As for your need to buy things, I will charge you at market price. Jingjing stumbled a bit and hugged Luo Sulan's leg. She looked back, blinking her eyes at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong's voice was even colder than before. 3 strikes, and you're out. Your family has tested the waters here once. Xiaoping was the 2nd time, and now this is the 3rd time. I can accept you coming to buy things, but if it's like today, testing the waters. As she spoke, she suddenly took a step forward. Luo Sulan was startled by the hostility in Xue Yutong's eyes and retreated, falling to the ground. The Xue family girl seemed to have really changed. Chapter 55. Be good to her. Xue quickly helped his wife up and looked at Xue Yutong disapprovingly. He opened his mouth to admonish her. You girl, we are neighbors and are only trying to teach you about the ways of the world. What kind of face are you making? In the next moment, Xue Yutong slammed her fist on the door. With a loud bang, the Xue family was stunned. Even the little Peng, who had rushed over, clung to Xue's leg, not daring to say a word. Xue Yutong looked at his chubby face and couldn't help but think of her brother, Xue Jinbao. She never expected that in such a technologically advanced modern era, even in the backdrop of an apocalyptic world, certain patriarchal and outdated thoughts still existed. Xue Yutong seemed to already see how Jingjing was bullied in daily life, just like she used to be. She clenched her fists and said, remember, even if your family starves to death, it has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Xue Yutong turned to leave but thought of something and couldn't help but add, also, I'm selling you things because of Jingjing. You better treat her well. If I see anything happen to Jingjing next time, you can forget about living. Although their family might not treat Jingjing well, at least under Xue Yutong's intimidation, they would have to save face. Jingjing was too young. Tearing her family apart would only make her situation worse. Moreover, Xue Yutong still needed to upgrade her supermarket and couldn't use extreme measures to take Jingjing away from the Russell family. Both procedurally and morally, it was very difficult to achieve, and it might even be used by the Russell family as leverage against her. This was the best solution for now, Xue Yutong thought. As Xue Yutong turned to leave, She heard Russell's trembling voice. "You wait. I will definitely tell your parents. When they get out, I'll deal with you." In their eyes, no matter how capable Xue Yutong was, she was still a member of the Xue family. How could a daughter not listen to her parents? Once the Xue family arrived, Xue Yutong would surely obediently hand over her supplies. After all, such a big supermarket. What kind of girl could manage it? Wasn't it still meant for Xue Jinbao? Thinking this, the Russell family straightened their backs. Xue Yutong had already walked far away, her voice drifting back, somewhat unclear. "If you have the ability, go find them. They are in the station now. Let us see if they are dead." Hearing this, Russell and Xue Yue exchanged glances and closed the door. After asking Jingjing a few questions, Russell, recalling Xue Yutong's warning, dared not scold Jingjing anymore and just grumbled as she went to cook. Jingjing slowly walked to the sofa, sat down, and recalled what Xue Yutong had said to her on the way, somewhat understanding yet not fully. Sister Tong Tong said to remember the things her parents and brother did and not to become like them in the future. She also said that as long as Jingjing studied hard, she could come to the supermarket to seek her help later. On the way back, Xue Yutong sighed several times. She didn't know if a 9-year-old girl could remember what she said, but she hoped Jingjing could break free from the mud. A small truck stopped in front of the supermarket. As soon as Xue Yutong jumped out of the car, she saw Xie Hong'an approaching with a group of people. Upon seeing Xue Yutong, a hint of surprise flashed in Xie Hong'an's eyes. "Where have you been?" Xue Yutong briefly recounted what had happened, but omitted the whispered conversation with Jingjing. In her view, she understood Jingjing's situation well enough and was willing to plant a small seed in her heart. This matter might not be understood by outsiders. Unexpectedly, Xie Hong'an's expression grew stern as he said, "It's quite pitiful for a girl to follow parents like that." He still remembered Russell and Xue Yue. Xue Yutong glanced at him, feeling an impulse to confide in him, but it was suppressed, and she changed the subject. "I want to ask you something. In the past few days, do you know the situation of the city's facilities?" "Which ones?" Xue Yutong hesitated for a moment and said, "Just the police station and such." Today, Russell and Xue Yue had again mentioned Xue Yutong's parents. The three of them had been sent to the police station, and the reason seemed quite severe in the early days of the apocalypse. But after the city came to a standstill, were those facilities still staffed? It could be confirmed that most people had already gone to the base. Xue Yutong even saw police station staff in the supermarket, which meant that the three members of the Xue family would eventually come out. Xie Hong'an was smart and immediately asked, "Are you asking about your family situation?" He was somewhat surprised. Initially, he thought Xue Yutong was so righteous that she wouldn't care about her family. Xue Yutong explained seriously, "I'm not concerned about them. It's just that if they arrive at the base, I might have trouble." Her honesty only made Xie Hong'an more puzzled. He wanted to ask what had happened to the Xue family that made Xue Yutong so resistant to her relatives, but thinking of that man named Xue Jinbao, who seemed like he wanted to kill his sister, Xie Hong'an fell silent, and after a while, he said, "I'm not very clear either, but I'll help you find out. However, the situation is not very optimistic." He lowered his voice and told Xue Yutong something. Important facilities in the city had already been transferred to the base, and the base had also built corresponding facilities. However, the apocalypse came suddenly, and there was a period of chaos. Some people took the opportunity to escape. Xie Hong'an paused before saying, "This information has been sealed. Otherwise, it would cause panic in the base. Therefore, for everyone coming to the base, they would conduct information comparisons. However, resources were tight. Only those with serious criminal records would be locked up immediately, and those with lighter offenses would be treated as refugees." Hearing Xie Hong'an say this, Xue Yutong's heart sank. That likely meant that if Xue Jinbao and the others really came to the base, they wouldn't be locked up. However, the fact that Xie Hong'an could share so much unspoken information with her was already a help, and she sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, I will be prepared." Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was too heavy, Xie Hong'an took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "The base is reopened, and more refugees are coming. The news that you treat workers well has spread, and these days, the refugees have been asking when you will hire again." Xue Yutong looked at the heavy rain outside the supermarket and shrugged, smiling wryly. "With this heavy rain, we can't even work. What people am I supposed to hire?" Xie Hong'an expressed understanding. However, Xue Yutong began to wonder. With so many people, there probably weren't enough rooms in the base to accommodate the refugees, right? Even if it was a large dormitory, the reserved space was originally limited. Xie Yutong replied, "Some people whose information passed or found work in the base have already been arranged into residential buildings. The base is also considering expanding the residential area." Xue Yutong recalled her system. She remembered that after expanding the supermarket, it seemed she could open a residential area. But she would have to wait until the expansion was completed to see the specific situation. Chapter 56. The base receives recognition base office. Zhou Jianjun looked at the official document that had been sent over, his brow slightly furrowed. Although it was a letter of commendation, Zhou Jianjun felt that something was off. He handed the document to Xie Yutong and smiled wryly, saying, "It seems like the officials are praising us, but there's actually a lot of pressure." Xie Yutong took a quick glance at the document. Due to the base's good performance in accommodating refugees recently, it had solved significant problems for the city. Moreover, the southern base, as a representative of being prepared, had also received commendation. However, this recognition also meant that more people were becoming aware of the base's existence. Some cities had only started establishing bases after the apocalypse began, but due to the short time frame, they lacked sufficient resource reserves, leading to public outcry. Zhou Jianjun sighed. Recently, many citizens from various cities have been calling for the government to quickly build shelters. But in such extreme weather during the apocalypse, constructing shelters is incredibly difficult. He sighed again and smiled. "This is quite a compliment for us. I hope we can solve more problems." Xie Yutong frowned slightly and quickly gave his opinion. "The southern base has limited capacity, and we are already at maximum occupancy. If more refugees come, we simply won't have places for them to stay." According to the requirements from the base, he had already communicated with Xue Yutong. However, Xue Yutong had stated that there were currently no plans for hiring. Moreover, expanding under such harsh weather conditions wasn't simple. Zhou Jianjun carefully put away the commendation document, saying, "The base's attitude is to help the government solve problems within our capabilities. But we can't do more than that. However, we need to be cautious lately. It seems there's been some movement from Wang Deshang's side." As an official sent to inspect, the pressure from the government would first fall on Wang Deshang. Recently, he had been looking for trouble at the base, but didn't dare to be too arrogant. Xie Yutong acknowledged, "I will pay more attention." As Xie Yutong was about to leave, Zhou Jianjun called him back and handed him a certificate. "You need to procure another batch of supplies. According to our previous plans, we are clearly falling short on consumption. We need to increase the share we procure from Miss Xue each month. Give her this certificate." Xie Yutong took it in response. Upon receiving the certificate, Xue Yutong found it quite curious and read it several times. The certificate stated that the base had received official recognition largely due to Xue Yutong's small supermarket. Without the supplies provided by Xue Yutong, the base could not have operated smoothly until now. Xue Yutong smiled and said, "Great. I'll hang this certificate in the supermarket right away." In her previous life, she was just a cog in the supermarket, and after failing to find work, she was betrayed by her family. Now, being recognized as the supermarket owner by the base made her feel that what she was doing was truly remarkable. Seeing Xue Yutong so happy, Xie Yutong felt much lighter as well, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. He asked another question. "With such heavy rain, what will happen to the workers at the supermarket?" Xue Yutong shrugged. "There's nothing we can do. We can only temporarily halt operations." The two looked at the rain outside, and for a moment, they fell silent. Xue Yutong suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, I've noticed that the main gate of the base has been quite lively these days. Are more people coming to the base?" "Yes. Didn't I tell you last time that the policies have been further relaxed? Plus, with the southern base being officially recognized, it seems they're going to open up more permissions," Xie Yutong replied. Xue Yutong couldn't help but ask, "So what are they doing in the base now?" It was hard for her to imagine what most people would do when society had come to a standstill. Xie Yutong was surprised by her question, but answered honestly. "Most people are idle. Those who are capable have already started working for the base. At first, when permissions were opened, only special job categories were required, but later, due to the overwhelming number of refugees, the initial admission criteria became blurred." Xue Yutong pursed her lips and delicately raised a question. "If that's the case, and they have nothing to do every day, the supplies provided by the base, must also be insufficient. Isn't this an unstable factor within the base? Xie Hong'an's expression turned cold. The reality was indeed, as Xue Yutong described. Due to resource distribution issues, there have been quite a few arguments and disputes in areas where refugees were gathered in recent days. Their living conditions were poor, and the supplies they received were minimal. Some had already started looking for work, but there weren't enough positions available at the base. Xue Yutong shrugged. Are you leaders still the same as before? Believing that people are fundamentally good and maintaining a tolerant attitude towards them? She had discussed this topic with Xie Hong'an before and had a negative expectation of the base's approach, especially after experiencing the situation with the Luo Suolon family. Xue Yutong felt even more strongly that the apocalypse would only exacerbate the darkness within people's hearts. Xie Hong'an's answer remained official and smooth. There's nothing we can do. The base is, after all, a new type of society. However, this time, he paused and added, from my personal perspective, I agree with your view. Not everyone will follow orders, nor will everyone find something they can do. Currently, the base has dispatched a large number of personnel to strictly monitor those refugees. But excessive surveillance may backfire. Xie Hong'an helplessly concluded, we can only take it one step at a time. Right now, the southern base is effectively in a bind. The refugees have already been taken in, and we can't just kick them out. After discussing further, Xie Hong'an was called away by a phone call from the base leadership. Xue Yutong shrugged, feeling that the wind and rain outside the supermarket were getting stronger. Visibility was only about 5 meters, and, at this moment, there weren't many people in the supermarket. Xue Yutong turned around and shouted, Sister Sue, we need to hurry and sort the goods before we get off work today. The orders from the base have increased significantly. The base's consumption of supplies also indicated that they had indeed taken in many refugees. However, none of this mattered to Xue Yutong. The eating habits of the Luo Suolon family had been too unpleasant, further solidifying her belief in the apocalypse. One can only rely on oneself. Most people will only exploit others' kindness. After working hard with Su for half a day, they processed the new orders from the base and placed them directly in the warehouse next to the supermarket. This was a space they had just cleared out a few days ago, and when Xie Hong'an came to collect supplies, he conveniently parked the heavy truck right at the warehouse door for loading. After finishing this, Xue Yutong walked to the break room and opened her system panel. She discovered that the supermarket had indeed added a drainage system, which instantly brightened her eyes. However, the drainage system turned out to be quite expensive, costing 1,000,000 points. How much do I have to sell to earn this back? Xue Yutong couldn't help but sigh. Then she thought about the contribution values brought to her by the base's new orders and felt that this amount of points wasn't a big deal. The supermarket was more important. Chapter 57. Atmosphere of panic. The heavy rain continued relentlessly. Unlike the cold brought by snowstorms, the low temperatures caused by torrential rain were damp and bone-chilling, penetrating right into one's bones. Moreover, the inconvenience of going out in the rain meant that one could easily end up with muddy shoes, and there were hardly any figures on the base roads. The supermarket was also empty. During the snow days, many people would bundle up in thick coats to shop at the supermarket, but now, the sudden quiet made Xue Yutong feel somewhat unaccustomed. Even Lu Wei scratched his head and said, I suspect I've gotten so used to being busy that when I stop, I feel guilty towards the supermarket. Su chuckled and said, weren't you just happily playing on your phone over there? Lu Wei quickly retorted, I wasn't. I was browsing the forum, checking out recent posts about the supermarket. Since the news of the refugees receiving supplies had spread, Lu Wei had been paying special attention to the supermarket's reputation. When he saw others praising the supermarket and its owner, he would happily read it out loud, and when he saw insults, he couldn't help but type a reply. Xue Yutong had advised him before not to take these people's words too seriously. After all, most people in the base had nothing to do, and their daily interaction was limited to browsing the forum. But Lu Wei wouldn't listen, and the next time he saw negative comments, he would still argue with others. Xue Yutong shook her head and took out her phone. She came across a post. I suspect this rain is corrosive. Everyone should avoid going out lightly. Upon seeing this title, Xue Yutong's eyelids twitched, and she clicked in. The poster mentioned that when they went out to throw away trash, they didn't use an umbrella since the trash can was just downstairs, instinctively using their hand to shield their head. After returning, they felt a persistent pain in their hand, and their skin became red and swollen as if burned. Wearing thick clothes before seemed fine, but direct contact with the skin is really frightening. I've reported this to the base, and they are testing it, but for safety's sake, everyone should avoid going out in the rain. The poster repeatedly urged in this post. Xue Yutong looked outside the supermarket and suddenly felt that the pouring rain was no longer poetic but rather gave a sense of dread. She hesitated, but eventually took a piece of cloth and placed it under the eaves of the supermarket. After a while, the cloth became wet, and Xue Yutong used a clip to bring it back. "Sister Tong Tong, what are you doing?" Lu Wei looked at Xue Yutong in confusion. He hadn't seen that new post yet. Xue Yutong remained silent, patiently observing. The wet cloth, under the supermarket's heating, quickly dried, but the surface texture was damaged, leaving a faint layer of black marks. Looking back at the rain, Xue Yutong felt that this was simply a black rain that devoured everything. Her tone became much more serious. "We can't go out to deliver goods these days." She explained the reason and showed the post to Su and Lu Wei. The two exchanged glances, then said with concern, "It didn't seem like this during the rain a couple of days ago." They had gone out to deliver goods a few days ago, and, while moving items, they inevitably took off their gloves and had contact with the rain. It was nothing like it was now. Xue Yutong said lightly, "Don't you remember? After the snowstorm was extreme cold, then came the heavy rain. I suspect everything is progressive. Extreme weather seems not only limited to certain bad conditions, but could even worsen further." The worst outcome Xue Yutong could think of was acid rain. The three exchanged looks, their expressions becoming serious. They hoped it wouldn't come to that, as that would be too terrifying, given the momentum of the heavy rain. If it turned into strong acid rain, the base's buildings might struggle to withstand it. Hopefully, that wouldn't be the case. However, since the base was already testing, they should soon have a response. For now, they could only hope the base would take measures as soon as possible. At the same time, this black rain had caused a significant portion of people to feel panic. Bad rumors gradually spread within the base, as before. Some firmly believed that the apocalypse would destroy all humanity, and they had nowhere to escape. New relevant posts kept being pushed up, only to be deleted by the administrators. In the refugee area, Shan Lingxue was dragging He Fonting around, but they hadn't seen any familiar faces. He Fonting asked in confusion, "What are we looking for here?" The refugee area had poor infrastructure, and even the rain couldn't stop a strange smell from permeating, with so many posts confirming it. He Fonting always felt anxious when going out, completely wrapped up, yet still feeling inadequate. Shan Lingxue glared at her and said, "We're looking for that group of people. You don't think this is over, do you? Wang Jun and them?" He Fonting blurted out. Shan Lingxue nodded. He Fonting's face turned pale. "Are they in the base now?" She thought that after that group hit a wall, they would give up on the base, but it turned out they had followed them here. Shan Lingxue searched around again and finally spotted Wang Jun. She took out her phone and fiddled with it, then said, "You wait here. When he comes out, you talk to him." She pushed the matter onto He Fonting again, and when she saw the other party's slight dissatisfaction, she immediately added, "Don't forget, it was because of you that it got messed up last time. You have to compensate me." Remembering that she had told Xue Yutong about Shan Lingxue's matter, He Fonting felt guilty and could only nod. But while waiting for Wang Jun to come out, she couldn't help but ask, "But they already caused a ruckus once. What can they do now?" Shan Lingxue looked around to ensure no one was nearby and whispered, "Let me tell you, so you won T ask again later." The southern base was praised by the authorities because they want to take over the base, but unfortunately, the southern base has been unwilling to relent. So the authorities can only pressure Leader Wang. Shan Lingxue spoke with a tone of pride. This was also the reason she and Wang Deshang had reconciled. They both believed that the key to taking down the southern base was Xue Yutong's supermarket. As long as they dealt with the supermarket and signed a contract with Xue Yutong, they could almost control the southern base. Of course, this couldn't be done openly, but they could exploit the loopholes in the base. It should be noted that Xue Yutong did not have an extremely formal contract with the base, and the supermarket had a great deal of freedom. Their plan was to have Wang Jun's group work at the supermarket and gradually take control of it. After hearing Shan Lingxue's words, He Fonting hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can this really work?" The base also values the supermarket. Shan Lingxue immediately became impatient. "Are you stupid? Since Leader Wang dares to do this, it means we are working together from the inside and outside. Just get the general idea of what's going on. Yifanting didn't dare to ask further. Seeing Shen Lingshua's confident demeanor, she could only comply. Chapter 58. No such workers. When Wang Jun and his group arrived at the supermarket, Xue Yutong was busy organizing the shelves with Su Su and Lu Wei. Due to the heavy rain, there weren't many customers in the supermarket, but they had gotten used to their busy lives. So they simply closed the doors and were doing a thorough cleaning both inside and outside the supermarket. Open the door. A shout came from outside. Xue Yutong frowned upon hearing it, sensing that the person outside meant trouble. Don't open the door. Check the monitor to see who it is. Su Su walked over to the monitor and thought the group looked somewhat familiar, especially the leader. She called out to Xue Yutong, "Tong Tong, haven't these people been here before?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Su remembered something and gasped. "Aren't these the ones who tried to rob us when we first opened?" Upon hearing this, Xue Yutong put down her cloth and hurried over. The monitor showed a dark crowd of over a dozen people gathering in front of the supermarket, all wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas. The man at the front had put his umbrella away, standing under the eaves, and his fierce face was immediately recognizable to Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong scoffed, "It really is that group. They once tried to rob our supply truck, and now they still have the audacity." Lu Wei, who was unaware of the supermarket's past troubles, rushed over. "What? These people are bad guys? Should we contact Captain Xie immediately?" During his time working at the supermarket, Lu Wei had come to admire Xie Hongyan greatly. Whenever something happened, he thought of asking Xie Hongyan for help. Xue Yutong waved her hand. "Let's find out what they want first. We don't need to trouble the base for now." Just then, she suddenly thought of some of Xie Hongyan's team members. They already had a grudge against her, and with the heavy rain, the base had many issues to handle. If she called Xie Hongyan over in a panic, who knows how they would talk about her? Besides, the supermarket security had been upgraded, and she felt capable of handling it. Xue Yutong shouted, "It's been raining for the past few days. The supermarket is temporarily closed. What do you want?" Wang Wei didn't expect Xue Yutong to respond from inside, and his voice grew louder. "Open the door first. We have something to say to you. We can't just let our brothers stand out here in this rain." Xue Yutong thought for a moment and decided to press the button to open the roller door. Su Su tugged at Xue Yutong's sleeve. "Are you really going to open the door?" "It's fine. We're at the base. They won't dare do anything. The management at the base is stricter now, and Xie Hongyan has arranged for someone to patrol near the supermarket. If it really comes to it, there's also the supermarket's security." Once the door opened, Wang Wei scanned the supermarket. Though he tried to hide his expression, greed still flickered in his eyes. Xue Yutong coldly smiled inside, but maintained a calm tone. "So many people, just to buy something?" Wang Wei rubbed his hands together and said, "Here's the thing. We just arrived at the base recently, but we can't find any work. With such a large supermarket, you must need a lot of workers, right? We're here to work for you." "Them?" Xue Yutong couldn't help but laugh internally. This group coming to work might just ruin her supermarket. "We aren't hiring right now, and there are already a few workers. Even in this rain, they can't work, so we don't have any openings." Seeing Xue Yutong's calm demeanor, Wang Wei couldn't help but curse in his heart. A woman, don't know where she got the money to open a supermarket, really thinks she's something. Wang Wei insisted, "How could such a big supermarket not need workers? Can you three handle everything by yourselves? We could be cashiers, cleaners, stock clerks, and we won't ask for much in terms of pay." The people behind him joined in, egging him on. They were all incited and didn't know the grudge between Wang Wei and Xue Yutong. Only a few who had followed Wang Wei to block the truck last time shrank back, not wanting Xue Yutong to see their faces. Xue Yutong firmly rejected. "As I said, we currently have no need for workers. There are plenty of shops open in the base. You should look elsewhere." But she was surprised that Wang Wei, looking aggressive, actually came over to apply for a job. But was it really that simple? Sure enough, the next second, Wang Wei's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Aren't you just a supermarket owner? Don't be ungrateful. We're starving and cold. You won't give us supplies, and now you won't even let us work for you." His words revealed his true thoughts. Xue Yutong coldly replied, "Finally can't hide it anymore? From the first day this supermarket opened, you brought people to rob us. After being chased away, you tried to block my supply truck, and now you've come to the base?" Su Su had already sent the message to Xie Hongyan and took a defensive stance. Lu Wei nervously watched the group. afraid someone would suddenly attack when they weren't paying attention. Wang Wei was left speechless and spat on the ground. Then he stepped closer. So you recognized me. Let me be honest, I did bad things before, but now I've entered the base. You have to give me a chance to reform, right? Xue Yutong sneered. Giving you a chance to reform is God's business. It has nothing to do with me. She wasn't a saint. How could she be easily persuaded? Wang Wei waved his hand. Since you say that, then we have no choice. He turned to his group. Everyone heard that. We wanted to work for supplies. But the boss won't give us that opportunity, so it's not wrong for us to take a few things, right? The group's emotions were immediately stirred up. In the base these past few days, they had heard too many rumors. In this apocalypse, everyone was uncertain of their future and just wanted to secure immediate benefits. Therefore, as soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, the group charged forward. But Xue Yutong pressed a button. The three people in the supermarket had been standing near the cash register, and Wang Wei's group was at the door. As the alarm sounded, iron bars fell from the ceiling, directly enclosing the group. Looking at the upgraded security facilities, Xue Yutong felt very satisfied. The group looked at each other, tapping on the iron bars in front of them, only to find them very sturdy. What do you mean by this? Treating us like criminals? Wang Wei, seeing his face turned red from being humiliated again, was furious. Xue Yutong smiled. You brought people here to rob, and you didn't even bother to understand my supermarket? Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Last time they were scared away by the high-voltage net before they even entered the supermarket. So this time they tried a different approach, wanting to enter the supermarket first. They didn't expect the supermarket to have so many security measures. Chapter 59. Rewards and Punishments. Wang Jun was filled with uncertainty, and his brain was racing to figure out how to suppress the supermarket owner's momentum. However, the others were clearly restless. Why are we being locked up? We didn't plan to rob. We just wanted some supplies. Please let us go, boss. It was all Wang Jun who incited us. We haven't done anything. At the critical moment of life and death, a person's true nature is fully revealed. They had initially come together because they listened to Wang Wei's remarks about the apocalypse, thinking that even if it was the end of the world, they should gain some benefits. But now that they were locked up, they were eager to distance themselves from Wang Jun. Xue Yutong glanced around and immediately understood what these people were thinking, but she didn't expose them. Instead, she asked, You all didn't know what you were doing when you came here, right? Yes, we didn't know. It was Wang Wei who brought us here. Xue Yutong smiled slightly. I can trust you. Su Su and Lu Wei exchanged glances, suddenly unsure of what Xue Yutong intended to do. However, out of trust for Xue Yutong, none of them contradicted her. Xue Yutong continued, I can let you go, but I need to know that you won't pose a danger to the supermarket. As long as you're willing to sign an agreement, you can leave. What kind of agreement? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. One brave person asked, What agreement? You sign an agreement guaranteeing that you won't come back to cause trouble at the supermarket, and I can provide supplies for each of you. Of course, if the weather improves and you want to come back to work, you can apply. Xue Yutong said this while thinking that the final decision about hiring would rest with her. It was not difficult to verbally paint a picture now. What she wanted was for this group to turn against Wang Wei for the sake of supplies. Xue Yutong drafted an agreement on the spot and had Su Su printed out, saying, Anyone who wants to take the supplies can come here to sign. At this moment, Xie Hongyan also arrived with his team, loudly stating, Those who cause trouble at the supermarket may be expelled from the base. Seeing the situation at the supermarket, Xie Hongyan was stunned for a second and then signaled his team to be on high alert. They represented the base and were armed. And with the unique deterrent of their black uniforms, Wang Jun dared not cause further trouble and only said, We didn't come to make trouble. We just wanted to ask if there were any jobs available. Xue Yutong didn't expose him and looked at Xie Hongyan, saying, Captain Xie, we have already reached an agreement. Those who sign can leave. Although Xie Hongyan didn't know what Xue Yutong had done, he still nodded slightly in trust and kept watch from the side. As the small barricade was removed, the group stepped out with a sense of relief, and many of them signed the agreement with Xue Yutong. She also had Su Su prepare food and drinks for those who signed the agreement. Soon, the group led by Wang Jun left, and they could still be heard muttering insults about Wang Jun. He left in a dejected manner. Of course, he couldn't sign the agreement. He was pretending to apply for a job while actually looking for trouble. He couldn't blend into the supermarket and would think of another way. Once the supermarket personnel dispersed, Xue Yutong let out a sigh of relief. And Xie Hongin then asked, there were no conflicts, right? Xue Yutong shook her head, no fighting. Xie Hongin subtly probed, your supermarket security seems quite advanced. Xue Yutong shrugged. What can we do? It's the end of the world. We have to find ways to protect ourselves. Especially for someone like me who runs a supermarket. I need to prepare more, right? Whether it was the high-voltage electric fence or the remote-controlled iron cage inside, both were designed to catch people off guard. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong's expression became serious. But Captain Xie, you also saw that many people have their eyes on the supermarket. If they figure out these tricks, they may organize a revolt. With the strength of the supermarket, they could indeed stop them, but to subdue them would depend on the base's attitude. Currently, what Xue Yutong was doing was self-preservation, but if that group were to fight her, it would be very tricky. Xie Hongin understood Xue Yutong's meaning. She was applying for authority. The supermarket must prioritize its own protection. If a similar situation arises next time and we can't arrive in time, we can take action. Xue Yutong immediately thanked him and confirmed. We can really take action, including using the supermarket's security system? Recalling the modules she updated in the system, she even remembered there were small tear gas canisters. Xie Hongin nodded. He had always been responsible for coordinating with the supermarket. And recently the base leaders had given him the authority, so he could certainly decide on these matters. Su, who was nearby, also said, great. I wanted to go up and beat that guy just now. Next time, I won't let him off. Su had refrained from acting out of concern for the base's regulations. However, Xie Hongin picked up the agreement and frowned. Can this agreement really restrain them? He had rushed over with his team and saw that Xue Yutong had already controlled the situation, so he didn't ask further. But now, looking at this agreement, he felt everything was too easy. Xue Yutong shook her head. I didn't expect this agreement to bind them. The supplies offered are just a small incentive to temporarily appease them. It's hard to count on a group easily swayed to keep their word. What I want is for them to stop listening to Wang Wei. At least it worked this time. As Xue Yutong spoke, she picked up the agreement, adding, also, I want to use these agreements to apply for protection from base. Xie Hongin raised an eyebrow. Protection? Haven't I always been here? I want institutional protection. To be honest, the current regulations regarding rewards and punishments at the base are still too vague. Xue Yutong frowned. This was something she had wanted to say for a long time and had previously discussed with Xie Hongin. However, the current attitude of the base was to trust in the goodness of people's hearts. But when this attitude threatened Xue Yutong's supermarket, she could only find ways to promote the base to amend the regulations. Just like this time, anyone could see that they had ulterior motives. But after resolving it this way, would they face any punishment? No, they wouldn't. They even took away some supplies. For them, this was practically a no-risk business. Xie Hongin's gaze deepened. What do you mean? Xue Yutong replied firmly. I hope to establish a system for recording violations as soon as possible. Those who violate the rules multiple times should face more severe punishments. Implementing this across the entire base may be somewhat challenging, but at least there should be a priority for the supermarket. Xue Yutong had thought it through. Given the current situation, the base and the authorities were already overwhelmed. To fully implement strict measures would likely take some time, but she could apply for special permissions for the supermarket. Xie Hongin thought for a while and ultimately chose to agree. I will temporarily agree to you. I will handle it with the leaders. Xue Yutong finally felt relieved. Summarizing the stack of agreements, they had all signed. I will send you a copy of this list. Consider it the first record of violations. Okay. Once Xie Hongin left, Xue Yutong snapped back to reality. When she first joined the base, Xie Hongin's responses to many of her requests were always, wait for the leaders to decide. But now, he would first agree and then persuade the leaders? Had he been promoted, or had her voice gained more weight? After pondering for a while, regardless of which aspect it was all good, and Xue Yutong no longer felt conflicted. Chapter 60. Obvious, what does it mean? Another failure? He Fangding's eyes widened in disbelief as she showed her displeasure upon hearing Wang Jun speak. She had never wanted to deal with someone like Wang Jun. Yet Shunling Xue was always unwilling to step forward and had pushed everything on her to handle. Wang Jun hesitantly replied, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. That little supermarket is really not to be underestimated. You know, there was even an iron cage inside the supermarket, and they locked us all up. He Fangding impatiently interrupted. Stop making excuses. Wang Jun immediately fell silent. I told you clearly, you took those people to the supermarket and insisted on getting a job, gradually getting inside, and then implementing the plan. At this point, Fontaine shot Wang Jun a glare. Are you thinking of having a group of people take over the supermarket? You can't even talk properly? Wang Jun, caught off guard, nervously rolled his eyes, but quickly put on a flattering smile. How could I? I did exactly as Miss he said, but the supermarket owner said they weren't hiring, and they didn't give us any respect. Before we could say much, they covered us with an iron cage, and they even bribed everyone else. Fontaine narrowed her eyes. Bribed? Wang Jun, fearing he would say too much, briefly recounted what happened to the supermarket. Of course, omitting the part where he incited the crowd to rob supplies. After all, with Fontaine's status, she wouldn't show up in a place where refugees gathered. He could just talk his way out of it later. After hesitating for a moment, Fontaine said, since that's the case, I can't blame you entirely. Remembering her own previous attempts to gather information, she had barely said a few words before she was tied up by Xue Yutong and the cashier beside her. It was clear that Xue Yutong was not easy to deal with, so their plan to infiltrate the supermarket needed more refinement. Fontaine wanted to discuss this with Shunling Xue, but became increasingly dismissive towards Wang Jun. All right, you can go now. I'll send the agreed money to you. However, Wang Jun insisted, that's not acceptable. Before, money could buy things, but now you giving me money is pointless. The only place to buy supplies in this base is that supermarket, and after today's commotion, I can't go there anymore. You should just give me supplies directly. I don't have supplies. Fontaine replied disdainfully, feeling an unending resentment towards Shunling Xue. A pile of messes for her to clean up. Fontaine initially wanted to send money and leave quickly, but Wang Jun grabbed her clothes. That one do. You at least need to give me 2 or 3 days worth of food and water. The little supplies the base distributes, one to even fill my teeth. But I don't have any. Fontaine hurriedly shook off Wang Jun, her face showing unmistakable disgust. Wang Jun, however, was enraged, grinning with yellow teeth, and suddenly laughed. In this apocalyptic world, you don't still think you're some innocent young lady, do you? How about you sleep with me, and I won't bother you about the supplies? In truth, he felt a bit guilty about today's events, so he didn't dare to be too demanding. But he couldn't just leave empty-handed either. That would frustrate him. Fontaine was startled, taking a few steps back. What do you mean? Wang Jun grinned. What else could it mean? You don't really not understand this, do you? Fontaine shook her head. I'll give you supplies. Just wait. I'll deliver them to you tonight. But Wang Jun grabbed her again. Forget the supplies. Let us just sleep here together. Next time, when I get things sorted out, you can give me my reward. It's been a while since I've tasted a woman, and you must be lonely too, right? Wang Jun leaned in with vulgar words, his foul breath wafting towards Fontaine. Just as she was about to scream, he covered her mouth. We've known each other for so long. What is there to be unwilling about? I'll tell you, if you call the nearby people. They'll have the same idea as me. At that time, you'll be serving more than just me. Tears welled up in Fontaine's eyes. At this moment, she regretted running over here. If she had chosen a place closer to her residence or somewhere with patrolling base personnel, it would have turned out like this. Please don't do this. I'll give you money. I'll give you supplies. Fontaine sobbed. Wang Jun dragged her to the side. This was the back of a house, sheltered from the rain, and being in a wind-protected area. Wang Jun didn't mind the cold as he reached to pull off Fontaine's jacket. Next time, let us go to where you live. This time, let us try the outdoors. At this point, Wang Jun had to break the pot and sink the boat attitude. After visiting the supermarket today, he realized that Xue Yutong was not to be trifled with, and that group of refugees had already turned against him. It would be hard to get another opportunity. Taking advantage of Fontaine's ignorance, he wanted to seize this chance, and perhaps he could use this incident to blackmail her. Fontaine's struggles only fueled his desire. Not far away was the refugee camp, and faint sounds of conversation could be heard. Just as Fontaine felt utterly hopeless, she heard a commotion of footsteps. Who is over there? Someone shouted towards them. Wang Jun froze, spat, signaling Fontaine to keep quiet. Xie Hongyan was with Xue Yutong, and upon seeing Wang Jun, Xue Yutong had an instinct that something was happening, which is why she had Xie Hongyan come over. Wang Jun quickly said, "Oh, isn't this Captain Xie? What a coincidence. running into you again today." Internally, he wondered how these two found their way here. Were they here to demand an explanation? Seeing Wang Jun's fawning smile made Xue Yutong feel nauseous. She tugged at Xie Hong'an's sleeve, intending to leave. But her peripheral vision caught sight of a shadow behind Wang Jun. Captain Xie. Xue Yutong signaled him to look over. Xie Hong'an frowned. "Who's there?" Yifangting moved, but didn't dare to speak. She was genuinely worried that news of her being with Wang Jun would spread, making her life difficult. Wang Jun was about to say something when Xie Hong'an scolded. "Aren't you going back yet?" He could only turn back, unwillingly glancing at them before jogging away. Right now, he didn't dare to confront the base personnel head-on. It was better to keep a low profile. Xie Hong'an then asked, "Who's there?" Yifangting didn't dare to respond, scrambling to get up and run in the opposite direction. Xie Hong'an initially wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Xue Yutong. "No need to chase. I think I know who it is." Earlier she had felt that the bag on the woman seemed familiar, and connecting it to Wang Jun, she quickly thought of a name. It seemed that today, this incident was another scheme by Yifangting. She shared her suspicions with Xie Hong'an, whose expression turned stern, just as we suspected. They had thought about this matter, and perhaps the mastermind behind it was still Shunling Xue, but they hadn't expected the clues to come so quickly. Xie Hong'an's voice grew heavier, so bold, it seems Wang Deshang is also involved. Chapter 61. Special instructions from Team Leader Xie when mentioning Wang Deshang. One naturally thinks of the official stance. Xue Yutong immediately asked, "Is it related to the recent commendation of the base?" Xie Hong'an also considered this layer. His voice revealing no emotion, "There's a high possibility." This made everything make sense. The officials wanted to take over the southern base and could only start with Wang Deshang. Wang Deshang had been staying at the southern base since its opening under the guise of an inspection, and during this time, he had been observing the situation at the base. Moreover, Wang Deshang had colluded with Shunling Xue before and was now utilizing Wang Jun and his group. Seeing Xie Hong'an's stern expression, Xue Yutong also became serious. Should they inform the leadership about this? Although she didn't fully understand the operational model of the base, she knew that Wang Deshang and Zhou Jianjun represented two opposing forces that seemed complementary on the surface, but were actually in conflict in many matters. Otherwise, the officials wouldn't have specially sent a leader to supervise the base. Xie Hong'an glanced at Xue Yutong and simply said, "There's no evidence. It's not appropriate to report this to the leadership. We can only investigate on our own first. After all, in matters concerning the military and the government, the fewer disputes, the better, especially in a chaotic end-of-the-world scenario." Xue Yutong stopped asking further questions, but couldn't help feeling a bit worried. She was backed by the southern base, which currently had a military background, and she respected both Xie Hong'an and the leader named Zhou Jianjun. Since moving into the base, she had also received preferential treatment from the southern base. On the other hand, she instinctively disliked Wang Deshang, not only because he tried to drive her out on her first day in the base to establish his authority, but also because, in her view, anyone associated with Shunling Xue couldn't be a good person. Noticing Xue Yutong's unusual expression, Xie Hong'an asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried it will affect the supermarket?" His usually stern face revealed a hint of genuine concern. Xue Yutong replied in kind, "Yes. If they are targeting my supermarket, I would indeed have trouble sleeping." She quickly added, "And to be honest, I hope the southern base won't be handed over to the government, especially to a leader like Wang Deshang." Her voice became very soft when mentioning that name, and she looked around anxiously, fearing that there might be ears on the other side of the wall. Her small actions amused Xie Hong'an, softening his cold brow slightly as he gently reassured her, "Don't worry, the situation you mentioned won't arise for now. But you should also be careful, and if anything happens, let me know in time. Don't always think you have to solve things with your staff on your own." Xue Yutong initially wanted to say that she had the female warrior on her side and didn't need to worry too much. But sensing that Xie Hong'an genuinely cared about the small supermarket, she changed her response, "Okay, I understand." Her original intention was to strive for the protection of the base, which was beneficial for her. Xue Yutong stretched lazily just as Lu Wei walked over, saying, "Sister Tong Tong, the supplies for today are ready. When shall we deliver them?" She suddenly remembered that they hadn't gone to the workers' living quarters yet. Xue Yutong looked at the small cart Lu Wei pushed over, lifted the rain cover. and began counting without hesitation. Let me take a look. Xie Hongyan observed quietly. In recent days of not working, some workers had returned to their refugee encampments to see their families, so Xue Yutong had provided several days' worth of supplies at once, especially for those who volunteered. She had even given extra food to those living nearby the supermarket. Since they weren't cooking, she didn't provide rice, flour, or cooking oil, but sent over hot meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The supplies to be distributed now were for emergency and additional meals. Each person would receive 2 filling breads, 2 boxes of biscuits, 2 bottles of purified water, as well as self-heating hot pot and instant noodles. After confirming that everything was fine, Xue Yutong said, "All right, just deliver it directly. I won't go with you." Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this, covered the rain cover back up, and pushed the cart away, saying, "Then I'll go now." Xue Yutong watched Lu Wei leave and then remembered that Xie Hongyan hadn't left yet. It seemed he had been watching her count the supplies the whole time, and now there was a hint of doubt on his face. Xue Yutong took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" Xie Hongyan hesitated for a moment before responding with a question. "It's been so long since the apocalypse started. Is your supplier friend still providing supplies?" He had been curious about this question when he visited the supermarket not long ago, but with so much going on, he had forgotten to ask. While watching Xue Yutong count the supplies, he noticed that the production dates on those food items seemed to be quite fresh. The apocalypse had such a significant impact that most people had already entered the base. Even if there were food reserves, they would have given up living in their original homes due to the lack of water and electricity. However, where did Xue Yutong's friends get so many supplies? If there were still operating food processing plants in the city, Xie Hongyan had no reason not to know about them. Faced with Xie Hongyan's question, Xue Yutong felt a bit awkward. She pretended to be calm and said, "These are all supplies from before, and the dates are from before the apocalypse. My friends expanded their factory at that time and produced a lot of goods. Who knew the apocalypse would come right then?" Xie Hongyan stared at her for a moment, taking in the evasiveness in her eyes, but did not refute her. He had a gut feeling that Xue Yutong must have more secrets, but for now, she was cooperating very well with the base. He didn't want to ask too directly. Xie Hongyan simply said, "No wonder. It's a case of fortunate coincidence." Xue Yutong laughed it off, and after Xie Hongyan left, she realized she was sweating coldly in the palms of her hands. The secret of the supermarket must not be divulged to anyone. However, as time passed, the production dates of fresh items would inevitably be after the apocalypse. How would she explain that then? She could think of this, and so could Xie Hongyan. Unlike ordinary customers who visited the supermarket, Xie Hongyan was smart and alert. After hesitating for a moment, Xue Yutong asked the system, "Can this supermarket be transferred? For example, handed over to the state?" She had considered this possibility, but it was too risky. In survival during the apocalypse, the first rule she learned was that the only one she could rely on and trust was herself. What others valued might just be another person's utility. If the supermarket could be handed over to the state, she would eventually be abandoned. That's how she thought. The system replied, "No, the supermarket is bound to the host, and the same goes for points. Only the host can purchase goods." Hearing the answer, Xue Yutong sighed in relief. "This is my blessing," she murmured. Su walked over and happened to hear her, asking, "What did you say?" Xue Yutong smiled and brushed it off, pulling Su to make dinner. Outside, the rain poured heavily, but the small supermarket was warm as spring. Chapter 62. Effect of the black rain lasted for 5 days and finally stopped quietly at night. When Xue Yutong got up, she instinctively went to the window and was delighted to find that it was not a gloomy sight outside. She immediately exclaimed, "The rain has stopped." This black rain was much harder to deal with than the snowstorm, and on the 3rd and 4th days, the corrosive nature of the rain peaked, causing instant bleeding and blisters upon contact with skin, and it was also toxic. Those who were poisoned experienced symptoms ranging from vomiting to fainting. Several skeptics wandered around the base and got caught in the rain, rushing to the clinic, which quickly became overcrowded, forcing the base to strengthen patrols and management, ordering residents to stay indoors. Many people injured by the black rain near the base were also brought back by patrol personnel. Meanwhile, the consumption of supplies in the base naturally increased, and every day they had to distribute supplies house by house in the residential area. Xue Yutong's supermarket made a significant amount of contribution value, but the supermarket being closed still made her feel bored. Last night, while looking at posts in the forum, she was worried about what to do if the black rain continued. Great, we can finally open. Su and Lu Wei also got up and were excited to find that the rain had stopped. The three of them enthusiastically went downstairs to arrange goods, preparing to open early to welcome the long-awaited customers. Steamed buns and dumplings were placed in the steamer, and Xue Yutong added an extra layer of steamer for purple sweet potatoes, and other coarse grains. Su was washing corn nearby and couldn't help but say, "I didn't realize before how happy it is to have something to do every day." Lu Wei deeply resonated with this. "I used to wish for a long vacation so I could play games every day, but now that I really have time off, I find it not fun at all." During these few days without anything to do, he had been playing on his phone, but nothing interesting could be found. He also thought about his former classmates and friends. In this apocalypse, he finally had time to play, yet there was no news from them. "I wonder how my friends are doing." Lu Wei sighed. Xue Yutong nudged him with her elbow. "Have you forgotten what I said before? Don't be a good young man who is always melancholic." That said, she specially prepared an extra braised chicken leg for Lu Wei at breakfast. Xue Yutong understood Su and Lu Wei's emotions because she had been through such a period herself. Living a second life, she was different from them. But she also knew that they needed time to adapt and grow. The first batch of customers hadn't arrived yet. The people who came were workers living nearby. The leading man was named Zhou Qiaoyang, one of the first to actively volunteer for work, and he was peering into the supermarket at the entrance. Upon meeting Xue Yutong's gaze, he hurriedly said, "Boss, the weather is good now. Can we start working?" Xue Yutong quickly walked over. "Yes, you all have returned?" Several workers had gone back to the refugee area to reunite with their families during the rain. "We came back as soon as the rain stopped," Zhou Qiaoyang said with an embarrassed smile. "I've always relied on your care, and I felt bad that we didn't work during the rain." Seeing the honest and simple smile of the middle-aged man warmed Xue Yutong's heart. When the heavy rain first started, Boss Wang had sent sawdust, and now the workers were eager to get to work. Gathering her emotional thoughts, Xue Yutong nodded. "Then let us get started. We have indeed delayed too long." In fact, the expansion work wasn't difficult, as the planning and materials were already prepared. Moreover, during these days of black rain, Xue Yutong hadn't been idle. She had gone to those vacant houses and, with the help of the system, had already started some work. The remaining tasks were not much. Ultimately, she wanted to hire these workers to prevent others from being suspicious, especially Xie Hongyan. Thinking of Xie Hongyan's suspicions regarding some designs in the supermarket, Xue Yutong sighed. It was still too difficult to keep everything completely hidden, not to mention that some designs had already exceeded current technology, existing almost like a cheat. While Xue Yutong was pondering this matter, Xie Hongyan had already approached, casually saying, "Are we starting work today?" His sudden voice startled Xue Yutong, and she looked around. "Yes. Are you still helping and supervising?" Xie Hongyan saw her jump like a startled rabbit and took a couple of steps back, a smile briefly appearing on his face before he deliberately suppressed it. Of course, with the rain stopping, the base had assigned others to handle repairs and maintenance. The supermarket expansion work had been delayed for too long, and the leaders were urging. Xue Yutong was unaware of Xie Hongyan's inner thoughts and simply nodded. "All right. Thank you for your hard work. Should I prepare meals for you at noon?" Although the discussions among the team members annoyed Xue Yutong, she still wanted Xie Hongyan to eat well. She had noticed that he had been eating box meals while supervising over the past few days. Xie Hongyan initially wanted to refuse, but, recalling the previous complaints from the team members, changed his mind and said, "If it's not too much trouble, you can prepare, and I'll pay you contribution value according to the number of people." "No problem." Hearing about the contribution value, Xue Yutong was, of course, very happy. Once the black rain stopped, the efficiency of the expansion work was quite high. By the evening, when Xue Yutong went to check, she saw that the first room had been nearly finished. "All right, let us wrap it up for today. We'll continue tomorrow. You all have worked hard." Xue Yutong asked Lu Wei to bring down the prepared supplies. The workers left satisfied, and Xue Yutong stayed in the empty house to check everything. Once the expansion was completed, she planned to connect the rooms, making it more convenient. Upon returning to the supermarket, Xue Yutong coincidentally saw Xie Hongyan and a few men leaving. They were dressed in uniform, tall and imposing, looking quite pleasing to the eye. Xue Yutong was in a good mood and casually greeted them. Heading back? Yes, we'll come again tomorrow. Xie Hong'an's expression softened a bit. The teammates following him also greeted Xue Yutong. Thinking of the previous discussions among these people, Xue Yutong's smile faded slightly, and she merely nodded. However, she still politely asked, "Are you staying for dinner?" Faced with the expectant gazes of his teammates, Xie Hong'an hesitated and asked, "What do you all mean? Let us eat here." "Miss Xue's cooking is quite good," a single-eyed man said softly. Seeing everyone looking at him, he scratched the back of his head, wondering if it was not acceptable to eat here. Xie Hong'an turned to look at Xue Yutong, then "Boss Xue, please make a few extra dishes. We'll settle it with contribution value." Xue Yutong waved her hand. "It's not that my cooking is good. The three of us made the meals together." Then she casually asked, "Do you all not like eating at the cafeteria?" Xie Hong'an replied expressionlessly, "The cafeteria food can only be considered as not starving to death." Xue Yutong realized that he could also joke and laughed out loud. Chapter 63. New reward module. Xie Hong'an and a few of his team members also chimed in. "The food in our cafeteria is really awful. Boss Xue, are you planning to take on some more contracts? Why not take over the cafeteria too? After the supermarket expansion, can we sell fresh meat and vegetables? We're already tired of the supplies from base." They were all complaining at once, until Xie Hong'an interrupted coldly. "You still have food, but are picky. Go take a look at other bases. They might not even have bread. It's only the southern base, with Xue Yutong's small supermarket, that has spoiled these people." After Xie Hong'an scolded them, the group fell silent. The captain was indeed right. Now that it's freezing, every industry has been severely impacted. Not long after the apocalypse began, fresh vegetables and fruits disappeared. And while there was still fresh meat, that was only because they had to slaughter all the pigs and cattle they raised. The southern base had started stockpiling food long ago and had already built greenhouses and small factories to prepare for planting and breeding, but natural disasters kept occurring, putting all plans on hold. Thinking of the current situation, everyone fell silent for a moment. However, Xue Yutong suddenly thought of something and said, "I might really be able to take over the cafeteria." "Everyone, the supermarket expansion is meant to sell more varieties of goods, and surely they will bring in vegetables. Meat, eggs, and milk next." Xue Yutong added, winking at Xie Hong'an, "I already mentioned I would buy seeds for Captain Xie. The base's agriculture will soon start developing. So don't worry. The small supermarket might not have much, but it really has everything." She was worried she had no reason to expand. But now this was a good opportunity. The dinner at the small supermarket included tomato beef brisket, stir-fried vegetable hearts, and a spicy chicken dish ordered by Lu Wei. On such a cold day, eating something spicy felt warming. Xue Yutong and Su Su made a large pot of these dishes to send to the workers, and the rest they ate at the supermarket. The three at the supermarket, along with Xie Hong'an's 5 team members, set up 2 folding tables, which was just right. As Xie Hong'an's team was eating, they couldn't help but steal glances at Xue Yutong. Over the past few days, they had noticed that Xue Yutong was very sincere and generous toward people, seemingly not as materialistic and profit-driven as they had initially thought. However, someone was still unconvinced and suddenly said loudly while eating, "By the way, our base is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more people now. ISN T1 Supermarket 2 few?" He seemed to have no intention of being discreet and deliberately said it for Xue Yutong to hear. With such a high demand for supplies, it seemed reasonable to open another one, and since Boss Xue's supermarket is on the west side, the new one could be on the east side. That team member even started planning on his own, saying that since it's so cold, everyone could choose the nearest supermarket. Xue Yutong looked at him with a half-smile, just in time to meet his challenging gaze. She remained silent and continued eating. "Sister Su, today's tomato beef brisket is really good, tender, and delicious, and it's not greasy at all, especially good with rice," Xue Yutong said to Su Su. Perhaps because the extreme cold weather had lasted too long, consuming calories every day, Xue Yutong noticed her appetite had increased. Su Su frowned and asked with concern, "Tong Tong?" They all heard the team member's intentional provocation and felt uncomfortable. However, Xue Yutong seemed calm, as if she hadn't heard anything. Xie Hong'an, who had been particularly quiet during the meal, looked up at the team member and frowned, asking, "This supermarket has everything and at reasonable prices. Do you think that that's not enough?" The team member had initially felt a bit guilty, but remembering his disdain for profit-driven merchants, especially since Xue Yutong had received so many contribution points, they still had to pay for their meals here. Thinking of this, the team member stiffened his neck and said, "But this way it's monopolized. I don't think it's good. In the apocalypse, having supplies makes you the boss. If Boss Xue wants to cultivate her own power, it would be too easy." His words were clearly provocative, and the other team members sensed it, desperately signaling to their teammate. What a show-off, intentionally implying something about Boss Xue in front of the captain. Xue Yutong still didn't speak, just focused on her meal. Since Xie Hongyan had already spoken, if she said anything, it would turn into a confrontation, making things harder for Xie Hongyan. She still wanted to hear what Xie Hongyan would say. Xie Hongyan was silent for a moment, and then calmly said, "If Boss Xue wanted to monopolize, she would have traded with us at the original price. She has so many goods. In the apocalypse, she is already quite powerful. You can also see the supermarket's price tags. Has it raised prices at all during this time?" The team member who had questioned her immediately fell silent when Xie Hongyan, who rarely spoke so much, made a long statement. Xie Hongyan continued, "Moreover, the base is considered opening new supermarkets, but no one can provide so many supplies. The current stockpiles at the base are all thanks to trading with Miss Xue. It's impolite to say such things here. I don't want to hear it again." He didn't say anything harsh, but the few team members listening lowered their heads more and more. The unconvinced team member muttered under his breath, "But she's not giving it to the base for free. She's taking contribution points too, right?" Xie Hongyan put down his chopsticks, his voice even colder than before. "Then you can also come and earn contribution points. I'll give you 10 times the amount if you guarantee to provide me with supplies. Do you want to make this deal?" The team member stopped talking. Everyone could hear Xie Hongyan's meaning. The food they were eating was all from Xue Yutong's supermarket. Even if Xue Yutong received contribution points or other benefits, that was her own earnings. Others could also earn contribution points, provided they could truly supply goods. Su stood up to get a drink and casually asked them, "What are you drinking?" Xie Hongyan waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary. After that, the 5 of them didn't speak again, only hearing the 3 at the supermarket discussing the situation of customers over the past few days. However, the air around Xie Hongyan was getting colder, and after finishing, he greeted them and left. The other team members didn't dare to linger, hurriedly cleaning up their bowls and chopsticks, wiping their mouths before running off. They were all using disposable utensils, so it didn't take much effort. Su glanced over and asked, Tong, aren't you mad about that?" Xue Yutong smiled. "What is there to be angry about? Besides, Captain Xie already spoke up for me. Besides, they don't delay my business." "All right, you stable woman," Su laughed along. After finishing her meal, Xue Yutong went to the warehouse. What they said about the cafeteria indeed gave her some inspiration, but Xue Yutong still needed to confirm its feasibility. Opening the system panel, Xue Yutong clicked on a module parallel to the supermarket. She was surprised to find that the level 4 parallel module had been unlocked compared to the previous levels 1 and 2. However, it was still gray, and the details couldn't be viewed yet. Gritting her teeth, Xue Yutong spent 8 million points to upgrade the supermarket. Chapter 64. Purchasing land again. The apocalypse supermarket successfully upgraded to level 4. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, the system interface in Xue Yutong's mind became more detailed and advanced. Hearing the reminder, Xue Yutong casually asked, "Why is it called the Apocalypse Supermarket? Is there only my supermarket in the apocalypse?" The system fell silent for a moment. Xue Yutong was taken aback. Was it really the case? "Host, perhaps you didn't pay attention when binding, but it indeed states that the supermarket has uniqueness and cannot change ownership. I hope the host manages it well." The system remained as cold as ever. Even now that Xue Yutong had upgraded the supermarket to level 4, it showed no signs of warmth. However, Xue Yutong had gotten used to it, and with the system's affirmation, she didn't take it to heart and cheerfully said, "Of course." Currently, the modules that could be opened and updated in the supermarket had increased further. Xue Yutong clicked to view the new modules. The first one that caught her eye was the residential area. Xue Yutong raised her eyebrows, surprised that the residential facilities she had imagined earlier had appeared so soon. However, the expansion condition was that there had to be enough space, and it must be built next to the supermarket. It seemed that to develop a residential area, She still needed to purchase more land from the base. After making up her mind, Xue Yutong continued to check. The subsequent modules displayed were slightly more upscale facilities like restaurants, hot springs, and cinemas, most of which were gray, but the restaurant was lit up. Just the other day, she had mentioned the restaurant, and now it was directly unlocked upon upgrading. Xue Yutong hesitated for a moment and said, "Let us wait until the supermarket expansion is finished and the locations for fresh fruits and vegetables are ready before we set up this small restaurant." She was currently facing many issues. First, there was a shortage of manpower. Although the three of them were decent cooks, they were merely surviving on self-heating meals and compressed biscuits in the apocalypse, far from meeting the standards to open a restaurant. Second, the specifications were insufficient. Besides the three of their cooking skills not being up to par, the simple cooked food small supermarket could already provide, so opening another restaurant would be a bit redundant. There had to be some substantial dishes. Third, Xie Hongyan had already begun to doubt the supermarket supply, and he was not the only one with such doubts. If Xue Yutong were to boldly open a restaurant at the base, the variety of ingredients would surely attract attention. After thinking for a long time, Xue Yutong decided not to use points to unlock this small module. She told the system, "Let us wait a bit longer." For now, it seemed more likely to expedite the residential area. Over the past few days, supervising the expansion work, she noticed there was still a lot of empty land around the supermarket. It could also satisfy the requirement that the residential area must be built near the small supermarket. Determined, Xue Yutong deployed a plan and sought out Xie Hongyan early the next morning. Upon hearing Xue Yutong's intention, Xie Hongyan's lips curved slightly. "I know that every time you come to find me proactively, it's about the cooperation between the supermarket and the base." Xue Yutong smiled shyly. "Is that all right? It should be feasible, but it still needs to be discussed with the leaders," Xie Hongyan replied, leading Xue Yutong to the leader's office. As Xue Yutong walked out, she secretly glanced at his office. The decor was very simple, likely a standard configuration from the base, with no unnecessary decorations, just a desk and chair, a large filing cabinet, and a few storage boxes. Besides the cup on the desk, there was no sign of vibrant life anywhere. Xue Yutong shrugged, feeling that this office was as cold as he was. When Zhou Jianjun saw Xue Yutong arrive, the smile on his face was genuine. He sincerely cared about Xue Yutong's business. "How's the supermarket doing recently, Miss Xue?" "Not bad, but I can feel that everyone is getting used to trading with contribution points after staying for a while. Since the prices of goods are linked to contribution points, hardly anyone uses RMB now. With the ratio of RMB to contribution points lowered, many people have started using contribution points, except for some wealthy merchants. For them, the money spent in the supermarket is just a number." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "Your supply is still sufficient, right? We are in a cooperative relationship now, and the demand from the base is quite important." Implicitly, he hoped that the supplies from Xue Yutong's supermarket would be prioritized for base use, and sales would come second. Xue Yutong assured him, "It's sufficient, no need to worry." As a high-ranking leader of the base, Zhou Jianjun would naturally exert some pressure in conversation. But Xue Yutong understood he meant no harm. Zhou Jianjun sighed. "Fortunately, we have this supermarket. Recently, other cities have contacted us, saying they have no supplies and are requesting help, but we don't have much surplus either." The number of people in the base is increasing. He was merely complaining and did not imply that Xue Yutong should provide supplies. Xue Yutong just smiled and said nothing. In fact, she wanted to say that if they really wanted to place orders with the bases of other cities, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, what she lacked the least was supplies. Moreover, as long as each transaction could be exchanged for contribution points, it was a guaranteed profit for Xue Yutong. However, such bold words, even if true, could not be easily spoken. After a while, Xue Yutong brought up the need to purchase land, and Zhou Jianjun readily agreed. However, he did question, is this girl planning to purchase so much land to expand the supermarket again? Xue Yutong politely replied, "That is indeed the plan. And I heard that the base is also trying to explore agriculture and aquaculture. I want to experiment next to the supermarket first." However, she left part of her statement unfinished. It would depend on how much land the base was willing to sell her. If it was a lot, she planned to unlock the apocalypse residential area next. What Xue Yutong didn't expect was that Xie Hongyan directly let her propose the area she needed. She was taken aback. Really? Does that mean I could buy all the empty land around the supermarket? Xie Hongyan frowned slightly, nodded, and said, but according to the contract, rent must be paid. You still need to act within your means. Xue Yutong smiled. If I buy it all, the rent surely 1 TB low. After she finished speaking, Xie Hongyan went to prepare the contract. Just like before, there were both paper and electronic versions for easy storage and viewing. The next day, Xue Yutong stood at the supermarket entrance, looking at the surrounding land. Although the heavy rain had ended, it was still extremely cold, with temperatures dropping to -50. Xue Yutong still ran a few laps, silently estimating the area and arrangement. Ultimately, she decided to build the residential area directly behind the supermarket. There were already empty houses there, and making major modifications would take too much time. All that was needed was uniform soft decoration. She planned to use the same method as before with those houses, letting the workers get busy first while she secretly made adjustments using the system. Xue Yutong sent a message to Xie Hongyan. Captain Xie, I might need to find more workers now. While waiting for Xie Hongyan's reply, Xue Yutong took a look at the few houses at the supermarket entrance. The expansion work was still progressing in an orderly manner. Seeing the workers diligently at work over the past few days, Xue Yutong felt quite gratified. It proved that her idea of selecting those refugees as workers was feasible and manageable. Chapter 65. Workers seeking help. Xue Yutong quickly received a reply from Xie Hongyan, who said she could follow him to select some workers the next day. However, this time Xue Yutong hesitated for a moment before politely responding, I won't go this time. The base can arrange it directly, but Captain Xie should know my requirements. Anyone with poor character, especially those who caused trouble in the supermarket before, should not be considered. Xie Hongyan had a copy of that list as well, so Xue Yutong was not worried about stepping on any landmines. Xie Hongyan replied with a simple okay. He always handled matters so decisively and efficiently, which made people feel at ease. Looking up, Xue Yutong noticed that the workers in the supermarket had also noticed her. Is the boss back again? Boss, what are we having for lunch today? The work in this room was almost finished. The workers greeted Xue Yutong cheerfully as she approached. Over time, their relationship had become closer. Even those who were initially reluctant to work for Xue Yutong now wore smiles. Xue Yutong thought for a moment and asked, what do you all want to eat? How about we gather opinions every day before cooking? After seeing that the supermarket might eventually open a restaurant and other modules, Xue Yutong actually intended to train Lu Wei to cook. Among the three of them, Lu Wei was the best cook. Although he said that his cooking skills came from experimenting to make meals for himself when his grandmother was not home. A few workers exchanged glances and simultaneously waved their hands, saying, let's skip it. It's better if Boss Xue decides. We're just here to enjoy the food. To be fair, the treatment provided by the supermarket was quite good. Not only did they provide food and accommodation, but there were also additional supplies distributed every day. Moreover, the living conditions were much better than those in the refugee area. Zhou Chaoyang walked over, took a sip of water, and looked at Xue Yutong, who seemed hesitant to say something. Xue Yutong noticed he wanted to say something, so she pulled him aside and asked, what's wrong? He was one of the first applicants for work, and Xue Yutong felt quite reassured about his character. Zhou Chaoyang hesitated for a long time, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. Xue Yutong did not urge him and patiently waited. Finally, Zhou Chaoyang said, it's like this. My mother has been sick recently. The living conditions in the refugee area aren't very good. I wanted to ask if there are any vacant rooms here. So he wanted to find a place to stay here. Xue Yutong frowned slightly. She wasn't in a good position to arrange this. The residential area was still not established. Seeing Xue Yutong frown, Zhou Chaoyang hurriedly said, I can offset it with my wages. As long as she can rest here for a few days, once she's better, I'll send her back. Before Xue Yutong could speak, he added, I beg you, Boss Xue, I really have no other choice. You've seen the living conditions over there. So many people are crammed together, and my mother's spot is near the door, where the heating isn't sufficient. If he weren't working here and sharing a dorm with others, he would have wanted to bring his mother over. Xue Yutong first comforted him, saying, don't worry. I'm not angry. I'm just thinking about how to help you. Zhou Chaoyang looked about 50 years old, so his mother might be in her 60s. It's indeed troublesome for elderly people to fall ill at that age. But the problem was that the residential area had not been built. and the vacant houses around Xue Yutong's supermarket were intended to be used as warehouses. The only place that could serve as employee accommodation was the one where Zhou Chaoyang and the others lived. After thinking it over, Xue Yutong initially wanted to refuse. This matter, I might. But seeing Zhou Chaoyang on the verge of tears, she suddenly paused. She remembered the scene she had seen when recruiting workers that day. The spot near the door was not suitable for living. The constant opening and closing of the door let in cold air. Yet, Zhou Chaoyang snuggled beside his mother, and they looked so warm together. Xue Yutong took a deep breath. In the end, she said, "How about this? Since your mother is sick, it's definitely not good for her to stay there. Take her to the clinic and let her stay there to recover. As for the wages, don't worry. I will continue to distribute supplies to you, which you can also take to your mother. However, it won't be easy for her to stay at the supermarket. I still need to think about it." Zhou Chaoyang didn't expect this solution and quickly nodded. "Okay, then I'll do as Boss Xue says. I hadn't thought about taking her to the clinic." Xue Yutong pressed her lips together. "Let's see how her condition is. If she still isn't convenient after leaving the clinic, I'll think of another way for you." Zhou Chaoyang repeatedly thanked her before returning to work. Xue Yutong sighed and called out to him, asking, "If you're worried and want to stay by your mother's side, you can also take a leave." Of course, taking a leave meant he wouldn't receive wages. Zhou Chaoyang hurriedly said, "No need. It's more important for me to work." He was very grateful that Xue Yutong could provide him with this option. But going to the clinic might trouble Boss Xue, considering our identities. Zhou Chaoyang hesitated again at this point. He was afraid that the clinic would reject them since, strictly speaking, they were not considered official residents of the base. Xue Yutong waved her hand. "Don't worry. The base is very tolerant of the elderly, the weak, and the sick. When it's lunchtime, I'll help you with the paperwork for your mother." Watching Zhou Chaoyang's back, Xue Yutong shrugged. She had also considered that Zhou Chaoyang suggested bringing his mother over to care for her nearby. However, Xue Yutong couldn't agree to that. If his mother was nearby while she was ill, Zhou Chaoyang would inevitably worry about her while working, rushing to see her as soon as he got off work, which would lower his efficiency. Naturally, the supermarket couldn't spare anyone to take special care of Zhou's mother. But having the elderly stay in the clinic, where there are dedicated nurses, would allow him to relax. Xue Yutong had not forgotten her original intention of recruiting these workers and would not lose sight of her original goals due to goodwill. At noon, she and Zhou Chaoyang went to the refugee camp. Xue Yutong surveyed the surroundings. The environment here was somewhat better than before. A sign had even been hung at the entrance, and there were signs of renovations on the roof, possibly due to corrosion from the black rain. However, upon opening the door, a warm, mixed smell of various foods hit her face, making her frown. The conditions inside were still very poor. Xue Yutong just had Zhou Chaoyang help the elderly woman into the car when she turned and saw Xie Hongyan. More precisely, she saw Shun Lingxue and Xie Hongyan. Shun Lingxue was holding a bag and was saying something in front of Xie Hongyan. From Xue Yutong's perspective, she could see Xie Hongyan's tense profile, with a sharp and clear jawline. As for Shun Lingxue, her fair face and rosy lips looked like she had dressed up for the occasion, still wearing her white dress ensemble. Chapter 66. Uncle Xie. Xue Yutong shivered as she looked on and whispered, "I really don't know how she manages to wear just a skirt in such cold weather." She didn't indulge in other people's hobbies, so she ignored that strange feeling in her heart and planned to leave. But the next second, her gaze met Xie Hongyan's in the air. Xue Yutong. It seemed that some emotions surged in Xie Hongyan's eyes as he waved at Xue Yutong, calling her by her name. This left Xue Yutong momentarily stunned. After turning to give a few instructions to Zhou Chaoyang, she walked over. Her slow steps highlighted the embarrassment she felt at that moment. Once she got closer, Xue Yutong quietly asked, "Captain Xie, why did you call me over?" Shun Lingxue's malicious gaze had already landed on Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong thought that if looks could kill, she would have been killed by Shun Lingxue by now. Xue Yutong knew that Shun Lingxue liked Xie Hongyan, but before, it had only been a private guess, and it had never been confirmed by Xie Hongyan. Now, seeing the two of them talking together, Xue Yutong felt as though she had stumbled upon some significant secret. Xie Hongyan spoke calmly. "You messaged me yesterday, asking me to help you find workers. You said there was no need for you to come in person. So what's the situation now?" Xue Yutong remembered that matter and realized that Xie Hongyan was here to help her. She quickly said, I came because a worker named Zhou Chaoyang has a sick mother. I'm helping her with the procedures at the clinic. Xue Yutong kept her explanation as brief as possible. Xie Hongyan nodded in understanding. Got it. So you really don't need to go together? No. It takes quite a bit of time to choose, she replied. The base can just arrange it. Their conversation went on without regard for anyone else, which finally made Shun Lingxue dissatisfied. It was freezing cold, and she was dressed so lightly that she could barely stand it. Yet she had to listen to Xie Hongyan and Xue Yutong talk. Thinking this, Shun Lingxue cleared her throat to interrupt their conversation. Sorry, Hongyan, it seems I'm interrupting your work. I'll just take this lunch and head back. Her words indicated she was about to leave, but her feet didn't move an inch, and her gaze remained glued to Xie Hongyan's face. Xue Yutong thought to herself, wow. So her previous guess was correct. Xie Hongyan and Shun Lingxue knew each other, but she didn't know what their exact relationship was. And now Shun Lingxue had even brought him lunch? Why did she feel a slight sense of discomfort? Xue Yutong instinctively wanted to raise her hand to cover her chest, but remembering that there were two people standing next to her, she forcibly suppressed her impulse. She clenched her hand lightly in her pocket. But then she heard Xie Hongyan speak. Shun Lingxue, I told you before, there's no need to bring me lunch. And don't try to get close to me at the base. Being rejected by Xie Hongyan, especially in front of Xue Yutong, was something Shun Lingxue couldn't accept. Her eyes instantly turned red as she said, Hongyan, do you see me as such a desperate woman? Xie Hongyan didn't say anything, but his expression showed no hint of change. Shun Lingxue was afraid that he might really give her a definitive answer, so she quickly explained, this meal was my parents' idea. They said I would inevitably be under your care at the base, and thought I should express my gratitude. Xue Yutong noticed that when Shun Lingxue mentioned her parents, she looked at her intentionally or unintentionally. Was it deliberate? However, the information in that statement revealed a lot. It seemed that the Shun family and the Xie family were acquainted. Xue Yutong didn't have time to think deeply when she heard Xie Hongyan say, then you can tell them that I don't need it. We are in the end times now, and past connections don't mean much. I can't help you with anything at the base. Xue Yutong couldn't help but be astonished. Although she knew that Xie Hongyan was ruthless towards others, seeing the scene with her own eyes was still shocking. Shun Lingxue panicked, tears streaming down her face, but because it was too cold, they quickly froze on her skin. Her skin tightened uncomfortably, and she suddenly caught sight of Xue Yutong. To Shun Lingxue, Xue Yutong's calm expression seemed to turn into a mocking smile. Shun Lingxue was extremely angry. I understand. I'll go back now and won't bother you again. When she said this, she actually hoped that Xie Hongyan would retain her. But Xie Hongyan had already turned to look at Xue Yutong the next second, his voice flat. Once the base confirms the list later, I'll send it to you. Oh, okay, then thank you. Hearing the conversation behind her, Shun Lingxue's tears flowed even more fiercely as she left in her high heels. That woman named Xue Yutong was just a little wealthy and ran a supermarket, right? With the Shun family's wealth, they should think of a way to suppress that woman. Xue Yutong had no idea what Shun Lingxue was thinking at that moment, but she could roughly guess that her interaction with Xie Hongyan today had certainly drawn a wave of hatred. She shrugged and retracted her head. Captain Xie, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. You seem to have many questions? Xue Yutong stuck out her tongue and pointed her lips in the direction Shun Lingxue had left. Everyone has a curiosity for gossip. Now that the conversation had reached this point, if Xie Hongyan wanted to talk, he would take the initiative. If he didn't want to, he could easily change the subject. Xie Hongyan was silent for a moment, his lips moving. Xue Yutong had already perked up her ears, ready to listen to gossip. But then she heard a call from not far away. Captain Xie. A face Xue Yutong had not seen before approached. After seeing Xue Yutong, he paused and asked, who is this? The newcomer had an extraordinary demeanor and was dressed in the same uniform as Zhou Jianjun, looking to be around 40 years old. Notably, he had some resemblance to Xie Hongyan. Xue Yutong was taken aback, her gaze involuntarily shifting to Xie Hongyan. The middle-aged man smiled. You guessed correctly. We are family, but I am Hongyan's uncle and also work here. I was just transferred back. Xue Yutong hurriedly greeted him. Hello, I'm Xue Yutong. Uncle Xie's expression softened as he smiled. Oh, so you're the girl who runs the supermarket at the base. Xue Yutong touched her nose. That's me. The development of the southern base owes much to you. You are a benefactor of the base. In the future, I'll have Hung-in take good care of you. Uncle Xie's words carried the tone of a soldier, serious and authoritative. Xue Yutong quickly waved her hands. Captain Xie and the base have taken good care of me already. No need for any extra attention. Then you all get busy. I'll take my leave. Seeing the man nod, Xue Yutong hurriedly ran away. Although they were talking at the entrance and not many people saw, Xue Yutong wasn't quite used to dealing with middle-aged men. Zhou Chaoyang had driven the car to the clinic, and Xue Yutong planned to walk back to the supermarket while also checking out the facilities around the base. As she walked, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Uncle Xie's position should be quite high. It seems that Xie Hung-in's family indeed has some background. Suddenly recalling what Xie Hung-in's team member had said, she thought, she doesn't deserve our captain. A cold wind blew past, causing Xue Yutong to shiver, and she pouted as she left. Who cares? She was also a small business owner with considerable wealth. Chapter 67. Promoting system updates. Xie Hung-in stared thoughtfully at Xue Yutong's back. Just now, she had mentioned the worker's situation, which left him somewhat puzzled. Helping a worker to this extent seemed inconsistent with the impression Xue Yutong had left on him before. Xie Shilin returned from a phone call, his military boots thudding heavily on the ground. Uncle, Xie Hung-in reined in his thoughts. Xie Shilin looked off into the distance, where the girl's figure was no longer visible, and said seriously, You and Xue Yutong. It was a vague question with a slightly rising tone, but no specific inquiry. Xie Hung-in knew what his uncle was referring to and shook his head. We're not. It's just that there have been many material order handovers. I don't think you would be so indiscreet. The Southern Supermarket has a close relationship with the base and is an important material support. We can't be careless. Xie Shilin's deep-set eyes seemed to see through everything. Under such scrutiny, Xie Hung-in felt a rare sense of guilt, but quickly masked it. I understand. The Xie family's background is quite complex, which is why it requires restrictions. Xie Shilin was sent to the neighboring province due to this, and he would only return once the base there started construction. Especially since the base currently still had official leaders, the Xie family's position was somewhat awkward, which was one reason Xie Hung-in had not agreed to Zhou Jianjun's offer promotion. Xie Shilin patted his shoulder and said, By the way, what is Miss Xue doing here at the supermarket? The change in address indicated a shift in the tone of their conversation. Xie Hung-in briefly explained about Zhou Chaoyang's mother's illness. Miss Xue is quite intelligent. I initially thought she only knew how to do business. Indeed, Xie Shilin praised Xue Yutong. With rules for rewards and punishments, and a balance of tension and relaxation, it shows a certain wisdom in business. You continue with your work. I'll go talk to old Zhou. Xie Shilin left after a brief look around the refugee housing area. When Xie Hung-in returned to the office, he found both Xie Shilin and Zhou Jianjun present. Upon seeing him, Zhou Jianjun waved him over. You're just in time. You know the situation with the supermarket and Miss Xue quite well. What is going on? Xie Hung-in still maintained his serious demeanor. Zhou Jianjun invited Xie Hung-in to sit down, took a sip of tea, and began slowly. Here's the thing. I discussed it with your uncle. With old Xie. He has been overseeing the base construction in the neighboring province and has many valuable insights. Plus, hearing about Xue Yutong, he believes we should update the base's system. A conversation flashed in Xie Hung-in's mind. It was about the apocalypse and systems, which lasted an hour. Essentially, Xie Shilin believed many rules needed to be refined, and the current RMB to contribution value ratio was outdated and needed revision. An important point was to learn from the construction experiences of other bases and improve the living conditions in the refugee area. Otherwise, there could be hidden dangers. Xie Hung-in simply said, Since you've all decided, then let us update the system. I discussed it with Miss Xue, and her opinions are similar. The next day, while Xue Yutong was restocking at the supermarket, she was startled by Su's call. She quickly looked over. What's wrong? Tonton, look. The base issued a notice. Oh my God, the RMB has depreciated again. Hearing this, Xue Yutong frowned. She was too lazy to take out her phone and walked over to Su to see. The base's announcement was quite concise, but the adjustment of the RMB to contribution value ratio to 100 was highlighted. The rest mentioned some adjustments and improvements to the base, likely in response to damage from the recent black rain. Xue Yutong wasn't very concerned. After all, the small supermarket had been quite safe. Su sighed. Even though I'm broke, money is really becoming less valuable. On the contrary, working at the supermarket, after the standardized wage distribution, she was using contribution value. Su felt like she was a formal staff member of the base and proudly said, if I say it out loud, I should count as half a formal position. Right? Xue Yutong smiled. Of course, why wouldn't you? Her supermarket was directly cooperating with the base, so it had a certain prestige. Before long, Xie Hong'an arrived. Looking at Xue Yutong, he straightforwardly stated, I'm here to pick up supplies. It's for the urgent order placed a few days ago. Xue Yutong called Lu Wei to accompany her. Just a moment. Soon, the supplies were loaded onto the heavy truck. Xue Yutong clapped her hands and turned around, only to see Xie Hong'an staring at her. She wiped her face with her wrist, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Xie Hong'an seemed to have just returned to his senses and shook his head. No. Did you see the announcement? He also had a task, according to Xie Shilin. Xue Yutong's management methods for the supermarket and workers were excellent and hoped they could gradually be promoted to the base. Xue Yutong nodded. Does this mean the meteorological team at the base has a pessimistic view of the future? If the apocalypse were only a short-term situation, the RMB wouldn't depreciate to this extent. The ongoing adjustments in the ratio only indicated that humanity's situation was becoming increasingly dire, and the base would gradually need to establish a standardized and unified exchange ratio. Xie Hong'an nodded. Xue Yutong took a deep breath and said, It seems the apocalypse is going to continue. How did the base come to think of making improvements? She recalled seeing the announcement earlier, suggesting there were additional adjustments. After pondering for a moment, Xie Hong'an shared the information he had with Xue Yutong. In brief, other places were imitating the establishment of the southern base. But since it was done after the start of the apocalypse, having witnessed the darker side of human nature, the regulations were quite strict. There had even been some riots, but they were quickly quelled, leading the base to further tighten management over residents. Hearing this, Xue Yutong nodded, stating, That's what I said before. No matter how the base upholds goodwill, after experiencing the apocalypse, I can't afford to assume the best of people's intentions. Xie Hong'an did not express his opinion but reminded her, there's still some refugees roaming about. They might come to the southern base in the future. Be careful. The city where Xue Yutong and her group were located was an agricultural province in the inland region, relatively underdeveloped, with a large population. Currently, the number of people the base was absorbing was not even half of the population statistics. As the apocalypse continues, the circumstances outside will inevitably force those people towards the base. It is easy to imagine that future conditions will only become more challenging. Xue Yutong said, her expression serious. I support the base's adjustment of the system. It can be stricter. The small supermarket will fully cooperate. Chapter 68. Complaints arise. Xie Hong'an raised an eyebrow slightly and asked Xue Yutong, It seems you've had this attitude from the very beginning? Xue Yutong nodded generously, explaining, I believe that since it's the end of the world, all rules need to be redefined. In this apocalypse, everyone must rely on their own hands to survive. Those who were wealthy before, when they needed funds to purchase supplies in the early stages, had already provided financial support, so they can comfortably get through for a while. If you don't have money, you can donate supplies, and if that's not possible, contribute labor. Everything comes at a cost, just like her golden finger. As the supermarket upgraded, Xue Yutong received a system prompt that if she failed to complete tasks in the future, she might be punished. Noticing Xue Yutong lost in thought, Xie Hong'an lightly coughed and said, I will relay your opinions to the leaders. After saying goodbye to Xue Yutong, he left. Xue Yutong watched his agile figure jump onto the heavy truck, which soon drove away loaded with supplies. Su came out and said to Xue Yutong, Tong. It seems our supermarket can no longer accept RMB for payment. Take a look at the rules. Following her voice, Xue Yutong took out her phone and carefully read the announcement. Indeed, from now on, the currency in the base would only be contribution points, and all shops, big and small, would trade using contribution points. RMB would only support exchanges at the base service center, and shops with special requirements would need to apply to the base. Su said, I think we should have switched to contribution points a long time ago. Money is depreciating. When the ratio was 10, one before. Su felt the supermarket was at a loss. because the prices marked in RMB did not strictly follow the contribution point conversion ratio. This was all for the convenience of customers. Lu Wei happened to walk by carrying a box and nodded upon hearing this. Exactly. And yet those people said Sister Tong Tong was shrewd and mercenary. They have no idea how much they benefited. Xue Yutong just smiled. It was true that convenience for customers was a factor, but the main reason was that after converting to points, she hadn't lost much. Plus, after being targeted by refugees, Xue Yutong wanted to build a good reputation as much as possible. However, with the changes in the basis system, it was better not to accept money in the future. Xue Yutong said, "Let us organize the price tags after we close today. From now on, we'll only mark prices in contribution points." Meanwhile, most people in the base had already seen the announcement. The adjustment of contribution point ratios quickly caused an uproar, especially among the refugees, who reacted even more intensely. "We aren't even formal staff. How can we have contribution points? My God, are they trying to starve us? This little money could buy us a meal, and now we can't even use it." They discussed the announcement in a flurry of voices. The most dissatisfied were, of course, with the reduction in the ratio. These refugees have been gathered here for a while, but only a small portion had found work in the base. The greatest benefit of the base's shelter was that it provided a place for refugees to escape the wind and rain, but the daily supplies were indeed limited. Moreover, as time went on and resources at the base tightened, the amount distributed had also been reduced. Wang Jun huddled in a corner, and after seeing the reactions of those around him, he suddenly stood up, saying, "What do you mean by happiness for all? Living here, where's the happiness?" He deliberately stirred up emotions. After being rejected by Xue Yutong when he brought a group of people to apply for jobs, Wang Jun still harbored resentment. His small eyes gleamed ominously as he thought, if this time he could shift the focus of the conflict onto the supermarket, then he would have completed his task, right? But before the refugees could start a commotion, patrolling personnel from the base arrived, and most people fell silent. Although they were dissatisfied with the announcement, as long as they had food and shelter, no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. Wang Jun spat quietly and left the big room. The supplies distributed today had already been consumed, and he felt quite irritable. Taking out the only cigarette he had, Wang Jun greedily sniffed it under his nose. Thinking of the supermarket filled with supplies, he quickly made a decision and strode in the direction of the supermarket. Xue Yutong didn't expect Wang Jun to dare to appear so brazenly after the last incident. Just as she saw him at the door, she spoke up. "Stop. You've been blacklisted by the supermarket. Why are you here?" Wang Jun, however, walked straight in as if he hadn't heard her. Su and Lu Wei were about to step forward to stop him, but they were held back by Xue Yutong. She gestured with her eyes and whispered, "You two go back to work." Xue Yutong wanted to see what Wang Jun was planning to do. The supermarket had officially upgraded to level 4, and Xue Yutong wanted to test the newly added defense features. Su and Lu Wei exchanged glances and returned to their tasks in tacit agreement. The female warrior thought that since Wang Jun was alone, she could always deal with him later if necessary. Wang Jun headed straight for the deli area and said to Lu Wei, "Give me a few big buns and also some chicken cutlets and chicken legs, one of each." He had long been craving these items. The southern supermarket's glass case was crystal clear, with 3 layers filled with various fried foods, including chicken legs, chicken cutlets, and snowflake chicken strips, the aroma wafting even from behind the counter. There was also a perfectly roasted duck, served with fresh scallions, cucumbers, and hawthorn strips. The lower 2 layers featured the latest pastries, including various flavors of millefeuille, snow delicacies, taro small cakes, and meat floss small cakes. In a warm supermarket, even the snow delicacies that should feel cold looked delicious. Next to the glass case was Odin, with 16 compartments filled to the brim. Wang Jun took a cup and filled it with Odin. There was also a sausage machine, and Wang Jun unabashedly asked Lu Wei to help him grab 2 sausages, 1 original flavor and 1 black pepper. As Lu Wei listened to Wang Jun's order, he hesitated a bit while plating, occasionally glancing at Xue Yutong's expression. However, Xue Yutong appeared leisurely, leaning against the side and watching Wang Jun feast. The aroma of food lingered as Wang Jun sat on a high stool next to the supermarket, eating without restraint. Half an hour later, Wang Jun satisfiedly burped and didn't forget to ask for a few bags to pack the leftovers he hadn't finished. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Wei stopped him and said, "Sir, you need to pay a total of 102 contribution points." It was unclear how long Wang Jun had been hungry, but he had eaten so much and even wanted to take some away. However, making money was a good thing. Su was also watching warily from the side. Wang Jun, indeed, was not here for a pleasant visit. He pushed Lu Wei's hand aside, saying, "You expect me to pay for this stuff?" Su immediately walked over. Her gaze icy. "You want to eat for free? You should ask if we agree." Chapter 69. Thrown out of the supermarket, the atmosphere was momentarily tense. Xue Yutong walked over with her arms crossed, looking at Wang Jun. She wasn't worried. After all, she had Su by her side, and the supermarket's defense system was top-notch. However, she couldn't figure out what Wang Jun intended to do. From past experience, it wasn't Wang Jun's style to just come in for a meal. But now, seeing Wang Jun carrying things and about to leave, Xue Yutong was unsure of his intentions. In this apocalypse, the supermarket doesn't care about life or death. I have 100 yuan, and whether you accept it or not, you have to. Wang Jun struggled to pull out a 100 yuan bill from his pants and threw it at Lu Wei's face. It fluttered down onto the counter. Lu Wei's fake smile faded. "Sorry, according to the current rate, even if you pay cash, it should be 10,000 yuan. 10,000? Why don't you go rob someone?" Wang Jun cursed. "Money is money. Why can't I just pay 100? As he spoke, he shouted with his neck stretched, "I'm paying this 100 today, whether you like it or not." Xue Yutong's eyes flickered. She finally understood why he was here. She stepped forward and exchanged a glance with Su, who immediately dashed forward and subdued Wang Jun in the blink of an eye. The bag in Wang Jun's hand fell to the ground, and Lu Wei picked it up and placed it aside, disdainfully saying, "This stuff can only be fed to dogs." Hearing Lu Wei imply that he was a dog, Wang Jun wanted to struggle again, but he realized he couldn't even fight back against a woman. He had underestimated the abilities of these people in the store. Xue Yutong walked over, casually grabbed a notebook from the side, and slapped Wang Jun's face with it. Looking at his chubby face with small and awkward features, Xue Yutong coldly said, "Did you come here to pick a fight on purpose? You saw the announcement and came to make trouble for me, didn't you?" Wang Jun felt a bit guilty. He had indeed heard the announcement and, feeling frustrated and wanting to eat a good meal, had rushed over. Seeing that Xue Yutong had let him in without stopping him, he thought the 3 people in the supermarket were afraid of him. Su could subdue Wang Jun with one hand, while the other hand disdainfully pulled out a wallet from his pocket. Xue Yutong took it while holding back her disgust, opened it, and found a wad of cash and a card. The bank card was actually pink and didn't look like it belonged to Wang Jun. In a flash, Xue Yutong connected this card with Shunling Xue. She kept the card, counted the money, and finally returned a few bills to Wang Jun, stuffing them back into the wallet and tossing it back at his face. Standing tall, Xue Yutong handed the money to Lu Wei for accounting and said to Wang Jun, "You don't have enough money, so out of kindness, I'm only taking half from you. Now get lost and don't show up in my supermarket again." What a disappointment. She thought Wang Jun was hiding some bad tricks, but after watching for so long, it turned out to be an unappetizing food broadcast. It seemed there would be no opportunity to test the supermarket's new features. However, just as Su released Wang Jun, the man who had been outsmarted suddenly grew fierce and pulled out a knife from his clothes. When Wang Jun entered, he had bypassed the supermarket's security machine, and since Xue Yutong thought he could be handled, she didn't call him back. The knife sliced straight towards Su's face. Lu Wei gasped, and Su planned to block it with her arm, but when her arm crossed in front of her face, the expected pain didn't come. Only a gust of wind. Lu Wei was dumbfounded. He just disappeared? Such a large man seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Su didn't see it and opened her eyes, looking confusedly at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong shook the remote control in her hand, strong and composed. It was the supermarket's defense system that had kicked in. She had added the troublemakers from earlier to the list of dangerous targets in the supermarket's defense system. These types of people could enter the supermarket, but pressing the emergency button would activate the defense. However, she didn't expect that after classifying Wang Jun as a dangerous target and pressing the button, he would be directly thrown out. Sister Tong, has technology reached this level now? Lu Wei patted his chest, but he wouldn't think too much about it. For him, having a supermarket that consistently provided supplies was already a miracle. Lu Wei and Su exchanged glances, both silently deciding to keep quiet. They both had some guesses about the supermarket secrets, but chose to trust Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong, unaware of what they were thinking, frowned as she looked at the tablet. People couldn't just disappear into thin air. To avoid trouble, her defensive measures weren't extreme. It was just meant to teach a lesson. The tablet displayed that Wang Jun was currently outside the supermarket, and not inside the base, but on the road outside. He had fallen awkwardly, sprawled on the ground, wailing, and soon his mouth became dry from a cold. "Damn it, you shameless bastard." Wang Jun lay there cursing, nearly choking on his own saliva and starting to cough violently. After coughing for a while, the food he had wolfed down earlier hadn't digested. It felt stuck in his throat, and he turned his head to vomit. But since he was lying down and couldn't move, the vomit splattered all over his face and body. Wang Jun felt he had never been so embarrassed. This scene happened to be witnessed by Xue Yutong, who had just walked out of the supermarket. Seeing that Wang Jun hadn't died, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wang Jun was a refugee, the base was currently tightening management, and if someone died in the supermarket, it would be hard to explain. Xue Yutong clapped her hands. "Great. I was thinking someone like you doesn't deserve to eat our supermarket's food, and now you've thrown it all up." After saying that, she pinched her nose and waved her hand to fan the air. "Get as far away as possible. Don't block the entrance of the supermarket." Xue Yutong turned around, leaving behind a dismissive remark. Wang Jun clenched his fists, his eyes red as he stared at the supermarket. At that moment, he vowed to make that damned woman pay the price. Soon, the base patrol found out and approached Xue Yutong to ask about the situation. Wang Jun's curses had finally angered everyone, and he was expelled from the base. Knowing this outcome, Xue Yutong was very satisfied. It was better not to keep such a troublemaker in the supermarket. With Wang Jun being thrown out, at least there would be one less useful person on Shun Lingshue's side. This was a double benefit for Xue Yutong. Thinking of this, she happily handed a pile of food to the base staff, her smile genuine. "Thank you for your hard work." They waved their hands, but unable to refuse her kindness. They eventually took a few drinks and left. Not long after, Xiahungan heard the news and rushed over. He wanted to know what had happened and asked. "I heard them say that Wang Jun claimed he was thrown out, and he wants to report that your supermarket has illegal technology." Xue Yutong remained unperturbed. "There is no illegal technology. He was thrown out by us." Su Su and Lu Wei nodded, their faces honest. Xiahungan frowned slightly, but looking at Xue Yutong's face, he dismissed his inner doubts, thinking it was fine after all. Chapter 70. Supermarket benefits inside the supermarket. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. But at this moment, outside the supermarket, Wang Jun was tugging at his clothes, looking resentfully at the store. He had initially wanted to rush in for revenge, but recalling the strange force that had thrown him out, he stopped in his tracks. Wang Jun took a step back and said, "Forget it. I should go find those two women and ask them first." The last time he warned He Fongting, it wasn't without results. He was even more certain now that the one to deal with the supermarket owner wasn't He Fongting, but another woman. Now that he had been kicked out of the base and couldn't even return to the refugee area, he needed to confront them for an explanation. After a call, it took a while, but He Fongting and Shun Lingxue sneaked out of the base. On the way, the two were still complaining to each other, mostly Shun Lingxue doing the talking. "Why is it so hard to get this done? You even got discovered. Now I can't hide my identity anymore. What should we do in the future?" Shun Lingxue was angry at the thought. She had asked He Fongting to find those people because it was inconvenient for her to show up herself, but He Fongting had panicked last time and spilled everything. Wang Jun had directly messaged her, saying he wanted to see her in person, or he would expose everything they had done. The barefoot weren't afraid of the shot, and now that Wang Jun had been kicked out, Shun Lingxue was also afraid he might act recklessly. Shun Lingxue had been mostly silent. The two of them felt guilty like thieves, checking to see if anyone was following them until they arrived at the place Wang Jun mentioned. As they approached, a foul smell hit them. Shun Lingxue exaggeratedly covered her mouth and nose, asking, "What is that smell?" She quickly spotted the traces of vomit on Wang Jun and stepped back. He Fongting spoke first. "What do you want with us?" Wang Jun frowned. "Can't I just come to see you if there's nothing else? We're all in the same boat. We should at least keep in touch." As he spoke, he leered at the two. Shun Lingxue felt uncomfortable and poked He Fongting, signaling her to speak up. Under He Fongting's questioning, Wang Jun finally said, "It's like this. I've been kicked out, and I have nowhere to stay. It's all because of you two. You need to arrange food and shelter for me. How is that possible? We're not doing well in the base ourselves, Shunling Xue reluctantly replied. She even regretted reaching out to him now. Wang Jun had initially promised he would definitely complete the tasks assigned to him, but after facing repeated setbacks with Xue Yutong, Shunling Xue's patience had run out. Listening to He Fangting stutter and not get to the point, Shunling Xue pushed her forward and said, "To be honest, we came to you for help before. But you didn't accomplish anything, and we were already dissatisfied with you. Now that you've been kicked out of the base, it's not our fault. You should find a way yourself." As she spoke, she reached out her hand. "Where's that card I gave you? You haven't spent it all, right? Get back to me." Upon mentioning the bank card, Wang Jun visibly became uneasy. Did you spend it all?" Shunling Xue widened her eyes. "We agreed that this card was a guarantee, and it only had a deposit. The rest would be given to you once the job was done. Now that you haven't completed the task, you spent the money?" Wang Jun hurriedly said, "No, I didn't spend it, but it seems Xue Yutong took the card." Hearing this, Shunling Xue's expression darkened further. If the bank card was taken by Xue Yutong, would she discover anything? Wang Jun looked at Shunling Xue's fluctuating expression and, recalling his current situation, steadied himself. "Ladies, I didn't call you here to be mocked. We're all in the same boat. I shouldn't have to explain that, right?" As Wang Jun gradually threatened them, Shunling Xue gritted her teeth and remained silent. He Fangting, however, asked, "So what now? You've been kicked out, and you can't help us at the base. We have no supplies or place to give you. Don't be anxious. I just wanted to see your attitude. If you're willing to acknowledge me as a friend, I might find opportunities to help you in the future," Wang Jun said, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. "But it's so cold now. I need to find a place to survive in order to help you better, so you still have to give me something." In the end, he took away a portion of supplies and left. Shunling Xue was furious, muttering under her breath. "We shouldn't have sought this person out in the first place. He's too greedy." They had even left themselves with a handle. He Fangting didn't say anything, but was pushed by Shunling Xue several times. "It's all your fault. I asked you to handle things, and you couldn't do it." Wang Jun's presence was always a disaster. He Fangting thought for a long time and then affectionately linked arms with He Fangting. She softly said, "Ting Ting, I have an idea. We won't have to be threatened by him anymore, but I still need your help with something." He Fangting leaned closer to listen. Moments later, she was taken aback. "But doing that is illegal. Shunling Xue actually wanted to kill him to silence him, and she wanted He Fangting to find someone to do this job." Shunling Xue tugged at her arm, angrily saying, "Lower your voice. Don't let others hear." He Fangting swallowed and waved her hand. "No, I really can't do that." "You can do it. Think about what he almost did to you last time. Don't you want revenge? As long as he is alive, he will keep threatening us, and sooner or later, he will do to you what he did last time." Shunling Xue's words stirred up the deepest fear within He Fangting. After a while, she nodded. "Okay, I understand." Shunling Xue turned back to the base, thinking that Wang Jun had to be eliminated, and Xue Yutong wouldn't be spared either. In the refugee area, the news that Wang Jun had been kicked out of the supermarket and then expelled from the base spread quickly. The refugees were indignant about this. "The world has gone downhill. They won't even let us eat anything and even beat people to throw them out. I heard he was expelled from the base. They really don't plan to give us a way to survive. Could it be that they want us to work? So they use so many underhanded tactics?" They discussed this matter, feeling both disdainful of Wang Jun's audacity to eat a free meal and wanting to take the opportunity to curse the supermarket and the base in hopes of getting some better treatment. One person spat on the ground and said, "You don't know. That supermarket has plenty of stuff and good benefits." The few who went to work there came back with new clothes. They had the ability to help people, but they just wouldn't take a look at us. The ugly face of the capitalists. The refugees here were all coveting the supermarket supplies. When there were many people, words would have a stirring power, and soon, discussions about the supermarket filled the gathering places of the refugees. Chapter 71. The elderly man is beaten in the midst of a noisy crowd. Someone suddenly said, "If we take down the supermarket, won't we be able to enjoy ourselves? The base is pushing us so hard. Do we really have to live in such humiliation?" This drew a wave of agreement, and some even seemed eager to try it out. The evil within them convinced them that the law does not punish the masses. The expansion work of the supermarket was still underway. After Xue Yutong arrived, she checked the stability of the shelves and suddenly saw Zhou Xiaoyang running out in a panic. Usually, Zhou Xiaoyang was not such an impatient person and would not suddenly leave his work. Xue Yutong did not call out to him, waiting for a while, but still did not see him return. Where'd he go? The workers around shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Someone casually remarked, "Could it be that something happened to his elderly mother? I heard she was discharged from the hospital yesterday." He was looking at his phone the whole time today. Xue Yutong was unaware of the discharge. According to what they had said before, if Zhou Xiaoyang's mother's condition had not improved, she would be arranged to stay at the supermarket. Now she had returned to the refugee living area. "I'll go take a look. You all continue working." Xue Yutong was worried about the employees. Most of these workers were honest and earnest, and they took their jobs seriously. The expansion plan of the supermarket was progressing well. Xue Yutong wanted to help them as much as possible. Just as she left the supermarket, she saw Xie Hong'an. Upon seeing Xue Yutong, he greeted her and asked, "Where are you going?" Xue Yutong briefly explained what had just happened, and Xie Hong'an frowned slightly, then said, "Get in the car. I'll take you over." Initially, she hesitated, worrying about delaying Xie Hong'an, but thinking about his personality, she knew he would not offer help unless there was a need. So, Xue Yutong got into the car without hesitation. Once they arrived at the refugee area, Xue Yutong hurried inside. She saw Zhou Xiaoyang holding an elderly woman, crying out, "Someone help! Help me get my mom to the clinic." Xue Yutong and Xie Hong'an exchanged glances and immediately stepped forward to help Zhou Xiaoyang lift the old woman. However, they noticed that the elderly woman's face was bruised, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Xue Yutong was stunned for a moment, but Xie Hong'an reacted quickly, helping Zhou Xiaoyang carry the elderly woman while saying, "I'll drive. Hurry up." Before long, they arrived at the clinic, and a nurse rushed over. Upon seeing the elderly woman, she exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't this Aunt Huilan? How did she get hurt like this?" She looked at Zhou Xiaoyang and muttered, "This doesn't look like a fall. It looks like she was beaten." As she spoke, she began to examine the elderly woman, and her words stirred up a ripple among the few people present. Xue Yutong looked at Zhou Xiaoyang, whose eyes were red, and thought about the dry sobs she had just heard. She moved her lips but couldn't say anything. Xie Hong'an spoke up. "What happened? Was the elderly woman beaten?" "I don't know." Zhou Xiaoyang sat on a chair, holding his head down, looking very distressed. "I saw someone posted a few pictures in the refugee group, and when I saw my mom lying on the ground, I didn't think and just went back." Xue Yutong tentatively asked, "Can we see it?" Zhou Xiaoyang took out his phone, and Xue Yutong and Xie Hong'an took a look. They were surprised to find that there was a group in the refugee area, and there were quite a few people in it. The two exchanged glances and scrolled through the records. What came into view were chaotic scenes, which looked like they were taken secretly, and many were unclear. There were also several notifications of retracted messages. The only clear one showed Zhang Huilan lying on the ground, with a water cup knocked over nearby. Xue Yutong gently swiped up the screen and saw their discussions, mostly filled with indignant dialogue. She turned to look at Xie Hong'an, asking, "Can the base investigate?" Xie Hong'an frowned, clearly aware that there were deeper issues involved. He immediately replied, "Of course. But for this side, let me take a look first. Please investigate as soon as possible." Xue Yutong felt a bit of a headache and pressed her temples. Her intuition told her that Zhou Xiaoyang's mother had been beaten, but she could not think of a reason. Moreover, the refugee group's atmosphere gave her a strange feeling. She even saw someone mention the supermarket. Wang Jun had already been driven out, but what about those who had followed him to the supermarket to stir up trouble? This incident might very well be related to them. "Don't worry. If you need help, just let me know." Xue Yutong comforted Zhou Xiaoyang. She wasn't very good at dealing with older people, but she had a good impression of their family, besides Zhou Xiaoyang being diligent at work. When Xue Yutong had clearly stated that if his mother was still unwell, they could arrange accommodation at the supermarket, Zhang Huilan chose to return to the poorly conditioned refugee area, which made Xue Yutong think they had a sense of propriety. Zhou Xiaoyang nodded listlessly and then thought of something, saying, "Then my work today. Don't worry, family is more important." After returning to the supermarket, Xue Yutong reported the incident to Su and Lu Wei. They were equally displeased about the elderly possibly being beaten, especially Lu Wei, who thought of his bullied grandmother. He angrily said, "We must get to the bottom of this. If my grandmother was beaten, we must seek an explanation." Xie Hong'an's investigation quickly yielded results. When he appeared at the supermarket, Xue Yutong rushed over to him, asking, "How did it go?" Seeing the urgency in Xue Yutong's eyes, Xie Hong'an's tone had a rare fluctuation. "The investigation is out. Those refugees beat Zhang Huilan." She really was beaten? Upon hearing this result, Lu Wei jumped up. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Xue Yutong remained relatively calm and asked, "What was the reason? Did you find out?" Xie Hong'an looked at Xue Yutong with a complicated expression. "Is it related to me?" Xue Yutong was taken aback. Xie Hong'an nodded slightly. "It was said that regarding Wang Jun being driven out, many refugees feel that you have poor character, occupying resources without thinking of helping others. Elderly Zhang Huilan spoke a few words for you." Xue Yutong's heart sank heavily. Such a simple reason was also unexpected. Initially, Xue Yutong thought that it was due to the materials Zhou Xiaoyang brought back while working at the supermarket causing jealousy. Or perhaps he had asked those around him to help look after his mother and angered someone. But she never expected it to be this reason. Xue Yutong gritted her teeth. "Can we find out who did it?" "We can. Actually, there are cameras over there." Xie Hong'an pondered for a moment. But his tone was somewhat difficult. "But you also know the situation. They are already complaining, and if we release the footage, it might cause a riot." In his position, although he was also angry about the incident, he had to consider the base's stance. Xue Yutong felt some emotions but expressed understanding, only saying, "Let us think about how to handle it." Chapter 72. The storm approaches. Xie Hong'an hesitated for a moment and nodded. There should be a good outcome. The base is now under strict management, and with something like this happening, it won't be ignored. However, he was unsure to what extent they could negotiate, or if they would be able to satisfy Zhang Huilan's family and Xue Yutong on this side. Xue Yutong rubbed her face to calm herself and thought about how to handle the situation. Although she couldn't directly hold those brutes who had assaulted accountable, she could take care of the elderly Zhang Huilan. So, Xue Yutong said, "Grandma Huilan, once she stabilizes, I will arrange for her to live in the supermarket and not return to that place." This incident solidified Xue Yutong's determination to open an apocalyptic hotel. Meanwhile, Su Su and Lu Wei exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat powerless. They understood that the base had its own rules. Although they were angry, they couldn't retaliate directly, and moreover, they couldn't access the surveillance footage to know exactly who the culprits were. Xue Yutong pulled Xie Hong'an aside and quietly asked. The announcement regarding Wang Jun's expulsion was clearly formal, and the reasons were stated clearly. "Why do the refugees think it's my fault?" Chat logs and other evidence showed that the refugees were incited emotionally before they could tolerate Zhang Huilan speaking up for her. Xue Yutong felt that everything pointed to Shunling Xue, but this suspicion carried a personal grudge, so she couldn't say it outright. However, Xie Hong'an picked up on the implication and immediately asked, "Do you think there's someone behind this? That's why I hope for a thorough investigation. If someone keeps stirring up hatred towards the supermarket, then our supermarket is really in danger." As she spoke, Xue Yutong blinked. Although the current level 4 defense system was quite advanced, and as long as she activated it, any outsiders would be subdued, she had to downplay the supermarket's strength to encourage the base to investigate. Ultimately, Xie Hong'an left with a serious expression. Xue Yutong asked Lu Wei and Su Su to watch the store, while she went upstairs to lie down for a bit and unlock the residential area. This module wasn't cheap. Just unlocking it cost 10 million points. To put it in perspective, leveling up the small supermarket to level 4 only required 8 million points. And many aspects were already well developed. For Xue Yutong, this point deduction was not a big deal. She still had tens of millions of contribution points, which converted to at least over 100 million points. However, even so, after opening the supermarket, she became extremely sensitive to numerical changes, and seeing 10 million points deducted still stung a bit. The so-called residential area initially unlocked as a hotel. There were 3 floors, with 24 rooms on each floor. The first floor had single rooms, while the second and third floors had double rooms, along with several family suites. More areas would be open later, with the development plan transitioning from a hotel to a large residential area. Xue Yutong had even seen related modules for beautifying the community. But that was something to consider later. Just introducing a hotel out of nowhere would be hard to explain. So Xue Yutong planned to prioritize building the hotel once the workers selected by the base arrived. Several days passed. Lu Wei felt increasingly uneasy, muttering to himself, "When will this be dealt with? The old lady was beaten, and no one cares?" Xue Yutong was sorting out accounts when her movements paused. There was still no news from the base about the incident, but fortunately, Zhang Huilan's injuries were not severe. Those people probably feared causing serious harm. And since she was elderly, they only hit her a few times to vent their frustrations. Once Zhang Huilan could be discharged, Xue Yutong would move her to a house near the supermarket. Zhou Chaoyang repeatedly thanked her. "Thank you for your care." Initially, he thought the place his mother would be living in would be similar to his dormitory. Who knew? When the mother and son arrived at the location, they were both stunned by what they saw. Bright, clean windows, a bed and chairs inside, along with a separate bathroom and small kitchen. There were thick blankets and comforters on the bed, and the heating was very sufficient. Just standing there for a while made their faces flush. The conditions were even better than the workers' dormitories. Zhang Huilan quickly waved her hands, panic spreading across her wrinkled face as she said, "No, I can't live in such a nice place. I'm just an old bone." She grabbed her son's arm and tried to leave, but Xue Yutong stopped them, saying seriously, "Grandma, you were beaten for speaking up for me. This is what I should do. From today on, you will live here." In fact, she had also arranged for a caregiver, but she didn't mention it for fear of scaring them. Zhang Huilan hesitated, looking at her son, unsure of what to do. Zhou Chaoyang was also uncertain. Of course, he wanted his mother to receive better care, but like his honest and simple mother, he thought that speaking up for Xue Yutong was the right thing to do, and this repayment was too much. Xue Yutong, however, deliberately put on a stern face and said, "You've missed work these past few days. You still need to work for me in the future. If Grandma goes back to live there, you won't be able to rest easy. What about my loss? It's better to arrange for her to live closer, so you can visit her after work. That way, it's more convenient." Zhou Chaoyang realized that Xue Yutong was saying this on purpose, gritted his teeth, and said, "Thank you, boss." Meanwhile, Zhang Huilan couldn't help but wipe her tears. Her son was originally a construction worker, but the sudden snowstorm led to a halt in work, and their family had very little money. Since the apocalypse began, the two of them had been living from hand to mouth, and later they got news about the base but ended up being refugees. Now that her son had such a good boss, Zhang Huilan was overwhelmed with emotion, murmuring, "I've never lived in such a good place before. Miss Xue, you really care." Their gratitude was evident, which even touched Xue Yutong a bit. She shook her head and quickly said, "All right, don't be so polite with me. By the way, old Joe always boasted about how delicious the noodle soup Grandma makes is. When Grandma gets better, I want to try it too. Okay, in a few days. I'll make it for you. Miss Xue, you must eat more." Xue Yutong smiled and returned to the supermarket, allowing them to settle in first. Although they had almost no luggage coming from the refugee area, in this apocalypse, Xue Yutong always thought her heart was rock solid, but today she felt softness. She hurried back to tell Su Su and Lu Wei the news, planning to bring Lu Wei over to see the old lady tomorrow, as the child had been constantly asking to meet her. Lu, Xue Yutong only got halfway through her sentence when she suddenly heard a commotion behind her. Outside, a fierce wind suddenly picked up, the sound so loud it almost caused ear-ringing, and when Xue Yutong looked back, she saw what appeared to be a swirling mass in the distance, grayish-yellow, getting closer. She quickly realized that it looked like a sandstorm carrying ice and snow. Chapter 73. Tornado approaches. Xue Yutong didn't have time to think deeply. Her survival instincts compelled her to run into the supermarket, breathlessly saying, "You guys, look outside." Lu Wei and Su Su were still completely unaware of the situation outside. Upon hearing Xue Yutong's words, they both turned to look outside, but through the glass. They couldn't see clearly, and the supermarket muffled the sounds from outside. So initially, they didn't understand what Xue Yutong was saying. It wasn't until Xue Yutong pointed at the distant, howling tornado and shouted, "Look over there. It's a tornado," that they realized the gravity of the situation. At the same time, she tried to calm herself down to check her phone, hoping to see if there were any official announcements. Su Su and Lu Wei squinted to see and finally made out the massive vortex. At the top of the vortex was a dark, ominous thundercloud, which extended downward to the ground, with more and more ice and snow being swept up. The originally yellow vortex, mixed with sand, had changed color. From the supermarket, the tornado was already quite evident, and this sight made Su frown. Taking the binoculars that Lu Wei handed her, Su's expression grew increasingly serious. This tornado was anything but normal. Generally, tornadoes are small in scale but powerful, but this tornado was just too large. In terms of height, it even resembled a landfall hurricane, yet hurricanes do not reach such a scale. The sound grew louder, signaling that it was slowly approaching the city. Lu Wei panicked, searched for information on his phone, quietly reading, tornadoes usually form suddenly, and wind speeds can reach up to 500 kilometers per hour. The destructive power is immense. Okay, enough with the science. Just look at the safety measures, Su said, patting Lu Wei on the shoulder, and insisted they check the most extreme preparedness measures. Based on the experiences accumulated since the apocalypse began, they had encountered extreme weather that had doubled in severity. The initial blizzards lasted for months and evolved into extreme cold, which still hadn't stopped. Su sighed, lamenting that black rain lasted a week. I thought the heavens had found their conscience, but it turns out it was just a little tease. Xue Yutong had already checked the information, but there was no news from the authorities. As she worried, she remembered that with the city at a standstill and most people having entered the base, the outside world had essentially lost internet connectivity, and the authorities had long ceased issuing updates. However, the base had not yet released an announcement. With such a large disturbance, the meteorological team at the base should have been aware. Perhaps it was simply too sudden to predict. This apocalypse was truly becoming increasingly torturous. Xue Yutong sent a message to Xie Hongin inquiring about the situation and, while waiting for a reply, pulled out her tablet to check the supermarket's panel information. Extreme cold was manageable. As long as they stayed indoors, dressed warmly, and the heating didn't fail, they could get through it. But a tornado was a different natural disaster. Its power was too great, and Xue Yutong still didn't know the tornado's path, size, radius, and other factors affecting its intensity and destructive power. She could only wait for feedback from the base's meteorological team. She just hoped the small supermarket was sturdy enough. Sensing Xue Yutong's anxiety, the system took the initiative to speak. Rest assured, the buildings within the supermarket's area are very solid and safe. Xue Yutong felt slightly reassured and saw Xie Hongin's reply. Currently having the meteorological team generate a report. Information will be announced later. Xue Yutong put down her phone, walked to the window, and picked up the binoculars to observe the approaching tornado. It was difficult to gauge the distance with the naked eye, but the tornado wasn't too close to the supermarket yet. However, the sound of the wind outside made her heart race, and upon closer listening, she seemed to hear the sound of heavy objects being destroyed. In the meteorological observation room of the base, the staff in uniforms wore anxious expressions as they hurriedly collected and organized the latest data. The screen displayed the true appearance of the tornado. As it drew closer to the city, the previously abundant yellow sand was sucked into the inner layer, while the outer layer was almost entirely composed of ice and snow particles of varying sizes, with some large ice blocks as tall as a person swirling high in the air. At the garbage dump near the city's edge, countless pieces of trash were being swept up, and even the roofs of some small sheds were being torn off. The tornado was growing larger. The base's efficiency was commendable. Within an hour, an announcement was made. Not only was it posted on the base's forum, but there were also audio broadcasts in residential buildings and shops within the base. A sudden giant tornado has occurred. The cause is currently uncertain. The tornado has a large radius and extremely strong winds, with an estimated speed of 200 kilometers per hour. It is estimated that the wind force can lift small cars. For everyone's safety, please stay indoors and do not go outside, and keep away from windows and glass. The base will do its best to ensure everyone's safety. Please cooperate. This tornado is very dangerous, so do not go out casually. The base will be responsible for distributing supplies. A series of emergency plans helped to slightly calm the people's hearts. However, the refugee area was not so fortunate. Although the base was large, it was not easy to densely accommodate an entire city's population. The existing residential areas were already full, and the later influx of refugees was settled in large single-story buildings, with no cover around and incomplete facilities, leaving them unable to hear the announcements. Panic ensued. Xue Yutong heard about this situation from Xie Hong'an. So how did you solve it? The patrol personnel, risking danger, drove over, briefly explained the situation, and then installed a broadcasting device while distributing supplies. Hearing Xie Hong'an say this, Xue Yutong nodded. If it weren't for this sudden tornado, she would still be waiting for the base to investigate and handle the incident involving the assault. Now, with the tornado causing chaos, that matter would likely be put on hold for some time. However, she thought of something and frowned, saying, "Those refugees did such a thing. Did you send supplies? And did the patrol personnel stay over there?" Xie Hong'an hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, after all, someone needs to supervise over there. I sent my team." But then he saw Xue Yutong's serious expression. Xie Hong'an sensed something was off and asked, "Do you think that's inappropriate?" Xue Yutong pressed her lips together. "I'm worried that leaving them there to supervise could be dangerous. Those people are an unstable factor, but we can't send too many people to supervise right now. We have to wait until the surrounding situation is safe. However, we also can't completely abandon control over them." As Xie Hong'an spoke, he suddenly realized that what he was saying only confirmed Xue Yutong's concerns. The people in the refugee area were inherently disorganized. Only when some inciting rhetoric emerged did they exhibit a strange sense of unity, in the belief that no one was watching over them. They might even turn on a defenseless old lady, so it was not hard to imagine they would also set their sights on the base staff. Chapter 74. Fear Storm. Realizing this, Xie Hong'an's expression suddenly darkened. Xue Yutong saw that he had guessed her intention, and she directly pointed out, "There are too many people over there. If there is no absolute advantage, the team left there to supervise will become the meat on the chopping block. If they're taken hostage, what do you plan to do? At that time, we might have to agree to the refugees' demands." Although they predict that, in such a situation, the refugees' requests will likely revolve around supplies and housing issues. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Hong'an quickly made a decision. "I'll go ask for instructions and call them back." After saying this, he left the supermarket but then thought of something and left a message at the door. "You all be careful. Don't open the door these days." Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xue Yutong saw Xie Hong'an's agile figure jump onto the heavy truck. Whether it was an illusion or not, the tornado in the distance seemed to have grown larger. Su and Lu Wei were so worried they couldn't eat, taking turns observing the situation with binoculars and even recording it in a notebook. Xue Yutong glanced over and couldn't help but laugh. Is it really useful to record the data you observe with the naked eye? Their records were in hourly increments, noting the shape of the tornado and the changes in color. Lu Wei also used the city map and visible buildings to estimate where the tornado was now. Xue Yutong comforted them. "All right, you can keep recording, but don't worry too much. Our little supermarket is quite safe." Although she was also secretly sweating. In her previous life, she was found by her family shortly after the extreme cold began and was then killed. In this life, she had changed her trajectory. Now, those 3 family members were missing, and she was safely living in a supermarket filled with countless supplies at the base. The black rain and tornado were things she had never experienced in her previous life. While Xue Yutong sighed that she had indeed turned her fate around this time, she also felt worried about the unknown. The information gap she could exploit was long gone. "Tong Tong, do we need to reinforce the supermarket's glass windows?" The broadcast just said it's best to stay away from the windows, probably worried that the frequency of the wind might shatter the glass. Xue Yutong recalled the information about the supermarket's panels, which were made of high-density, bulletproof glass. Just as she was about to say it wouldn't be so easy to break, she glanced again at the increasingly clear tornado in the distance. It almost spanned one side of the city, approaching the southern base and even obscuring the distant sky. Xue Yutong's thoughts were immediately dispelled, and she said, "Let's listen to Team Xie and just close the door, pulling down all the security shutters for the windows and doors. Anyway, according to the broadcast, there shouldn't be many people going out now, let alone coming to the supermarket to buy things." But before closing the door, Xue Yutong thought of the workers in the few rooms south of the supermarket and Zhang Huilan. So she said, "Wait a moment, we still need to deliver some supplies." She had been so anxious earlier that she had forgotten about this. The 3 of them packed the supplies tightly and placed them on a small cart, heading first to the workers' dormitory. Upon entering, They found several people sitting in the living room, frowning tightly. When they saw Xue Yutong coming with supplies, they looked at each other and then said, "Boss Xue, you haven't forgotten us. You didn't send any news. How would you manage if I didn't come to deliver supplies?" Xue Yutong said helplessly. Perhaps her previous generous welfare had made these workers more obedient. Such a big event happened. Yet they didn't even think to ask her what to do. One of the workers looked down, a bit awkwardly saying, "Because we trust you." Xue Yutong smiled, but didn't respond to that. She just instructed Su and Lu Wei to distribute the supplies to them. "Don't fight for supplies. What I give you will definitely be enough, and since you are so close to the supermarket, just let me know if you need more. Also, it's better if you don't go back to the refugee area these days." Xue Yutong could only remind them of this. And then she added, "It's best not to go out or go back. If anything happens, you bear the consequences. There are cameras at your door." The workers didn't understand why Xue Yutong emphasized not going back there, but they didn't ask. After leaving the supplies, Xue Yutong stood at the door and looked at the house again. It looked similar to the supermarket, and the system had also stated that buildings within the supermarket's area would not have any issues, so Xue Yutong felt somewhat reassured. Next, she went to deliver another batch of supplies to Zhang Huilan and her son, Zhou Xiaoyang. Facing Xue Yutong's kindness, they did not refuse this time and also reminded her to stay safe. After resolving this matter, the three of them returned to the supermarket, tidied up the entrance, and pressed the button to close the door. The rolling shutter slowly descended, blocking out the daylight, and the lights inside the supermarket were turned on. All sounds from outside became slightly muffled, but the roar of the storm in the distance was even more terrifying. They left only one window to observe the situation of the tornado, worried that the approaching storm might shatter the glass. They even taped a layer of transparent tape on the glass to add sturdiness. The second floor was the same. All doors and windows were covered, creating a feeling of being cut off from the outside world, and the stair lights remained on. To lighten the mood, Su joked, "Next, we can't do business anymore. We have to play games again. How boring." Lu Wei also chimed in with complaints. In fact, they had already regarded running the supermarket and organizing goods as a means to combat the apocalypse. Staying busy helped divert their attention. But with the tornado approaching and nothing to do, worries about the apocalypse resurfaced. Xue Yutong suddenly stood up, clapped her hands to signal them to perk up. "All right, everyone get up. I see you can't sit still. Let us organize the supermarket." While the expansion of the supermarket was underway, after cleaning up at night, Xue Yutong would let Su and Lu Wei go upstairs to rest first. She secretly used the system to increase the area of the supermarket on the first floor. Actually, this was a reward for upgrading the supermarket. Xue Yutong was worried about being discovered, so she was cautious, adding shelves and goods as well. With the tornado coming, it was a good opportunity to organize things. The newly unlocked goods hadn't been shelved yet. Surprisingly, the three of them were full of energy. And Lu Wei and Su also felt that the supermarket seemed much larger than before, but they tacitly chose not to ask. The speed of the tornado was increasing, and in the middle of the night, the three were awakened by a sudden broadcast from base. "Attention! The tornado is approaching the southern base. Please do not go outside. Do not go outside. Protect yourselves." The broadcaster's tone was tinged with urgency. Chapter 75. The impact of the tornado. The broadcast content instantly woke Xue Yutong up, and Su and Lu Wei also got out of bed. "Did you all hear that broadcast? The tornado is coming." With such a loud noise, it was impossible not to hear it, especially since they hadn't slept well. As she said this, Su yawned and wrapped her blanket tighter around herself. The three of them were worried as they looked out the window, which was taped with clear tape. The tornado was indeed approaching, a dark mass that almost occupied their entire field of vision, with the city's thick snow creating a natural light. The tornado didn't just appear as a gigantic object. It was accompanied by a sky filled with dark clouds and the sound of thunder and lightning. The occasional lightning that cut through the night sky allowed them to see the tornado more clearly. Compared to before, they could see the debris being swept up by the tornado, mostly ice dust, large chunks of ice, and some garbage. Xue Yutong frowned and said, "It's picking up everything that was left over from the previous snowstorm." At this point, the tornado had almost completely lost the yellow sand it had initially carried. As for why it hadn't picked up all the garbage in the city, Xue Yutong speculated that perhaps the extreme cold had lasted too long, resulting in almost no one going outside, and therefore not much trash to be discarded. Also, most items on the ground had frozen solid, making it unlikely for the tornado to have that kind of power. However, witnessing the tornado in front of them, Xue Yutong felt the fury of nature for the first time since the apocalypse. Extreme cold, blizzards, and dark rain had all been troubling due to their prolonged duration. But the tornado confronted them with the insignificance of life. Just then, Lu Wei suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that building is collapsing." Xue Yutong and Su Su hurriedly looked over and indeed saw a building collapsing from the eastern third of its rooftop. What was clearly a reinforced concrete structure now fell as if it were made of sand. Su Su couldn't help but shudder. This tornado is terrifying. After saying that, she thought of something and quickly looked around, sighing in relief. Luckily, there are no tall buildings close to the base. Otherwise, the debris from the collapse could threaten the base. Xue Yutong and Lu Wei had just thought of this and also sighed in relief. Right. The site selection for the base is somewhat good. However, according to the base's broadcast, it should also indicate that our base's buildings are relatively sturdy. Right? After all, there was no urgent call for people to gather somewhere to take shelter. Susu also said, "I think so too. And besides, our base doesn't have many tall buildings. Only a few residential blocks are high. They are also far from our supermarket, so there shouldn't be any problems." Both of them shared Xue Yutong's thoughts. As long as this tornado didn't collapse the small supermarket, they would stay as they had before, waiting for the disaster to pass. However, Xue Yutong was unable to collect her thoughts for a long time due to the collapsing buildings. Soon after, they watched helplessly as the second building also collapsed. Even though the supermarket had good sound insulation, they could still hear the huge noise from the building's collapse. Xue Yutong lowered her voice. "Is it just my illusion? I feel like the sound of the tornado is closer." However, the serious expressions on Su Su and Lu Wei's faces answered her. Xue Yutong then confirmed that it wasn't an illusion. With every passing second, the tornado was getting closer to the southern base. "I was thinking if we go out and stand there now, we might be swept away in an instant. If the tall buildings were like this, how much more so for people?" However, Xue Yutong quickly adjusted her mood and comforted the two. "Don't worry. The small supermarket will be fine. You guys can sleep a bit more." "I can't sleep. It's too uneasy. That thing is coming soon. Let us wait and confirm there's no danger before resting." The small supermarket only had 2 floors, and if there was really any danger, they would have time to run outside while awake. Xue Yutong thought for a moment. At this time, who could still sleep? So she said, "Let's all keep an eye on it. If the tornado is right above us, we need to know how to take shelter." In theory, the eye of the tornado is safe, but that is only in an ideal situation. As the storm passes, they could be swept away the moment they step outside, especially since the base had said that the wind speed was continuously increasing. Xue Yutong took out her tablet, checked the supermarket's rooftop, and confirmed that there was a lightning rod before she felt relieved. Heavy rain poured down, and the windows quickly fogged up. The 3 of them had to wipe the glass from time to time to observe the situation. Until dawn, Xue Yutong vaguely felt that something was wrong and walked around the supermarket. Suddenly, she shivered, and in an instant, she understood something. She picked up her tablet to check the supermarket's central air conditioning. It was too cold. However, the air conditioning temperature hadn't changed from before, indicating it was the tornado's influence. After adjusting the supermarket's air conditioning temperature again, after a while, Xue Yutong felt her lost body temperature return to normal and sighed in relief. She reminded Lu Wei and Su Su to pay attention to changes in their body temperature and to tell her immediately if anything fell off. After a night passed, Xue Yutong browsed through messages on her phone. Currently, the city's water, electricity, and internet had not yet been restored, and the only source of news was from within the base. This time, Xue Yutong didn't text Xie Hong'an again, as she thought that given Xie Hong'an's position, he must be very busy right now. However, unexpectedly, she didn't disturb Xie Hong'an, but he took the initiative to send her a text. "The situation outside the base is severe, and there's a high probability I will have to lead a team outside. If the supermarket needs help with anything, you can contact the base staff." He also conveniently forwarded a contact card to Xue Yutong. After thanking him, Xue Yutong added that person without hesitation. She didn't dare to have blind confidence in the supermarket. Apart from supplies, everything else needed to be tested, and after all, the supermarket building also belonged to the base. What if the system miscalculated? Xue Yutong didn't want to gamble with her life safety. Up to now, she hadn't taken Su and Lu Wei outside simply because she hadn't found a safer place and could only trust her supermarket for now. The massive storm seemed like a ferocious beast, waking the silent city after the apocalypse. Many residents' homes were directly overturned. High-rise buildings collapsed, and countless civilians who were unwilling or unable to enter the base suffered casualties. As the tornado approached the southern base, the meteorological team finally detected that the tornado's power was even stronger than previously estimated. The announcement rang out again. All residents of the residential buildings, please orderly go downstairs and head to the gymnasium on the southern side of the base for shelter. The broadcast repeated multiple times, and then the base staff donned special equipment and went to the residential area to escort people to the gymnasium. Chapter 76. Ordered evacuation. Xue Yutong temporarily purchased several heavy trucks for the base, as only heavy trucks could withstand the wind force of a tornado. A notification of contribution points being credited came through on her phone, prompting Xue Yutong to call over Xie Hongyan. Facing Xie Hongyan's puzzled expression, Xue Yutong hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Be careful." A hint of surprise flashed in Xie Hongyan's eyes, and then he frowned and said, "If you need to, you can come along too. However, the low buildings in the base are fine. They have already been tested." From the establishment of the southern base, many considerations have been made, and all the buildings had undergone repeated optimization. A group of scientists was secretly assembled to construct the southern base, and from a safety perspective, the buildings could withstand most disasters, but specific disasters still required further detection. Today, it was detected that the tornado's power had increased, so residents of the high-rise buildings had to be relocated for safety. Xue Yutong understood and stated that she did not plan to leave the supermarket, saying, "The three of us need to watch over the supermarket and respond to the base's material needs at any time." Xie Hongyan frowned slightly and only said, "The base had already considered these aspects when stockpiling supplies. In a few days, there might be bulk orders, so the supermarket should prepare." Seeing that Xue Yutong was truly not planning to leave the supermarket, Xie Hongyan did not insist. Most buildings in the base prioritized safety, as a significant portion were low-rise buildings. High-rises merely increased land utilization, but had limited capacity to withstand natural disasters. For instance, in the event of an earthquake or storm, if a high-rise collapsed, the casualties would be severe. However, this did not apply to residential areas, as the primary function of the base was to provide shelter for those who came to survive the apocalypse. If everything were designed as low-rise buildings, the entire base would not suffice. Therefore, the relocation work was being carried out urgently. At this time, the tornado was getting closer, and one could already feel the strong winds outside, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The wind was strong enough to easily lift a 3- or 4-year-old child. Securing the ropes was paramount for safety. Xie Hongyan led a team to the upper floors to assist the residents. Everyone was tied to long, high-density ropes, with the ends fixed to the ground beneath the residential building, where large iron stakes were driven into the ground and held down by multiple concrete slabs. Similarly, all residents would be strapped with ropes, descending together to board the heavy trucks heading to the gymnasium. This was to prevent anyone from being blown away during the relocation, as relying solely on human strength would be insufficient. Once preparations were complete, they went upstairs to assist. Everyone lined up orderly, descending calmly without panic. The base's staff continuously shouted loudly. Initially, the process went relatively smoothly, but after a while, suddenly a middle-aged man ran up to Xie Hongyan, shouting, "Can you send my dad first? He's sick and moving slowly. I'm worried that later." Xie Hongyan replied, "The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled go through the green channel over there." This was also to ensure everyone could be relocated, but upon hearing this, people around exchanged glances. One person suddenly shouted and ran towards the adjacent line, "I'm also a patient. Let me go first." He forcefully cut in line, demanding the staff to strap him with a rope to go downstairs. When one person did this, it acted like a signal, and soon others followed suit, causing chaos in an instant. Xue Yutong frowned and instructed his team, "You continue here, I'll go over there." He pulled a man aside and scolded angrily. "Weren't you applying for a job at the base yesterday? Now you're patient?" The man did not expect to be recognized, suddenly stammering without a coherent explanation. Xue Yutong's face darkened, his voice incredibly serious. "Go back and line up." The man, however, retorted, "At a time like this, everyone wants to survive. I'm uncomfortable, so I want to use the green channel too." Xue Yutong placed his right hand directly on the holster at his waist and repeated slowly, "Go back and line up." The intimidation emanating from him subdued the man, but could not suppress the pushing crowd behind him. "Hurry up, the tornado is coming. Are you still here reprimanding people? You're wasting everyone's time. Can't you send more people to save us? What can the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled do? The base's construction will still depend on us. What's wrong with us going first?" Just as he was speaking, a gunshot rang out. Everyone fell silent, looking up at the ceiling of the hall. There was a bullet hole surrounded by a web of cracks. Xue Yutong fired a warning shot, and the effect was immediate. No one dared to speak again, and the man who initially tried to cut in line obediently returned to his place. Once 20 people were secured into a team, they had to walk a distance after exiting the hall to board the heavy trucks heading to the gymnasium. Everyone had to move forward in the rain while resisting the strong winds, and some were so frightened that they began to cry. Xue Yutong observed that no one was causing trouble anymore, then holstered his gun and continued working. Shortly after several heavy trucks departed, Xue Yutong suddenly received a notification. "Speed up, the tornado is coming. If you really can't make it, please choose to seek shelter in nearby low buildings. Do not rush to the gymnasium." Xue Yutong frowned. The tornado was approaching faster and faster, as if an acceleration button had been pressed since midnight. The meteorological team researchers had been working tirelessly all night and were still providing the latest data and plans urgently. He quickly reacted, instructing the heavy trucks to head directly to the vicinity of the southern supermarket. The residential area was closer to the southern supermarket than the gymnasium, and there were many empty buildings around the supermarket, mostly 1- or 2-story small buildings with ample space. Upon receiving Xue Yutong's message, Xue Yutong urgently called out Su and Lu Wei to inform them of the situation. The tornado was like a ferocious beast. All morning, everyone had been pushed along, and when the tornado truly swept over the base, it lasted only a short half hour. As predicted, when the tornado invaded, one of the outermost residential buildings collapsed first upon contact with the tornado. "Sister Tong, look." Lu Wei was the first to notice and quickly called Su and Xue Yutong over. Others also saw the scene, with relocated residents filled with joy and fear at having survived, while the base staff lamented the loss of the base. However, perhaps due to the change in stress on that building, the other buildings lined up nearby did not collapse. The losses were still severe. Almost all the glass was shattered by the high-frequency winds, more thoroughly than the ice cracks during the extreme cold, completely turned to powder. A ground covered in sparkling glass shards mixed with the snow and ice, and before it could be cleaned up, it was swept away by the howling wind. In shock, Xue Yutong did not forget to silently assess the supermarket's wind resistance. The conclusion was remarkably solid. The system did not deceive her. Chapter 77, Base Disaster Relief Plan. When the tornado truly swept over the base, the howling sound seemed to be right above them, accompanied by relentless gales and torrential rain. Even after the tornado had passed, the base remained shrouded in dark, heavy clouds. The temperature that had just risen a few days ago had suddenly dropped to minus 30 degrees. All the buildings in the base were lit up, and there was hardly anyone outside. Xue Yutong was also tied with a rope, busying herself inside and outside with Lu Wei and Su. They were gathering supplies to send out, as they had little to eat. The sudden influx of people seeking refuge disrupted Xue Yutong's plans. She had intended to stock up at the supermarket and open for business after the tornado passed. Lu Wei, being meticulous, quietly asked Xue Yutong as they distributed supplies, "Sister Tong, are we just giving these away for free?" They usually relied on running the supermarket for income. So why were they just giving away supplies now? Xue Yutong chuckled at his words and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Are you worried about our supermarket supplies?" Although Sister Tong had connections to acquire so many supplies, there were always times when people couldn't keep up with production. Lu Wei scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xue Yutong patted his shoulder and gently reassured him, "Don't worry. We have plenty of supplies here. It's not like we're giving away love supplies to the point of being in deficit yet." Only then did Lu Wei nod. Xue Yutong sighed and continued to check her list. Indeed, quite a bit of supplies had been dispatched. From when these people were brought over until now, nearly half a morning had passed, and the supermarket had already sent out 3 rounds of supplies. Each round consisted of dozens of boxes of instant noodles, canned meats, canned fruits, purified water, and toilet paper. Because there were newborns, Xue Yutong even bought baby bottles and nipple for the first time from the system mall, along with a small washing machine for high-temperature disinfection. However, she was also very willing to fill in the gaps, restocking these items on the supermarket's new shelves. They would definitely come in handy. These supplies must be worth at least 100,000 contribution points, right? As she listed them out, Xue Yutong indeed began to feel a pang of pain. After the supermarket leveled up to level 4, the most notable change was that points were being spent faster and faster. The upgrades of various modules under level 4 were still not completed. Xue Yutong had only selected some important items for processing, and she had already spent over 100 million points. With each passing day in the apocalyptic world, her unease about the balance of contribution points and regular points increased. Even though the system stated that her points were sufficient to level up to level 6, Xue Yutong did not dare to stop her efforts to earn contribution points. Just as she was pondering, a commotion suddenly broke out near the supermarket. Xue Yutong realized something and walked to the door. It was Xie Hongyan leading a team of members, still tied with ropes, seemingly going from house to inquire about the situation of the refuge. Xue Yutong followed them outside and heard people communicating with Xie Hongyan and the others, speaking almost in unison. "When can we go back to our homes? After this tornado passes, it won't come back, right? How long will this storm last?" Most of those seeking refuge near the supermarket were residents who had entered the base early, so their questions were logical. However, in the face of disaster, fear was inevitable. Some people were holding their children and crying softly, "If we can't return to our previous lives, it doesn't matter if it's always snowy and icy. But the tornado is too terrifying. Do we still have a way out?" Xie Hongyan lowered his gaze and remained silent, instructing his team members to comfort the crowd. He then said, "The base is currently preparing a situation report. There is no news of a second round of tornadoes, so everyone can rest easy for now." Seeing Xie Hongyan step outside alone, seemingly checking the extent of the damage to the houses, Xue Yutong hurried over. "How is the situation at the base now?" She was extremely curious. The base had been broadcasting information about the tornado and had quickly implemented a refuge plan, but for Xue Yutong, it still wasn't enough. The base's broadcasts were essentially prearranged. Once the plan was in place, everyone would follow it. For someone like Xue Yutong, who hoped to gain control of the situation as early as possible, the practical effect was limited. She wanted to know the information more timely. After discussing with Su and Lu Wei, Xue Yutong became even more certain that she needed to rely on Xie Hongyan. Xie Hongyan was momentarily surprised before he spoke. "The losses are severe. Some construction materials piled on the ground were swept away, and the greenhouses you saw being prepared for planting were also damaged by the wind. Many things were smashed down during the tornado's movement, damaging some buildings. All the glass needs to be replaced." At this point, Xie Hongyan let out a heavy sigh. Xue Yutong gasped in shock. "It's only been half an hour, and I didn't expect it to be this serious." Xie Hongyan said solemnly, "Many natural disasters occur in a very short time, yet they can cost countless resources. In comparison to nature, humans are but ants." This surprised Xue Yutong. She recalled that Xie Hongyan rarely expressed such sentiments. Hearing the different emotions in his voice and seeing the pain on his face, she licked her lips and asked, "This time, were there any casualties?" Xie Hongyan did not answer but raised his eyes to meet Xue Yutong's gaze. For the first time in their long acquaintance, Xue Yutong saw clear sorrow and pain in his eyes. He had always been a person who did not easily show his emotions. Even when he did, it was always subtle. Xue Yutong suddenly understood something and closed her eyes briefly. Natural disasters are merciless. Soon, the base's broadcast sounded, indicating that the impact of the tornado had left the southern base area, and after a short rest, the residents who had left their homes could return. Hearing this, Xue Yutong let out a sigh of relief. But soon she saw another team of personnel arriving near the supermarket, led by none other than Xie Silin. Xue Yutong couldn't help but glance at Xie Hongin. Team Xie, come here. In front of others, the Xie family would always hide their relationship. However, Xie Hongin seemed to know what was about to be said and asked, what other tasks are there? Xie Silin replied in the same tone, according to predictions. The tornado will leave the city soon. A disaster relief plan has been issued from above. There are too many casualties in the city, and the base needs to send people for rescue operations. Rescue operations? Xue Yutong was a bit confused as she listened from the side. She knew that Xie Hongin's position had risen, and he was responsible for many things, but it was all related to supplies. Why were they going out to rescue now? Before Xie Hongin could speak, Xie Silin continued. You and your team prepare to depart. His tone left no room for doubt. Xie Hongin immediately replied, yes. And Xie Silin also recognized Xue Yutong beside him, speaking in a slightly gentler tone, Miss Xue, the base will still need to purchase supplies from the supermarket in the coming days. I will be responsible for it temporarily. Chapter 78. After the storm, after Xie Silin finished speaking, he glanced at Xie Hongin. Xie Hongin pressed his lips together and said, I have something to discuss with you. Could you come over here? He walked to the side as he spoke. Xie Silin first called his team to check on the situation of the evacuated residents before walking over. What's wrong? Xie Silin could tell that Xie Hongin had something important to say. After a moment of consideration, Xie Hongin described what had happened during the evacuation today, then said, the gunfire was only to maintain order. I didn't think much of it at the time. I will write a self-reflection afterwards. Although the base has a military background, there are extremely strict requirements regarding the use of firearms. Xie Hongin's team was equipped with guns because they had previously gone to gather supplies in case they encountered some extremely dangerous individuals. After listening, Xie Silin said, there's no need to be upset over such a small matter. Recently, Lao Zhou and I have been arguing about institutional issues. In my opinion, in the apocalypse, strict measures are necessary. This is also a lesson learned from the blood and tears of other bases. But Lao Zhou disagrees. Leader Zhou believes that the southern base has sufficient reserves and everything can be improved in a gentle manner. Xie Hongin's tone was calm, making it hard to tell his stance. Xie Silin then asked, what about you? What do you think? You've already witnessed today what people can do in extreme situations. Do you plan to support Lao Zhou? Xie Hongin was speechless. To be honest, the person who tried to fight for a position with the elderly, weak, and sick, while shouting that they were the future of the base, to give him some food for thought. However, now the base was already facing dissatisfaction and doubts due to the adjustments regarding RMB and contribution values. The attack on Xue Yutong's small supermarket was a testament to that. He voiced this concern and said, the supermarket, being the most visible place for storing supplies, has already become the center of the storm. If, as you said, we tighten things further, I'm worried the supermarket will also face difficulties. Xie Hongin's worries were not unfounded. After hearing this, Xie Silin said, then let the supermarket not operate publicly and directly cooperate with the base for a long time, allowing the base to allocate supplies. This proposal shocked Xie Hongin, but he didn't show any emotions on the surface and only said, this needs further planning. I need to go lead my team now. At this time, Xue Yutong was still unaware that Xie Silin had other plans and was just watching Xie Hongin. Xie Hongin had already gone to gather his team and left in a hurry. Xue Yutong couldn't help but watch his figure, lost in thought, wondering if she could help in any way. Then she heard Xie Silin speak, his voice carrying a hint of affectionate laughter. They're going to collect equipment and ask the leader about the specific plan. Xue Yutong quickly turned to look at Xie Silin, smiling apologetically. I was just thinking if there's anything I can help with, if the base needs it. Besides providing basic living supplies, does the supermarket have anything special? Xie Silin seemed to be interested. Outside, the heavy rain poured down and a cold wind blew through, causing Xue Yutong to sneeze. Excuse me. Xie Silin's expression remained unchanged, only saying, let us go inside to talk. I also want to see the southern supermarket. He had heard Zhou Jianjun talk about how amazing the southern supermarket was, but after being transferred back, he had only seen Xue Yutong, a girl, and hadn't had a chance to check out the supermarket. Xue Yutong didn't hesitate and took Xie Silin to the supermarket. The warm supermarket immediately made her feel alive again, and she told Su, "You two should stay inside. It's too cold outside." The violent winds and rains brought by the tornado didn't know how long they would last. When Su and Lu Wei saw a middle-aged man in uniform, dignified and imposing, next to Xue Yutong, they recognized him as a leader from the base and suddenly felt a bit awkward. "It's fine. You two carry on with your tasks. I'm just here to visit the supermarket." Xie Silin waved his hand. Xue Yutong also gave the two a look, and she followed Xie Silin, chatting as they walked. "Leader Xie, did you come to see me for something?" Xie Silin looked at the supermarket, with its neatly arranged shelves and a variety of goods. The apocalypse hadn't lasted long, but most factories had already stopped working, especially after the tornado, which caused severe damage in the city. Even if there were factories operating secretly, they probably couldn't keep going. However, the small supermarket seemed unaffected, judging by Xue Yutong's demeanor. She had no worries at all. He casually inquired, "I heard that your supplier is an old friend who has been supplying you since the apocalypse began?" "Yes, but strictly speaking, it wasn't after the apocalypse. It's too cold outside to deliver now. I'm currently relying on stockpiled goods," Xue Yutong said with a smile, even appearing quite open. Xie Silin asked a few more questions, and, seeing that Xue Yutong was tight-lipped, he finally stopped probing. It seemed he genuinely wanted to visit the supermarket as he looked around both inside and outside, and then asked, "Those rooms are the storage, right? It seems you have quite a lot of stock. To open a supermarket in the base, we must have been well prepared," Xue Yutong grinned. Finally, Xie Silin stated that he would come back tomorrow to collect supplies and then left. Xue Yutong let out a sigh of relief. The Xie family members were all sharp-minded. Xie Silin had only been back for a few days before trying to probe into the supermarket's irregularities. However, Xue Yutong wasn't foolish either. Last time, sensing that Xie Hongyan had some doubts about the supermarket, she started to work on the storage inside the supermarket, filling it to the brim. To the naked eye, the storage was overflowing with supplies, and even if the base came to check, she could justify it. Moreover, it was easier to deal with Xie Hongyan. As long as she provided supplies, he would maintain a polite distance. Xie Silin was different. Xie Silin carried the demeanor of someone in a position of power, and he would definitely try to figure out the source of the goods. Xue Yutong thought of another thing. They were running a supermarket in the base, but her so-called old friend who supplied goods was not in the base. It would be quite simple to check the vehicle records around the base and clarify things. She needed more manpower or a way to make the base less suspicious. Xue Yutong glanced at her phone and found that Xie Hongyan had sent her a message. If the leader asks about the supermarket, you can give vague answers. Looking at the time, it seemed to be when Xie Hongyan was leaving with his team. Xue Yutong exhaled heavily. This matter would be difficult to handle. Just then, the system suddenly made a sound. "Storm detected. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the residential area of the apocalypse. Please invite more people to move in." Residential area? Wasn't that something she manually unlocked? The host has unlocked the hotel. Now it is the residential area rewarded by the system, without needing to spend additional points. Hearing this, Xue Yutong opened the panel. Sure enough, the previously gray residential area had been unlocked, and she could clearly see the construction progress, occupancy, and other situations. Chapter 79. Tasks and Punishments then. Do I still need to spend points to upgrade the other modules in the residential area? Xue Yutong couldn't help but ask for clarification. Since her rebirth and the acquisition of this system, it was the first time that a module had been unlocked proactively without her spending points. Xue Yutong was worried that the system had set a trap for her. The system patiently explained, subsequent updates and unlocks of other modules will indeed require points. But the opening of the residential area is issued as a task for the host and is unlocked directly. To ensure that the system will not deduct this portion of points in the future, Xue Yutong finally felt relieved. She took a quick look and saw that there were many modules in the residential area, but they were mostly related to beautification and management. At the same time, she paid attention to the conditions for subsequent upgrades. Like the supermarket, the residential area also has an independent upgrade system. But it is no longer just about spending points to complete the upgrade. The establishment of the residential area is level 1, but to upgrade to level 2, not only must 3 million points be spent, but there must also be a condition of having 100 residents. Xue Yutong gasped. 100 people? This condition is too difficult to meet. Currently, those willing to leave their homes and survive in the apocalypse have almost all entered the base. The homeless are also stationed in the refugee area of the base. If Xue Yutong's residential area were to suddenly emerge, where would she find so many residents? However, she did not plan to question the system. After all, since the upgrade is so difficult, couldn't she just not open this residential area? Xue Yutong secretly pondered. Having the supermarket as a golden finger was already a pleasant surprise for her. Just relying on the supermarket could earn her a steady stream of points. And this time the tornado had proven that her little supermarket was sturdy enough. Previously, due to the incident where the elderly Zhang Huilan was beaten, Xue Yutong had already built a hotel. With the supermarket and hotel running in tandem, she had enough to live carefree in the apocalypse. She temporarily put away the panel, planning to consider her next steps after the tornado disaster reconstruction was completed. But unexpectedly, the system seemed to see through Xue Yutong's thoughts and immediately stated, "Host, since the residential area is actively unlocked by the system for you, it must be constructed." Xue Yutong, isn't this forced selling? Just as she expressed her confusion to the system responded, "To prevent the host from slacking off, any actively open modules will come with corresponding tasks, and failure to complete them will lead to punishment. The first task is for the host to quickly establish the residential area according to the requirements. Otherwise, the supermarket the host owns may be downgraded." Upon hearing this punishment, Xue Yutong couldn't sit still. She felt comfortable with the little supermarket by her side and had thought of slacking off, but now the supermarket being downgraded was unacceptable. Xue Yutong hurriedly stated, "I will open it, I will," although somewhat reluctant. With the storm just passing, she hadn't planned to open the hotel so soon. But now, to open the residential area, the hotel was a necessary foundation. Before Xue Yutong could figure out what to do next, the system dropped another bombshell. Simply building and operating it won't suffice, host. If the residential area remains uninhabited for a long time, there will still be punishments. Xue Yutong gritted her teeth and couldn't help but ask, "You've been talking about tasks and punishments, so what exactly are the punishments?" The system had been reminding her for a long time, and now she had the right to know, right? For example, deducting a high amount of points, causing extreme weather to descend on the supermarket area, and in severe cases, it could even affect the host's rights and ownership of the supermarket. The explanation was clear and progressively detailed. Xue Yutong couldn't take it any longer and quickly interrupted. "Okay, I get it. Stop reciting." Fortunately, Xue Yutong was always quick to accept reality. She considered what she needed to do next. First, she could open the hotel. The house being used for the hotel had already been renovated by workers during this time. After the storm, the residential areas of the base needed repairs. So Xue Yutong could propose cooperation with the base. Temporarily placing the homeless in the hotel could even earn her some contribution points from the base. Second, she needed to construct the residential area. The tornado had caused great damage to the city, and even the well-prepared base had been affected, let alone the countless houses that had collapsed in the entire city. Moreover, Xie Hongyan had already led a team to conduct disaster relief. Therefore, more people would definitely enter the base, and it would be a good opportunity to build the residential area. However, constructing the residential area was also a large project. Unlike before, when the little supermarket could discreetly manage its goods, if a residential area suddenly appeared, Xue Yutong might have to submit herself to the state. After thinking it over, Xue Yutong simply said, "Then at least give me some time, right?" The system replied, "Considering that the area where the host is located currently faces the threat of natural disasters, it will not put too much pressure on the host for now." Xue Yutong rolled her eyes slightly. "Thank you." After coming out of the warehouse, Xue Yutong felt completely exhausted. She could only comfort herself that pressure brings motivation. Just as she returned to the supermarket, she heard a series of knocks on the door, followed by a call. "Is anyone there?" Outside, a girl was peering into the supermarket. Xu Maidong called a few times, but there was no response from inside the supermarket. And she wondered, the lights are on. Is there really no one? She had heard that the small supermarket in the southern base was well stocked. Could this tornado have affected the supermarket as well? Just as she was worried, the door of the supermarket was opened. Xue Yutong looked at the unfamiliar girl in front of her and asked, Hello? She had just seen from the surveillance that there was only the girl alone, so there shouldn't be any danger. Now, with lightning and thunder outside, Xue Yutong felt sorry to see her standing there. Xu Maidong quickly explained, "It's like this. I want to settle in the base and was wondering if I could work in the supermarket." 5 minutes later, Xu Maidong was sitting on a chair on one side of the supermarket, taking a cup of hot tea that Xue Yutong handed her, saying thank you. Not far away, Su Su and Lu Wei were restocking while glancing over. Xue Yutong directly asked, "Why do you think our supermarket is hiring?" The girl's logic was clearly not very coherent, which piqued Xue Yutong's interest. The girl introduced herself. "Let me say first, my name is Xu Maidong. I'm not sure if your supermarket is hiring, but it seems like such a big supermarket only has 3 employees, so I'm here to try my luck." Hearing this, Xue Yutong felt relieved. She had thought it was one of those previous refugees who had given up and had sent a little girl to test the waters. Xu Maidong quickly said, "Please don't rush to reject me. I can tell you my situation." After chatting for a while, Xue Yutong finally understood Xu Maidong's circumstances. It turned out that Xu Maidong was an enthusiast for stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse started, she had enjoyed watching related movies and novels and had joined a group of like-minded individuals. Her preparedness led her to hide in her family's basement at the very beginning of the apocalypse and stay there until now. Chapter 80. Application for Open Qualification. Xue Yutong curiously asked, "After the apocalypse began, there have been so many extreme weather events. You're fine and have made it this far, which means your basement is built quite well. Why did you come out?" Xu Maidong sighed, "Because it was too conspicuous. After this tornado, the houses in my neighborhood collapsed. But I had communicated with friends in the group before, and everyone reinforced their homes. It became too noticeable." In fact, Xu Maidong wasn't sure whether her decision to come out was right or wrong. After the apocalypse began, most people in that group said their goodbyes to each other to avoid potential troubles, and they stopped talking in the group. After the city came to a standstill, communication was completely cut off, and she couldn't contact her former friends. But this tornado had shattered Xu Maidong's spirit, especially since she could always hear noises from outside while in the basement. "I'm worried that survivors will find me," she sighed. Having experienced such a large disaster as a tornado, she no longer had any optimistic expectations about human nature. She continued, "I've heard about your little supermarket before, and I bought things from you. I also know you came to the base after the apocalypse began." Xue Yutong quickly understood Xu Maidong's thoughts, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I can keep you as an employee, but I need to give you a heads up." Xu Maidong's eyes lit up. "Go ahead." The work at the supermarket is actually very demanding, especially after this tornado, as there will be a large volume of orders coming in. We have to sort goods and check supplies every day. Also, I have disaster relief and other plans, and may need to take in a group of refugees soon. Xue Yutong briefly explained her plans. "If you can accept the workload at the supermarket and are willing to share any information you know about the apocalypse and sheltering, then you can stay." Xu Maidong nodded eagerly, "Of course. I can share everything I know, but it's just some preparatory work. I'm just an ordinary person and don't really know what natural disasters might occur." Xue Yutong smiled. "That's fine. Starting today, you're an employee of the supermarket." However, thinking of the system's requirements, Xue Yutong suddenly asked, "I want to ask you something. Would you be willing to live in the hotel I'm going to open?" Xu Maidong was taken aback. "You have a hotel? It's still in preparation and hasn't been officially announced yet. But if you agree, I can arrange for your dormitory to be there." Xue Yutong was willing to trust this suddenly appearing girl, but she didn't dare to recklessly place her on the second floor. That would be very irresponsible for both herself and the other two. Xu Maidong nodded. "I can accept that. I'll follow your arrangements. As for the salary, could you settle it according to the base's currency?" Xue Yutong said it was no problem. She glanced at the bulging bag that Xu Maidong had set aside and casually asked, "According to what you said, your family must have stocked up on a lot of supplies, right? Just bringing this little bit. Aren't you worried?" Xu Maidong slapped her thigh. "Of course I'm worried, but my physical strength is limited. It's already quite difficult to walk this distance from home." She had indeed stocked up quite a bit, enough to last her for a year and a half. Xue Yutong thought for a moment and said, "If you want to get more supplies, I can arrange for a transport vehicle to accompany you back in the next few days." It was also a good opportunity to see the current situation in the city and check on Xie Hungen's team. Xu Maidong thanked her repeatedly, but suddenly felt a bit sad. Lowering her voice, "I don't know how my parents are doing." "Your parents aren't home?" Xue Yutong had been curious about this question. Xu Maidong replied, "They are in business and have been in southern cities for years. I just started my freshman year. This year the school made adjustments, and there are no classes next semester, so I stayed home." The apocalypse began so suddenly that they didn't dare to come back. Who knew the delay would make it harder for them to return? Xue Yutong comforted her. Southern cities are more economically developed than we are, so they should have better measures to cope with this. "Don't worry." Xu Maidong shrugged and forced a smile. "It's fine. My parents are very smart and capable people. Before I reunite with them, I'll take care of myself first." Her strength surprised Xue Yutong. "All right, then I'll take you to your room. You can tidy up a bit and rest today." Xue Yutong stood up and called Lu Wei to push a small cart to carry Xu Maidong's things, walking towards the hotel on the north side of the supermarket. The expansion work was interrupted by the storm, and the hotel was currently in an unfinished state, but the rooms on the first floor were already livable. As soon as the lights turned on, Xu Maidong was quite surprised. "You really have a hotel, and it looks pretty nice. Just like those hotels before the apocalypse, maybe even better." Xue Yutong hesitated for a moment and said, "But will you be a bit scared being here alone? The strong winds and heavy rain might last for a while, and Xu Maidong was only 19. Could a young girl stay here alone?" However, Xu Maidong casually said, "It's fine. I'm used to being alone at home. And the hotel will have people moving in soon, right?" Xue Yutong nodded. "The residential buildings in the base are also a bit damaged, and I'm planning to apply for some people to stay in the hotel. Of course, there will be a contribution value collected." However, as Xu Maidong was an employee of the southern supermarket, Xue Yutong decided not to mention this matter to her. It did feel quite different from being in the basement. There were too many rooms here. After Xu Maidong simply organized her things, she turned around and saw Xue Yutong still there, and she sighed in relief. "Why don't I go back to the supermarket to familiarize myself with the environment first? Can you see if more people can move in here today?" She was still a bit scared. Xue Yutong chuckled and nodded. "All right, let us go." She first handed Xu Maidong the room card for room 01. "Take this, don't lose your things." The two returned to the supermarket, and Xue Yutong let Lu Wei and Su Su take Xu Maidong to familiarize herself with the interior of the supermarket, while she directly went to find Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun had just finished contacting Xie Hungen and was quite surprised to see Xue Yutong come to him. He quickly asked, "Miss Xue, what is the matter?" It was still windy and rainy outside, and this girl had actually come over directly. "It's like this. I heard that the residential buildings in the base still need repairs, and some rooms at the supermarket have been tidied up." Xue Yutong briefly explained the situation of the hotel. Zhou Jianjun was aware that Xue Yutong had purchased the land near the supermarket and that there were workers carrying out expansion work, so he quickly understood. "Great. Just when we were troubled about how to accommodate the residents, having a place for them to stay is fantastic." Zhou Jianjun agreed without hesitation. After cooperating with Xue Yutong's supermarket to supply goods, he trusted her very much. He smiled with satisfaction. "I'll send someone over to arrange it right away. You can go back now." "All right, then I won't disturb you, Director Zhou." Xue Yutong was also quite surprised. It seemed that the residential area's accommodation plan would be completed directly. Chapter 81. The first batch of residents in the hotel. Xue Yutong was unaware that just as she left, Xie Silin had arrived at Zhou Jianjun's office. "Old Zhou, I think I just saw that girl Xue." Xie Silin greeted Zhou Jianjun as he entered the office, then recalled that he had just seen the girl from the supermarket and casually asked. Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "No one has sharper eyes than you." Xie Silin was a bit surprised by this, stroking his chin and realizing it really was her. "What is she doing here?" Zhou Jianjun briefly explained the matter that Xue Yutong had brought up. "A hotel? There's so many rooms over there?" Xie Silin's expression darkened slightly. He had looked around the supermarket, but only at the interior. It was indeed well-stocked and offered good value. Since the apocalypse began, Xie Silin had been transferred to another location, and although the supplies he received were better than most, they were still quite scarce. In comparison, the southern base was considered to have ample supplies, but Xue Yutong's supermarket was even more impressive. After wandering around the supermarket, if it weren't for his status as a leader, he would have wanted to spend lavishly there. Zhou Jianju nodded. Old Xie, you probably don't know yet, but the girl Xue has bought a lot of land from us before, and now the area around the supermarket is basically her territory. Xie Silin remained silent for a long time. He hadn't noticed the vacant lots around the supermarket, but he vaguely remembered there were many empty spaces and buildings. Most of them were low buildings, and they hadn't collapsed during this tornado. Seeing his hesitation, Zhou Jianjun explained with a smile, "Don't worry. The southern base opened earlier than other places, and I consider things carefully when I act. Miss Xue is a trustworthy person, and it's not easy for a young girl to have such ideas and determination in this apocalypse. If we can support her, we should, as leaders of the base. How can we consider the feelings of a young girl?" Xie Silin felt a bit anxious at that moment. However, Zhou Jianjun then stated seriously, "First of all, we currently have no plans for those vacant lots. If Miss Xue wants to buy them to expand the supermarket, that's understandable. Moreover, the supermarket is currently named Southern Supermarket, so it represents the southern base. A larger supermarket brings us prestige." He then shifted the topic. This time, the higher-ups have instructed us to search for the stranded civilians. They didn't say much else, but we all know we need to bring people back. We don't have places to accommodate so many people, and Miss Xue just happens to be able to solve some accommodation issues. Zhou Jianjun's tone had become quite serious, seeing that his old friend indeed had his considerations. Xie Silin hurriedly waved his hand. "All right, it seems you have your own ideas, so I won't say anything more. The specifics of the accommodation should still be undecided. I'll follow up on this in the next couple of days." However, thinking of this, Xie Silin brought up another topic. "Old Zhou, you mentioned that the supermarket is already associated with the base. So what about the management of the supermarket?" Zhou Jianjun seemed to anticipate what he was going to say and replied, "Indeed, it's just a name. The management and operations are all handled by Miss Xue herself." At this point, Xie Silin walked to the window, his expression grave. After hearing Zhou Jianjun's words, he knocked on the window, watching the condensation form droplets that slowly slid down. "I've seen a lot of things this time, Old Zhou. Allowing a small supermarket to develop like this and become the sole dominant player could lead to trouble." The office fell into silence. "I'll keep an eye on it. We've already promised her, and our focus is on rescuing the victims. Let's put this matter aside for now." Having resolved the hotel issue, Xue Yutong felt reassured. She went to the workers' dormitory and first asked if they wanted to live with their families. In fact, there were now less than 10 employees still living in the workers' dormitory. A few, like Zhou Qiuyang, were worried about their families, but Xue Yutong had strict rules, so they couldn't bring their families to live there and had to go back home instead. The remaining few workers with families were reluctant to leave the good conditions at the supermarket and feared losing their jobs if they stayed away too long. When they heard what Xue Yutong said, they asked uncertainly, "Boss Xue, what does this mean? Are we workers no longer needed?" Xue Yutong quickly explained, No. I just wanted to say that I've opened accommodation here. If you want to live with your families, please apply." Upon hearing this, the workers exchanged glances and then their eyes lit up. "Boss Xue, is that true? Can I really live with my family?" Many buildings collapsed during this tornado. "Where can we live?" Xue Yutong patiently explained again. She said that currently, there was a hotel available for accommodation, providing convenience for those who wanted to live with their families. "Don't feel pressured. I plan to keep this building as a workers' dormitory. If you still want to stay, you can." There would also be expansion plans in the future, and this group of workers was quite dedicated to their jobs. So Xue Yutong didn't intend to drive them away. After discussing, 3 workers expressed their desire to bring their families to live in the hotel. After resolving this issue, Xue Yutong returned to the supermarket and informed Xu Maidong of the situation, assuring her that she shouldn't feel scared tonight. Everyone moved quickly, and by the afternoon, workers had already moved over, equally shocked by the hotel's environment. In their minds, Xue Yutong's status rose once again, becoming a godlike figure in this apocalypse. After handling these matters, Xue Yutong took Xu Maidong to deliver supplies, letting her familiarize herself with the work. They went to the house across from the workers' dormitory, which belonged to the elderly Zhang Huilan. Xue Yutong didn't let the mother and son move, just instructed them to stay in their room and not come out casually, as their side was currently designated for the base's refuge, filled with people who couldn't return to their residential areas. As soon as they entered, they heard a commotion inside. When can we go back to live? This is so unfair. Why can that mother and son inside live in a separate room? Is this special treatment for the supermarket? What's the situation with the supermarket and the base? Xue Yutong frowned. Although she had anticipated this issue, it still bothered her. The matter of the elderly Zhang Huilan being beaten wasn't resolved yet, and she couldn't discuss it in front of these people. Clearing her throat, Xue Yutong caught their attention as they noticed her approaching with a small cart filled with supplies, their eyes brightening, and soon everyone quieted down. Xue Yutong simply explained, "I heard the questions you just asked. The mother and son living inside are employees of the supermarket. Is it wrong for me to provide them with better conditions?" The crowd exchanged confused glances, bewildered by Xue Yutong's words. Chapter 82. Let the war goddess be the supervisor. Xue Yutong observed the reactions of these people and sighed to herself. These individuals had previously lived in the residential buildings of the base, and most of them were among the early entrants into the base. They had stockpiled some supplies, and the base also distributed provisions, so they still had contribution points. Therefore, most of them had not considered working at the base, and many were even unaware that the supermarket was hiring. She did not intend to explain everything in detail and simply said, "The place you are currently seeking refuge is also under the supermarket's jurisdiction. Even though this is the apocalypse, you're also early entrants to the base and should be high-quality residents. I hope that while you wait to return home, there will be no unnecessary conflicts." Xue Yutong's tone was very serious, and the atmosphere in the room became instantly subdued. At that moment, Zhou Chaoyang also heard the commotion outside, came out, and looked at Xue Yutong with a somewhat bewildered expression. Xue Yutong greeted him and, as if no one else was present, told Zhou Chaoyang, "You take good care of the elderly first. It's been stormy these days, so we won't be working." This was meant to inform the refugees that Zhou Chaoyang was indeed an employee of the supermarket. If they wanted to understand what was going on, they could ask Zhou Chaoyang. Then, Xue Yutong addressed everyone. "The supplies we brought with the cart are provided to you by the supermarket. If you have any special needs, you can come to me or speak with Zhou Chaoyang." Zhou Chaoyang scratched his head and grinned, saying, "You can come to me. I'll help distribute the supplies, Boss Xue." Xue Yutong instructed Zhou Chaoyang and Xu Maidong to distribute the supplies, and then casually mentioned the idea of working. She added that the supermarket was also short-staffed, and if they wanted to enjoy such conditions, they could come to the supermarket for jobs. This statement undoubtedly detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Xue Yutong paid no mind to their varied expressions and mentioned another matter. "Additionally, we currently have conditions to provide accommodations. There are a few rooms north of the supermarket that I plan to use as a hotel. If you can't stand the environment here, you can stay at the hotel." Upon hearing the word hotel, many people couldn't help but become eager. After all, they had only been seeking refuge for less than a day and had already observed that the conditions of Zhou Chaoyang and them were vastly different. Currently, they could only gather in the lobby, and the supplies were distributed by the supermarket staff, with everything being shared. Some even complained that they were living no differently than the later arriving refugees to the base. The next moment, Xue Yutong added, "However, staying at the hotel will require contribution points. I won't charge money. If you decide, come find me." As she spoke, Xu Maidong and Zhou Chaoyang had nearly finished distributing the supplies. Xue Yutong nodded and left with Xu Maidong, both of them donning raincoats and rushing into the downpour. Though it was only a few steps to the supermarket, the frigid weather made the rain and snow painfully cold on their faces. Sister Tong Tong, Xu Maidong, now calling Xue Yutong by that name like Lu Wei, asked, "Why did you single out Zhou Chaoyang? Aren't you afraid he will become a target for those people?" It was clear to Xu Maidong that the others were wallowing in self-pity, and singling out Zhou Chaoyang as a supermarket employee would make him a living target. In Xu Maidong's view, attracting attention was the most frightening thing. But Xue Yutong responded, "Even if I don't single him out, will those people let him go?" She understood the principle of having a jade to protect better than anyone else. She had also feared being noticed before, but after a series of events, her thoughts had shifted to the other end of the scale. If she was going to be envied and targeted anyway, it would be better to become stronger, making those people only able to look on in disdain, but helpless. Xue Yutong said this, but in her heart, she felt somewhat helpless. There were many unspoken frustrations. She also wanted to give up. She wanted to avoid more scrutiny and live a stable life with a small supermarket. However, her system was threatening her to establish a residential area, and this was a path from which there was no turning back. In the future, aside from the option of becoming stronger, the only alternative left for Xue Yutong would be to fall into decline. Xue Maidong seemed to understand a bit and nodded, so Sister Tong Tong brought him out to let others know he is backing. After saying that, she seemed to realize something and looked at Xue Yutong with bright eyes. Then, Sister Tong Tong, take me to show them around. Wouldn't that also let them know I'm a supermarket person and that they can't bully me at will? Xue Yutong was silent for a moment. In truth, she hadn't thought that much. She just felt that since Su Su and Lu Wei had been the ones delivering supplies before, and now that Xue Maidong had become a supermarket employee, it was time for her to adapt. However, she didn't deny it and simply said, hurry back. We have more to do. You can take care of the hotel check-in list and such. Although her tablet could input information with one click, it was inconvenient to check, and Xue Yutong preferred paper records. Plus, this also counted as giving Xue Maidong some work. After arranging these matters, Xue Yutong walked over to Su Su and gently tapped on the table in front of her. Hearing the sound, Su Su looked up, smiled in surprise, and then anxiously glanced outside. Tong Tong, it's so windy and rainy outside. You should stay in if you can. She was worried that Xue Yutong's small frame might get sick. Xue Yutong smiled and recounted what she had just done. Su Su and Lu Wei only learned about the hotel today and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. The base approved this right away? It feels like the base is spoiling Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong didn't explain much and simply said, do you want to stay? I can arrange it. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. I don't want to go. The second floor of the supermarket is very comfortable. I don't want to move. Xue Yutong chuckled. All right, I knew you would say that. Recently, there had been weather affecting the supermarket's operations, so they hadn't been idle. Not only had they cleaned and organized the supermarket inside and out, but they had also redecorated the second floor. On the original basis, the three of them created a reading corner and an audiovisual corner in the living room, allowing them to comfortably spend an entire day when they had nothing to do. The second floor of the supermarket was increasingly feeling like home, and the three of them had specifically moved some clothing originally on the second floor to the newly expanded area on the first floor, using the freed-up space as a storage room. Thus, the second floor became an absolutely private employee lounge and storage area, off-limits to outsiders. After asking for their opinions and sending Lu Wei off to work, Xue Yutong finally mentioned something important to Su Su. Besides the hotel, I also plan to build a residential area. Sister Su Su, would you like to be the supervisor? As she spoke, Xue Yutong mischievously blinked. Su Su looked utterly astonished. Supervisor? Overseeing the construction of the residential area? Chapter 83. Small Supermarket Disaster Relief Plan at First Glance. This plan frightened Su Su quite a bit. I'm just helping out in the supermarket. I can't do these things. If you want me to fight, I can do that, but overseeing work? Su Su waved her hand, indicating that she couldn't manage that for now. In her imagination, overseeing work meant someone in uniform, coordinating many aspects every day. However, Xue Yutong, seeing her reaction, took her hand seriously and said, Sister Su Su, giving you this task means I trust you. Besides, no one else is suitable for it. Lu Wei and the new recruit Xue Maidong are only 18 and 19. It's unrealistic to have them oversee work. Su Su had some social experience and had gone through a lot before the apocalypse. In comparison, Xue Yutong felt Su Su was more adaptable to this job. Just as Su Su was about to say something else, Xue Yutong deliberately put on a serious face and said, Sister Su Su, this is your task. The supermarket definitely needs to be expanded, and I can't conjure new employees. The system said so. Moreover, Xue Yutong had other plans and couldn't oversee work herself. It would be good to take this opportunity to train Su Su. Seeing Xue Yutong's insistence, Su Su stopped refusing, but still expressed her concerns, saying, You need to tell me clearly what I need to do. If there's any problem, I will ask you in time. After all, this is a big deal. Hearing Su Su agree, Xue Yutong smiled. Good. I don't think there will be any problems, so don't worry so much. And I will definitely check in from time to time. We haven't officially started yet. Xue Yutong just wanted to confirm what they would do next and let Su Su know. As for when to start construction, there was no rush. because now Xue Yutong was facing a tricky problem. They didn't even have workers. The supermarket had a total of 16 workers, and the previous expansion work had not been completed, repeatedly halted due to disasters. The tornado had passed, but the strong winds and rain had not stopped, making the days gloomy and preventing any further expansion activities. Xue Yutong shared her difficulties with Su Su. Su Su frowned and asked, "Didn't you say last time that the base would find you some workers? Is there any news?" Xue Yutong shook her head. The consecutive extreme weather has disrupted all plans. I'll ask again after the disaster relief is over. To open the residential area, they would need workers and double the number of workers compared to before. Saying this, Xue Yutong let Lu Wei and Xu Maidong manage the supermarket, while she took Su Su to check the site, wearing raincoats and goggles. They looked at a large vacant area north of the supermarket. Xue Yutong said, "It's still here at the supermarket, very close. So you really don't need to worry too much." "That's good. I thought you were going to assign me to some faraway place." Su Su sighed in relief. The southern base was not small, but many areas were still just vacant land in need of construction. Su Su was initially afraid of being assigned to a distant place in the base. Thinking of this, she turned to Xue Yutong and said, "Since the apocalypse started, I've regarded you as family. Now that every day is fraught with disasters, I don't want to be separated from you all." Xue Yutong quickly took her arm, worried that her words might not be clear in the wind and rain, and raised her voice, "Don't worry, in the future, even if there are other constructions, they will all be near the supermarket." With a plan in mind, Xue Yutong quickly discussed the general construction plans with Su Su. When they returned to the supermarket, Su Su took off her raincoat and goggles. Surprised, "Tong Tong, I feel like the things in the supermarket are getting more and more magical. I didn't get a drop of rain on me." The things they were wearing were all taken from the supermarket. Xue Yutong said proudly, "Of course, our supermarket has plenty of good things." After confirming the construction plan and the supervisor choice, Xue Yutong thought about the workers again. However, there was no rush, as the base had tasks from above and was busy with disaster relief. Thinking of Xie Hongyan leading the team, an idea suddenly popped into Xue Yutong's mind. Could she select workers from the currently homeless people? For example, those who participate in construction could have priority for housing or receive housing benefits, etc. The more Xue Yutong thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and she immediately told others, to recruit workers, we must expand our scale and attractiveness. Next, let's also implement some disaster relief plans. The others had no objections to this. After all, Xue Yutong was the boss. Xue Yutong quickly devised a plan. First, she would also support Xie Hongyan's disaster relief team, providing supplies and rescuing victims while spreading the word. Second, Xue Yutong planned to distribute supplies at the supermarket entrance, aiming to convey the message to the people at the base. Moreover, the current residential area plan no longer needed to be reported to the base, as it could be considered an extension of the hotel as housing, and it seemed the base was currently also troubled about how to accommodate these people. So Xue Yutong felt she was alleviating the base's burdens. However, some supplies would need to be invested to attract the public. But Xue Yutong was not worried about this, as she had plenty of supplies. After confirming the plan, Xue Yutong went to the warehouse to prepare supplies. For supporting Xie Hongyan's team, she would bring some convenient food. The most important things for rescue outside were water and medical supplies, and considering the current weather, she also needed to prepare cold protection supplies. With the supermarket's current inventory, she couldn't provide too many medical supplies, so she could only bring more disinfectants, gauze, etc. for emergencies. While sorting the supplies, Xue Yutong couldn't help but mumble. After the update, I need to check the modules and quickly open up the medical area. She had seen it once by chance before. Medical supplies required level 6 or above. Compressed biscuits and instant noodles also needed to be included. Xue Yutong browsed through the system all and was delighted to see the option for non-constructible greenhouses, exchanging points for 10 of them. The impact of this tornado was too great. Just by seeing that the base had to send people for rescue, it was clear the situation was not optimistic, and many people needed timely assistance, so a greenhouse seemed very necessary. After sorting everything out, Xue Yutong set these items aside in a separate warehouse. Most of these supplies were also needed by the people taking refuge at the base, so Xue Yutong took out many more, planning to distribute them later from the supermarket. As for whether the supermarket should provide hot meals, she would need to see how the base plan to resolve this. After organizing everything, Xue Yutong checked the upgraded panel, gritted her teeth, and purchased the previously unopened modules. This way, the supermarket could open up a vegetable area, a fruit area, and a meat and egg area in the future. Since they were going to open a residential area, which was such a conspicuous thing, Xue Yutong also didn't plan to hide the capabilities of the small supermarket anymore. Chapter 84. Sending out news after completing these tasks. The small supermarket secretly expanded a little while everyone was still unaware. Xue Yutong walked out of the warehouse and shared her plans with the staff. Lu Wei looked outside. The sky was still gloomy, and a flash of lightning crossed the sky, momentarily frightening him. He worriedly said, "Sister Tontong, are you really going out to assist with disaster relief?" Xue Yutong nodded, but added, "Not for now. We need to handle the distribution of supplies inside the base first. There's no rush to send out the disaster relief team. I want to wait for Xie Hongyan to return with his team to assess the situation and report back before we go out. We should first set up the greenhouse outside." Xue Yutong wanted to test how effective the greenhouse she bought would be. The high-tech greenhouse, though the name sounded a bit tacky, was actually a square windproof tent with a magnetic door curtain that could be opened. Upon entering, she was surprised to find tables and chairs inside, which were sturdily built. The power of technology was indeed impressive. "Okay, let's take out the supplies I organized in the warehouse," Xue Yutong said while leading Lu Wei to move them. "These warm packs and water definitely need to be distributed." Most of what she prepared for distribution at the supermarket were these two items, along with some bread. But it was still raining, so there probably wouldn't be anyone coming, right? Lu Wei looked at the sky outside and then curiously asked, "Why can't we just deliver the supplies to them directly like we did before?" Xue Yutong gave him a glance and, after shaking off the water from her shoes upon returning to the supermarket, slowly explained, "The residential buildings in the base still need repairs, and they are taking shelter here. But that's the base's responsibility. We delivered supplies once before, and I've already spread the word about the hotel. Now it's up to them to decide what to do. Having this greenhouse here makes it easier to showcase that the small supermarket is doing good deeds. And it also lets them know that there's no such thing as just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor." After Xue Yutong finished speaking, Lu Wei looked at her with admiration. "Sister Tontong, I think your talent lies in running a supermarket." "Talent?" Xue Yutong couldn't help but laugh. However, since her golden finger was indeed the supermarket, Lu Wei's remark didn't seem too far off. She rubbed her nose and continued, "But the most critical point is that this greenhouse is not just providing services for the refugees. Later, you need to post about the supermarket distributing supplies for free while also starting to recruit workers. The formal residents of the base who can accept working should still be a minority. To get things moving quickly, my focus should still be on the refugees." Lu Wei sent out the message Xue Yutong mentioned, and the base forum quickly exploded with activity. "Really? The small supermarket has free supplies?" "Everyone, don't get too excited. From my years of experience, I estimate it's just some unwanted junk being handed out. Some brothers seem to be unable to see the situation clearly. It's the end of the world. What junk is there that no one wants? I take any junk offered to me. How do we go out to get in the rain? Sai, forget it. Others are distributing supplies. We might as well go take a look." Meanwhile, the refugees also saw the news and immediately began discussing it among themselves. In their eyes, Xue Yutong was a heartless capitalist, and her previous actions of driving Wang Jun away were evidence of that. Now, seeing the small supermarket distributing supplies, they were all shocked. But soon someone angrily said, "Doesn't this just prove that the supermarket has plenty of supplies? They were so stingy before, unwilling to give us anything, even blacklisting us when we tried to buy. Now, they're giving it away for free. It's disgusting. They're just trying to earn a reputation for themselves." Brothers, don't be fooled. There were quite a few who thought this way, and soon others also believed such claims, expressing doubts about the supermarket's recruitment. "When we went to apply before, we were chased away. It's probably just a trick again." The supermarket owner had too deep of a scheme, trying to gain the base's recognition. They were doing all sorts of morally questionable things. Amidst the uproar, Fang Tian quietly stared at his phone in the corner. This phone was given to him by his friend Zhou Chaoyang, who said he no longer needed it and encouraged Fong Tian to keep an eye on the situation. Previously, he and Zhou Chunyang had worked together for a while, and after the apocalypse began, they ended up in the southern base and recognized each other by chance. Fong Tian looked at the supermarket's information and thought of what Zhou Chunyang had told him, unable to resist sending a message. Chunyang, is what you said about the supermarket's good treatment true? If they're the case, Fong Tian planned to apply for a job. The supermarket's post was very clear. They were recruiting again, but the treatment would need to be discussed. At that moment, Zhou Chunyang was too busy to check his phone. After the supermarket released the post, he immediately went to verify with Xue Yutong and received a positive reply. So, upon returning to the supermarket's second house, Zhou Chunyang hurriedly relayed what he had found out. The crowd was now packed in the hall, watching Zhou Chunyang busy himself throughout the day, which made them feel closer to him. Some even said, "No rush, we live nearby. We can just go out to collect supplies when needed." Old Zhou, you should take a break. You went to the clinic to get medicine for everyone today. Because some people had gotten caught in the rain during the tornado's move yesterday, many were suffering from colds and fevers. The clinic at the base had no available spots. So Zhou Chunyang had to go get medicine. Zhou Chunyang smiled awkwardly, waved his hand, and said, "It's fine. I'm just idling around anyway. When will you continue working? Is the supermarket really hiring?" A man couldn't help but ask. After observing throughout the day, it was clear that Zhou Chunyang was genuinely serving the supermarket and seemed to have great trust in Xue Yutong. These people also began to change their perceptions of her. After all, it was quite rare for such a young girl to have such credibility in the apocalypse. The boss said they are hiring, but they are looking for workers. Zhou Chunyang answered truthfully, then suddenly remembered Xue Yutong's instructions. Currently, the hotel on the supermarket side can accept guests, but there is a charge. However, if they can recruit workers to participate in the construction of the residential area, then later on, there could be discounts for staying or even priority accommodation without rent. Zhou Chunyang quickly shared this information and sincerely added, "I've been working at the supermarket for over a month now. Although it's often hard to get to work because of the blizzards, I can guarantee the workload is manageable, and the boss is genuinely good. When we can't work, the boss also provides us with supplies, and the contribution points are distributed on time after we start working." Zhou Chunyang couldn't help but praise Xue Yutong. After a while, Zhang Huilan called him to eat, and Zhou Chunyang happily went to the back room, completely unaware of the significant impact his words had on these people. Many began to consider participating in the construction. Chapter 85. Never stinting on kindness. Not long after the news was released, someone braved the rain to come to the supermarket to collect supplies. The man looked to be about 40 years old, wearing a worn-out cotton coat, with a face that could not hide his awkwardness and weariness. "Can I collect supplies here?" Fong Tian had actually decided to come on a whim. More precisely, he was suddenly pushed to come. The reason was that the refugees, after seeing the news from the supermarket, wanted to check it out. But remembering Wang Jun's experience made them somewhat fearful, so they turned to Fong Tian. In their words, "Fong Tian, aren't you and Zhou Chunyang quite close? He hasn't returned since working at the supermarket. Why don't you go check it out?" Fong Tian knew that if he refused, he would be targeted. However, this only strengthened his resolve to find a job at the supermarket. Otherwise, those people would eventually bully him. When Xue Yutong saw someone approaching, she immediately smiled and said, "Yes, we have supply packages here. You can take them yourself." She felt that the person in front of her looked somewhat familiar and was initially a bit wary. Xue Yutong was concerned that this might be someone who had caused trouble at the supermarket before. But just as she was about to pull out her tablet to check the information, Zhou Chunyang rushed over. Seeing Fong Tian, Zhou Chunyang exclaimed with surprise, "Fong Tian, what brought you here?" Fong Tian turned around and saw his friend was also very excited. "Chunyang, I sent you a message. Didn't you see it?" Zhou Chunyang took out his phone to take a look and apologetically said, "I really didn't see it. I've been a bit busy these days. You asked about job openings? This is our boss. You can ask directly." Seeing that the two seemed to have a good relationship, Xue Yutong suddenly had a guess in her mind. She asked, "Do you two know each other?" Compared to Fong Tian's awkwardness, Zhou Chunyang appeared much more generous, saying they had been co-workers before, and it was quite a surprise to reunite at the base. He also mentioned that Fong Tian was a reliable person and that if Xue Yutong was looking to hire workers, she could consider him. Xue Yutong nodded and countered. Then, why didn't you come to apply at the beginning? She was referring to the first time she went there to select workers. Fang Tian looked at Zhou Chaoyang in confusion, prompting Zhou Chaoyang to quickly explain he wasn't at the base at that time. He just happened to arrive the next day. Xue Yutong nodded in understanding, so that is how it is. Fang Tian mustered his courage and spoke up. Miss Xue, I used to work as a construction worker. I know you have new plans here, and if possible Before he could finish his sentence, Xue Yutong agreed. Okay, I'll register your information. Really? Fang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Xue Yutong nodded. Old Zhou trusts you, and I trust you too. Fang Tian smiled with relief and added, Can I stay nearby today? Xue Yutong initially wanted to refuse, but Zhou Chaoyang spoke up first. Fang Tian, did those people make things difficult for you? Fang Tian shook his head, but from his evasive actions, Xue Yutong and Zhou Chaoyang still sensed something was off. I knew it. They mentioned you when I went back last time. You should have come here to find a job long ago. Those people are just bastards. Zhou Chaoyang had always been kind to others, but after his mother was beaten, he completely lost sympathy for the people from the refugee side. As he spoke, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Fang Tian offered some comforting words, while Xue Yutong suddenly thought of something. The honest face in front of her gradually merged with the face she saw that day when she rushed over to help Zhou Chaoyang support Zhang Huilan. As Xue Yutong listened to their conversation, she confirmed this point and pondered for a while before suddenly asking, So, you were the one who took the photo and told Zhou Chaoyang that the old man was in danger? Fang Tian's expression froze, seemingly very frightened. Zhou Chaoyang also held Fang Tian's hand, asking, So, it was you who told me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that my mom. Fang Tian hurriedly waved his hand. Xue Yutong sighed deeply, imagining that Fang Tian had probably had a tough time during this period. From his body language and expression, she could tell he was an honest and uncontentious person, yet he took risks for his former co-worker. She changed her mind and said seriously, You can stay in the dormitory that Zhou Chaoyang used to live in. He'll take you there later. Zhou Chaoyang was now living with his mother in room 2, so the previous staff dormitory, which was room 1, had an available spot. Fang Tian stammered his thanks. Zhou Chaoyang's eyes turned red as he thanked her too. Thank you. The strong wind battered the tent, but Xue Yutong felt the scene before her was very warm. Lu Wei, with good foresight, returned to the supermarket and brought out a set of cold-resistant clothing for Fang Tian. This is our supermarket's employee benefit. Take it first. Fang Tian initially wanted to refuse, saying, I haven't started working yet. It's fine, just take it. There will be a lot of work to do next. Xue Yutong took a deep breath and instructed Zhou Chaoyang to take Fang Tian to get settled. However, she also kept an eye out, asking Zhou Chaoyang to inquire if Fang Tian had captured more information that day. Xue Yutong would not let the matter of the old man being beaten rest. She would inevitably settle scores later. Just as she finished these tasks, Xie Hongyan returned. Seeing a tent set up at the supermarket entrance, he paused and asked his team, Was this tent here before? Initially, he thought he was seeing things, but to his surprise, the team members shook their heads. It wasn't here before. It seems to be new. They had been busy all day and were unaware of what had happened at the base. Someone took out their phone and quickly found the news on the forum, exclaiming, This is for disaster relief from the supermarket. You can collect supplies for free. As they spoke, several team members exchanged glances. They had initially not thought highly of Xue Yutong. Her previous work at the supermarket had not been very pleasant. However, after the various events that had unfolded, especially seeing the supermarket distributing supplies now, their feelings towards Xue Yutong became quite complicated. Xie Hongyan hesitated for a moment and said, You all go back first. I'll go ask. The supermarket still fell under his jurisdiction, and he needed to be aware of any new developments. Xue Yutong, from a distance, seemed to have a premonition as she saw a tall figure walking straight through the rain curtain. The black uniform on him looked particularly formal, with a hint of an austere aura, and the military boots splashed water as they hit the ground. Xie Hongyan also spotted Xue Yutong at a glance, sizing up the tent and asking, What supplies are being distributed? Xue Yutong smiled in surprise. You've heard this news too? She had thought Xie Hongyan would be too busy to pay attention to the base's forum. Xie Hongyan pursed his lips and shook his head slightly. I just found out. Xue Yutong didn't hold back and shared her thoughts, specifically asking Xie Hongyan about the disaster situation in the city. As she had expected, the city had been severely affected, with countless casualties. Chapter 86. Quarreling after a brief exchange, Xue Yutong's expression grew increasingly serious. Xie Hongyan remained as unmovable as a mountain, but even he couldn't hide his dejection. After the tornado, the high-rise buildings collapsed, threatening the lives of the original residents inside. Some were even trapped under the rubble, their lives uncertain. The heavy rain continued, with water on the road reaching ankle-deep, mixed with ice and snow. There were also people struck by debris carried by the tornado, who had not received timely medical assistance, now soaked in sewage while the torrential rain persisted. When Xie Hongyan's disaster relief team arrived, the bodies they encountered were beyond recognition. Hearing this, Xue Yutong sighed and couldn't help but say, "It sounds like hell." Just hearing the description reminded her of the day she died in her previous life. She knew that even if she survived, she would likely face a hellish scene. She couldn't help but shiver. Xue Yutong's reaction caught Xie Hongyan's attention, and his expression became somewhat complicated as he pursed his lips and said, "I'm sorry for scaring you." He truly felt frustrated. Why was he discussing such things with a young girl? The team he led consisted of a group of grown men. Yet even they were startled during the search and rescue operations. Those with weaker mental fortitude had even vomited at the sight of the bodies. Initially, they thought the greatest challenges they would face in the apocalypse were the scarcity of supplies and extreme weather. But confronting the deathly scenes brought about by the apocalypse was shocking for anyone. After finishing, Xie Hongyan noticed Xue Yutong's silence and added, "So your plan is good. Staying at the base to distribute supplies is also fine." Xue Yutong waved her hand. "I'm not scared. I'm cold." She still wanted to follow the rescue team to see what was happening, and she couldn't let Xie Hongyan block her path. Putting that thought aside, Xue Yutong mentioned the outdoor temperature. "But have you noticed? The temperature has actually risen. Does that mean the extreme cold period is coming to an end?" Xie Hongyan nodded slightly, indicating he was aware. The search and rescue team, as those taking risks outside, had been using specially made radios to communicate with the base. Concerned about the tornado returning, the meteorological team had been working overtime to stay vigilant and would relay any climate changes promptly. The temperature changes were unusual. With such heavy rain and after a storm, it should logically be colder. After hearing Xie Hongyan's words, Xue Yutong shrugged. "It's the apocalypse. If such a large tornado can occur, we shouldn't expect normal weather." Xie Hongyan glanced at her and saw her expression was calm. Just a moment ago, when he described the situation, her face had turned slightly pale, yet now she had already adjusted. Xie Hongyan had thought he understood Xue Yutong somewhat, especially knowing her adaptability in the apocalypse was outstanding, but he still found it surprising. The next moment, Xue Yutong proactively said, "Actually, I have another question. Go ahead. When you went out for rescue this time, was the vehicle okay? With such heavy rain, how is the equipment?" Upon hearing Xue Yutong's question, Xie Hongyan initially planned to answer honestly, but read a different meaning in her gaze. He didn't respond directly, but instead asked, "What are your plans?" Not hiding her thoughts anymore, Xue Yutong straightforwardly explained her plan to participate in the disaster relief efforts. However, Xie Hongyan firmly rejected her idea. "No, it's too dangerous." Xue Yutong's eyes widened in surprise. "Why not? I have the vehicle, the tent, and all the supplies ready. The plan to find workers for the residential area relies entirely on going out for rescue." She had temporarily lost hope for the workers among the refugees. The issue with the elderly Zhang Huilan had yet to be resolved, and she didn't want those people working for her when she still had to distribute supplies. The base could only support so many people. To build the residential area, she had to go out to find workers. Xie Hongyan furrowed his brow and said seriously, "Since the apocalypse began, you've been at the base and are unaware of the outside situation. Recklessly going out for rescue will only put yourself at unnecessary risk." Xue Yutong felt denied and suddenly burst out with unexplainable anger. "When you met me, I was already running a supermarket in the old city. I'm not as weak as you think." As she raised her voice, the three people in the supermarket glanced over, their faces showing concern. Xie Hongyan merely gave her a deep look and said, "I'll ask the leaders for you. If you really want to go, it's best to come with us." With that, he walked out directly. At the entrance, another team member was waiting for Xie Hongyan. Just as he was about to say something, He saw his captain walk out with a dark expression. "Captain, I want to go to the supermarket to buy some things." "Wait, why are you glaring at me?" Xue Yutong had thrown up several times that day and was thinking about warm food on the way back. Seeing the captain enter the supermarket, he couldn't help but come over after thinking it through. Xie Hongyan didn't respond as he got into the vehicle, completely ignoring Xue Yutong. Confused, Xue Yutong peeked into the supermarket. Inside, the small owner looked unhappy, pouting. However, Xue Yutong, who was nearby, noticed a man stretching his neck to look inside and said loudly, "Hello, do you want to buy something?" Although it was still raining, the small supermarket was operating in the gaps. Xue Yutong, realizing he had been discovered, could only harden his resolve and walk in. "Hello, I want to buy some food." "Sure, everything is on the shelves. You can pick yourself. The hot food is over here." Xue Yutong enthusiastically introduced, then kindly reminded, "Now our supermarket is also accepting contribution points." Xue Yutong absent-mindedly nodded. He was a formal employee of the base, so he wouldn't lack contribution points. However, he felt there was a strange atmosphere between the supermarket owner and his captain, and he recalled the jokes his teammates had made earlier. Are the young couple arguing? Xue Yutong wanted to gossip, but couldn't find an opening. After buying a few buns, he went to check out and glanced at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong finally noticed something and looked at Xue Yutong, recognizing him as one of Xie Hongyan's subordinates, and greeted him simply, "Hello." Seizing the opportunity, Xue Yutong asked, "Boss, did you have a fight with our captain?" At this, Su and Lu Wei all turned to look. Xue Yutong was taken aback and shook her head, saying no. After Xue Yutong left, she was surrounded by the three people in the supermarket. "Did you and Captain Xie have a fight? What were you two talking about just now?" Xue Yutong found it amusing and recounted her plan to participate in disaster relief, which Xie Hongyan opposed. Su and Lu Wei exchanged glances, feeling there was nothing wrong. But Xue Yutong suddenly spoke up, "Sister Tong Tong, is Captain Xie concerned about you?" This remark sounded quite awkward to Xue Yutong. "Why would he care about me? I will certainly consider my own decisions." Xue Yutong wiggled a finger and repeatedly said, No. I've read a lot of novels in the basement during this time. He is definitely the kind of tsundere guy who cares about you, but doesn't say it directly." Xue Yutong was stunned again, and after a moment, she awkwardly tapped Xue Yutong on the forehead. "You're still young. Read fewer novels." Chapter 87. Temporary reinforcements. Although Xue Yutong was dissatisfied with Xie Hongyan's veto, she did not implement the plan directly. She was still constrained by the base, and since Xie Hongyan said he would ask the leaders, Xue Yutong had to wait for news. Fortunately, the leaders of the base were quite open-minded, especially Xie Silin, who directly added Xue Yutong as a friend on the base's app and sent her a message. It was a voice message, very much in line with Xue Yutong's impression of Xie Silin. "I heard from Hongyan that you can go, but you will be joining Hongyan's team as reinforcements. We will contact you again for the specific schedule." The second voice message thanked Xue Yutong for her careful preparation of supplies and mentioned that it would be best to bring everything if she went for support. From the previous conversation, Xue Yutong could roughly infer that this rescue operation after the disaster was also quite tricky for the base. Lying in bed that night, recalling her conversation with Xie Hongyan and his expression at the time, Xue Yutong felt quite awkward. The next morning, Xue Yutong opened the door regardless of the weather. The rain showed no signs of weakening. She frowned and observed the rain curtain for a while, then opened the base's app to check the weather. The advanced instruments provided accurate measurements, and now the base updated temperature forecasts daily. The temperature was indeed rising. It had previously been minus 30 degrees, and during the tornado, it reached minus 40. However, now the heavy rain had not stopped, yet the temperature was gradually increasing. Is there extreme cold? Then there will be high temperatures? Xue Yutong was startled by her own speculation. In a few minutes, Xue Yutong hurriedly ran under the eaves, put away her umbrella to tidy her hair, and then turned to meet Xue Yutong's gaze. "Good morning, Sister Tong Tong." Xue Yutong looked energetic. Xue Yutong was a bit surprised. "You came over so early?" She was referring to the fact that there was no need to rush to open the supermarket these days, as there were hardly any customers. Opening was just her habit, as she still needed to distribute supplies at the door. Xue Yutong smiled and said, "The supermarket is livelier, although the hotel has guests. Everyone keeps their doors shut." She felt a bit cooped up in her room, as if all the past leisure activities were exhausted during those days in the basement. After scratching her head, she shyly added, "I think people are social animals after all. After staying in the basement for so long, I can't stand being alone now." Xue Yutong was still quite curious about Xue Yutong, so she couldn't help but chat with her a bit more. It was clear that this girl had been cooped up for too long, and when asked about life in the basement, she seemed to open up, making Xue Yutong laugh in no time. She shook her head and said, "I never expected your talkative personality would turn out to be a post-apocalyptic enthusiast, even creating a basement for yourself." Xue Yutong laughed along. People are complex. But now, being in the supermarket was great. With her guard down around Xue Yutong and the others, Xue Yutong was able to be herself without any mental burden. Xue Yutong patted her shoulder and asked about her experience staying at the hotel. The hotel was not a focus of her construction, and since the system task did not mention it either, Xue Yutong had no operational experience and could only keep it running for the time being. However, some people seeking refuge had already moved in, and Xue Yutong tentatively set the price for a room at 5 contribution points for a day. According to the RMB ratio, 5 contribution points were already quite expensive, but these people were among the first to enter the base and had quite a few contribution points on them. As the saying goes, ant meat is still meat. Currently, there weren't many residents, but Xue Yutong was still happy to see contribution points coming in. The strong wind howled, swirling some scattered snowflakes that were as fine as powder. At first, Xue Yutong thought it was snowing again, but soon realized it was the accumulated snow being blown up. The dark sky had no hint of brightness, and the base's streetlights had turned into ceaseless beacons. With heavy rain falling, visibility dropped to within 5 meters, and the buildings in the base were only a hazy outline, while the nearby city was even more obscured. Xue Yutong exited through the side door of the supermarket and saw that the water outside was even higher than yesterday, but it had not yet affected the inside of the base. So far, it seemed that the base had indeed prepared for the rain, as even the drainage facilities were better than outside. Su came over and handed Xue Yutong a blanket, saying, "Don't catch a cold. You're here every day." The side door of the supermarket was on the west side, and this tornado had also moved from west to east. As soon as Su stepped outside, she felt the wind sting her face. Xue Yutong wrapped herself in the blanket and chatted with Su for a while when her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the base, stating that Xie Hengyan's team had encountered some difficulties and asking Xue Yutong to bring the prepared supplies to support them. She immediately called Xue Yutong to come along. From the system mall, she bought another supply transport vehicle, which was even an upgraded version compared to the last one. It had a higher chassis, good waterproof performance, anti-slip chains on the tires, and even better automatic wipers than the previous model. After loading the prepared supplies into the truck, Xue Yutong reminded Lu Wei to keep an eye on the store, but considering Lu Wei was still just a teenager, she had him close the supermarket door and not conduct business. As for the tent for distributing supplies at the entrance, Xue Yutong asked Zhou Xiaoyang and Fong Tian to keep an eye on it. She then set off with Xue Yutong and Su. Xue Yutong glanced at the map and confidently said, "Sister Tong Tong, let me drive. I'm familiar with this area." In the heavy rain, the supply transport vehicle quickly hit the road. Su had not been out for a long time, and when she saw the scene outside, she felt a moment of novelty. However, that excitement was soon scattered, because the scene outside was like 2 different worlds compared to what they saw inside the base. The base had more advanced facilities and had timely measures to deal with natural disasters. Since the apocalypse began, the base's water, electricity, and even communication had not stopped, and it had its own signal tower. But returning to the city they should be most familiar with, they found everywhere was filled with buildings destroyed by the tornado. Murky sewage flowing on the ground, mixed with garbage, ice and snow, and many unidentifiable things, even floating corpses. The city's tallest building, called the Red Star Tower, was an economic symbol in the inland city, but it had been severely damaged by the tornado, losing half of its structure. In contrast, Xue Yutong's expression remained calm. That day, I walked through such scenes to get to the supermarket. After a day in the base, I almost forgot that the outside world was like this. Xue Yutong and Su slightly opened their mouths, but couldn't find their voices. They traveled in silence until they reached the location of Xie Hengyan's team, which was also in ruins. and they could hear cries for help mixed in with the sound of the rain. For a moment, Xue Yutong felt her scalp tingle. Xie Hongyan was rescuing people from the ruins nearby, and at that moment, he had just pulled out a disheveled woman who was tightly holding a child. Xue Yutong hurried over and asked Su to help her set up a large tent. Come in. Chapter 88. Promoting residential buildings. The rain curtain isolated everything. But the sounds were still present. The arrival of the rescue team made this area noisy. As the army green tents went up, it felt as if hope suddenly emerged from the ruins. Xie Hongyan merely glanced at Xue Yutong and then continued to rescue the people trapped beneath the rubble with his team. Yesterday, Xie Silin and Zhou Jianjun both agreed to the small supermarket's request for support, which Xie Hongyan was aware of. However, he couldn't articulate the inexplicable emotions within him and chose to focus on the rescue efforts. Xue Yutong didn't waste words. She took her team to move supplies down and place them in the tents. After a while, she set up another tent to make room for the medical personnel. On the side, Lu Xueqing, feeling a bit fatigued, switched out with someone else to take a drink and rest, curiously peeking into the tent. Boss Xue, he greeted Xue Yutong. She acknowledged him and, thinking of something, asked Lu Xueqing about the situation in this area. Lu Xueqing shared everything he knew. There were still quite a few residents in this building who hadn't gone to the base since the apocalypse began, and now they were all trapped here. Fortunately, the building collapsed, but due to the terrain, it didn't crush down to the ground. Two large walls formed a triangle above, trapping the survivors below. Although they were injured, they were all alive. On the side, Su was astonished. I can't believe there are so many people who didn't go to the base. How many people do we have at our base? Even if we count the later refugees, it's still less than 1/5 of the city's population. Lu Xueqing knew a bit more and waved his hand. Su curiously asked, so those people are all in their own homes? After so long, do they have supplies? Some families have plenty of supplies. Surviving until now isn't a problem. Some have special connections. Also, the government hasn't completely given up. They've sent supplies a few times, Lu Xueqing explained. From Lu Xueqing, Xue Yutong also received some unexpected information, like the fact that the government was still providing support. Xue Yutong initially thought that once the southern base was established, the government would have completely abandoned the situation after the apocalypse began. With so many cities and people, how could they manage it all? This was surprising to her. So she asked, besides the teams sent from the southern base, are there also government personnel in this rescue effort? Lu Xueqing nodded. Exactly. He pointed to a busy crowd in white uniforms nearby, noting that these were government personnel. After the apocalypse began, hospitals also set up temporary shelters, and the government has been managing them continuously. Just then, a call from outside summoned Lu Xueqing to help. He quickly took a sip of water and left. Xue Yutong and Su chatted for a bit, organizing and distributing supplies to the survivors. During this process, they also learned about the situation. The impact of the tornado seemed terrifying, but compared to the earthquake, it was much better. Some residents on lower floors were unharmed, just shaken. However, these were all people with homes. Xue Yutong understood that the frightening situations Xie Hongyan mentioned also existed because there were still many homeless people in the city. Many of them didn't even know about the existence of the base. Xue Yutong handed a supply to a man, not forgetting her purpose, and said, "The base has a new residential construction plan. Those who help with the construction will have priority for housing." The man looked at her with a strange expression before taking the supplies and leaving. However, Xue Yutong was not discouraged. After this tornado, more people would enter the base, and as long as she promoted it more, she would definitely find workers. On the side, Xu Maidong had grasped the situation and enthusiastically introduced Xue Yutong's residential plan to others, seeming even more optimistic than Xue Yutong herself. After a few rounds, someone actually showed interest, left their information, and then Riley said, "Well, since I've lost my home and finished my supplies, finding a job would be best. If you can provide housing now, I can go back with you today." Xu Maidong quickly looked at Xue Yutong, leaving the decision to her. Xue Yutong replied, "Yes, there's housing available. The hotel still has many vacant rooms. If not, we can let them squeeze into other houses for now. At the rate the base is repairing the houses, a large portion of the evacuees in room 2 should be able to return by today. freeing up a significant amount of space. The man nodded eagerly, saying, "Great, I'll go help out now." He was fortunate not to be injured and felt grateful. As for the injured survivors, they were not as lively. Xue Yutong specifically went to a nearby tent and saw several stretchers with the injured moaning in pain. Those with minor injuries had broken arms, while the severely injured had lost sensation in their legs, bleeding profusely. Due to resource shortages, the city's rescue operations were divided into areas, and not only Xie Hungen's team was dispatched. There were also people from the base and government coordinating rescue efforts in other areas. Under the heavy rain, as night fell, the already dim sky grew darker. Xue Yutong took out the high-wattage electric lamp she had prepared to illuminate the rescue team. Xie Hungen watched as Xue Yutong continuously pulled out useful items from what seemed like a treasure chest, his expression finally softening. He walked over and said to Xue Yutong, "Our rescue work here may continue until midnight. You should take them back for now." He was referring to Su and Xu Maidong, especially Xu Maidong, who had been enthusiastically introducing the residential building project all day and was now dozing off in the tent. They had already distributed all the supplies they brought today, and there was nothing else for them to do here. Xue Yutong looked at Xie Hungen and, without knowing why, blurted out, "Have you finally acknowledged me?" Both were taken aback by her words. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xue Yutong scratched her nose and added, "You didn't reply when I messaged you yesterday." Xie Hungen maintained his usual expression, saying, "I was too busy. I left early to lead the team and didn't check my phone." This was true. He only normally checked his phone inside the base. When leading a rescue team, communication with the base was done via radio. Xue Yutong could only respond, "All right. What did you message me?" At that moment, during the break, Xie Hungen surprisingly showed unusual patience. "I just asked when you would set off today and where you would be rescuing. But it's fine. Later, the leader directly told me to come over, right?" After chatting for a while, the little knot in Xue Yutong's heart suddenly disappeared. It wasn't a big deal. It was probably just a few words from Xu Maidong that made her feel awkward. Xie Hungen suddenly said, "I'm not against your work. Distributing supplies is a good idea." Sensing his goodwill, Xue Yutong widened her eyes. "But it is indeed too dangerous. You should have seen it when you drove here today." Hearing this, Xue Yutong froze. Remembering the route, she felt uneasy in her heart. Chapter 89. Sudden hail. The heavy rain seemed endless, pouring down like fine threads under the glare of high-powered lights. Xue Yutong and Xie Hungen stood facing each other. When she didn't look up at him, her eyes could only see his chest, where the emblem of the southern base was prominently displayed. The misunderstanding between them wasn't very significant to begin with. And now seeing Xie Hungen take the initiative to explain, Xue Yutong naturally had no reason to hold a grudge. She shook her head and smiled sincerely. "It's fine. I know as a staff member of the base you would be more thorough in your considerations." Xue Yutong was indeed anxious to come out because of the task given by the system. She hadn't thought about whether it was safe outside. And Xie Hungen was right about that. Given the current heavy rain, if it weren't for the address and map of Xie Hungen's team, it would be very dangerous for Xue Yutong to drive with the two people from the supermarket. Blind rescue efforts would not only fail to achieve their purpose, but could also put herself and the supermarket staff in danger. Xie Hungen still wore that calm demeanor, but a hint of relief flickered in his eyes as he responded with a barely audible hum. Xue Yutong then asked, "So what now? What are you going to do?" She noticed that Xie Hungen's entire team had stopped, resting near the tent, with several people gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Xie Hungen said, "The search and rescue work has reached a pause. We'll check again. If there are no survivors nearby, we'll leave." Leave? Back to the base? Xue Yutong thought that once the follow-up work was done, they could go back. Xie Hungen shook his head. "No, we need to carefully check this area again. Tomorrow we will change zones. If there are survivors here, this is the last chance for rescue." He glanced at Xue Yutong and frowned, saying, "You all go back first. I'll have Lu Xiweqing accompany you. It's getting dark, and it's not safe for you to stay here." As night fell, the temperature would drop even lower. "Oh, okay." Xue Yutong didn't refuse. She hadn't planned to stay here until dawn anyway, and the supplies they brought were almost used up. It was fine to leave the rest in the tent. She just hadn't expected the base's rescue team to be so busy, unable to rest even at night. Fortunately, just in case, she had left some sleeping bags in the car, which she would take out later. You all need to rest a bit at night. Xue Yutong had already called Su to get the sleeping bags, and Xie Hongyan initially wanted to stop her, but didn't say anything. He was fine sitting and resting with his eyes closed, but the medical staff from the official side might need a relatively comfortable resting environment. Xie Hongyan added, "If you come out tomorrow to deliver supplies again, you might be assigned to the official shelter by the leadership. You could go take a look." Xue Yutong's eyes brightened, but she coughed lightly to mask her untimely joy and hurriedly asked another question. "Do the survivors found in the search and rescue also have to go to the shelter?" "Not necessarily. It depends on their willingness. The official request for the southern base to participate in the search and rescue has already been fulfilled, and given the prior accommodation of too many refugees, the official side isn't making any further demands now." Recalling what Xue Yutong and the others had said while distributing supplies today, Xie Hongyan casually asked about the content. Xue Yutong shyly recounted the matter regarding the residential area, of course, omitting the system part. Xie Hongyan nodded and fell silent. Xue Yutong carefully observed Xie Hongyan in front of her. He wore the base-issued waterproof raincoat, having been busy all day. Since there were temporarily no survivors to be found nearby, he took off his hood and gloves to catch his breath. His forehead hair quickly became wet, and his knuckles were reddened, especially at the joints. Xue Yutong quietly fetched a supply pack, expertly tore open a warming pack's packaging, and handed it to Xie Hongyan. "Thank you." Xie Hongyan did not refuse. Su and Shu Maidong also distributed warming packs to Xie Hongyan's team, along with the hot water and food they brought, urging them to have a meal first. Lu Xueqing, known for his chatter, complained while eating about how exhausted he was, saying, "We'll head back soon. They didn't tell me I would have to go out on duty when I applied for the job." He then paused. "Why do I feel like the rain is getting heavier?" The raindrops thudded against the tent's roof, producing a dull sound, and Xue Yutong could only gaze at Xie Hongyan's face, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, Xie Hongyan slightly furrowed his brow and looked towards the tent. They were at the edge of the tent, and stepping out further would get them drenched. Xue Yutong was lost in her thoughts, recalling everything she had seen today. All she could see was the endless curtain of rain, with small chunks of ice even being blown against the windshield of the supply truck, creating a crackling sound. Crackling. As she reminisced, Xue Yutong suddenly found the sound by her ear becoming clearer. She looked at Xie Hongyan, only to be gently pushed back into the tent by him. "It's hailing." Xue Yutong's foggy thoughts vanished without a trace. Looking outside, what was reflected in the light was no longer raindrops, but hailstones the size of fists, falling rapidly. With Xie Hongyan's words, everyone in the tent also noticed the unusual weather. "It's hailing?" No wonder the rain sounded frightening just now. It wasn't just hail. There was also snow. This weather was truly absurd. How could the search and rescue work continue? This hail could seriously injure someone. The hail struck the tent, producing a loud and heavy noise, sounding as if it would break the tent apart. The situation outside was even more terrifying. Initially fist-sized hailstones quickly grew larger after several waves, even hinting at evolving to the size of soccer balls. Looking through the tent's window, Xue Yutong even saw a giant hailstone smash into the snow on the ground, creating a deep pit. The hailstones were getting larger. Worry etched on Xue Yutong's face. Xie Hongyan quickly made a decision. Everyone evacuate, head back to the base. The search and rescue plan was forcibly interrupted, and it seemed the officials had made the same decision as several black heavy trucks came to take the personnel from the official side back. On the way back to the base, the three from the supermarket were still in the supply truck, with Shu Maidong driving, following behind the base's heavy trucks. Large hailstones pounded against the windshield, one striking the wiper just right, causing Xue Yutong to freeze for a moment, silently praying, "Please don't break. Please don't break. Otherwise, I won't be able to see the road." Fortunately, the supply truck was sturdy. After the hail rolled off, the wipers resumed their work, clearing the rainwater, allowing visibility of the road ahead. The headlights illuminated the road, revealing only splashed, dirty water mixed with pouring hail and snow. Xue Yutong was thinking about what to do when they got out. The hail seemed capable of smashing right through an umbrella. Just as she pondered this, the vehicle in front came to a stop, and at the same time, a voice came through the walkie-talkie in Xue Yutong's hand. "The vehicles behind should stop for now." Chapter 90. The unrestful return trip. It was Xie Hongyan's voice, and the vehicle in front was exactly the one he was riding. The base had dispatched 3 heavy trucks, and for safety reasons, the truck carrying Xue Yutong was leading, followed closely by the supply transport vehicle for the 3 people from the supermarket, with 2 more heavy trucks behind. Xue Yutong heard the commotion and quickly stopped the vehicle, asking Xue Yutong, "What's going on?" There was a noise coming from behind, clearly indicating that the vehicles behind had also stopped, and it seemed that someone was shouting something, but it was all drowned out by the wind, rain, and hail outside. It was only 8 in the evening, but the sky above was terrifyingly dark due to the heavy rain and snow. The reflection from the accumulated snow on the ground had disappeared, and only the headlights of the vehicle could illuminate the road for them. The surrounding buildings appeared vague and indistinct under the weather's influence, and for a moment, Xue Yutong felt that the 4 vehicles had formed an island. To make matters worse, as the vehicle stopped, a loud crash was heard not far away, as if something had collapsed. Su expressed her concern, saying, "What happened? Did another building collapse?" After the storm, the city was anything but safe. During the rescue mission today, they had discovered that some building structures made of steel and concrete were unstable, and with the rain washing over them, a second collapse could occur. Could there be a problem with the road ahead? Xue Yutong saw that the vehicle in front had stopped moving and hurriedly used the intercom to inquire, "What is going on?" The heavy truck's window was shattered by hail, and the driver has a bleeding eye. "We need to handle it before continuing," Xue Yutong replied, his tone as calm as ever. But Xue Yutong could sense a hint of anxiety. She paused for a moment and thought carefully about whether they had brought any usable supplies for this trip. Xue Yutong reached into her backpack to rummage around while asking Su, "Do we have any supplies left? I remember we brought gauze, iodine, and some Band-Aids." Although she didn't know exactly what injuries the driver had sustained, she thought that any help would be better than nothing. Soon, the 3 of them found a missing supply package. Besides water and compressed biscuits, it contained a small bottle of iodine, a small roll of gauze, 5 Band-Aids, and several cotton swabs. But then the question arose, how would they pass the supply package over? Xue Yutong used the intercom to inform that they had a supply package available. There was a commotion from Xue Yutong inside, and then he said, "Wait a moment. I'll come over." Hearing this, Xue Yutong instinctively looked outside, just in time to see another large hailstone smash against the glass. Although the supply transport vehicle had stopped, the engine was still running, and the warmth from the heater was continuously providing heat. Xue Yutong unconsciously rubbed her hands together, feeling a bit uneasy. Then she saw a flicker of light ahead. Looking over, she noticed through the incessantly swiping windshield wipers that it was a figure holding a flashlight jumping out of the car. It was Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong's heart immediately leaped to her throat, and she quickly opened the door to assist him, handing over the supply package. As soon as she opened the door, the howling cold wind tried to rush into the vehicle. Even wearing thick clothes, Xue Yutong shivered. When Xue Yutong got closer, the 3 of them could see that he was wearing a helmet and seemed to have put on an extra thick uniform. But his bulky attire did not change his stern demeanor. Xue Yutong hurriedly handed over the supply package, and after Xue Yutong took it, he shouted, "Go back and close the door." Then he ran back. With the supply transport vehicle closed, the cold air outside gradually dissipated. The 4 vehicles had a tacit understanding not to turn off their lights, which gave Xue Yutong a slight sense of security. However, aside from that, the city was pitch black. Having stayed at the base for so long, Xue Yutong had forgotten how cruel and terrifying the apocalypse could be. The small supermarket was actually a somewhat bugged existence. In extreme cold, it had heating to regulate temperature, and during heavy rain, it had an updated rainproof system, even capable of withstanding the ravages of a tornado. However, during this outing, Xue Yutong realized that her mindset had been too complacent. The apocalypse was inherently an unreasonable existence. Xue Yutong took a deep breath, recalling the system's stringent task requirements, and suddenly felt that this was a good thing. Only by developing comprehensively could they better cope with the apocalypse. Xue Yutong licked her dry lips and took a sip of water before saying, "Let's all rest for a bit. We'll hit the road once they sort things out." As for Xue Yutong, the increasingly severe weather felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's chest. The small team he led was already elite. Each member was well trained. having been searching for supplies and providing escort for the base from the very beginning. They hadn't encountered any opponents, and even when faced with villains during the base missions, they could quickly subdue them, but now they were repeatedly thwarted by natural disasters. When Xue Yutong saw a corpse by the roadside and vomited, they all teased him for lacking psychological resilience. But in reality, everyone was deeply impacted psychologically. It was just that Xue Yutong expressed it physically. After a simple treatment, the driver rested to the side, and Xie Hongyan glanced at the time. "I'll drive from here. Pay attention to the situation." Xue Yutong helped Zhao Wei to the back of the vehicle. "This vehicle is too dangerous." Xie Hongyan wanted to minimize delays for everyone to return to the base for rest and made a swift decision. "Captain Yu." Xue Yutong was shocked. "Let us go together. Leave this vehicle here." With the glass shattered, "It's too unsafe," he said. Xie Hongyan put on his helmet and said in a deep voice, "This vehicle takes the brunt of the resistance ahead so that the vehicles behind can be safer. If one breaks down and is left behind, then all the vehicle's windows will shatter." Xue Yutong fell silent, gritting his teeth as he used the intercom to contact the vehicles behind and help the injured person out of the car. Fortunately, there were no further accidents along the way, and Xue Yutong's concern about road collapses did not happen. Returning to the supermarket, Xue Yutong felt a sense of coming home and let out a long breath. Outside, the hail was hitting harder and harder, and they could even hear the sound of it striking the roof. Su Su and Xu Maidong exchanged glances and couldn't help but say, "If that hits me on the head, it would crack my skull open." Xu Maidong also shrank her neck, saying it was no exaggeration. Lu Wei came to complain about the hail and then told Xue Yutong that someone had come to the base to apply for a worker position. Xue Yutong was a bit surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. These two catastrophic weather events had exposed the limitations of the base, namely that the construction was not yet complete. Although the southern base, being one of the earliest, was well stocked and able to provide shelter, it was still not secure enough. However, the public had not lost faith in the base, as it was quite rare to receive early warnings based on natural disasters. Not to mention that they were also arranging evacuation plans for them. Xue Yutong decided to handle these matters the next day and sent a message to Xie Hongyan. "Are you doing okay over there? How is Zhao?" Xie Hongyan did not reply immediately. Perhaps he was reporting to his superiors. Since the rescue operation began, he had been exceptionally busy. Chapter 91. Steadfast development. After a hurried cleanup, Xue Yutong took a hot shower. The supermarket had ample heating and with extra warmth in the bathroom. It was a steamy refuge from the extremely cold world outside. As warmth seeped into her every pore, her mind flashed with scenes from outside, one after another. The city felt like a massive, frozen entity devoid of all vitality. The once bustling streets were now littered with collapsed buildings and trash, soon to be covered by ice and snow. With winter setting in, the few remaining plants showed no signs of life. Even the birds no longer lingered. Not to mention the sudden hail, some as big as a soccer ball, something Xue Yutong had never seen before. She whispered to herself, "Is this the apocalypse? Is this the world I sensed in my previous life?" After venturing out, Xue Yutong felt as if she had reclaimed memories lost from her past life. The bone-deep fear sending shivers down her spine. She picked up a towel to dry her face, and the warmth gradually brought her back to her senses. Just a few natural disasters had already exposed the inadequacies of the city and the base, reinforcing her resolve not to remain passive. After tidying up, she returned to her room, lay on her bed, and opened the system panel to check the current situation. The supermarket's level was still at 4, but it had been significantly upgraded overall. With some remaining modules, she decided to update all of them, preparing for the next upgrade to level 5, which would unlock a small area for fresh farming and a greenhouse. Currently, all upgrades and modules in the small supermarket were fairly standard, but the costs were rising. After a series of operations, Xue Yutong had spent over 3 million contribution points. Pausing, she checked her contribution points on her phone, which showed a personal account balance of 22 million contribution points. Xue Yutong felt a wave of relief. The hotel pricing was too low, and she wasn't operating with the mindset of making contribution points. It was more of a warming up for the residential area. Given the frequent extreme weather, the construction of the residential area couldn't be rushed, and earning points would certainly take time. Recently, not many supermarkets were operating, and with everything linked to contribution points. Even with daily operations, the supermarket's income would only be around 5,000 contribution points. The bulk of contribution points still came from large orders and procurement by the base. Thinking of this, Xue Yutong got up to organize the orders for the base in the warehouse and also sorted out the supplies to be distributed for free the next day. Susu had just finished tidying up and was preparing for bed when she saw Xue Yutong busy again and, yawning, came over to lend a hand. Xue Yutong took out several sealed bags resembling file folders, opened one, and began placing supplies inside. After 2 days, they were already quite familiar with this process. Susu couldn't help but speak up. Tong Tong, don't you think it's unsafe for Xiaodong, a girl, to be living alone in the hotel? After their outing that day, Susu had become a bit more pessimistic about the apocalypse, and the fact that Xue Yutong drove them back and forth had brought the three of them closer together. As the older sister, Susu had also begun to accept Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong thought for a moment before replying, Sister Susu, do you think we have extra rooms here, so we should let her come stay with us? Susu nodded and quickly added, but it depends on you. I know you have your own considerations. I initially thought she shouldn't come over, but now I've reconsidered. While organizing the supply packages, Xue Yutong explained her thoughts to Susu. Actually, I wanted to live alone on the second floor, and most with you. But then Lu Wei came, and since it was just the three of us, I thought we could all stay in the supermarket. At this point, Xue Yutong paused and picked up another bag. But the supermarket will definitely have more people. We can't just let anyone move in here. I actually plan to move us all over once the residential area is nearly built. The development plan for the small supermarket indicated that it would eventually evolve into a comprehensive base. She couldn't always think that having this supermarket was enough. Susu understood Xue Yutong's intention and quickly said, I just asked casually, you should do what you think is best. Besides, there are many people at the hotel now, right? And Xue Yutong has been alone in the basement, resisting the apocalypse for several months. She's a strong girl. Susu felt that she sometimes worried too much, smiling wryly as she admitted she couldn't change this habit, having always been the one to give to others. Xue Yutong looked at her and couldn't help but hug her arm, saying, Sister Susu, you're doing great. Worrying about others means they'll remember your kindness. At least the people in our supermarket will. Susu was surprised at Xue Yutong's sudden display of affection and ruffled her hair, asking, what's wrong? Did going out make you suddenly value human connections? Xue Yutong smiled shyly. Let's keep packing. That night, the sound of hail made it difficult to sleep. When Xue Yutong got up and heard the noise outside, she knew the hail must still be falling. She pulled back the curtains to look outside, and the sight of ice shavings left her stunned. There were several pieces of soft iron sheet piled up in the open area outside, now pockmarked with varying sizes of dents from the hail. Xue Yutong imagined how terrifying it would be if the hail struck a person, touching her ears with her hands and silently screaming. Early in the morning, before hearing news of the Xie Hongyan team's mission, Xue Yutong saw Zhou Jianjun specifically coming over. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Zhou Jianjun inquired with concern, Miss Xue, is everything okay with the supermarket? The hail is quite heavy. Be cautious with the windows. He then mentioned that an office in the base, due to its design, had an attic-like layout, and the slanted glass windows had been shattered by the hail, leaving shards all over the floor, and a staff member had been injured. Xue Yutong was startled by this and asked with concern, how is that staff member now? They've gone for treatment. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical injury, but this hail is indeed frightening. After a few more exchanges, Zhou Jianjun had the supplies transported away, sighing heavily. Xue Yutong sensed something was off and took the initiative to ask, Leader, what's wrong? Is there a shortage of supplies? I still have some here. If the base needs anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to meet the requirements. She was also worried about not earning enough contribution points, so she was particularly eager for orders from base. Zhou Jianjun shook his head and nodded. Actually, I didn't want to say this, but the pressure has been too great lately. There are indeed issues with supplies, but strictly speaking, it's not the base's fault. Chapter 92. Going to the official shelter, Zhou Jianjun spoke while observing Xue Yutong's reaction. He saw that the girl was calm and even brought him a cup of hot soybean milk. Looking at her composed demeanor, Zhou Jianjun found that he wasn't as troubled anymore and quickly recounted the difficulties the base was facing to Xue Yutong. It turned out that after the recent tornado and hail, the supplies at the official shelter were running low. Currently, there were only 2 places for people to seek refuge in the city. One was the official shelter, and the other was the southern base. The rest of the population chose to stay at home, and some had already moved to other provinces and cities with unknown circumstances. The official shelter was actually established nearby, based on a large hospital, radiating outward without any public announcement. It was mostly people who had accidentally found their way there and received treatment, unlike the southern base, which actively recruited people. Now, the official stance was to borrow some supplies from the southern base. Borrow? In the apocalypse, can anything be returned? Xue Yutong felt curious. In her view, if they needed supplies, why not just say so directly? Why use the term borrow? If they could return anything, it would probably take a long time, at least until the situation in the apocalypse stabilized and people could start working again. Zhou Jianjun gave a wry smile. Well, it's hard to say. The meaning was already quite clear. The official was just putting on a good front by saying it was a loan, but in reality, repayment wouldn't come quickly. Or rather, there might not be any repayment at all. Xue Yutong understood and then said, so the base can't refuse. And now they have to send out supplies? Yes. We promised to provide 1 million in supplies, which means the base's stockpile will not be enough. Moreover, this is probably just the beginning. The demands will only increase from here on. Zhou Jianjun sighed, indicating that the base was indeed in a difficult position. The southern base was the first to be established, and now almost everyone in the country knew about it. After all, people believed that those who had started stockpiling early were the most reliable. In fact, when other bases started to be established a while ago, we had already received many loan requests. We did give some supplies, but compared to their needs, it was just a drop in the bucket. However, there was no choice. The population in the southern base was too large, and we had to consider the long term. We are fortunate to have a stable supply from the southern supermarket. With Xue Yutong's southern supermarket existing, most of the goods the base stockpiled at the beginning of the apocalypse could still be kept, and any supply needs would be prioritized through the supermarket. As Zhou Jianjun spoke, he began to express his gratitude. Miss Xue, you are young yet able to manage such a supermarket, and you have connections and sources. The younger generation is truly impressive. So if you have any requests, please let us know, and we will prioritize meeting what the base can provide. Xue Yutong shook her head. My recent applications have all been approved, so I don't have any requests for now. However, I understand the base's supply needs. Just give me the list, and I can help. You can directly hand over the official side to me. I will take care of it. She was backed by the system and felt confident. But she didn't express arrogance while speaking. Instead, she seemed to have considered it carefully before agreeing. Zhou Jianjun felt relieved and praised Xue Yutong repeatedly. Then, recalling what Xie Hongan had said earlier, Xue Yutong suddenly had an idea and asked Zhou Jianjun, by the way, leader, if that's the case, can you take me with you when you deliver supplies to the shelter? Zhou Jianjun was somewhat surprised. Take you with us? What do you mean? It's nothing. I'm just curious about the official shelter and want to take a look. Business people can't sit still. I want to see the world. Although it was the apocalypse, there wasn't much of a world left to see. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. Even though the temperature was slowly rising, it was still below freezing at this time. Thus, the accumulated water that had flowed on the ground yesterday had frozen into ice after the rain stopped, making it hard to distinguish between the original snow and the newly fallen hail. Zhou Jianjun found nothing wrong with it and quickly agreed, chatting with Xue Yutong for a few more minutes before leaving the supermarket. Xue Yutong leaned against the supermarket and thought for a while. Zhou Jianjun had mentioned the official pressure, which was likely conveyed by leader Wang Deshang. But how did Wang Deshang contact the official side? Wasn't city communication already cut off? Moreover, Wang Deshang and Shun Lingxue seemed to have been quiet lately. Could it be due to the frequent natural disasters and Wang Jun being expelled? However, Xue Yutong didn't think too much about it, as she always adhered to the principle of not offending others first. The base quickly sent over the list, delivered by Lu Xueqing. Today he wore a pair of black-framed glasses and looked a bit sneaky when he walked in. It's still hailing outside, and you didn't wear a helmet? Xue Yutong found it unbelievable. Lu Xueqing shook his head. I used the special umbrella the base provided. The helmet is too stuffy. My constitution isn't good, and I tend to vomit if I stay in stuffy conditions for too long. Xue Yutong suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. The team member who vomited on the way, it wouldn't be you, right? Her words made Lu Xueqing's face turn red, seemingly embarrassed and angry. He shouted, I wasn't originally a field worker. I was temporarily assigned to this small team, and my constitution is not as good as others. Xue Yutong held back her laughter. So that's how it is. But I didn't mean to laugh at you. I was just asking. After all, it's quite normal to have some physiological reactions when seeing such scenes. The two seemed to recall the tragic situation outside and fell silent simultaneously. Lu Xueqing quickly regained his senses and handed the list to Xue Yutong. This was the list of supplies to be sent to the shelter, and it would be best if it could be delivered as soon as possible, as the official side requested it to arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Xue Yutong had no problem with it, as she could directly take goods from the system. However, upon receiving the list, she was shocked. The items on the list were quite numerous, and it seemed the official side was completely disregarding the base's survival, simply following their own demands. Xue Yutong lamented that if it weren't for her having her own small warehouse, she really didn't know how the base planned to meet those demands. The next day, Xie Hongyan came over early in the morning. Upon seeing Xue Yutong, he said, Did you apply to go with us? Early in the morning, Zhou Jianjun suddenly remembered this matter and notified Xie Hongyan to find Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong nodded and said to Xie Hongyan, Wait for me a moment. She went to find Su Su and asked the three of them to keep an eye on the supermarket, although she was quite assured of the three of them. Xue Yutong still wanted to remind them a few times before going out. After that, she followed Xie Hongyan to the car. Once in the vehicle, Xue Yutong noticed that the base seemed to have modified the heavy truck. It didn't look like it did at first, so she casually asked. Xie Hongyan replied, Yes, all the glass has been replaced. It's not realistic to find a new heavy truck temporarily, so we had the base's technicians improve the heavy truck. The current glass is more durable than before and won't be shattered by hail anymore. Chapter 93. Negotiating conditions with the officials. Xue Yutong nodded, and then a few of Xie Hongyan's team members got into the vehicle and sat beside her. She initially had many questions to ask Xie Hongyan, but considering the presence of others, she chose to remain silent. Instead, Lu Xueqing, known for chatter, was very curious about Xue Yutong and asked many questions about the supermarket. Boss Xue, your supermarket has been open for so long, and the supplies are still so abundant. Are you some kind of wizard? Did you know the apocalypse was coming in advance? As Lu Xueqing spoke, admiration faintly flickered in his eyes. If someone else, especially Xie Hongyan, had said this, Xue Yutong would have thought they were trying to probe her under the guise of asking questions. However, coming from Lu Xueqing, she felt he was being sincere. Lu Xueqing was somewhat like Lu Wei, occasionally displaying a clear, yet foolish expression. Xue Yutong recounted the explanation she had given to Xie Hongyan, mentioning that she had friends, and that was why she still had a supply source. Naturally, Lu Xueqing didn't doubt her and praised her several times, even saying that Xue Yutong's friends were truly courageous for continuing to run a factory in such an apocalyptic environment. With such excitement, the others looked at Xue Yutong, and surprisingly, they no longer wore the hostile expressions they had before. Especially after their recent rescue mission, they had developed a clearer understanding of the outside world and felt that it was quite remarkable for Xue Yutong to be able to provide supplies for the base. To put it bluntly, having milk is like having a mother. Xue Yutong had already provided supplies, and if they continued to make demands, it seemed a bit ungrateful. Moreover, it appeared that Xue Yutong was also a straightforward and good person. Everyone had their own thoughts, while Xie Hongyan, sitting to the side, couldn't help but glance at Xue Yutong. He had always been half-believing of Xue Yutong's explanations about her friend supplies. However, so far, it seemed that Xue Yutong hadn't done anything wrong, and he chose not to clarify. The southern base was a bit far from the shelter, and the heavy truck took a long time to arrive. Before they even got out of the vehicle, they heard a noisy commotion outside, as if someone was talking, followed by the sound of things being moved. Xue Yutong frowned and looked at Xie Hongyan beside her. Why were the people from the shelter in such a hurry to move supplies before the captain of the supply team, Xie Hongyan, had even shown up? It seemed Xie Hongyan sensed Xue Yutong's thoughts and slightly nodded to her. Let's go. He didn't seem to mind much. In other words, It might have been something he was used to. Xue Yutong couldn't help but wonder internally why the officials always seemed to feel superior. The southern base had been established for quite some time, and everything inside was orderly. Now, they were still being restrained by the officials. Soon, the staff from the official shelter came out, directing the moving of supplies before finally bringing everyone inside. Sorry, we should have gone to get the supplies ourselves from the base, but we simply couldn't spare the time, so we had to ask you to deliver them. Although the staff appeared to be apologizing on the surface, their attitude was far from sincere. After the staff spoke a word to Xie Yutong, they shifted their gaze to Xue Yutong. I heard you're the owner of that supermarket? Xie Yutong brought his own team, and along with a few staff members from the base, Xue Yutong was the only woman among them. Over the past few months, nearly everyone had heard that there was a supermarket in the southern base run by a girl, so naturally, they focused their attention on Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong nodded and introduced herself confidently. Hello, my name is Xue Yutong. I've heard your name before. Come, take a seat. We have something to discuss with you. The staff rubbed their hands together, pulled out a chair from the side, and sat down. Xue Yutong glanced at Xie Yutong before sitting down beside him. Xie Yutong suddenly spoke. You all can wait in the vehicle or take a walk around the shelter. It's up to you. Upon hearing this, the staff in the shelter showed an unpleasant expression but did not interrupt. Their focus was still on Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong asked, Do you have something to discuss with me? The staff nodded. Indeed, but I don't know if you'll agree. At this point, Xue Yutong felt somewhat impatient. She hated when people opened negotiations with such a vague introduction. It was clear they wanted her to agree first before presenting unreasonable conditions. In comparison, her various collaborations with the base had always started with them clearly stating their demands and conditions, and then asking Xue Yutong if she agreed. If she didn't agree, they could negotiate further. Conversely, when Xue Yutong wanted to purchase land, it was the same. Xue Yutong immediately put on a cold expression and stated, We don't do business like this. You should state what you need from me first before we can discuss whether we agree or not. Xie Yutong listened without any reaction. The staff was taken aback by Xue Yutong's cold demeanor and paused for a moment before quickly saying, Oh, you see, I usually speak like this. Please don't mind. Internally, he was musing about how many people flocked to the name of the official shelter. What benefits could Xue Yutong possibly want from cooperating with the base, remaining so calm even in front of the official shelter? However, the staff soon continued. Since you put it that way, let's get to the point. As you've seen lately, natural disasters have been frequent. First, it was tornadoes, then hail. Our officials are really short on supplies. As the staff spoke, they sighed and continued to observe Xue Yutong's reactions. Xue Yutong maintained her composed demeanor, listening quietly and nodding to encourage the staff to continue. The staff gritted their teeth, realizing they had hit a brick wall. Compared to the base, we officials indeed have it tougher. First of all, the shelter was established late, and currently, it doesn't have a large scale. Moreover, all over the country, people are asking the officials to find ways to support. We can hardly store much of our supplies. Hearing the official staff go around in circles again, mentioning supplies, Xue Yutong almost laughed out loud. She finally spoke, her tone slightly cheerful. If it's about supplies, you can just say it directly. I'm just a businessman, and I don't understand all this official talk. The official staff's expression clearly darkened as they were met with another cold response. Xue Yutong felt secretly pleased but maintained her calm demeanor. Chapter 94. The road has frozen corpses. Xue Yutong knew that she was a bit vengeful, but the staff member gave her a feeling that was too similar to the official leader Wang Disheng from the base. Exactly the same, loved to go in circles, spoke in bureaucratic jargon, and had an inexplicable preaching tone. Now that Xue Yutong had abundant supplies, she wasn't going to pamper these people. Xie Yutong cleared his throat lightly, covering his lips with a fist, which also blocked the fleeting smile at the corners of his mouth. The staff member had no choice but to speak directly. If we want to procure a batch of supplies from Boss Xue, would that be possible? The official side had also investigated a lot of information, and when they mentioned supplies to the base, the feedback was that they needed to ask Xue Yutong. After finishing, he hurriedly added, I heard from the leaders at the base that although your supermarket has a partnership with the base and is named Southern Supermarket, the autonomy still lies with you. Xue Yutong nodded. Of course. Our supermarket is named that way because, after all, it's the base's supermarket in name, so there's no risk. At the beginning of the apocalypse. No, even until now, many people want to take advantage of our supermarket. So this is also for the protection of the supermarket. The staff member nodded in understanding. Xue Yutong continued. However, the management of supplies is still handled by the supermarket itself. The supplies we give to the base every month also require the base to contribute value to me. In fact, at the moment, contribution value had no real effect for Xue Yutong other than exchanging points. Because the contributions she made to the base meant that the supermarket was already in a rent-free state. Later, when residential areas were opened, the base would likely also waive rent. But the reason she brought this up was to prevent the official staff from thinking they could get something for nothing. Once you give something for free, they will surely want more next time. In an apocalypse where the future is uncertain, supplies are the most important thing. It seems you're keeping clear accounts. I thought the supermarket was providing supplies to the base for free. Xue Yutong shook her head. I already said I am a business person. The staff member understood her meaning and could only say, then if the official side were to procure supplies from you, what price would you set? Xue Yutong instead looked at Xie Hongyan. Captain Xie, what do you think? This procurement has always been handled by you. How is the situation outside now? According to market prices, the current supply prices had increased several times. If paid in RMB, it would cost at least 5 times the price. That was already a low estimate. The official staff member's face turned ugly. According to the leader's request, he was supposed to ask the supermarket for a batch of donated supplies today, but unexpectedly, they had ended up discussing the need to purchase instead. Seeing the official staff member in a dilemma, Xue Yutong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Fortunately, the base leader had already communicated with her beforehand. The officials originally wanted to directly request supplies from the base, but the base stated they were truly powerless and could only provide a little, with the remaining supplies needing to be discussed directly with the supermarket. On Xue Yutong's side, she mainly wanted to show the official side that she could not provide supplies for free and that she did not take orders from the base. But on the surface, she was indeed under the protection of the base. Xue Yutong took the initiative to say, how about this, just give me 3 times the price. And I would also like the right to open a store in the shelter, so I can set up a small supermarket there to provide supplies long-term. She didn't care about the price because after discussing with the base leader, Zhou Jianjun had already indicated that if this matter could be resolved perfectly, he would grant her an even higher contribution value than before. Currently, the system could only exchange points using RMB and contribution value, and she certainly wouldn't move to the shelter. The official staff member thought for a long time, even going out to communicate with others, before finally making a decision. Then let's go with the usual 3 times the price, but we need a lot of supplies. Boss Xue, can you confirm you can provide all of it? Xue Yutong nodded. I have no problem, but currently the supermarket is named under the southern base, so you still need to go through a process with the base. Throughout the conversation, she mentioned the base with a balanced tone, clearly stating her position. However, the official shelter had no plans to let Xue Yutong open a supermarket for the time being, only saying, we can grant you a privilege, but there are no good conditions to build a supermarket right now. Xue Yutong shrugged. That's fine. This was originally a supplementary condition. I'm not going to force it. Just give me 3 times the price, and I can also donate some supplies to you. Finally, they reached an agreement, and Xie Hongyan took Xue Yutong away. Outside, it was still hailing, and a large hailstone fell in front of them, shattering on the ground. Xie Hongyan asked, you must have heard about the base from Leader Zhou today, right? Compared to the Xie family, Zhou Jianjun handles matters more smoothly. The attitude that Xue Yutong deliberately displayed should have been discussed with him. Xue Yutong nodded, honestly replying, we did discuss it. The leader trusts me quite a bit. Throughout the conversation, it seemed Zhou Jianjun had never worried that Xue Yutong would turn to the official side, which was in stark contrast to the staff member's insincere attitude. After a pause, Xie Hongyan said, perhaps he knows that once you meet the leaders of the official side, you would lean more towards the base. Xue Yutong wholeheartedly agreed. That's indeed the case. Having handled the supply requirements of the official shelter, the group planned to return to the base. On the way back, they unexpectedly found that the sky had brightened significantly. The gloomy weather brought by several days of thunderstorms had changed to brightness after the hail began to fall. As the snowflakes and dust in the air settled down, increasing visibility. As a result, the scenery along the roadside became clear. Xue Yutong looked out the window and saw corpses by the roadside, instinctively turning her head. The bodies were already frozen on the road, their clothes unrecognizable. Rapidly frozen in the low temperatures, but their postures were very strange, still recognizable as once living people. This was already the third time they had seen such a scene on the way back. The second time, she even saw a large hailstone smash onto a corpse, and the frozen body seemed to have shattered as well, its arm directly broken off, just like the hail had shattered. Xue Yutong covered her face, trying not to think about that scene. Xie Hongyan reached out to pull the small curtain. If you can't bear it, then don't look. Lu Xueqing shouted, "What happened?" Glancing outside, and immediately fell silent. The rescue operation lasted for 2 days, and most of the survivors that could be found had already been rescued. Those who couldn't be rescued basically ended up like this. Xie Hongyan's voice was calm, still maintaining an unyielding demeanor. Chapter 95. Save Teacher Pampan, Xue Yutong whispered. These people are already sleeping on the streets. Why haven't they gone to the base or a shelter? When a large number of refugees flooded into the base some time ago, Xue Yutong thought that all the homeless people had reached the base. At least the news about the base had spread throughout the city. It seems that this is not the case. Lu Xueqing chuckled bitterly and said, "Boss Xue, even in the apocalypse, everyone has their own thoughts. Last time we went out to collect supplies, before the base officially opened, I saw an old man who was still alive, barely hanging on. I asked him why he was out in such weather." Xue Yutong looked at Lu Xueqing and asked, "What did he say?" He replied, "He said his grandson went out to play and hasn't come back yet, so he has to hurry and find his grandson." As he spoke, Lu Xueqing fell silent. Before and shortly after the apocalypse began, Xie Hongyan's team had gone out to collect supplies and had seen too many things. He was momentarily silent, perhaps stirred by a memory. Xie Hongyan explained, "We found the old man's neighbor and learned that he was actually the only one left in his family, suffering from Alzheimer's. His grandson had passed away years ago." Xue Yutong's pupils dilated suddenly, and she couldn't speak for a long time. She recalled that the apocalypse in her past life and the current one were not the same. After her rebirth, she had been working tirelessly for the supermarket. The most anxious time was when she first moved into the base, and then she couldn't settle down. If it weren't for the frequent outings these days, she would really think that the apocalypse only existed within the base for her. Xie Hongyan noticed the girl hanging her head and thought she was still sorrowful over the story she heard. In fact, there was no need to think so much. Life and death are normal events, and the apocalypse has only accelerated this cycle, making accidents more frequent. He wasn't very good at comforting others, so he could only say this. Xue Yutong sensed Xie Hongyan's intention and raised her head. "I'm fine, just thinking that perhaps I've been too unfriendly towards the official staff. After all, the official shelter has taken in some people. They need supplies, which is also for long-term survival considerations. In the end, the supplies I provide will end up with ordinary people, and as for the process in between, I feel I shouldn't mind so much." However, Xie Hongyan said, "You don't need to think too much about this. That leader just tried to get us to provide supplies for free several times before, even suggesting merging the base and the shelter." Merging? Are the people from a shelter moving over, or is the base moving there? Xue Yutong was astonished. Of course, they are moving over. Initially, the base leaders were planning to agree, but the officials demanded that if merged, everything must be under their control, Xie Hongyan said, with a slight change in tone, seemingly disgusted. During the negotiations, Wang Deshang had caused a lot of trouble. Moreover, Wang Deshang had been trying to take credit with the officials, and if the merger really happened, the power of the base would likely fall into his hands. Xue Yutong felt angry listening to this. Why should they get it? After the apocalypse began, it was the southern base that had contributed manpower and supplies. Furthermore, based on what she had learned during this period, the base staff had long known about the potential for many natural disasters through weather observation methods, and they had warned the officials multiple times. However, during the preparations at the southern base, the officials had remained silent. Instead, once the southern base was established and began accepting people, the officials quickly sent Wang Deshang over to inspect and repeatedly asked the base to relieve the officials of their burdens. Xie Hongyan simply said, "The specific situation is too complicated for me to explain in detail. The officials' original intention was good, After all, this apocalypse is something everyone is enduring together. And there is nothing wrong with concentrating resources. It's just that some people's thoughts are too twisted, causing some errors in the implementation. I see. Although Xie Hongyan hadn't received the key information, Xue Yutong had roughly understood. Just as she was about to ask something else, they heard cries for help coming from outside. The cries were very clear, as if someone was using all their strength to shout. Help! Help! Mixed with some childish voices. Xue Yutong and Xie Hongyan exchanged glances. Xie Hongyan quickly reacted, ordering the vehicle to stop, and then took his team members down to check. Xue Yutong lifted the curtain to look outside and saw a group of people shouting under a nearby eave. However, the composition of this group was somewhat strange. The leading person appeared to be in his 20s, followed by a group of children. Unable to resist, Xue Yutong also got out of the car. A team member silently handed her something. Xue Yutong glanced at it and saw it was an umbrella, instantly realizing it must be the specially designed umbrella issued by the base. Because the hail was so large, even wearing a helmet could still result in being hit. And if the helmet didn't provide good shock absorption, it could cause a concussion. The base's specially designed umbrella was not primarily for wind and rain protection, but focused on safety. There was an additional vertical edge along the umbrella surface to ensure that hail wouldn't hit important areas. She took it and found that the umbrella was indeed very heavy. Gratefully saying, "Thank you." The person awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, but didn't reply. Only after getting out of the car did Xue Yutong vaguely remember that this person seemed to be the team member who had been most dissatisfied with her when he had come to the supermarket with Xie Hongyan before. It seemed that unknowingly, everyone's attitudes had changed somewhat. Realizing this, Xue Yutong walked briskly towards Xie Hongyan. Xie Hongyan was already talking to the group. "Why are you here?" was the only thing Xue Yutong heard as she approached. She looked over and noticed that the man in his 20s was very agitated. Finally seeing people from the base and pleading, "Please save us. Teacher Pan needs help." As he spoke, the man walked to one side. And only then did Xue Yutong and Xie Hongyan notice a person curled up on the ground beside them. It was a young woman, about the same age as the man, with lips already frozen blue, trembling on the ground. Xue Yutong observed that the woman was wrapped in many layers of clothing, surrounded by scarves and things that had kept her bundled up. Upon closer inspection, the man calling for help was only wearing a cotton coat and had been jumping up and down while speaking, seemingly trying to keep warm. Several nearby children had begun to cry, "Please save Teacher Pan." Xue Yutong looked at the scarves and gloves, realizing that the small sizes were clearly for these children. "You all get in the car. We'll talk when we get back to the base." Xie Hongyan decisively brought these people to the heavy truck, instructed the team members inside the first truck, and then he and Xue Yutong sat in the second vehicle with these people. A medical soldier from the base quickly checked on the woman named Pan. Chapter 96. The teacher's arrival, seeing that these people would help them. The man seemed to relax and began to introduce their background. The man was called Song Zhang, and the comatose teacher Pan was originally named Gu Pan. Xue Yutong listened to Song Zhang and looked at the few children surrounding him. There were actually 8 of them. She couldn't imagine how they had been surviving these past few days. "We are teachers from a nearby school, and these are all students from our class. Their parents are not in the city. On the day the blizzard hit, we were all together for remedial classes." As Song Zhang spoke, his tone became heavy. "At that time, we thought it was just an ordinary snowstorm. Who knew we would end up trapped in the school? Fortunately, we found some supplies in the school's supermarket to barely survive during this time." Song Zhang continued, saying they had been waiting for rescue, but officials had not shown up. The base was a bit far away, and Song Zhang and Gu Pan had considered taking the children to the base, but communication had been cut off, making it hard to contact their parents, and no one knew where the base was located. So they stayed in the school until the recent tornado and hail forced them to search for a place to survive, resulting in Gu Pan collapsing. Luckily, they encountered Xie Hongyan and his group. Xue Yutong couldn't help but ask, "The supplies in the school supermarket? No one came to take them after the apocalypse started?" She thought existing supermarkets, like those stockpiling goods, would have already been cleaned out. Song Zhang smiled wryly. "Maybe we were just lucky. There really wasn't anyone. But the supplies in the supermarket weren't much. It was just a small supermarket for students to buy snacks during breaks, so there wasn't a lot." Gu Pan had also gradually lost strength due to the lack of food and eventually collapsed. Xue Yutong nodded, understanding. Then, these children should go to the clinic for a checkup. In a long-term low-temperature environment, all of them have red faces and frostbite on their little hands. Thinking about the small items surrounding Gu Panpan when she first saw her, Xue Yutong felt a pang in her heart. I still have some food. You all can eat a bit. It's still quite far from the base, and it might take a while to get there. Song Zhang's eyes lit up, and his thin cheeks moved, but he said, let us give it to the kids first. We haven't eaten today. We just wanted to come out to look for help. Xue Yutong remained silent and opened a supply bag. It contained compressed biscuits, bread, and bottled water. Let us make do with this for now. Once we get to the base and everything is fine, I'll have someone make you warm meals. The city had lost power, so these two teachers had likely been eating cold food at the school. The more Xue Yutong thought about it, the more she couldn't bear it. After they started eating, she looked out the window. The children's voices gradually grew louder. Teacher Song, what will happen to Teacher Panpan? Teacher Song, are we going to the base? This big sister is so pretty. Is she also a teacher? The one speaking was a little boy, looking shyly at Xue Yutong. Xue Yutong couldn't help but smile. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a businesswoman. However, she started to consider another matter. In the apocalypse, the inheritance of civilization is also very important. Perhaps the addition of these two teachers could help the base develop better. Xue Yutong even planned to set aside a special place for them in the residential area for teaching. Xie Hongyan and the team just sat quietly to the side, their expressions stern, not revealing what they were thinking. By the time they returned to the base, it was already dusk, and the hail was still falling relentlessly. Xie Hongyan first took Xue Yutong back to the supermarket and said to them, let us ensure safety. I'll take Song Zhang and the others to the clinic. After arranging everything, he got back in the vehicle. As soon as Xue Yutong entered the supermarket, she was surrounded by her 3 employees, Sister Tong Tong. You'd better come clean. What did you do today? Didn't you go to deliver supplies to the officials? Why are you back so late? What is going on with you and Team Xie? He even had to escort you back to the supermarket? Are you two together now? Faced with a barrage of questions, Xue Yutong was both amused and exasperated. Stop talking nonsense. She then recounted everything she had seen and heard that day, including her confrontation with the official leaders and her encounter with Song Zhang and Gu Panpan. The 3 of them finally understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Then Xue Yutong said, let us tidy up and cook something. I told Teacher Song to bring the children over for dinner later. They should be staying at the hotel tonight. Along the way, Xue Yutong had already thought of a place for them. When Song Zhang brought the children to the supermarket, it was still twilight. Standing in front of the supermarket, he felt quite embarrassed. Looking up at the brightly lit supermarket, Song Zhang thought he must be seeing things. Is this a supermarket that appears in the apocalypse? The shelves were tidy and clean, filled with a dazzling array of goods. And the temperature inside the supermarket was so warm that it felt like spring. The children were also stunned, hesitating at the entrance, afraid to step inside, fearing it was all just a dream. Gu Panpan coughed a few times from behind and said, why aren't you going in? Didn't we say we were going to eat inside the supermarket? The next moment, when she saw the dreamlike supermarket, she was also momentarily stunned. The 2 adults and 8 children stood frozen at the entrance, and Xue Yutong couldn't help but chuckle, hurry in for dinner. I had Lu Wei make warm curry and soup, and I didn't make it too salty considering your eating habits over the past few days. She was worried they might not adjust to normal food all at once, but still wanted to prepare something they couldn't easily find in the apocalypse. So, Song Zhang and Gu Panpan brought the 8 little ones in for dinner. Suddenly, Gu Panpan burst into tears, covering her face and saying, I'm sorry she had thought she was going to die, but unexpectedly lived and was rescued to the base. Don't cry. You can all live here from now on. The base is slowly developing better now, and as teachers, you will definitely be of use. She also heard that Song Zhang and Gu Panpan were willing to carry fewer food supplies in their backpacks to bring the children's textbooks. With such spirit supporting them, they could make it through to this point. The children were very well behaved, each with their heads down, eating heartily. Someone asked in confusion, Teacher Panpan, why are you crying? Gu Panpan wiped her tears. It's nothing. Eat quickly. After we finish, let us go rest. That night, they followed Xue Yutong's arrangements and stayed in hotel rooms. with Song Zhang taking the little boys and Gu Panpan taking the little girls. The children had warm baths and were all cozy, gathering around the teachers to hear stories. Xue Yutong felt relieved and went to find Xu Maidong. You continue to manage here at the hotel. If anything goes wrong, come find me. Then she held an umbrella and returned to the supermarket. Chapter 97. The future as long as she walked, the crackling sounds above her head suddenly stopped. Xue Yutong looked up in surprise and found that the hail had indeed ceased. No more large chunks of hail were falling and smashing onto the ground, and the distant sunset was faintly visible. This was the first time since the apocalypse that Xue Yutong felt the tranquility of dusk, and for a moment, she found herself unable to move, just gazing into the distance. However, Xue Yutong did not dare to take risks, worried that the hail would return, so she still held her umbrella. Her arm felt a bit sore, and just as the umbrella swayed slightly, someone steadied it for her, being cautious. Xue Yutong looked up, and, sure enough, it was Xie Hong'an. Are you done with your tasks? Xue Yutong had thought Xie Hong'an would be quite busy. The communication with the authorities regarding supplies likely required further negotiation on their part. Moreover, he had brought back Song Zhang and Gu Panpan along the way, so Xie Hong'an should also need to report to his superiors. Xie Hong'an's expression remained stern as he nodded and said, "The leaders asked me to come and check the situation, so I came to find you." There was something different about the way he said this. Xue Yutong shrugged and asked, "Do you want to come with me to take a look?" They are already settled. The kids have finished bathing and are listening to stories. They might be going to rest soon. Then I won't go. It's fine as long as you have arranged everything here, Xie Hong'an replied. The two of them slowly walked towards the supermarket. The hail had indeed stopped, and after a while, Xue Yutong heard the base's announcement regarding the weather. Hail was caused by the influence of a tornado, and now that the tornado had completely passed, it would no longer affect the base. So there would be no more hail. As she was about to carry the umbrella, Xie Hong'an voluntarily reached out to hold it for her. "Let's go." The supermarket was not far away, but they walked slowly. Xue Yutong cherished this rare moment of calm. She gradually realized that the horror of the apocalypse lay in the complete collapse of the original social order, forcing everyone to find their own way again. And if that were all, it wouldn't be so difficult. But when natural disasters occurred frequently, everything changed. "What are you thinking about?" Xie Hong'an suddenly asked. Xue Yutong took a deep breath and said seriously, "I feel that I haven't worked hard enough, so I can't stop yet. I should strive to survive better in the apocalypse and support those around me." This was the first time she had genuinely expressed her feelings. And Xie Hong'an pressed his lips together, falling silent, but he felt an inexplicable emotion rising within him. Since he first encountered Xue Yutong while procuring supplies, he had found her to be quite special. This feeling had fermented to the present, and he had to face it. However, Xue Yutong was so positive and focused on the supermarket's development. Did he really need to disturb her with his feelings? After thinking it over, Xie Hong'an did not voice his feelings. Xue Yutong was also unaware. She only knew that Xie Hong'an had sent her back to the supermarket, reminding her to prepare the supplies needed by the authorities before leaving. Xue Yutong didn't think much of it. Upon returning to the supermarket, she began organizing the supplies. Opening the system, she found that the authorities needed 500 bags of rice, 500 bags of flour, and various seasonings like sugar and salt, all requiring hundreds of units to be stocked. Was this for cooking for the people? Xue Yutong speculated while sorting through the goods. With the grains and other supplies prepared, next came items with a longer shelf life. Compressed biscuits were, of course, essential, with the authorities asking for 10,000 boxes. When negotiating the terms, Xue Yutong didn't think it was too much, but while organizing, she realized the authorities had indeed listed a lot of supplies. No wonder Xie Hong'an's expression had seemed a bit strange at the time. Perhaps he was worried that Xue Yutong's small supermarket wouldn't have enough supplies. "Su, come help me organize." Xue Yutong called out to them. The remaining Xu Maidong was watching the cash register in the supermarket, while Lu Wei and Su, who were more familiar with the warehouse structure, came in. They exclaimed, "Why does this warehouse seem even bigger?" The warehouse, already filled with items, now gave the impression that it was endless. The three of them wandered around, and Lu Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "Are all these supplies for the authorities? That's way too much. If it were just for the supermarket's people, we could live well for years in the apocalypse." However, These were mostly convenient to store items, and they really weren't that tasty. After living in the supermarket for a while, Lu Wei felt that his appetite had become spoiled. Xue Yutong patted his head and whispered, "You're such a wuss. With so many delicious things in the supermarket, you're reluctant to part with some compressed biscuits. But those are supplies," Lu Wei said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Once the supplies were organized, they would wait for Xie Hong'an's team to transport them to the authorities with a heavy truck, and this order would be settled. After the hail stopped, the southern supermarket resumed operations the next day. The weather had been relatively clear in the past few days, and the residential areas in the base had been repaired. People living near Xue Yutong's supermarket began to return. Susu looked at the list in her hands and said, "Are there enough people to build our residential area?" "There are enough. It's fine if the construction is slow," Xue Yutong replied nonchalantly. In fact, from start to finish, all she needed the workers for was surface work. Most of the tasks were completed directly by Xue Yutong using the system when no one was paying attention. She could have directly opened the residential area, but didn't T want to attract inquiries from the base? People continued to flock to the supermarket, and Xue Yutong earned another 100,000 contribution points. Everyone gradually adapted to the new rules of the apocalypse. The current calm was only temporary. The next disaster would likely be even more severe. However, after the tornado, everyone's determination to survive in the apocalypse had become even stronger. Song Zhang and Gu Panpan were teaching the children in the open space in front of the hotel, setting up small tables and chairs. The innocent voices of the children added a splash of brightness near the supermarket. Xue Yutong watched and rummaged through the system mall, finding pencils and notebooks, and asked Xu Maidong to deliver them to the children. All modules in the supermarket had been updated, and Xue Yutong spent 10 million points to upgrade to level 5. Allowing her to initiate small-scale planting and breeding programs. Everything continued to develop. Even in the apocalypse, one could always find their path. As Xue Yutong pondered, she suddenly felt warmth enveloping her and quickly realized that the temperature was rising. The temperature gradually increased, marking the end of the extreme cold period. The next day, the temperature surged from the teens to 35 degrees, and it continued to rise. It seemed that another extreme disaster was approaching. But Xue Yutong looked at her overflowing system mall and walked toward the supermarket with a smile.